Chapter 966. The tragic Desolation Lord. Upon seeing the two figures, the heart of the Desolation Lord sank dramatically. The thousand-legged Demon King and the silver-sealed Ant King. Huan. Meet your demise. The silver-sealed Ant King roared, wielding the Crumbling Heaven Hammer, unleashing a furious cry. With a powerful swing of his arms, he summoned a force capable of moving mountains, striking down with a hammer in a frenzy. 9 Law Spirit Orbs. Protect. The Desolation Lord was taken aback, channeling all his true essence into the protective spirit orbs. A hum resonated as 12 spirit orbs fervently absorbed his energy, releasing an even more formidable defensive barrier. Boom. The hammer crashed against the barrier, causing it to ripple like a tranquil lake disturbed by a giant stone, illuminating with a mystical glow. Simultaneously, the thousand-legged Demon King unleashed a flurry of strikes with his twin blades upon the defensive needle technique. The Desolation Lord was shaken and spat blood. The individuals under his command were directly shattered by the energy shock, their insides obliterated. Beside him, only the maid Ting Xiao remained, releasing her true essence to resist. Ting Xiao, quickly contact the Flame King of Yin Prefecture. The Desolation Lord bellowed, urging the maid to summon reinforcements. Ting Xiao hastily retrieved a communication jade talisman to reach the nearest Flame King of Yin Prefecture. To think he could withstand the combined assault of the two of us. The thousand-legged Demon King marveled at the might of the Desolation Lord's defensive spirit orbs. Elder brothers, attack the 5th spirit orb on the left. At that moment, a voice echoed from a distant mountain, 10,000 meters away. Xiang Chun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his robes billowing with the mountain breeze. His eyes, akin to 2 luminous moons, discerned the defensive formation, identifying its weaknesses. Every formation possesses its vulnerabilities, the most fragile points in its spirit patterns. Good. The two nodded in agreement. The silver-sealed Ant King roared, his demonic energy surging, transforming into an immense silver ant. This ant, over 10 zhang in length, bore 2 colossal pincers resembling heavy hammers. Silver Wind Spirit Ant. The Crumbling Heaven Hammer transformed into a ray of spiritual light, merging with the giant pincer of its left forelimb. Kill. The Silver Wind Spirit Ant bellowed, bringing its pincer down with ferocity. This strike, akin to a colossal hammer, unleashed an unparalleled force, even greater than before. Boom. As the blow descended, the surrounding space warped, showing signs of rupture. The might of this strike surpassed even the Heavenly King realm. The thousand-legged Demon King spun his twin blades, transforming them into a whirling vortex of blade light that descended with tremendous force. Bang! The sound of earth-shattering explosions reverberated as these two strikes impacted the area above the 5th spirit orb. A tempest of wild energy surged forth, dispersing clouds over 10 kilometers wide. Crack! The barrier above the spirit orb creaked ominously, then split apart. Not good. The Desolation Lord's face turned pale with shock. With a thunderous roar, the barrier shattered, the terrifying force of the strike obliterating the defense and creating a gaping hole. The Crumbling Heaven Hammer soared through the air, striking mercilessly at the Desolation Lord. The Desolation Lord swung his blade, unleashing a 100-meter blade light, yet this strike was directly extinguished by the hammer, the devastating blow landing squarely upon him. The Desolation Lord screamed in agony, blood exploding from his body as he was violently hurled away, crashing towards the mountains. With a thunderous impact, he penetrated a massive mountain. With a resounding thud, the nearby maid, Ting Xiao, was also struck by the force of the blow. However, as a member of the Threefold Kings, she was severely injured by the shockwave. Her body plummeted into the earth, creating a deep crater, breaking most of her bones. And leaving cracks in her skull, she was gravely wounded. Meanwhile, the Wild Marquis, having crashed into the mountains, immediately fled into the void, employing a divine wind talisman that propelled him at lightning speed, though he too bore significant injuries. Upon the high mountains, Xiang Chun wielded a black longbow, knocking a spiritual arrow in place. Drawing the dragonbone bow to its full moon arc, empowered by spatial forces, he released the arrow with a swift whoosh. The arrow's light nearly transcended space itself, reaching an extraordinary velocity. In an instant, it traversed several kilometers, striking the Wild Marquis in the back with tremendous force. A cry of anguish escaped the Wild Marquis's lips. In his severely wounded state, with less than 30% of his true essence to shield him, The arrow blasted a gaping hole in his back. Spitting blood, he was sent hurtling in a parabolic arc towards a nearby mountain, colliding with a thunderous crash at its summit. In a flash, Xiang Chun soared forward, though he had altered his appearance, assuming a completely different identity. This was a verdant mountain, a once thriving pine forest now ravaged, with a massive pit marring its slope. The Wild Marquis, a figure of authority over countless souls in the Wild Province, now lay in that pit, drenched in his own blood, his robe tattered and in utter disarray. Once a formidable great king, he now resembled a defeated creature, writhing in agony, his true essence spilling forth, blood continuously gushing from his mouth. 3 figures descended, one of whom widened his eyes in disbelief. "It can't be you." The Wild Marquis gazed incredulously at the man before him, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. "Seniors, I have matters to discuss with him," Xiang Chun proclaimed, glancing at the 2 demon kings, who, sensing the gravity of the situation, discreetly withdrew. "Let us check on the one who survived," the 1,000-limbed demon king said, departing with the silver-sealed Ant King. Xiang Chun. The Wild Marquis's body convulsed, unable to fathom the identity of the man standing before him. With a swift motion, Xiang Chun plunged his blade into the Marquis's right chest, pinning him to the ground, the blade's energy obliterating his meridians. It must be noted that the Wild Marquis was indeed formidable. His meridians were incredibly resilient, and Xiang Chun had to exert his full strength to shatter them. "Surprised to see me?" Xiang Chun sneered, leaning down to gaze upon the Wild Marquis. "The Wild Palace truly has colluded with the demon clan." The Wild Marquis glared back, but as he spoke, a torrent of blood erupted from his mouth. "No, the Wild Palace has not conspired with the demons. You should know best what the truth is. As the commander, you ordered the destruction of the Wild Palace, murdering not only my teacher and the headmaster, but also slaughtering my 10,000 classmates." Xiang Chun pressed his foot against the Marquis's chest, exerting pressure, causing the latter to cry out in agony as blood gushed from his mouth and nose. "As for me, I suppose I could be considered an ally of the demon clan, but I was a demon myself. Wild Marquis, you are the first to perish among those responsible for the annihilation of the Wild Palace. However, you shall not be the last. Next, the King of Shadows, the Azure King, and even that treacherous Emperor Ji Weiyang will pay with their lives for the teachers and classmates of the Wild Palace who unjustly perished." Xiang Chun roared in fury, his claw ferociously piercing the skull of the Huang Ho. With a sickening splatter, a mixture of crimson and white erupted as the head was impaled. The Dragon K demon blade began to devour his life force. Meanwhile, Yu Mei surged forth, plunging into the Huang Ho's spiritual sea. "Ack!" The Huang Ho's anguished cries echoed as his soul was consumed. For Yu Mei, it was an astonishing boon. Kuan Ling also sought to partake, dismantling the Huang Ho's corpse to absorb its essence. At this moment, the foolish fish spirit materialized in Xiang Chun's palm, absorbing the true essence and magical power within the Huang Ho to condense into a source of magic. Even if this energy was ultimately refined to only 1/3, it would still be incredibly formidable, representing 1/3 of a great heavenly king's total power. After the meticulous retrieval of the Huang Ho's remains, his body lay in a pristine state, save for a tattered robe and a storage ring. Xiang Chun collected the storage ring and ventured to another nearby location. He altered his appearance, assuming a new visage, his aura now subdued. The guise he adopted was none other than the King of Ghosts, Ji Yuming. Before him lay a freshly excavated pit, within which a bloodied woman lay. Ting Xiao, the Huang Ho's personal attendant. She had been grievously injured by the residual force of the silver-sealed Ant King's strike and had succumbed to unconsciousness. With a delicate touch of his fingertip, a surge of restorative true essence flowed into her body, invigorating her spirit. Ting Xiao regained a semblance of awareness, her eyelids fluttering open slightly to catch a blurred glimpse of 3 figures in the air. One of these figures caused her heart to skip a beat. "Heh. My Lord King of Ghosts, with the Huang Ho's demise, the Qing Wang has lost yet another minion," the silver-sealed Ant King mockingly remarked to Xiang Chun, who disguised himself as the King of Ghosts. The King of Ghosts smiled coldly. With Chun Yu and Huang Ho gone, the Qing Wang's only remaining minister is Yan Ho. "Ji Beixian, I am eager to see how you will contend with me." Ji Yuming, the 1,000-legged demon king, interjected. "Your Highness, let us not forget your promise. Afterward, the territory of Huangzhou shall be allocated to our demon clan. Fear not, my esteemed demon kings. I shall not forget my commitments." Did I not already share half of the spoils from the last raid on the Tianwang Merchant Association with you? The King of Ghosts concluded, turning to vanish into the void. The two demon kings lingered in the air, gazing down upon the land, their focus honing in on Ting Xiao. Quickly, she shut her eyes, suppressing all her aura and feigning death. The thousand-legged demon king observed her from above. This woman seems not entirely deceased. I shall deliver her a final blow. The silver-sealed Ant King restrained him with a cold smile. No need. She is already gravely wounded. Remaining here would only lead to her being devoured by wild beasts. Why concern ourselves? It would be far more amusing to let her become fodder for them. Haha, indeed. The human race despises our demon clan. So let this woman become the waste of the beasts. Let us depart. With that, the two flew away, leaving behind a landscape littered with shattered corpses and trees ravaged by the fierce battle. After a considerable duration, Ting Xiao cautiously opened her eyes a mere slit, discovering the surrounding silence, which allowed her to exhale a sigh of relief before daring to move her numbed body. Summoning all her strength, she managed to rise, her steps unsteady and faltering. With a sudden gasp, she expelled a mouthful of blood, mingled with fragments of her internal organs. Leaning heavily on her spiritual sword, she staggered towards the place where the barbarian lord had met his end. Gazing at the tattered robes strewn across the mountainside, soaked in blood, she collapsed to her knees, weeping uncontrollably. My lord, Yuang, I shall avenge you, Yuang. Ting Xiao clutched the barbarian lord's shredded robe, wailing to the heavens, her voice thick with vengeance. At that moment, a ferocious roar echoed through the forest. A robust, menacing tiger, measuring 7 to 8 meters in length, burst forth from the thicket, growling at Ting Xiao, its eyes glinting with malice. Begone, begone. Ting Xiao brandished her spiritual sword, confronting the beast. With a deafening roar, the tiger lunged forward, its sharp claws extending like daggers. Just then, an arrow whistled through the air. The arrow pierced the tiger's skull, eliciting a horrific cry as it collapsed, lifeless. The archer was a strikingly beautiful huntress, adorned in simple leather attire, wielding a curved blade and a sturdy bow, her exotic features captivating. Dear sister, what ails you? The huntress rushed to assist the fallen Ting Xiao. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital, at the residence of Yuang, events had unfolded over an hour prior, when Yuang was summoned by Chun Feng under the pretense of delivering urgent news. Half a day later, within the depths of Yuang's estate, a diminutive figure, reminiscent of a child, traversed the soil thousands of meters beneath the capital. Though submerged in earth, this figure moved with fluidity, silently melding into the surroundings. This figure was none other than Crumbling. As Crumbling advanced underground, he soon encroached upon the subterranean confines of Yuang's residence. Ascending through the soil, he encountered an impenetrable barrier approximately 1,000 meters from the surface, where the earth was as hard as steel, enshrouded by a peculiar force. It was the diamond reinforcement array. No wonder Crumbling found it impossible to ascend further. Just as despair clouded Crumbling's brow, a radiant light emanated from the ring on his finger. Suddenly, Xiang Qin's figure materialized within the soil, causing the surrounding earth to constrict around him, resulting in Xiang Ergo emerging with a mouthful of mud. Ugh, Crumbling, come here. Do you not know to dig a tunnel in advance before summoning me? Look at the mess you've made, Xiang Qin exclaimed, delivering a punch to Crumbling's head. Crumbling whimpered, rubbing his head in grievance. You never mentioned it either. At this juncture, Crumbling's prowess had significantly increased. Having absorbed the essence of the barbarian lord's remains, he had ascended to the 7th level of the celestial realm. Meanwhile, Yumei's progress was remarkable as well, currently in secluded cultivation within Xiang Qin's divine abode, striving to reach the Ghost King realm, a level comparable to the human kings. The Dragon K Demon Blade had evolved into a 7th-grade spiritual weapon, its blade aura rivaling that of a king. This exemplifies the rapid advancements of demons and monsters. The stronger the prey consumed, the swifter their cultivation. Only Xiang Ergu, consumed by his quest for vengeance and scheming, remained at the 2nd level of the Lingxiao realm, evidently lagging behind the others in the corpse-collecting brigade. The Kuan character's heavenly escape technique. Xiang Qin formed seals with his hands, and his true essence coalesced into a circle of runes that radiated outward, enveloping himself. The surrounding earth silently melted away, and he seemed to become one with the soil. The Kuan character's heavenly escape technique, the most formidable evasion skill within the Desolate Palace, belonged to the earth escape techniques among the 5 elemental evasion arts. The diamond solidification array, without the power of space, was indeed insurmountable. When Xiang Chun touched the upper soil region, it was as hard as diamond. Many powerful individuals would arrange such formations in their residences to prevent anyone from digging tunnels. The ethereal light of the foolish fish spirit flickered around Xiang Chun, and he instantly vanished soundlessly into the earth, the space rippling as if the surface of water disturbed. The next day, within the human emperor's palace, early in the morning, the ministers had already been summoned to gather in the palace. Bang! The human emperor slammed his palm down on the dragon table, unleashing a wave of terrifying energy. Your Majesty, the officials below were all terrified, collapsing to their knees. The Qing Wang and Yu Wang both bowed low, astonished at what had transpired to make their fathers so enraged. The human emperor's expression was rarely somber, his gaze fixed coldly on one among them. Yanzhou Wang. Ji Yanqing, stepped forward. The human emperor's icy stare bore down on this individual. A middle-aged man clad in a crimson dragon robe trembled as he approached and knelt, fearfully declaring, I am Ji Yanqing, the Yanzhou king, and your humble servant. Do you understand why I have summoned you? Chapter 968. Dog, you are too mean. I understand, the Yanzhou king replied, his face paling appropriately. The human emperor looked down upon him, his cold gaze then sweeping over the others as he coldly inquired. Do you know why I urgently called this morning assembly? A few ministers exchanged glances, evidently perplexed. Others had received word but remained silent, each as still as a cicada in winter. Meanwhile, the Qing Wang's eyes gleamed with a mocking smile directed at the Yu Wang, the corners of his mouth curling upward. Ji Yuming, this time you are doomed. The human emperor took his seat, coldly stating, just yesterday, in Yanzhou, the arid marquis was slain. A foreign king of our great Xia, murdered by the demon race, an utter disgrace, a profound humiliation. In our human realm, a marquis, a lord of an entire province, has been killed, and you, sitting in your positions, what have you done for the stability of the empire? The human emperor's fury shook the entire court. What? The arid marquis died yesterday? When did this happen? The audacity of the demon race is astonishing. The arid marquis is dead. With these words, the officials, unaware of the news, were all taken aback, their faces frozen in shock. The arid marquis is dead. Even the Yu Wang was startled. He too was uninformed, having been summoned by Chan Feng yesterday to conspire on matters concerning the Qing Wang for quite some time. In your dominion, such events have transpired, and as the sovereign of this state, you cannot evade responsibility. I decree that you must apprehend the perpetrator responsible for the death of Marquis Huang within a month. Otherwise, prepare to face my repercussions. The emperor fixed his cold gaze upon Ji Yanqing and declared with authority, Yes, your majesty, I shall exert every effort to pursue the murderer. Ji Yanqing responded, kneeling in compliance. Jinan. The emperor called forth another individual. Your majesty, a general clad in armor stepped forward and knelt. The emperor, resting his hand upon the dragon throne, continued in an icy tone, Are you aware of the gravity of your transgressions? Jinan, bowing his head to the ground, murmured, I am aware, your majesty. Jinan, the commander of the imperial city guard, was reputed to have reached a formidable level of cultivation. The emperor scoffed. How dare you claim to be aware? The fiends of the sea demon uprising still lurk within the imperial city, and you, the guardian of our realm, allowed them to plunder the Tianwang Trading Company right beneath our feet. Are you merely a figurehead in your position as commander? I grant you 1 month to uncover the whereabouts of that band of demons. Should you fail, resign voluntarily. Yes, I shall obey. Commander Jinan bowed deeply, refraining from uttering another word. The emperor surveyed the assembled officials with a piercing gaze and remarked coldly, Currently, the ambitions of the Sea clan are rampant, while we harbor such disruptive elements within our ranks. If your 6 departments and 10 offices lack the capability to assist me in governing this realm, then let the inept step aside for those more capable. You squabble for fame and fortune, engaging in mutual exclusion and factionalism. Each of you strives to outdo one another. Yet when it comes to matters of state, you are all but a collection of incompetents. We bear responsibility. In that moment, all the officials prostrated themselves, clearly sensing the emperor's genuine wrath. Dismissed. With a disdainful snort, the emperor rose, sweeping his sleeve as he turned away. Dismissed. The sharp voice of eunuch Zheng echoed, extending the command as he followed the emperor's lead. Long live the emperor. The officials knelt in fervent reverence, only rising once the emperor had departed. engaging in hushed discussions as they left in small groups. The Qing King and the Yu King exchanged glances, both scoffing as they departed with their respective entourages. Upon exiting the Emperor's palace, the Qing King found the Red Zhao Princess and Xiang Chun, Tengyu, awaiting him at the gates. "My lord, what is the situation? Why did the Emperor convene the court so early? Is there an urgent matter at hand?" The Qing King's countenance darkened as he replied, "It is not good news. Red Zhao, are you aware that Mo Huan has died?" "What? Mo Huan, the Marquis Huang is dead?" The Red Zhao Princess exclaimed in shock. Xiangchen also expressed his astonishment. Just a few days ago, the Marquis was in good health. As they walked, the Qing King elaborated, "Just yesterday, the Marquis fell victim to an ambush by the Demon clan in Yenzhou. With Mo Huan's demise, we have lost a crucial Marquis. However, since Uncle Yanqing was affected, he has always been supportive of the Yu King. If he faces repercussions, it may not be entirely unfavorable. It is inconceivable that the Demon clan could act with such audacity," Xiangchen remarked, his face marred with anger. He then added, "However, my lord, the movements of the Marquis should have been clandestine. How could the Demon clan have known to arrange an ambush? This raises significant suspicions." In truth, during the banquet at the Lu residence, he had treated the Marquis of Huang, leaving behind a trace of medicinal energy that permeated the Marquis's body. Based on that essence, Xiangchun could ascertain the other's whereabouts and arrange for personnel accordingly. The Qing Wang nodded, acknowledging, "Indeed, it is highly likely that he has long been targeted by someone. Or perhaps there is a traitor among us." Coupled with the Tianwang Merchant Association incident and Ouyang Jinfeng's reckless words, "I am increasingly convinced that this matter is related to the Yuan." As Xiangchun followed closely behind, he remarked, "Your Highness's suspicions grow ever more plausible. However, we currently lack evidence." "Yes, it is precisely this evidence that eludes us," the Qing Wang sighed. The entourage boarded their carriage, which swiftly made its way toward the Qing Wang's residence. Shortly thereafter, as they arrived at the entrance of the Qing Wang's estate, two figures sprang from the side of the street, blocking the path of the carriage. "Whoa!" The coachman quickly reined in the 7 dragon horses, narrowly avoiding a collision. "Are you seeking death, daring to obstruct the carriage of His Highness the Qing Wang?" The driver bellowed, revealing 2 women, one exceptionally beautiful, clad in a hunter's leather attire, appearing no older than 20, and the other shrouded in black, her figure unmistakably feminine. "What is going on?" came the voice of the Red Zhao Wangfei from within the carriage. Xiangchun, who was tending to the Qing Wang's meridians, also wore a puzzled expression. Replying to the Wangfei, "2 women are blocking the road," the coachman answered. "Your Highness, I beseech you to intercede on behalf of my lord." The woman in black suddenly knelt before them, her voice tinged with weakness. Recognizing the familiar tone, the Qing Wang immediately lifted the carriage curtain for a better view. The woman in black removed her hat, revealing a pallid face. "It is you, the personal maid of Marquis Mo, Ting Xiao." The Qing Wang instantly recognized her. With tears glistening in her eyes, Ting Xiao implored, "Your Highness, I beg you to assist my lord." The Qing Wang responded promptly, "Whatever you have to say, let us discuss it in my residence. I cannot believe you are still alive." Ting Xiao nodded and turned to the woman beside her, saying, "Duoya, thank you for escorting me back. This is a small token of my sister's gratitude." She produced a storage ring and placed it in the hands of the hunter woman. The hunter woman hastily gestured, "Sister, there is no need for such gestures. You have sustained grave injuries and require funds for your recovery. Please accept it. Without your protection along the way, I might not have survived. Now that I am in the presence of the Wang, he will ensure my safety," Ting Xiao insisted. The hunter woman, unable to refuse further, accepted the gift. Her gaze subtly flickered towards Xiangchun in the carriage, and she nodded, "Very well, sister. I shall take my leave here. Until our paths cross again. Until we meet again." The 2 women bid farewell, and the hunter woman bowed to the Qing Wang before departing. Chapter 969, It is time to cast the net. "Come aboard." The Qing Wang called after witnessing the hunter woman's departure. Ting Xiao, having been summoned, stepped into the carriage, which was remarkably spacious and luxurious, akin to a small hall, furnished with tables and chairs. Inside, the Qing Wang sat comfortably, while Xiangchen's hand rested on the Qing Wang's meridians, ever ready to assist in his recovery. "Who was that person just now?" the Qing Wang inquired. "A benefactor I encountered by chance. The servant kneels in respect before your Highness," Ting Xiao replied, once again bowing deeply. The Qing King nodded. "Rise, for your survival is a great blessing. I have many inquiries to make. Ting Xiu stood, but stumbled slightly, nearly losing consciousness. Xiang Chun, quick to react, hastened to support her, his expression shifting slightly. Your Highness, she has sustained severe injuries and requires immediate treatment. Then I must trouble you, sir, she replied. It is my duty, Xiang Chun responded without hesitation, channeling his vital energy into her to heal her wounds. Thank you, sir. Ting Xiu felt a wave of relief wash over her as Xiang Chun's power coursed through her body. Do not speak. Your organs are displaced, your spleen is ruptured, and you have fractured 52 bones. Were it not for your formidable cultivation, you would have perished. Xiang Chun continued to administer healing. As the carriage entered the royal manor, the group proceeded into the Qing King's parlor. The Qing King occupied the main seat, the Queen Consort sat beside him, while Xiang Chun took a position on the left, with Ting Xiu seated alongside him as he continued her treatment. The Qing King inquired, Ting Xiu, what exactly transpired? Her eyes reddened. She rose and knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face. I beseech your Highness to seek justice for my lord. He has been slain by the demon race. The Qing King's expression grew serious. I am already aware of this matter, but what precisely occurred? Speak the truth. Ting Xiu recounted the events of the previous day. As we traversed the territory of Yanzhou, we were suddenly ambushed by the demon race, led by the 1,000-legged demon king and the silver-sealed ant king. The Qing King was taken aback. It was indeed these two. Ting Xiu continued. During the battle, my lord was overpowered, and all of his attendants were slain. I was grievously injured and managed to escape into the forest. In my weakened state, I uncovered a shocking conspiracy. What conspiracy? The Qing King pressed. This group of demons is colluding with the Ghost King. I witnessed the Ghost King conspiring with the two demon kings, plotting to weaken your power by eliminating my lord. Moreover, the incident with the Tianwan commerce was also orchestrated by the Ghost King. He murdered my lord. I implore you to seek justice for him. Ting Xiu repeatedly bowed her head, her voice filled with sorrow and rage. What? The Ghost King orchestrated this. It truly is the Ghost King. The Qing King and Queen Consort were astonished. The Qing King demanded, Ting Xiu, are you certain you saw the Ghost King? Ting Xiu affirmed resolutely, without a doubt. It was indeed the Ghost King. Furthermore, the Tianwan commerce incident was his doing. The looted goods are likely still within his estate. After a moment of surprise, the Qing King burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, heaven has aided me. This time, we have a witness. Ghost King, you are utterly doomed, colluding with demons. Even if my father wishes to protect you, he will be unable to do so. The Queen Consort exclaimed with delight, My lord, this is a golden opportunity presented to us. Coupled with the testimonies from the Ouyang family, the Ghost King is surely doomed. The Qing King, brimming with excitement, declared, if the Tianwan commerce was indeed orchestrated by him, the stolen goods must still be in his possession. If we can uncover this evidence, it will seal his fate. Ji Yuming, you have caused me immense loss in the matter of Chen Yu, and this time, I vow to bring about your utter ruin. He suddenly turned to Ting Xiu. Rest assured, I will avenge the Marquis of Huan. Focus on your recovery. Tomorrow, you will attend court and provide your testimony. Yes. Thank you, my lord. I express my gratitude on behalf of the Marquis, Ting Xiu replied, performing another deep bow. Your Highness, there is someone outside wishing to see you. A guard reported from the hall. Who is it? Prince Qing inquired with a furrowed brow. The subordinate does not know. The visitor obscured his face and stated that he could assist the prince in achieving great endeavors. He warned that not meeting him would lead to regret. So I dared not delay and hurried to report, the guard replied. Upon hearing this, Prince Qing's brows knitted further. Such audacity. How intriguing. I must see who it is. Summon him. He seated himself, instructing the guard to call the visitor. Moments later, a man cloaked entirely in black entered the hall. Who are you, sir? Why do you speak so arrogantly? Prince Qing scrutinized the figure, finding him vaguely familiar. In a hoarse voice, the man replied, Is it convenient for you to speak here, Your Highness? Prince Qing glanced around. Present were only his trusted maidservants, Xiang Chun, Ting Xiu, and Princess Hongzhao. They are all my confidants. If you have something to say, please do so, he stated. The man, still in his raspy tone, insisted, No. This matter is of great importance and can only be known to Your Highness alone. Oh, you are not an assassin seeking to harm me, are you? Prince Qing scoffed. His wariness palpable. The man remained silent, and then, With a series of audible cracks, he dislocated all the joints in his arms, rendering himself nearly defenseless. "Now, Your Highness can rest assured," he said, his voice still cold and hoarse. Prince Qing cast a glance at Hong Zhao and Xiang Chun. Understanding his cue, they rose and exited the hall, closing the door behind them. The materials of this building provided both soundproofing and spiritual concealment, ensuring absolute security in their discourse. Prince Qing's fingers drummed against the armrest of his throne. "May the gentleman reveal his true face now." The man removed his hood, unveiling his identity. "It is you. What brings you here?" Prince Qing exclaimed, astonished, for he had never anticipated this visitor. "Your Highness," the man said, bowing respectfully. "How amusing that you have come to my abode," Prince Qing remarked, surveying him with a cold smirk. "I have come for the sake of the Daxia's realm," the man declared. "Interesting. Do enlighten me," Prince Qing replied, intrigued. "I possess information that will undoubtedly assist Your Highness," the man began to speak slowly. Initially skeptical, Prince Qing's doubt transformed into astonishment and ultimately into raucous laughter. Over an hour later, the man in black took his leave. Outside the palace, on the garden's pond walkway, Xiang Chun stood tossing fish feed into the water. Colorful spirit carp leaped from the surface, snatching the feed and releasing beautiful bubbles into the air. As the man in black passed by, their gazes briefly met. Neither uttered a word, and they brushed past each other. Xiang Chun emptied his handful of feed into the water, where a swarm of fish vied for the morsels. He clapped his hands and turned to depart. It is time to reel in this net. The day after the court assembly, news of the death of Marquis Huang spread like wildfire, sending shockwaves throughout the dynasty. Suddenly, a proclamation echoed across the capital: seal the city, lock down the entire capital, and conduct thorough investigations of all cultivators to hunt for hidden demon kin. However, the Qing king, accompanied by a cadre of loyal courtiers, initiated significant actions. Chapter 970. Confrontation in the Imperial Court. The emperor was determined to thoroughly investigate the hidden presence of the demon race throughout the capital. Every individual outside the nobility was to undergo blood extraction for identity verification. In a fit of rage, the emperor declared a lockdown of the entire capital, which boasted a population exceeding 1 billion. 1 million city guards coordinated with the officials to execute this decree. As news of this spread, all demons concealed among the human populace were thrown into disarray. The Wanhua fortress might also face repercussions and could no longer remain hidden. This series of maneuvers was all foreseen by a certain individual. The first to be targeted were the top-tier forces. These influential factions, substantial in wealth and power, were also the most likely havens for corruption, and this included the Wanhua fortress. Within the court, the Qing king, flanked by numerous ministers, sought the emperor's permission to convene another assembly. Given the significant attendance of ministers, the emperor once again commanded the gathering of the court for this meeting. As the emperor sat upon his throne, surveying all his subjects, the customary acclamation of "Long live the emperor" resounded. The ministers performed their respectful bows, and the proceedings of the court commenced in an orderly fashion. "North Xian, what pressing matter compels you to request this assembly?" The emperor directed his gaze towards the Qing king. The Yu king furrowed his brow at the Qing king, feeling an unsettling anxiety rise within him. The Qing king stepped forward and performed a deep bow, saying, "Father, regarding the demon race, I have intercepted crucial intelligence. I have uncovered the hidden protector of the demons lurking within our human society." Upon hearing this declaration, nearly every gaze in the court turned in astonishment towards the Qing king. The Qing king maintained a calm demeanor, slightly bowing his head in respect toward the emperor. The emperor, adorned with the 9-pearl imperial crown, displayed little emotion on his countenance. "Speak." The Qing king then pointed towards the Yu king, asserting, "Father, the reason the demon race has been able to wreak havoc within our society, evading capture, is due to the Yu king, Ji Yu Ming, who has colluded with the demons to suppress dissent and disrupt court affairs. The Yu king bears the crime of factionalism and is indeed the hidden protector of the demon race." This statement caused an uproar in the court, leaving everyone astonished. The Yu king colluded with the demons. "Ji Beixian, you speak nonsense." The Yu king was momentarily taken aback, then erupted in furious exclamations, forgetting to address the Qing king as his elder brother. "Your Highness the Qing king, you must be accountable for your words, as a 7-pearl prince. How can you make such baseless accusations?" "Indeed, Your Highness the Qing king, How can you so slander the Yu King? The Yu King governs Yuzhou, quelling the demons there. How could he possibly be suspected of collusion? The supporters of the Yu King immediately began to refute the claims. The emperor's gaze flickered as he glanced at the Yu King, who quickly bowed and said, "Father, I am wronged. My brother has unjustly accused me to suppress my position. I implore you to intervene on my behalf." The emperor's expression remained composed as he turned to the Qing King and inquired, "Beixian, do you comprehend the weight of your words?" With a firm chest, the Qing King replied, "I understand, father. Were it not for solid evidence, I would not dare speak thus. Upon learning the truth, my heart aches. My brother has resorted to such collusion with the demons to undermine me, which is truly beyond the pale. Ji Beixian, your words are nothing but nonsense. I conduct myself with integrity and have never conspired with the demon clan. Produce your evidence. Or else, father, I shall accuse my elder brother Wang of slander." Prince Yu gritted his teeth, his face a mask of grievance. "Indeed, your majesty. It is utterly inconceivable that Prince Yu could commit such an act. The words of Prince Qing are simply laughable." The ministers who support Prince Yu also defended him vigorously. "Beixian, please continue." The emperor's expression was as calm as a tranquil lake, devoid of any ripples. "Ji Beixian, if you cannot furnish evidence, I shall challenge you to a duel to the death today." Prince Yu declared fiercely, believing Prince Qing was merely casting baseless aspersions. Prince Qing sneered, "Brother, you will not shed tears until you see the coffin. If you demand evidence, I shall provide it. Father, I wish to summon a few individuals to the court to confront Prince Yu." The emperor nodded. "Granted." Prince Yu scoffed. "I am eager to see what tricks you have up your sleeve." He was not afraid of what he had not done. However, the most dreadful thing in this world is that even actions never committed can be pinned upon you. Do not fret. Soon you shall find nothing to smile about. Prince Qing regarded the sneering Prince Yu, confidence radiating from him. "Someone, summon Madame Ouyang to the court. Announce, Madame Ouyang enters the court." Outside the grand hall, a sorrowful beauty clad in white was escorted by a young girl as she slowly entered. Madame Ouyang. Many recognized this woman, renowned in the royal capital as the wife of the esteemed Ouyang Jinfeng. Upon entering, Madame Ouyang swept her white gown and knelt. Bowing her head, "I am Li Hualan, paying my respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor." Beside her, Ouyang Lanlan also knelt in reverence. The emperor said, "Madame Ouyang, there is no need for formalities. Your attire of mourning suggests a grave misfortune has befallen the Ouyang family." "Thank you, your majesty. Indeed, my husband, Ouyang Jinfeng, suddenly perished yesterday after destroying his own meridians." As Madame Ouyang spoke, tears streamed down her face once more. "What? Count Ouyang has died? This is far too sudden." The court was once again taken aback. Ouyang Jinfeng, though his title was not particularly high, merely a count, placing him among the middle nobility, held a position among the wealthiest in the royal capital, surpassing even marquises and dukes in fortune, thanks to the Ouyang family's business acumen. The emperor expressed surprise, his tone laced with concern. "Madame Ouyang, may you find solace in your grief. However, this issue may not warrant discussion in the court." Madame Ouyang wiped her tears. "Yes, if it were only this matter, it would merely be a misfortune for the Ouyang family, unworthy of courtly discourse. Yet, before my husband's untimely death, he left behind a final note regarding the safety of the dynasty." As she spoke, she retrieved a blood-stained scroll from her sleeve. Without needing further instruction, Eunuch Zheng hastened to present the scroll to the emperor. Upon opening it, the emperor's expression turned grave as he read the blood-red characters. "Prince Yu has harmed me, colluding with demons." His gaze turned icy, fixed upon Madame Ouyang. These words were penned by Count Ouyang? Indeed, they are the words my husband left behind. "I implore your majesty to uphold justice for the Ouyang family." Madame Ouyang knelt, tears streaming down her face. The emperor of humanity chuckled coldly, with merely these few words. "Do you truly believe you possess sufficient strength and credibility to have me deal with a prince?" His gaze then shifted to the Azure King. "Beixian, is this your only trick?" He scoffed. "Indeed, a mere corpse scribbles a few words before its demise and expects to implicate me? Brother Wang, are you jesting?" The Azure King responded with a sneer. Ouyang Jinfeng was in league with the Azure King, and his demise brought a sense of relief to the emperor, which he deemed a piece of good news. The Azure King maintained an indifferent smile. It is likely that the head of the Ouyang family discovered something, which prompted him to utter such words before his death. After all, the Ouyang family is a victim of the chaos wrought by the demon race. Presently, this evidence is far from adequate. Chapter 971. The intricacies of the grand scheme. I wonder what other tricks you have up your sleeve, the Emperor of Humanity derided, dismissing the blood letter brought forth by Madame Ouyang as insufficient to instill fear in him. In fact, with Ouyang Jinfeng's death, he had inadvertently severed a formidable ally of the Azure King. He was more than pleased. The Azure King stated, "This matter is far from over. In this world, there are no walls that do not leak wind. Your numerous schemes, Emperor, undoubtedly have their flaws. Father, I have a second witness. Declare." The Emperor responded coldly, intrigued to learn what other measures his eldest son had at his disposal. The struggle for the throne, after all, is not determined merely by the order of birth, but by one's abilities and strategies. If one cannot even outmaneuver their rivals, how can they hope to govern the realm? In his own rise to power, he had not hesitated to step over the corpses of his competing brothers. Thus, the imperial family is often devoid of compassion. The Azure King commanded, "Declare. Miss Tingxiu may enter the court." "Declare. Miss Tingxiu may enter the court," echoed Eunuch Zheng in unison. Outside the hall, a woman clad in azure garments, possessing exquisite beauty, entered. She knelt with a thud, drawing countless gazes upon her. Isn't she the personal maid of the Wild Marquis? Indeed, she is the maid of the Wild Marquis. How is it that she is still alive? Several ministers recognized the woman. Tingxiu clasped her hands before her forehead and bowed. "I, the maid of the Wild Marquis. Mo Tingxiu, pay my respects to your majesty. Long live the Emperor." The Emperor, unfamiliar with her, nonetheless grasped her identity and was slightly taken aback. The Emperor of Humanity regarded the woman, sensing an inexplicable foreboding. Hadn't all those associated with the Wild Marquis perished? How was this woman still alive? The Emperor's voice resonated with authority. "You are the personal maid of the Wild Marquis." "Indeed, I am Mo Tingxiu," she replied respectfully while still kneeling. "Rise. Now, recount the events surrounding the demise of the Wild Marquis, and tell me, why do you live?" "Thank you, your majesty." Mo Tingxiu then stood, her eyes blazing with hatred as she cast a glance at the Emperor of Humanity. The Emperor felt an odd sense of bewilderment under her fierce gaze. Mo Tingxiu began, "The other day, as my lord's caravan was returning to Huangzhou, traversing the territory of Yenzhou, we were suddenly ambushed. And the assailants were none other than the infamous silver-sealed Ant King and the thousand-legged Demon King. Once again, these two demonic fiends." The Emperor's expression darkened slightly. The Sea Demon uprising, the Tianwang robbery, and now the incident involving the Wild Marquis. All three significant events bore their mark. The Emperor's icy gaze shifted towards Ji Nan, the commanding officer of the guards. Mo Tingxiu's eyes were filled with sorrow as she declared, "The Marquis was no match for the combined might of the two Demon Kings and suffered grievous injuries. I too was severely wounded and cast into the mountains. Yet, fortune smiled upon me as I narrowly escaped. What I witnessed firsthand was the treachery of the Prince of Darkness, who conspired with the Demon Kings to murder the Marquis." With indignation, Mo Tingxiu pointed an accusing finger at the Prince of Darkness, disregarding the disparity in their statuses. "What? The Prince of Darkness colluded with the two Demon Kings to slay the Marquis?" she exclaimed. "Such nonsense. You vile wench spout nothing but fabrications." The assembly of ministers was shaken, and the Prince of Darkness's face darkened with fury as he rebuked her angrily. Glaring at the woman who dared to point a finger at him, the Prince of Darkness bellowed, "You, a mere servant, presume to utter such lies. I have never allied with the Demon Clan, nor have I harmed the Marquis. Do you comprehend the gravity of your slander?" With icy resolve, Mo Tingxiu replied, "I beheld you conversing with the Demon King, plotting the demise of my Marquis to weaken the power of the Prince of Qing. Furthermore, I learned that the Tianwang Merchant Association was also seized under your direction, with the plundered goods still within your palace, shared with the Demon Clan. Preposterous." The Prince of Darkness thundered, bewildered by the sudden accusations hurled at him. The Emperor's voice turned frosty. "Mo Tingxiu, do you realize the implications of your words? To slander a prince is a grave offense." Kneeling down, Mo Tingxiu proclaimed firmly, "Your Majesty, all I speak is the truth, witnessed by my own eyes, devoid of any falsehood. I beseech you to seek justice for the late Marquis." Tears welled in her eyes, lending credence to her sincerity. "Unjustly accused, father. This woman must have been bribed by Prince Chong to defame me. At the time of the incident, I was enjoying tea with Marquis Qinjin." The Prince of Darkness lamented, his eyes tinged with a deep crimson as he glared at the Prince of Qing. You, Prince of Qing, have resorted to such underhanded tactics to bring forth this woman's accusations against me. With a cold smirk, the Prince of Qing retorted. If you claim to have been with Marquis Chun, let us summon him for confrontation. The Prince of Darkness scoffed. Of course. He will vindicate me. Ji Beixian. Your baseless accusations are futile. Summon Qin Feng at once. The Emperor commanded, his voice filled with authority. The situation left him in a state of uncertainty. Was it the Prince of Qing who sought to frame the Prince of Darkness, or was there truth to the allegations? Outside the hall, a formidable member of the Lingxiao guards hastened to summon Qin Feng. Meanwhile, the ministers continued to debate, with the factions of the Prince of Qing and the Prince of Darkness exchanging sharp retorts. Not long after, Qin Feng arrived, ushered into the court. An instant hush fell over the assembly as they turned their attention to him. Prince of Darkness, you are forbidden from communicating privately or uttering another word. The Emperor warned coldly, wary of any collusion between him and Qin Feng. The events surrounding the Chunyu incident were well known, and it was understood that Qin Feng was aligned with the Prince of Darkness. Qin Feng pays his respects to your majesty. Long live the Emperor, he exclaimed, kneeling in reverence, a hint of genuine perplexity on his face, as if unaware of the reason for his sudden summons. Qin Qing, rise, the Emperor commanded, his expression impassive. Given that your cultivation has not yet reached the level of a heavenly king, matters concerning the Jin Marquis' army must be postponed. You understand this, do you not? I understand, Qin Feng nodded, for he had once been a grandmaster and, after a long period of confinement, was only just recovering from his injuries, thus not yet reaching the realm of a heavenly king. To assume command of the legion belonging to his nobility, one must possess the cultivation of the heavenly king realm to shoulder such responsibilities. I inquire, what were you engaged in at noon the day before yesterday? The Emperor did not directly ask if he was with Prince Yu. Qin Feng replied, at noon yesterday, I was in seclusion training. Upon hearing this, Prince Yu, who had initially appeared composed, immediately changed his expression, gazing at Qin Feng in disbelief. The ministers, too, exhibited peculiar expressions. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, observing their reactions, and displayed an appropriately perplexed demeanor. Your Majesty, is there something amiss? The Emperor suddenly demanded. Qin Feng, speak the truth. Are you certain you were in seclusion? Qin Feng affirmed. Indeed, I have not left the training room since entering. My guards can attest to this. Your Majesty, is something wrong? The Emperor's gaze turned icy as he looked towards Prince Yu. In that instant, Prince Yu's heart sank. This was a trap, a scheme. He suddenly realized that he might be ensnared in a meticulously crafted grand design. Chapter 972, The Call of the Pot. The ministers were in an uproar, clearly. Qin Feng's words did not align with Prince Yu's, and the alibi of Prince Yu was also rendered inconsistent. Prince Yu, what more can you say? The Blue King pointed at Prince Yu and yelled. Enraged, Prince Yu gritted his teeth and retorted, Qin Feng, why do you not speak the truth? You were clearly with me at that time. Why do you betray me? Qin Feng feigned confusion, looking at Prince Yu and asking, Your Highness, what do you mean? With you? What is happening? Observing Qin Feng's apparent ignorance, Prince Yu was infuriated to the point of spitting blood. Your acting is quite commendable. You clearly summoned me to discuss how to deal with the Blue King. Why do you utter such deceitful words? Prince Yu angrily interrogated. Enough, Prince Yu. Do you really need to bring your petty matters into the open? In your attempts to undermine me, you have colluded with the demon race, raided the Tianwang Chamber of Commerce, and caused the demise of Count Ouyang. To confront me, you even allowed the demons to slay Marquis Huan. So this is what it has come to, Prince Yu? The Blue King sneered, seizing the opportunity as Prince Yu, in his fury, inadvertently revealed their secret discussions against him. I did not. The robbery of the Tianwang Chamber of Commerce is unrelated to me, and the murder of Marquis Huang is even less so. Prince Yu was nearly driven to madness, angrily declaring. He then turned his ire towards Qin Feng, exclaiming, Qin Feng, you despicable wretch. I see it now. You feigned allegiance to me while actually aligning with the Blue King. You have betrayed me. Qin Feng's expression darkened, his anger palpable. Your Highness, what nonsense are you spouting? I, Qin Feng, am solely loyal to His Majesty and have never sided with another. The Blue King scoffed. You claim Qin Feng has allied with me. Ask anyone present if they believe that. The other ministers shared incredulity. Previously, Qin Feng had firmly accused the Blue King and Qin Yu of plotting against him. How could he possibly be allied with the Blue King? They assumed Prince Yu was merely grasping at straws, now resorting to wild accusations. Your Highness, what is truly happening? Could it be that you have indeed colluded with the demon race? The ministers who followed Prince Yu were also flustered, each one discreetly inquiring. I did not. How could I collude with the demon race? Prince Yu vehemently denied their insinuations. The cold king, Qing Wang, spoke with an icy demeanor. Before the evidence, Yu Wang. What more can you say? Yu Wang, filled with rage, retorted, evidence? What evidence? Just because of Count Ouyang's will. Who does not know he is your accomplice? Moreover, this woman, a mere servant, how can her words be taken as truth? I could just as easily claim you were involved. As for him, Chen Feng, Qing Wang, your cunning knows no bounds. I never anticipated you would secretly conspire with him against me. At the time of the incident, I was with him, yet he lies, unwilling to vouch for my innocence. You are the one who has slandered me. Yu Wang, in a fit of madness, roared within the court. Enough. The emperor's voice thundered with authority. Yu Wang fell to his knees, bowing his head in despair, and lamented, Father, I am wronged. Though I compete with my brother for power, I would never stoop to colluding with the demon race to disrupt the realm. The emperor observed his son's anguished countenance, feeling a flicker of doubt. Father, with so much evidence and witnesses present, how can there be any falsehood? For the sake of our rivalry, Yu Wang has indeed conspired with the demons. This has crossed the line. I beseech you, Father, to impose strict punishment. Qing Wang also bowed in request for the emperor's justice. I implore your majesty to grant my husband fairness. Lady Ouyang knelt. I asked the sovereign to give my lord justice. Imo Tingxiu also knelt. Chen Feng, on his knees, stated, Your Majesty, while I am unaware of the specifics, at that time, I was indeed in the estate practicing. The members of the Jin Ho mansion can attest that I did not leave. With Ergo's ability to traverse space, he could have taken someone from the training room and returned them. And who would be the wiser? Yu Wang glared at these individuals, his lips turning pale with fury. The emperor's gaze, sharp as two swords, swept over the gathered assembly. At that moment, even the ministers supporting Yu Wang dared not utter a word. If Yu Wang truly colluded with the demon race, his claim to the throne would be lost, and he might face punishment. Bei Xian, do you possess any further evidence? Speak now, the emperor commanded after a moment of silence. Qing Wang straightened his back, still kneeling. I understand this may not fully establish Yu Wang's collusion with the demons, but I urge Father to promptly investigate the Yu Wang mansion. The missing goods from the Tianwang commerce may very well be concealed within. If they are found, it would serve as irrefutable proof, leaving Yu Wang with no defense. Yu Wang scoffed. You have miscalculated. I have not allied with the demons. They are mere actors you have enlisted to frame me. My royal residence possesses no stolen goods, and I am willing to undergo investigation. The emperor wasted no time and ordered, Jiuan of the Imperial Guards, heed my command. I am here. A robust man clad in dragon-scaled armor stepped forward and knelt. Jiuan, swiftly gather your men and conduct a thorough search of the Yu Wang mansion. At your command. Jiuan rose and immediately exited the court, soaring into the air. Few possess the privilege to fly within the imperial palace. He is one of them. Outside the palace, over 10 miles away, there lay a garden. In the garden, a handsome young man in white crouched on the ground, pinching a sugar bean and placing it down, which attracted two groups of ants that fiercely battled over the sweet treat, biting and killing each other in the fray. Yu Wang, how does it feel to be wronged? The handsome youth toyed with the sugar bean, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Who are you? Why are you crouched here? What are you doing? At that moment, a crisp voice rang out. Xiang Chun turned to see a charming little girl, around 6 or 7 years old, clad in a pastel-colored dress. She was plump and exquisitely delicate, with 2 small braids resembling sheep's horns adorned with red ribbons. A jade pendant hung at her chest, emanating a gentle glow that nourished her being. Her bright, expressive eyes sparkled like clear water, bringing joy to those who beheld her. What do you think I am doing? Xiang Chun replied with a smile. So adorable, yet not as delightful as Tuan Tuan. The little girl placed her hand on her lower lip, pondering for a moment before suddenly exclaiming, I know. You are hiding here to poop, right? You shouldn't relieve yourself in public. Xiang Ergo's smile abruptly froze. Poop. Goodness. Am I truly such a person lacking in public decency? I am merely observing ants fighting over a candy bean. He pointed to the ground where ants were engaged in a fierce battle over a piece of candy. The little girl scampered over, crouching beside him to watch. Wow, there are so many ants. Are they fighting? Why do they fight? Aren't they family? Xiang Chun, seated nearby, smiled warmly. They are not from the same colony. They belong to different factions, battling for their own interests over that very candy bean. Yet, even among family, if the stakes are high enough, kin can easily turn into foes. Chapter 973. Misguided children. Oh dear, all being the same kind of ant, why must they fight? Look, so many ants have died. Can't they just share the candy bean? The little girl pouted, feeling sorrow for the fallen ants. Her heart, as is often the case with children, was pure and kind, though some are born with a cruel nature. Xiang Qin sighed. Sharing. Yes, if only more understood that sharing leads to more friends. Such a simple truth. Yet, life tends to be selfish, and the world of adults is even more so. Those who share with you often harbor greater ambitions, while true selfless sharing is a rarity. Adults teach children to share, and while children grasp this concept, adults often stray further down the selfish path. The little girl tilted her head, her large eyes blinking curiously. Big brother, you seem unfamiliar. I haven't seen you before. What is your name? Xiang Qin smiled and gently ruffled her hair. I am Tang Yu. And what is your name, little sister? I am Ji Ling. My sister calls me Little Clever Ghost. Hee Tang Yu? That sounds delicious. I have some candy. Would you like some? She pulled out a piece of preserved candy wrapped in paper from her pocket, her chubby, fair hand extending it towards Xiang Chun. Taken aback for a moment, he then smiled and said, Thank you, Linger. How could I refuse a child's kindness? He accepted the candy, unwrapped it, and placed it in his mouth. It was sweet, and he hadn't tasted anything like it in years. Delicious. Thank you, Linger. Hee. It's tasty, isn't it? I shall have one too. But my mother says I can't have too much. It will ruin my teeth. She only allows me 2 pieces a day. The little girl took out a piece of candied fruit, peeled it, and placed it in her mouth, the sweetness causing her large eyes to narrow into crescent moons. Her rosy cheeks revealing adorable dimples, truly charming. At that moment, a plump and beautiful rabbit, weighing over 10 pounds, scurried by, nibbling on a fallen fruit. A thought crossed Xiang Chen's mind, and he asked, Linger, would you like to have some roasted meat? Where's the roasted meat? Ji Linger tilted her head to look at him. Well that. Xiang Chun pointed at the rabbit. Ji Linger exclaimed, Are we eating the rabbit? How can we eat such a cute little rabbit? But the rabbit is really delicious. It's a jade rabbit, known for its exquisite meat. Upon seeing a renowned ingredient from a culinary guide, Xiang Chun could no longer resist. Moments later, the aroma of roasting wafted through the forest, with the rabbit meat sizzling on the grill, turning golden and glistening with fat. Soy sauce, cumin, chili flakes, and a familiar blend of seasonings created an enticing fragrance that made one's mouth water. Xiang Chun sliced off a piece, skewered it on a bamboo stick, and offered it to Ji Linger. Brother Tang Yu, you are so wicked for eating the rabbit. Ji Linger wiped her tears, mourning the rabbit's tragic fate. Everything has its own destiny. For the rabbit to meet me and become roasted is also its fate. As Xiang Chun rotated the rabbit, applying seasonings and oil, Ji Linger pouted, Brother Tang Yu, you are not a good person. You are the big bad wolf in the story. However, when the roasted rabbit meat was presented before her, the little girl immediately drooled, forming glistening strands. Faced with food and appetite, she forgot her sympathy and sorrow, sitting with ergo and letting tears trickle from the corners of her mouth as she devoured 3 large skewers. Linger, is it delicious? The rabbit is truly delicious. Do you want more? Brother Tang Yu, I want more rabbit. It's so good. Didn't you say the rabbit is pitiful? The rabbit is indeed pitiful, but it is so delicious. Xiang Chun noted that the little girl had an astonishing appetite. Of the 18-pound rabbit, after removing the innards, skin, and bones, there remained 10 pounds. Xiang Chun consumed 5 pounds, and the little girl also ate 5 pounds, yet still seemed unsatisfied. Consequently, the girl who lamented the rabbit's fate transformed into, Brother Tang Yu, where's another rabbit? Quickly catch it, and let us add more chili powder this time. The duo began their hunt for rabbits together, from lamenting the rabbit's fate to celebrating its delectable taste. This transformation was merely contingent on one's experience of its flavor. Many previously held beliefs can become trivial in the face of various desires. The 2 food enthusiasts were barbecuing in the palace while outside, the Yuang mansion was being raided by 1,000 formidable guards, turning everything upside down in search of contraband. But let us return to the matter of barbecuing. In the forest, for plump rabbits were skinned, their innards cleaned, and subsequently placed on the grill, roasting with a mouth-watering aroma. The 2 foodies each devoured 2 more rabbits. I'm so full, I can't eat anymore. Afterwards, the little girl patted her round belly, leaning against Xiang Chun, her once clean face now smeared with grease, resembling a flower painted with oil. Indeed, Linger displayed the potential to be a qualified foodie. Xiang Chun leaned against the tree, using a bamboo stick to pick his teeth, setting a rather poor example for the children. Brother Tangyu, will you come here every day to roast rabbits for me? The little girl said with satisfaction, patting her small belly as she leaned against Xiang Chen's side. Even the most delectable foods can become tiresome if consumed in excess. I noticed those cranes over there. Let us roast one of them tomorrow. Xiang Chen chuckled, pointing at the cranes frolicking in the distant lake. Indeed, those cranes are so beautiful. They must taste exquisite. Ji Linger exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Alas, it seemed that the kind-hearted girl had already been led astray by Ergo. Linger, where have you gone? At that moment, a voice rang out from the woods. Sister, it's sister. Sister, I'm over here. Upon hearing this, Ji Linger immediately leaped up and dashed towards the approaching figures. 3 women arrived, all donning elegant attire. Among them stood one with a height of nearly 6 feet, adorned in a flowing, pale green peacock gown that swept the ground. Her hair was elegantly arranged, embellished with a purple butterfly hairpiece, her face resembling a blooming peach blossom, adorned with a subtle touch of makeup that highlighted her fair, luminous skin. Her enchanting eyes, accentuated with eyeliner, radiated warmth, and her lips were painted a delicate pink. With a poised demeanor, her arms, resembling white lotus stems, were gracefully draped in a pink ribbon, while 2 attendants, dressed as palace maids, held her gowns trained to prevent it from touching the ground. Sister. Ji Linger joyfully leapt into the embrace of Princess Linglong, smearing her dirt-stained face against the princess's gown. Oh dear, you little rascal, what have you eaten? Your face is all greasy. Princess Linglong gazed at the stains on her gown, both amused and exasperated. Ergo, witnessing this scene, felt an overwhelming urge to shout. Let go of the princess. Allow me to indulge as well. Princess Linglong took out a handkerchief to wipe Ji Linger's face. And the little girl pointed at Xiang Chan, saying, Brother Tang, you treated me to roasted rabbit. It smells so good. Sister, would you like some? If you do, I can catch more rabbits with Brother Tangyu. The rabbit thought, Little princess, I am grateful to your ancestors for 8 generations. It was only then that Princess Linglong turned her gaze towards Xiang Chun, observing a handsome young man clad in white, whose brows were slightly furrowed. Though she had never seen him before, he evoked a sense of familiarity within her. Xiang Chun brushed off the soot from his clothes, clasped his hands together, and performed a respectful bow. Tang Yu pays his respects to Princess Linglong. May the princess enjoy peace and prosperity. Sir, no need for formalities. You appear unfamiliar. Princess Linglong inquired with curiosity. Xiang Chen smiled and replied, I am Tang Yu, the apothecary in the service of His Highness the Qing Prince. It is my first meeting with Princess Linglong. Princess Linglong then asked, How did you know it was me on your first encounter? Xiang Chen remarked, Your Highness, you are prominently ranked among the wealthiest women, or rather, I misspoke, among the top 3 on the falling goose list. Your beauty is renowned throughout the realm. So it is no surprise that I recognize you. Princess Linglong assessed him with a light chuckle. I have heard that my elder brother's ailment was cured by a physician even more formidable than the esteemed Li. But what of you, sir? Xiang Chen humbly replied. I cannot claim to be a divine healer. This was, in essence, his tacit admission. Princess Linglong gazed at the remnants of fur scattered on the ground and said, Are you aware that these rabbits were raised by the consorts of the imperial harem? Do you not fear retribution for roasting them? Pointing to Ji Linger, he smiled. I did not partake alone. Princess Linger shares in the indulgence. Princess Linglong laughed lightly. Then, sir, would you mind inviting another to join? My sister has quite discerning tastes. She refuses to eat meat prepared by ordinary means. I am curious how you have managed to entice her with these delightful rabbits. Xiang Chan was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled. This seemingly noble and elegant princess revealed herself to be quite the foodie. Haha, I shall catch more rabbits, he declared. Understanding her jest, he bowed respectfully before turning to seek more rabbits, feeling a pang of sympathy for the little creatures. A short while later, the roasting rack bore 3 additional rabbits. Princess Linglong sat upon a blanket laid by her attendants, watching as Xiang Chen rolled up his sleeves, expertly preparing the meat. Sister, the rabbits roasted by Brother Tang Yu are incredibly fragrant. I have never tasted such delightful rabbit before, Ji Linger exclaimed, drooling and yearning for more. Look at you. Your little belly is already round as a ball, yet you still crave more. If you continue this way, you shall find it difficult to secure a good match. Princess Linglong chided playfully, tapping Ji Linger's forehead with her delicate finger. She inhaled the aroma wafting through the air. Indeed, it was enticing. She wondered what spices Xiang Chun had employed to achieve such a fragrant result, as even her attendants were discreetly swallowing their saliva. With a swift motion of his knife, Xiang Chun disassembled the 3 rabbits into countless morsels. Soon after, he launched bamboo skewers, threading them into dozens of delectable kebabs. Here we go. The exquisite iced jade rabbit skewers, he announced, presenting the skewers. Wow, how fragrant. I wish to eat more, but I simply cannot fit another bite, Ji Linger lamented, patting her little belly. You needn't eat any more, Mayor, Tower, do not merely watch. Come and sit to enjoy together. Princess Linglong beckoned her loyal attendants. Thank you, Your Highness. The 2 attendants exclaimed joyfully, having long been salivating over the enticing aroma of the barbecue. Xiang Chun seated himself, placing the skewers on the low table. Thank you, sir. I shall begin, Princess Linglong declared, lifting a skewer to her lips. As she took a bite, the perfect fusion of chili, meat, cumin, and various spices exploded on her palate, causing her taste buds to dance with delight. Remarkably, the rabbit meat was crispy on the outside yet tender within. The temperature shifted from scorching to refreshingly cool, and the texture transitioned from crisp to succulent, an exquisite combination of the meat's inherent qualities and Xiang Chen's culinary prowess. Delicious. Sir, your skill is commendable, Princess Linglong praised. Roasting meat with the finesse of refining elixirs. How could it not be delightful? This is the finest roast I have ever tasted. She continued, while her 2 attendants, disregarding decorum, devoured their portions with hearty bites. Xiang Chen chuckled. This ice jade rabbit is indeed a premier delicacy. Coupled with my 3 flavors, true fire, and my exclusive seasonings and herbs, the taste is unparalleled and healthful, devoid of any carcinogenic risks commonly associated with ordinary barbecues. Despite being full, Ji Linger couldn't resist indulging further. It's so delicious. Even if I become a little chubby girl, I must eat. What is so great about getting married? Isn't my sister getting married? But ever since the announcement, her smile has diminished significantly. Ji Linger mumbled as she continued to eat. Princess Linglong, savoring the skewers, suddenly wore a downcast expression, falling silent as she quietly munched on her food. Xiang Chun noticed her demeanor, but chose not to address the matter. He understood that Princess Linglong was being used as a pawn in a marriage alliance, destined to wed into the Sea clan by year's end. He recalled that he had been captured alongside her. I have some exquisite spirit wine here for you to try, Princess, Xiang Chun said, pouring her a cup of the fragrant falling dust spirit wine. Good wine. I shall have a taste, Princess Linglong replied, momentarily shedding her noble demeanor as she joined Xiang Chun in feasting. While they enjoyed their barbecue and wine in leisurely bliss, turmoil brewed over 10 miles away in the imperial palace. The Qing king awaited news with calm composure, while the Yu King's countenance darkened, filled with resentment towards Chun Feng and the Qing king. At that moment, his greatest ire was directed at them. Chun Feng evoked within him feelings of humiliation and betrayal, akin to being toyed with and manipulated. The emperor sat regally upon the dragon throne, feigning slumber. The court was eerily silent. Yet countless spiritual senses exchanged information like invisible threads of electricity. Report. At that moment, a military leader entered, a long-absent Ji Yuan. In an instant, the emperor opened his eyes, and all eyes in the court turned towards Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan, I am innocent, am I not? The Yu King interjected. Ji Yuan cast him a peculiar glance and reported, Your Majesty, we discovered a cache of goods in the basement of the Yu King's residence, marked with the emblem of the Tianwan Commerce Guild. The members of the Ouyang family have confirmed that these are indeed the goods that were robbed from the guild. Boom. This news struck the already suspected Yu King like a bolt from the blue. This evidence was damning. What? Is there truly stolen property? Your Highness, have you truly colluded with the demon clan? With both the evidence and witnesses at hand, the inconsistencies in testimonies, and the discovery of stolen goods, this appeared to be irrefutable proof. It seemed the allegations against the Yu King were solidified. No one anticipated that the Yu King would conspire with the demon clan to undermine the Qing King. At that moment, the court erupted in discussion, with the Qing King's faction immediately launching their attacks. No, this cannot be true. The Yu King was taken aback, Then, filled with fury, he lunged forward, seizing Ji Yuan by the throat, roaring, "Ji Yuan, you are speaking nonsense. How could my palace possibly harbor stolen goods? You are all in league together. You and the Qing King are colluding to frame me. Your Highness, please maintain your composure." Commander Ji Yuan firmly grasped his wrist and stated, "The contraband was excavated from the underground of your estate. It has now been brought outside the main hall for your inspection, and your palace attendants witnessed the extraction firsthand. How could I possibly fabricate such evidence? Impossible. Impossible." The face of Prince Yu turned pale as he released his grip, staggering backward. His blood-red eyes glared at the sneering Prince Qing, and in a fit of rage, he shouted, "Ji Beixian, you frame me. You conspire against me. And I shall kill you." Boom. An eruption of dark, crimson, demonic energy surged from within Prince Yu, and he lunged at Prince Qing with a clawed strike. "Your Highness, do not." His followers cried out urgently. "Presumptuous." Suddenly, the Emperor's voice thundered like a storm. Roar. A dazzling golden dragon shadow erupted from the Emperor's being, violently charging toward Prince Yu. The claw that had aimed to strike Prince Qing was intercepted by the dragon shadow, causing Prince Yu to spit out a mouthful of blood and be sent flying. Prince Yu, a formidable peak-level Tianwang, was struck down in a single blow. The Emperor had not moved and his actions remained inscrutable, showcasing his unfathomable prowess. The Daxia Emperor coldly commanded, "Ji Yuan, what are you dawdling for? Arrest him at once." Upon receiving the order, Ji Yuan swiftly moved, appearing behind Prince Yu and placing a hand firmly on his shoulder. Boom. An overwhelming force beyond that of a Tianwang surged forth, binding and restraining Prince Yu. "You audacious fool! How dare you attempt to slay your brother in the court? Do you still acknowledge my existence? You have profoundly disappointed me." The Emperor slammed his palm on the dragon table, enveloping the entire court in a terrifying pressure. At that moment, silence fell over everyone present. The weight of the Emperor's authority felt like a mountain pressing down upon them. The wrath of the sovereign could claim countless lives. "Your Majesty, temper your wrath." All the officials, both civil and military, immediately knelt, and those who had spoken against Prince Yu fell silent. "Father, I am wronged. I am unjustly accused." Prince Yu knelt, his forehead deeply bowing to the ground. "Though I contended with my elder brother for fame and fortune, I would never breach my principles or conspire with the demon race." With irrefutable evidence against him, Prince Qing also knelt. The Emperor's gaze was icy as he regarded the two, speaking coldly, "I have turned a blind eye to your rivalry and factionalism. Yet there exists an unassailable line that must not be crossed, the demon race. Do not forget how our human realm was established. It was seized from the jaws of the demon race. Collaborating with demons is akin to seeking skin from a tiger. No one shall cross this line." Inside the Grand Hall, the oppressive aura of the Daxia Emperor weighed heavily upon all, leaving them breathless and speechless. With irrefutable evidence of Prince Yu's collusion with demons, "Ji Yuan, take him back to the Prince Yu's estate and seal it off completely. No one from the Prince Yu's household is to step foot outside," the Emperor decreed. And with this command, Prince Yu's claim to the throne was irrevocably lost. "Your Majesty, I am wronged. I have not colluded with the demonic clan, Father." The sorrowful wails of King Yu echoed as he was dragged away by Ji Yuan. "It is over. We have been defeated." "Oh, Your Highness, how could you have involved yourself with the demonic beings?" At this moment, the ministers who supported King Yu appeared ashen-faced, mourning internally. In the future, Ji Beixian and the Qing King will surely seize power, and they will inevitably be suppressed. The downfall of King Yu affects the fates of countless individuals under his command. "King Yu, Ji Yuming, this time you are utterly powerless to turn the tide. Ha ha ha." The Qing King, witnessing King Yu being taken away, felt an overwhelming joy within him. Today's events must be kept secret within the palace. No one is permitted to disclose anything outside. Anyone who defies this order shall be executed. The Emperor of the Great Xia spoke coldly, casting a particularly scrutinizing glance at the Qing King. "We shall obey your decree." The crowd responded, understanding that this was a matter of disgrace for the court and the royal family. They dared not speak of it. "The court is dismissed." The Emperor rose, turned, and departed. "The court is dismissed," Chief Eunuch Zheng declared loudly, immediately following the Emperor of the Great Xia. "Long live our Emperor." All ministers knelt, respectfully seeing off the Emperor. After the Emperor's departure, Ji Beixian and the Qing King's entourage quickly gathered around him, surrounding the Qing King. Congratulations, Your Highness. Rejoice, Your Highness. Ha ha. With King Yu's defeat, the position of Crown Prince is now assured. Congratulations, Your Highness. Who would have thought that King Yu would seek his own demise by colluding with the demonic clan? Your wisdom is truly remarkable. You were able to uncover this. The Qing King's followers congratulated him, showering him with flattery, and the Qing King beamed with pride. Meanwhile, the ministers who supported King Yu fled in dismay. Over 10 miles away, within a garden, the skewers had been devoured, leaving only a ground strewn with bamboo sticks, while a maid tidied up. Your culinary skills are truly extraordinary. Thank you for your gracious hospitality, esteemed sir. Princess Linglong delicately wiped her mouth with a handkerchief, her movements graceful. Ha. As long as Your Highness does not expose me, I shall be content. Xiang Chun rose with a smile, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Am I not already entangled by you, esteemed sir? Princess Linglong playfully winked. Oh dear, I have overindulged. Ji Linger exclaimed, patting her round belly with satisfaction. Xiang Chun chuckled, saying, one must not overeat while growing. I understand, but Brother Tang Yu's roasted rabbit is truly delicious. Heh, you little glutton. Princess Linglong affectionately ruffled her hair. Your Highness. Princess Linger, I must take my leave now. The court is dismissed, and I must accompany His Highness the Qing King. Xiang Chun heard the dismissal and clasped his fists in farewell. Very well, esteemed sir, travel safely. Princess Linglong slightly curtsied. Brother Tang Yu, until we meet again. Remember your promise. Ji Linger suddenly leaped into Xiang Chun's arms, giving him a hug. Very well, I shall remember. Xiang Chun smiled, gently tousling her soft hair. He clasped his fists and turned to depart. Esteemed sir. Chapter 976, The Crisis of Wanhua Fortress. Esteemed sir, shall we meet again? Princess Linglong suddenly asked. Xiang Chun paused, smiling. I have promised Princess Linger that I shall make her a dish of white cranes spreading wings. We shall certainly meet again. Indeed, sister. Brother Tang Yu said he would cook crane for me in a few days. Ji Linger pointed excitedly at the celestial cranes in the distant lake. Princess Linglong laughed. Then I shall sample your culinary skills at that time, if it pleases you. Ha. Naturally, I take my leave. Xiang Chun departed, foreseeing that the ethereal creatures nurtured within the palace might soon face dire consequences. In this era, lacking culinary prowess makes wooing quite the challenge. The Qing King emerged from the imperial palace, buoyed by the adulation of his courtiers, basking in the warmth of success as he descended the steps. Simultaneously, Xiang Chun approached from below. Your Highness, how fares the situation? Xiang Chun feigned ignorance, aware that the palace was shrouded in a barrier, rendering him unaware of the specifics. Though he could surmise the outcome. After all, it was he who orchestrated the events. How could he not predict the results? The Qing King laughed heartily, his spirits soaring. Sir, we have achieved a resounding victory. The Yong King has been utterly vanquished, severing his ties to the throne. However, my father has yet to determine the course of action. Xiang Chun clasped his hands in congratulations. I extend my heartfelt congratulations, Your Highness. The future holds great promise. Yet, he furrowed his brow, adding, might there be unforeseen complications since His Majesty has not yet delivered a verdict? The Qing King shook his head with a disdainful smile. Impossible. Since the turmoil of the sea demons, I have not seen my father so incensed. The Yong King possesses no chance for resurgence. Even if he escapes with his life, he shall emerge severely diminished. Xiang Chun nodded. If Your Highness is so confident, then there is no cause for concern. Ah, what a relief. After years of rivalry, this is the first time I have felt such elation. Let us return home and celebrate this momentous occasion. The Qing King clapped Xiang Chun on the shoulder and, accompanied by a throng, made his way back to the Qing King's residence to prepare a grand feast in celebration. Xiang Chun observed his jubilant retreat, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Yong King, Qing King, just as you conspired to frame me in the desolate palace, so shall I repay you in kind. With a cold chuckle in his heart, Xiang Chun maintained a warm smile as he hastened to follow. Upon the news of the desolate marquis being slain by the demon clan reaching the capital, it sent ripples of shock throughout the realm. The forces within the capital stirred with fervor. Meanwhile, an underground faction known as the Yanhuang Hall was clandestinely unifying the subterranean realms of the 4 surrounding cities, steadily amassing formidable strength. In the same year, the southern wastelands also underwent significant upheaval. The Dechu Kingdom, with its military pointed in all directions, witnessed the submission of the Jurchen Kingdom, and with the assistance of the Yanhuang Hall, Dechu conquered the remaining 8 nations of the southern wastelands. In this year, all 13 nations of the southern wastelands were wholly absorbed by Dechu. The territory of Dechu expanded dramatically from an initial span of 1,600 kilometers to encompass the vast expanse of the southern wastelands, multiplying its national strength tenfold. The young king's residence was sealed off after being implicated in collusion with the demon clan, and he was interrogated regarding the whereabouts of the demons. The young king protested his innocence, claiming ignorance while refusing to disclose any information about the demons. Nevertheless, the imperial dynasty's diligent efforts to weave a net of investigation and the demon hunting brigade's relentless pursuit of evidence eventually led to a breakthrough. A demon disguised as a human was apprehended and, under interrogation, revealed the location of a certain place, Wanhua Fortress. Commander Ji Yuan's eyes widened in shock. It is indeed Wanhua Fortress. Summon my subordinates. At your command. The esteemed generals bowed in acknowledgement. Immediately inform Commander Ji Nan of the guard troops, and seal off Wanhua Fortress at once. Capture all inhabitants therein. Yes, the soldiers hurriedly departed to execute their orders. Half an hour later, a large contingent of troops gathered and advanced towards the direction of Wanhua Fortress. As night fell around the hour of the dog at Wanhua Fortress, 2 figures sat across from each other in a pavilion overlooking a small lake. The vast expanse of Wanhua Fortress spanned over 100 square kilometers, adorned with picturesque lakes and mountains. The moon hung high in the sky, illuminating the many flower boats gliding on the water, where patrons indulged in wine and merriment, embracing beautiful companions. In the center of this 2-kilometer-wide lake, within the Lotus Pavilion, Xiang Chun and the enchanting Yunu sat together, leaning against a pillar of the pavilion. Xiang Chun had his eyes half closed, holding a wine jug in his hand. Beside him, clad in white and resembling a celestial being, Yunu gently caressed her jade zither, producing ethereal melodies that resonated with the profound truths of the universe. The enchanting music stirred the soul, drawing one closer to the essence of heaven and earth, allowing easy entry into a tranquil state of mind. A vibrant array of colorful birds flitted about the pavilion. Xiang Chun hummed softly along with the zither's tune, occasionally taking a sip from his wine jug, embodying a carefree and joyous spirit. Gazing at the luminous moon above, he could not help but recite, "When will the bright moon appear? I raise my cup to ask the azure heavens. I do not know the celestial palaces above. What year is it tonight? I wish to ride the wind back, yet fear the coldness of the jade towers high above. As I dance and play with the moonlight, how does it compare to the earthly realm?" Turning towards the vermilion pavilion and lowering the ornate windows, it illuminates the sleepless. There should be no hatred. Why does the moon always appear round during partings? Men have their joys and sorrows, reunions and separations, just as the moon waxes and wanes. A truth that has been difficult to achieve since ancient times. I only hope that we may endure, sharing the beauty of the moon across 1,000 miles. As the music faded and the words concluded, the young man gazed at the same moon from his past life, letting out a sigh. The sun and moon share the same sky, yet the landscapes are different. He wondered if he would ever have the chance to return to his homeland. I only hope that we may endure, sharing the beauty of the moon across 1,000 miles. Such beautiful verses, Brother Chen, did you compose them? Yunu inquired, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Not I, Xiang Chun replied with a smile, but rather a place I once visited, penned by an old man named Su who loved to boast. Yunu remarked, I wonder what kind of person this Mr. Su is, to have penned such exquisite lines. Just now, Brother Xiang, your expressions seem to reveal a longing for home. Are you missing Tang Valley? Perhaps, Xiang Chen admitted, feeling a tinge of nostalgia for the little demoness of Tang Valley. He had awakened her bloodline of the Golden Crow, completely transforming it. She must be faring well now. Sir, madam, trouble is at hand. At that moment, a distressed messenger from Wanhua Fortress rushed in. Outside Wanhua Fortress. Quickly, seal off the entire fortress. Not a single fly should be allowed to escape. Commander Ji Nin bellowed, directing the troops below. With a thunderous clamor, over 200,000 soldiers converged from various directions to encircle Wanhua Fortress, blocking every street leading to it. Many women on the streets of Wanhua Fortress, who were soliciting customers, screamed in fright as the rushing soldiers forced them back into the fortress. What is happening? What has occurred? So many city guards. Passers-by on the streets stepped back, gazing in astonishment at the armored warriors wielding weapons. With a resounding rumble, cannons were wheeled into the streets. These formidable artillery pieces, adorned with intricate runes along their barrels, harnessed the energy of spirit stones, with a single shot capable of contending with masters. 100 cannons firing in unison would compel even the heavenly kings to retreat, while a barrage of 1,000 would cause the divine to bow their heads. It was in such ferocious gunfire that the arid palace met its demise. In chapter 977, the armies pointing to the 10,000 flowers within the sanctum of cultivation. A colossal purple butterfly radiated a potent aura, drawing in the ethereal energies of the heavens and earth. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks reverberated on the stone door. "My lady, this is grave. The city guard has encircled our 10,000 flower fortress." The purple butterfly shimmered brilliantly, transforming into a beautiful woman, the lady of the butterfly shadow. With a thunderous crash, the stone door burst open, revealing a disciple of the 10,000 flower fortress kneeling outside, panic-stricken. "My lady, dire news. The city guard has surrounded us." "What?" The lady of the butterfly shadow's countenance changed, and she commanded, "Quickly, summon all disciples and the 2 great demon kings." "My lady, we have already dispatched someone to inform them, but it appears we may have been compromised," the disciple replied, his face ashen. The lady of the butterfly shadow's expression darkened as she exclaimed, "If we have been exposed, then so be it. We shall not cower." In her hand, a luminous aura flickered, and a circular magical disc adorned with runes materialized. She opened a cut on her palm, allowing blood to flow, and pressed her hand upon the disc. With a resonating hum, the disc emitted a radiant glow, enveloping the surroundings. Boom! Suddenly, the 18 floral structures encircling the 10,000 flower fortress trembled violently. Beams of purple light surged skyward, converging above to create a semicircular luminous barrier that enveloped the fortress. Boom! The entire expanse of the 10,000 flower fortress was shrouded in the protective formation, resembling a magnificent flower. Immediately seized the human inhabitants within the fortress as hostages. The lady of the butterfly shadow commanded as she activated the formation. "Understood." The disciple hurriedly departed to relay the orders. "What is happening?" "Such a powerful surge of energy. This is a formation." The guests within the 10,000 flower fortress gazed in astonishment at the night sky, suddenly cloaked by the purple barrier. In a pavilion, Xiangchen looked up but remained unfazed. He had anticipated the butterfly effect of his elaborate schemes and had prepared accordingly. "Brother Chun, I fear we have been exposed. Mother has activated the 100-flower great formation," Yunu remarked, her eyes reflecting concern as she gazed at the patterned barrier above. Xiangchen replied with calm resolve, "What is meant to happen will ultimately come to pass. One cannot remain hidden indefinitely on human territory. There are no walls that do not let the wind through. Let us face what we must." He drained the last sip of wine from his jug, discarding it to the ground, and summoned forth a gleaming aura. With a hum, a black and crimson demon blade, the dragon Quake, materialized upon his back. Vibrating with a desire for battle, thirsting for blood, Yunu, her eyes filled with determination, retrieved a black jade zither, adorned with swirling runes that emanated powerful spiritual energy. This zither served as her treasured artifact. Embracing her instrument, Yunu followed closely behind Xiangchen. "Yunu, within this storage pouch lies a jade talisman. Wear one upon your person, ensuring it remains unscathed. The rest should be distributed among the members of Wanhua Fortress." Xiangchen tossed a storage pouch to Yunu. She received it, puzzled, and inquired, "What is this, Brother Chun?" Xiangchen replied, "It is a life-saving item. Simply distribute it as instructed." "Very well." Yunu did not press further, for she had developed an implicit trust in Xiangchen. Within a chamber of Wanhua Fortress, a couple was still engaged in intimate affairs. Suddenly, the door was violently kicked open. "Who goes there?" The man, bare of clothing, turned and shouted in anger. "It is young Master Li from the Ministry of Revenue. Seize him." Several men clad in Wanhua Fortress attire rushed in without hesitation. As the man prepared to resist, his beautiful companion transformed into a massive black serpent, as thick as a barrel. Young Master Li was instantly paralyzed with fear. What had he just been entangled with? How thrilling! The serpent swiftly coiled around him, and his screams echoed as he found himself ensnared. Such occurrences were rampant throughout the fortress. Thousands of disciples from Wanhua Fortress, each wielding spiritual artifacts, suddenly turned on their unsuspecting guests. Some were still reveling in merriment. only to be subdued and captured by the rushing disciples. Others found their bedfellows transformed into fearsome beasts, rendering them impotent with terror. Wanhua Fortress welcomed no fewer than 10,000 patrons daily, many being noble disciples and several affluent scions. Outside the array of Wanhua Fortress, Commander Jinan, donned in crimson spiritual armor and a flowing red cape, stood atop a war chariot drawn by 6 dragon steeds, his gaze surveying the fortress cloaked in its protective formation. At this moment, Wanhua Fortress was on high alert. Report, Commander. All exits around Wanhua Fortress have been sealed. No one has escaped, a general announced as he soared in, clasping his fists in respect. Jinan nodded and bellowed. Listen well, aberrations of Wanhua Fortress. You have revealed your true selves. Surrender at once. Oh dear, it is Lord Jinan. A large group approached along the main thoroughfare of Wanhua Fortress, led by a stunning woman clad in purple. What brings you here today, Lord Jinan? Accompanied by so many brothers to oversee our business? Lady Dying greeted with a smile. The two parties stood several thousand meters apart, separated by protective formations. Jinan sneered. This transaction could lead to your utter ruin, Wanhua Fortress. Should I address you as the Purple Butterfly Demon King or Lady Dying? Lady Dying smiled serenely. My lord jests. I do not comprehend such titles as Purple Butterfly Demon King. If you have come to patronize our business, I shall personally attend to you. Your exquisite flesh and blood must be quite delectable. Jinan retorted coldly. So you concede, Wanhua Fortress has indeed been exposed. Demons. After lurking in the imperial capital for so many years, why do you not promptly deactivate the formation and surrender? Otherwise, under the onslaught of cannon fire, all will be reduced to ashes. Madame Butterfly Shadow chuckled, and an array of enchanting patterns emerged on her face, as a terrifying aura, surpassing even that of the heavenly kings, erupted forth. A group of inept individuals had lurked for over 2 centuries, only now to be discovered. Madame Butterfly Shadow mocked. Do you dare to activate the divine mechanism cannon? Bring them all to me. At that moment, a large throng of people from the rear was ushered forward amidst a cacophony. No fewer than 10,000 guests were brought forth. Captain Ji, save me. I am Li Shao. My father is the Minister of Revenue, Li Duan. Captain Ji, these people are demons. Save me. I am Wang Jebi, the brother-in-law of the Minister of War. A multitude of guests cried out, among them several hundred noble scions, with no fewer than a dozen of considerable stature. The extravagant expenses of the Orchid Castle meant that ordinary folk could hardly afford such revelry. Chapter 978, Practical Application. Orchid Castle was, in fact, a stronghold of the demon race. Heavens, how is this possible? I was just at Orchid Castle 2 days ago. The surrounding populace was incredulous that the place they occasionally visited for pleasure was, in truth, a bastion of the demon clan. Captain Jinan's expression darkened upon seeing so many noble youths taken as hostages. Should he recklessly unleash cannon fire, the powerful families behind these individuals would undoubtedly seek retribution. And he even spotted his own nephew among them. Jinan bellowed, Demon King Purple Butterfly, I do not yield to threats. Should you choose to surrender, perhaps there remains a sliver of hope. Resist, and you shall all find only death. Madame Butterfly Shadow retorted with a cold laugh. Who do you think you're frightening? Go ahead and fire. Furious, Jinan gritted his teeth. This woman truly feared nothing. Captain Ji, we cannot fire. Save us. Captain Ji, please. I assure you the Wang family will reward you handsomely. The terrified noble youths began to scream for help, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire. Captain, what should we do? The soldiers under Jinan's command looked to him for guidance. Infuriated by the cowardice of these noble scions, mere empty vessels, incapable of achieving anything, Jinan felt his temper flare. Were it not for these hostages, he would have already ordered the cannons to fire. I will speak with him. Xiang Chun stepped forward, seizing a noble youth by the collar, then delivering a swift kick to the back of his leg. Ah! The nobleman screamed in agony as his leg was shattered, collapsing to the ground. Xiang Chin's blade rested on the man's shoulder, and with a swift motion, the sharp edge of the dragon's teeth demon blade tore through his ceremonial robes, embedding itself into his trapezius, blood gushing forth. Listen closely, Xiang Chun roared. Withdraw all soldiers 100 miles and open the city gates. Otherwise, these people will perish. You little brat, who do you think you're scaring? Jinan shouted, unfamiliar with Xiang Chen's identity. Xiang Chun, now bearing his past life's visage, coldly chuckled. Scaring? With a flick of his wrist, the blade struck again. Ah! The nobleman howled as his arm fell away, writhing on the ground. Fail to comply with my demands, and the next strike will be for his head. Xiang Chun revealed a set of white fangs, grinning menacingly. Stop! Ji Nan was furious. The individual whom Xiang Chun had just struck was his own nephew. Second uncle. Save me, second uncle. The disciple of the Ji family cried out in agony. I do not have the patience to waste time with you. From this moment forth, for every 10 seconds wasted, I shall take the life of 10 individuals. Xiang Chun recalled the methods used by robbers in films from his past life, now applying them in practice. Have you heard our young master's command? Clear the way. Lady Ziti shouted angrily. Damn it, these monstrous beasts. Ji Nan was conflicted. Allowing passage was certainly not an option, yet denying it might cost him his nephew's life. Imperial edict has arrived. At that moment, a streak of light pierced through the air, revealing an elderly eunuch clad in the palace attire of a court official, arriving before the army. Zheng Gonggong. Ji Nan. The commander immediately bowed respectfully. The visitor was none other than the chief eunuch beside the emperor. Zheng Gonggong, with a sharp voice, proclaimed, by order of the emperor, the demon race has disturbed the imperial capital, causing severe repercussions. Commander Ji Nan is to eradicate the demon race at all costs. This decree caused Lady Ziti's expression to shift dramatically. Ji Nan was equally startled. How ruthless could the emperor be, disregarding the lives of countless hostages? Your Majesty, no? The noble youths present were equally taken aback. I shall obey. Ji Nan accepted the command, casting a sorrowful glance at his nephew before bellowing, prepare the Divine Mechanism Battalion. In an instant, thousands of Divine Mechanism cannons were loaded with ample spirit stones, aiming at the Wanhuabao. This is bad. The Emperor intends to destroy everything. Quickly, retreat to the basement. Lady Ziti's face turned pale as she issued the order to withdraw. The thousands at Wanhuabao immediately abandoned their hostages and turned to flee. A mass of people surged toward a building equipped with a basement, constructed from diamond and millennia-old black iron, specifically designed to withstand bombardments. Fire! Ji Nan roared. Buzzing resonated as thousands of Divine Mechanism cannons ignited, expending millions of spirit stones, illuminating with runic brilliance. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous sounds of cannon fire erupted as thousands of energy cannonballs were unleashed, releasing tremendous energy towards the 100-flower array. Boom, boom. The energy mushroom clouds erupted upon the barrier of the 100-flower array, accompanied by thunder and flames, the explosive power comparable to that of massive missiles. The barrier glimmered with concentric waves of light, barely holding its ground. Its defensive capability was astonishing. A 9th-rank defensive spirit array. Direct the cannon fire to the eastern corner. Ji Nan commanded, as all Divine Mechanism cannons focused their assault on a single point. Another thunderous volley unleashed, as terrifying energy projectiles struck a specific area, igniting an extraordinary energy storm that swept debris from buildings within a 30-kilometer radius. The cannon fire echoed over 1,000 miles. Finally, under the concentrated fire, the 100-flower array was torn open, revealing a breach in its energy barrier. Whoosh! An energy cannonball struck the mass of bound hostages, exploding with a deafening roar. The terrifying thunder and flames consumed them. Ah! The noble youths screamed in horror as numerous hostages were incinerated to ash amidst the inferno. Boom! Boom! The array had been breached, and cannon fire surged into the Wanhuabao. A towering edifice, 1,000 feet high, instantaneously crumbled into ruins. Amidst the thunderous explosions of cannon fire, a tempest of lightning and flames enveloped the land of Wanhua Fortress. On the small lake spanning several kilometers, numerous flower boats were obliterated, sending colossal waves surging into the air. The lush gardens, caught in the fury of the blasts and searing flames, were reduced to smoldering ashes, their once beautiful landscapes annihilated. The ground erupted into gaping craters, trembling beneath the onslaught, as the vast terrain lay completely shrouded in artillery fire. After a prolonged barrage, silence fell over the battlefield, leaving Wanhua Fortress transformed into a desolate wasteland in charred earth. Even the mightiest of rulers could not withstand such devastation. As for the hostages, they had tragically become the first casualties of war, their bodies lost to the chaos. The grand floral formation was shattered, its sustaining energy matrix dissipated. Enter. Leave no survivors, commanded Ji Nan. The army surged forth into the depths of Wanhua Fortress, confronted by a scene of charred earth and ruins, devoid of human presence. As the troops advanced, they found no one in sight, save for a few who discovered subterranean passages. In the basement, shouted a soldier, gazing into the seemingly bottomless corridor. Other soldiers gathered around to observe, as a warrior of the Soul Moon realm sent forth his spiritual awareness to probe the depths. Whoosh! Suddenly, an arrow shot upwards, striking a soldier squarely in the head, which exploded upon impact, resembling a burst watermelon. Chapter 979, The Blood Battle of Wanhua. Whoosh! 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 A flurry of arrows rained down, claiming the lives of dozens of soldiers surrounding the entrance to the underground passage. Subsequently, figures surged upward from below. Kill! A formidable warrior from Wanhua Fortress led the charge, transforming into a massive black tiger over 10 meters long, exuding an overwhelming aura of ferocity. His colossal paw descended with a thunderous impact, unleashing a torrent of demonic energy as it struck down upon more than a dozen warriors of the Great Xia. Boom! With a single blow, the protective true essence of these warriors was obliterated, their anguished cries echoing as they were flattened into a gruesome pulp. Following him, over 1,000 disciples of Wanhua Fortress emerged, launching themselves at the surrounding forces of Great Xia. Meanwhile, from another underground passage, a purple light burst forth, materializing into a beautiful woman clad in a purple gown. Lady Butterfly, brimming with formidable demonic energy, sprouted a pair of butterfly wings from her back. In an instant, she transformed into a terrifying streak of light, moving at over 20 times the speed of sound towards the Great Xia warriors. Her wings coalesced into a lethal edge, tearing through the air. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Where her deadly edge passed, heads rolled as hundreds were annihilated in a single strike. The purple butterfly demon king. At that moment, an equally formidable presence surged forth. Ji-Nen wielded a heavy sword, unleashing a terrifying power that surpassed even the kings of heaven. With a single swing, torrents of red flames erupted, coalescing into a sword beam that descended like a meteor. Under this strike, hundreds of Wanhua Fortress members were cleaved and exploded. The sheer force terrifying. The Lingxiao realm was revered as that of a master, while those above it, known as the Carefree realm, were termed kings or demon kings. At this level, the formidable warriors represent the pinnacle of strength among the elite forces. Yet, beyond the realm of the Carefree, there exists a terrifying echelon known as the Eternal. The Eternal realm, as its name implies, signifies a legacy that endures through the ages, with a lifespan that transcends time itself. Those who achieve this realm are said to possess a longevity akin to that of a tortoise, earning the title of Sovereign or Ancient Titan. The Eternal Sovereigns stand as the mightiest beings on the continent, belonging solely to the most powerful factions, and they hold esteemed positions within the imperial hierarchy. As the Grand Commander of the City Guard in the imperial capital, Ji-Nen undoubtedly belongs to this exalted realm. Likewise, Lady Butterfly Shadow has also ascended to this realm as a formidable ancient titan of the demon race. With a swift motion, Ji-Nen unleashed a fierce strike known as the Heavenly Flame Slash, directing it towards Lady Butterfly Shadow. The sword whistled through the air, tearing apart the very fabric of the earth and transforming into a blazing arc of fire that stretched over 100 meters, incinerating everything in its path into molten rock. Enraged, Lady Butterfly Shadow retaliated, her wings slicing through the air to counter the oncoming strike. A thunderous collision ensued as their terrifying attacks clashed, sending shockwaves of energy that rippled across a 10-kilometer radius. Many cultivators within this vicinity were hurled away by the force. The fiery sword light shattered Lady Butterfly Shadow's defenses, violently tearing towards her. Although she evaded the full brunt of the attack, she was still struck by the residual sword energy, causing her to cough up blood, revealing that Ji-Nan's prowess surpassed her own. Meanwhile, the 1,000-legged Demon King and the Silver-Sealed Ant King, accompanied by over a dozen demon lords from the 10,000 Flower Fortress, charged towards the warriors of the Great Xia. With approximately 30,000 warriors emerging from their underground hideouts, they surged forth to engage the Great Xia fighters, formed the Dragon Coiling Formation, commanded a leading officer among the Great Xia warriors. From the ranks of the 200,000 soldiers, 50,000 split into small squads, 10 men forming each formation, channeling their combined energy into a powerful array. Roaring, A series of golden dragon silhouettes surged forth, coiling above the formation. The dragon battle spirits charged towards the forces of the 10,000 Flower Fortress, their claws descending with devastating force. The impact of this assault, executed by 10 warriors at the Yuan Yang level, rivaled that of a 6th-tier master. Blood erupted as the dragon claws tore through the ranks, decimating the disciples of the 10,000 Flower Fortress. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the ground, a great Xia master mounted on a dragon steed. In an instant, the steed was cleaved in two, and the master was brutally cut open from below. As Xiang Chen's figure, drenched in blood, soared into the air, he swung his blade downwards. Thunderslash. A thunderous curtain of lightning, spanning over 20 meters, descended upon 8 great Xia warriors, obliterating them in an explosive display of power. Monstrous beast, meet your demise. A nearby master officer shouted in fury, brandishing a broadsword as he charged. With a heavy strike, the energy of a 5th-tier master erupted. Xiang Chen's movements were like lightning. Golden wings sprouted from his back, propelling him to evade the lethal assault. With a resounding crash, the blade cleaved the earth, leaving deep gashes in its wake. Xiang Chen's eyes gleamed with intensity as his body transformed into a streak of golden lightning, reaching the pinnacle of human speed. Thunderous blade. A zigzagging flash of sword light surged forth, empowered by the essence of the blade's intent. The fivefold master merely perceived a fleeting flash of golden light before a head was severed and sent soaring into the air. With a single stroke, the fivefold master was dispatched in an instant. Suddenly, a flurry of arrows whizzed toward him, their speed rendering them nearly impossible to evade. A squad of 10 archers was diligently knocking their arrows, aiming to eliminate Xiang Chen. In response, Xiang Chen brandished his dragon-quelled demonic blade, wielding it with such might that the arrows were deflected with a cacophony of clanging sounds. At that moment, he stepped into the void, his figure vanishing inexplicably, causing the continuous barrage of arrows to strike nothing but air. Where had he gone? The archers, several thousand meters away, exchanged bewildered glances. Suddenly, an unusual ripple disturbed the air before them. Xiang Chen reappeared, delivering a devastating slash. With a sickening sound, armor was rent asunder, blood spurted forth, and the bodies of the 10 men were gruesomely cleaved in two. Kill. The 3 grandmasters surrounding him unleashed their formidable auras, all converging to attack Xiang Chen. Devouring Sky Evil Vine. Xiang Chen roared, radiating a blinding light. In an instant, 5 colossal vines erupted from his body, each as thick as a yard, resembling massive pythons that ensnared the 3 grandmasters. What is this? One master gasped, witnessing his protective energy barrier being suddenly enveloped. The monstrous vine, equipped with razor-sharp mandibles, began to gnash and tear, shattering the protective barrier in an instant. The master screamed in horror as his body was mercilessly crushed into a pulp. The other 2 grandmasters met a similar fate, ensnared and slaughtered by the monstrous vines, which could be likened to meat grinding machines bristling with fangs, truly terrifying and a veritable biological assassin. Meanwhile, a beautiful maiden clad in white, holding a jade zither, infused her demonic essence into the instrument. With a deft flick of her jade fingers, the strings resonated with a sound that unleashed 7 transparent blades of energy, slicing through a squad of Xia warriors. The 7 or 8 warriors were instantly torn apart, their protective energies shredded into fragments. The prowess of the Jade Maiden was formidable, as she had attained the status of a master at the pinnacle of the Ling Shao realm. At that moment, an overwhelming aura of a heavenly king descended. The most intense battle unfolded between Madame Butterfly Shadow and Commander Jinan. The clash of these 2 ancient powerhouses unleashed a force akin to nuclear weaponry, colliding amidst the vastness of the sky. Commander Jinan's swordsmanship was grand and sweeping, each strike exuding astonishing power. Madame Butterfly Shadow did not engage him directly, but rather circled, seeking an opportune moment. Flame-raging lion. At that moment, Commander Jinan plunged his sword into the void, weaving intricate runes that enveloped the heavens. Amidst the thunderous roars, the surging essence coalesced into a massive, flame-wreathed lion, measuring 100 meters in length. This fire lion, in its explosive fury, possessed the capability to annihilate an entire town. With a deafening roar, the flame lion charged forth with terrifying speed, its gigantic paw poised to strike Madame Butterfly Shadow. The velocity of this assault shattered the sound barrier. as its claw distorted the very fabric of space. Illusory Sky Butterfly Palm. Madame Butterfly Shadow concentrated her mystical energy into a single palm strike, manifesting countless violet true essence butterflies, each the size of a yard, which coalesced into a massive palm that surged forth. With a thunderous roar, the collision unleashed a cataclysmic force, shattering the very fabric of the heavens and earth, as a tempest of chaotic energy engulfed the surroundings. Boom, boom, boom. The fiery sword lion exhibited even greater might, obliterating the violet butterflies that formed the colossal hand. With a furious howl, Madame Butterfly Shadow transformed, her form swelling into a gigantic violet butterfly of 100 feet, retreating like a comet. Jinan's sword slashed through the air, finding only emptiness. As the immense butterfly unleashed its full demonic power, its eyes radiating a terrifying light that enveloped the space. Suddenly, her form fragmented into hundreds and thousands of violet butterflies, cascading toward Jinan. Kill! Jinan swung his heavy sword, cleaving through the oncoming violet butterflies. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. An innumerable swarm of violet butterflies surged forth, colliding and exploding with formidable ferocity. The silhouette of Madame Butterfly Shadow became obscured within the throng of butterflies. Abruptly, one violet butterfly erupted with horrifying demonic force, striking from behind Jinan with a blinding flash. Boom! The blade struck Jinan, causing him to spew blood and be hurled away. Yet the extraordinary defense of his spiritual armor mitigated the damage, resulting only in internal bleeding without grievous injury. Dragon Claw. Jinan pivoted, unleashing a claw that transformed into a dragon's talon, its sharpness coalescing into 5 lethal slashes. However, the violet butterflies dissipated, merging into the myriad of butterfly shadows. Evading his strike. Damn this innate divine ability. Jinan cursed, recognizing it as Madame Butterfly Shadow's inherent power. He then transmitted a message to a companion, Li Fang. Assist me. Open the Eye of Law. Among the troops, a commander suddenly radiated a purple light from his eyes, his pupils inscribed with mystical patterns. This formidable ally hailed from the observing sky pavilion. Commander G, attack towards the northeast. The powerful figure cautioned through the mental link. Without hesitation, Jinan unleashed a full-force strike with his sword towards the violet swarm in the northeast. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the violet butterflies detonated under the might of his strike. Splurt. A cry erupted as one violet butterfly shattered, revealing Madame Butterfly Shadow, who staggered back, blood spewing forth. Dragon Claw. Jinan's other hand quickly gathered magical energy, intertwining sigils to form a golden dragon claw that descended with lethal intent. Splurt. The claw tore into the colossal violet butterfly, rending it apart and bathing the area in demonic blood. Die, you demoness! Jinan bellowed, directing his sword towards Madame Butterfly Shadow's head. She flapped her wings in a desperate attempt to evade, yet the strike was too swift, slicing through and severing one of her wings. Splurt. Blood gushed forth as her wing was cleaved away, the blade's radiance coursing through her body, inflicting a gaping wound. Madame Butterfly Shadow let out a pained scream, her form plummeting from the sky. Boom. The ground was violently impacted by her massive body, creating a bloody crater. Second Sister. Second Sister. The Silver Ceiling Ant King and the 1,000-legged Demon King, witnessing this scene, had their eyes turned crimson, rushing towards Jinan. They were all members of the Insect Demon clan, sworn siblings with deep bonds. However, several great kings of the Great Xia swiftly intercepted their path. Get out of my way. The silver-sealed Ant King roared, unleashing a cataclysmic blow that shattered the heavens, its ferocious power repelling a minor human monarch. Silver-sealed. Your adversary is I? Another wave of terrifying ancient aura surged forth. The figure before him, clad in black military armor and a blood-red cloak, was Li Quanxing, the vice-commander of the city guard and the brother of the current prime minister. Li Quanxing wielded a colossal warblade, striking down with a force that collided with the silver-sealed Ant King's hammer, the violent blade aura repelling the cataclysmic weapon. With a cold smirk, he remarked, "It is said your strength can rival the ages. I am eager to experience it." With a thunderous step, he released an overwhelming intent of the blade, coalescing 1,000-foot blade light. This blade intent, known as the Transcendent Blade, transcended the ordinary realm, capable of communicating with the powers of heaven and earth, thus earning its name. As Li Quanxing advanced, His blade intent grew stronger, and then, with a step into the void, he unleashed a devastating blow. "Get away, you wretched creature!" The silver-sealed ant king bellowed, transforming into its mightiest form, a colossal silver demon ant. The cataclysmic hammer fused into its massive pincers, which struck out like a fist. Boom! Li Guangxing struck with his palm, the transcendent blade's intent crashing against the ant king's pincers. The void crackled ominously, as if the very fabric of the universe were on the verge of being shattered. The silver-sealed ant king unleashed a barrage of strikes, each punch imbued with celestial might, proving to be formidable enough to shatter even the blade of an ancient sword emperor. Indeed, it possessed the strength to contend with me. Li Guangxing sneered, observing the oncoming shadow of fists before he drew his blade. Buzz! As he swung his sword, the heavens trembled. The transcendent blade, a radiant white light, accompanied by an intangible force of nature, surged forth, tearing the void asunder. This strike cleaved through the spatial rift, slicing through the barrage of clawed fists, before landing upon the silver-sealed ant king's formidable pincers. To his astonishment, the once proud and resilient pincers of the silver-sealed ant king were rent asunder. Like steel being torn apart, heavenly treasure, the ant king's immense eyes glimmered with shock as the brilliance emanated from its core. The artifact, a treasure of the heavens, absorbed the powers of the earth, also known as a semi-divine weapon, wielding a force comparable to nuclear power. In the high-stakes battlefield, the demon race found itself at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, the lower-tier battleground was equally brutal. The number of powerful beings from the 10,000 demons fortress paled in comparison to the defending soldiers, and under relentless siege, thousands fell, rivers of blood flowing. Among them were both demons and human warriors nurtured by the Huan fort. Boom! Above the battlefield, a massive blue magical palm coalesced, crashing down with devastating force. Yunu's expression changed dramatically as she unleashed a flurry of sound blades, yet they were obliterated by this palm. She summoned her jade zither to deflect the impact, but both she and the instrument were sent flying, barely escaping with their lives. A wandering monarch took note of her predicament and sent a flying sword crashing down. Chapter 981. The power of the demon body. Yunu immediately summoned her ancient zither to counter this strike. Clang! The sword struck the instrument, severing its strings. However, with a swift motion, Yunu struck the zither, unleashing a cascade of radiant streams that surged forth. As I gazed ahead, I discovered 7 concealed flying daggers hidden within the zither. The celestial king, agile as lightning, evaded the barrage of these magical blades. However, one still found its mark, piercing through his left shoulder. "Wretched fool, you seek death." The celestial king seethed with rage, his countenance contorted in fury. Immediately, he cast aside his playful demeanor, unleashing a torrent of formidable true essence, weaving a web of sword light that descended ominously. With a shriek, the beautiful Yunu cried out as her visage and body were rent asunder, blood spilling forth. Kill! Following this, a sword, akin to a white rainbow streaking through the sky, descended mercilessly upon Yunu's head. There was no evasion possible. In despair, Yunu closed her eyes. However, a piercing howl shattered the air as a golden figure, moving with astonishing speed, intervened, crossing the void and meeting the attack head-on. The clash resounded with a resounding impact, the sword striking heavily against the broad blade of the intervening weapon, forcing the celestial king to stagger back, his feet scraping along the ground, leaving a long trail of mud in his wake. To unleash violence upon a fair maiden is indeed a cruel heart. With a scowl, Xiang Chun pushed back the sword, his gaze fierce as he regarded the celestial king. "Brother Chun," Yunu exclaimed in astonishment, her eyes wide as she looked upon him. "Fear not. I shall dispatch this old dog," Xiang Chun replied coldly. The celestial king, enveloping Xiang Chun with his spiritual awareness, scoffed. "A mere second-tier master from the Lingxiao realm dares to seek death. What gives you the audacity?" Xiang Chun grinned. "Is it not my sister Liang who grants me this courage? Today, I shall face you, king." With a thunderous roar, a terrifying demonic aura erupted from Xiang Chun. Suddenly, his form began to swell, the bloodline of the celestial wolf awakening within him. In an instant, his head transformed into that of a ferocious wolf, silvery fur sprouting forth, his hands and feet morphing into sharp claws. He became an imposing silver celestial wolf, his demonic energy surging to the level of a grand master. The Dragon K demon blade melded with him, its fearsome power coursing through Xiang Chen's claws, enhancing their deadly sharpness. Chun, brother Chen Yu. You are not a beast demon. Yu Nu gazed at Xiang Chun in disbelief as he transformed. This is merely my spirit's transformation, not my true form. Yu Nu. Step back. Do not allow this old dog's blood to splatter upon you. The celestial wolf, with the ability to speak, playfully teased his little admirer. Be cautious. Brother Chun. Yu Nu retreated swiftly, cradling her ancient zither. A wolf demon, you possess fine fur. Today, I shall slay you and fashion a robe of magic from your hide. The celestial king sneered, confident in his own second-tier realm of freedom. Kill. The celestial king wielded his flying sword, unleashing a flurry of over 100 sharp sword lights that rained down upon the celestial wolf. With a thunderous roar, the celestial wolf charged forth, its wings beating with such force that it moved like a bolt of light, reaching speeds 20 times that of sound. With a swift claw extended, its 5 talons, sharp as blades, tore through the air. Boom, boom, boom. Each sword light that descended was obliterated by the claw. While the flying sword crashed against the celestial wolf's paw, sparks flying in all directions. The carefree celestial king, employing his arcane techniques, suddenly unleashed a trio of sword lights from his flying sword, which surged toward the moon-eating celestial wolf from 3 distinct directions. However, with a swift motion, the celestial wolf vanished, eluding the attacks. When it reappeared, it materialized 1,000 meters above, and with a forceful exhalation, unleashed a resounding wave of lunar energy that pierced the heavens with astonishing speed. In response, the carefree celestial king concentrated his power into a formidable strike, intertwining his magical essence into a colossal hand that met the lunar wave, resulting in a series of explosive detonations. Yet, at that moment, the moon-eating celestial wolf erupted in a blaze of golden light, morphing into a magnificent golden bird that charged forth with terrifying velocity. Its speed intensified, accompanied by an overwhelming force. 10 golden claws coalesced into a dragon's blade aura, descending with ferocity. The celestial king's magical palm was obliterated in an instant by the dual claws. Alarmed, he retreated swiftly, summoning his flying sword to counter the impending assault. However, the golden bird was far too swift. Surrounding its 3 legs were 7 luminous rings, which coalesced into 7 miniature suns that rained down with explosive might. The carefree celestial king unleashed a relentless barrage of palm strikes against the oncoming solar assault. Thunderous explosions erupted as golden suns detonated, their fierce flames cascading downwards. The true fire of the sun enveloped the celestial king, who summoned his own essence to shield his form. Despite his efforts, the disparity in cultivation proved too great. The flames failed to penetrate his defenses. In a flash, the golden bird transformed into a streak of light, its 10 razor-sharp claws infused with deadly intent, striking at a velocity exceeding 20 times the speed of sound. The impact was akin to a missile crashing upon a protective barrier, tearing a gaping hole in the celestial king's defenses. At that moment, the 3rd leg of the celestial king elongated and struck down fiercely upon the king's head. With a sickening sound, the celestial king's skull was pierced by the most potent strike, creating 5 gaping wounds atop his head. The 3-legged golden bird inhaled deeply, unleashing a formidable force of devouring energy that engulfed the celestial king's form, swallowing him whole. You dare to consume a being? Roared Xiang Chun. Silly fish, ancient cauldron. Assist me in the refinement. With a thunderous command, the powers of the silly fish and the ancient cauldron surged forth. The celestial king's body, now within the demon's stomach, was instantaneously refined into a torrent of vital blood energy, which surged into the 3-legged golden bird. The celestial aura of the 3-legged golden bird erupted, ascending from the 2nd to the pinnacle of the 3rd realm. Simultaneously, the essence of the Taiyin True Dan surged to its own peak. The energy required for such an ascension was immense. Even a minor celestial king only afforded a modest enhancement. Thank the heavens I refined him swiftly, lest I be haunted by the taste of man for eternity, grumbled the 3-legged golden bird, releasing a belch of demonic energy. He merely refined the individual, which cannot be considered as consumption. His aversion to devouring humans is not born from compassion, but rather from a disturbance of the soul. After all, he was once a person himself. However, within the demon clan, the act of consuming one's kin is not particularly unusual. Many venerable demons, nearing death, willingly offer their flesh and blood to their descendants, bestowing their legacy upon future generations. How remarkable! Is this truly the legendary divine bird? Yunu gasped in astonishment. Kill. At that moment, over a dozen battle formation squads charged forth, their numerous dragon shadows crashing towards the three-legged golden crow. Chapter 982. Sudden disappearance. The three-legged golden crow transformed into a beam of golden light, evading the onslaught. While the multitude of dragon phantoms struck the ground where he had just stood, creating deep craters, the Daxia dynasty's army, renowned across the land, is most famously represented by this dragon battle formation. Its members, all descendants of the Ji family possessing dragon blood, have achieved consummate cultivation, and their combined combat power can multiply by 20. 10 individuals in the Yuan Yang stage can contend with a Grandmaster, making it the strongest battle formation in the world, albeit only applicable below the Grandmaster realm. The three-legged golden crow soared into the sky, its claws descending with deadly precision, sharp as blades, instantly tearing apart one of the battle squads. Boom. However, this strike was met with a surge of formation energy, repelling the crow as golden runes interwove, immediately forcing it back. An impressive formation, the three-legged golden crow mused, a hint of admiration flickering in its eyes, surpassing even the 7-kill formation. The 7-kill formation enhances each individual's combat prowess sevenfold, while the more formidable breaking army formation boasts combined techniques. At that moment, the battle squad simultaneously unsheathed their swords, converging a dragon sword aura akin to that of a Grandmaster. The three-legged golden crow summoned spatial power, swiftly evading the attack. Moon-gazing eye activate. The golden crow's eyes erupted with the power of the moon-gazing eye. The weaknesses of the formation's runes were laid bare before its perception. Regrettably, you have encountered me, and I have discerned the formation's flaws. Xiang Chun sneered, narrowly dodging another dragon aura attack. Whoosh! It lunged downward again, its mightiest claw tearing through the air, aimed at a particular spot above one individual, beneath a rune. Boom! This claw struck down, instantly shattering the rune above the individual, creating a breach in the formation's defenses. The three-legged golden crow's claw descended with a piercing sound, creating several gaping holes in the individual's skull. Subsequently, the three-legged golden crow let out a long cry, unleashing a torrent of true solar fire. The other 9 members of the Soul Moon Realm team shrieked in agony, engulfed by the solar fire, which bore the intensity of a Grandmaster, their bodies igniting, flesh searing, turning them into living torches. In mere moments, the formation collapsed, the 10 reduced to charred corpses. Roar! The three-legged golden crow, swift as lightning, lunged toward another battle squad, similarly tearing through their ranks, unleashing a concentrated force of blazing sun energy. Boom! It erupted like a massive missile, the blazing sun explosion engulfing the 10, sending them flying and shattering them. Damn it! How can this beast so easily penetrate our formation? Summon the celestial commanders at once. The squads encircling Xiang Chun were gripped by terror, unaware of the flaws and vulnerabilities within their formations. As the encircling teams began to retreat, they sought the intervention of leaders of celestial stature. Meanwhile, the three-legged golden crow frantically absorbed the primal energy of the wilderness marquis during the battle. A torrent of energy surged into the Taiyin and Yang Tru Dan within the three-legged golden crow. The Taiyin and Yang Tru Dan, akin to the harmonious glow of the sun and moon, erupted with tremendous absorptive power. With a thunderous roar, the sun and moon shone in unison, expanding and releasing an even more fervent essence of true power. At the pinnacle of the third realm of Lingxiao, it broke through. In an instant, the divine space expanded by dozens of feet, and the Taiyin and Yang Tru energy thickened, reaching the fourth realm of Lingxiao. However, the primal energy of the wilderness marquis was far from fully absorbed. Xiang Chun could now comprehend why demons revel in slaughter and cannibalism. Their cultivation progressed at an alarming rate, akin to plundering the fruits of others' labor, a truly astonishing phenomenon. At that moment, a heart-wrenching wail from Yunu jolted the three-legged golden crow from its fervor. It turned to see, miles away, a colossal purple butterfly pierced through by a sword, its heart cruelly pinned to the ground. Sister, the silver-sealed Ant King, driven mad with rage, attempted to charge forward, only to be intercepted by Li Guangxing, the Blade Emperor. The silver-sealed Ant King's armor bore numerous cracks, while the situation for the thousand-legged Demon King was equally dire. Besieged by over a dozen of the great Xia's kings alongside 4 other demon monarchs, cornered to their last resort. It was time. If this continued, they would lose everything. A fate too costly to bear. The 3-legged golden crow expelled a jade talisman that hovered before it, while the colossal purple butterfly, now pinned to the earth, transformed into a human form. The Lady of Butterfly Shadows appeared pale, her chest and heart pierced by the sword. The scorching sword aura continued to ravage her vitality and organs. Commander Huan approached, hovering in the air, casting a disdainful gaze upon the severely wounded Lady of Butterfly Shadows. The demon race's time has ultimately passed. No matter how much you remnants struggle, you cannot alter the fate of your kind. The Lady of Butterfly Shadows laughed maniacally, blood spilling from her lips, her hair disheveled, and her eyes crimson with defiance. Though my demon race has been defeated, your human race will not thrive on this land for long. You, petty beings, when we were weak, my kin protected you. Yet, after the Sea Demon War, you turned your backs on us. Your selfishness and greed will surely lead to your own demise. Huan replied with a cold smile. That is not my concern. The fate of your kind is not for you to dictate. Now, it is time to send you on your way. With a flick of his hand, he drew his sword from the Lady of Butterfly Shadow's body, then cleaved toward her head. My demon race will not perish, she roared, staring defiantly at the descending sword. But at that moment, a talisman from her belt shattered. A circle of earthy yellow runes enveloped her, and a surge of terrestrial power erupted from below. Boom! The sword struck the ground where Lady Butterfly Shadow stood, tearing a horrifying scar that spanned over 10 miles. In an instant, Lady Butterfly Shadow vanished. Where is she? Commander Huan gazed incredulously in the direction of her disappearance. His powerful spiritual awareness expanding to encompass 100 miles of terrain and delving deep into the earth, yet he could not discern her presence. Meanwhile, the silver-sealed Ant King, with 3 of his 8 legs severed and his body marred with cracks, faced Li Guangxing, who wielded the celestial blade, and sneered. The tale of a legendary demon king comes to an end today. Attack! With a furious roar, he unleashed a blade of light that cleaved through space. The silver-sealed Ant King roared and retaliated with a crushing claw strike. Just then, a surge of energy erupted from the storage pouch on his body. The ground shimmered with light, and at an astonishing speed, it pulled his form into the earth, causing him to disappear without a trace. The blade's passage carved a vast chasm, yet the silver-sealed Ant King was nowhere to be found. What is this? Li Guangxing gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Where had the silver-sealed Ant King gone? At that moment, a similar phenomenon transpired among the other demon kings and disciples of the Wanhua fortress. A jade talisman they carried suddenly exploded, causing them to vanish. Those disciples, already suffering heavy casualties, had abruptly disappeared. What was happening? Where were the people of the Wanhua fortress? On the battlefield, the soldiers of the great Xia city defense gazed in bewilderment as figures suddenly vanished. Unable to comprehend how they could simply disappear, everyone scanned their surroundings, hoping to uncover some clue. Within the depths of the earth, thousands of meters below the surface, figures were enveloped in talismanic light, traversing the soil at speeds comparable to 100 times the speed of sound. Xiang Ergo cried out in agony, colliding with countless rock formations during the rapid transport, nearly losing his wits from the impact. Damn it, this earthly transfer array is excruciating. It could kill me. Bang. This was Xiang Chen's first experience with the earthly transfer array. He had set one up in the palace of King Chu and another beneath the Wanhua fortress. Anticipating that his commotion would provoke an imperial investigation, he had arranged for this transfer array well in advance. The earthly transfer array could achieve speeds of 100 times the speed of sound, transporting nearly 100 kilometers in a single breath. With its power sustaining for 30 breaths. After several breaths, a group of individuals had already traversed over 3,000 kilometers. They found themselves in an ancient forest outside the imperial capital. Suddenly, bursts of light erupted from the ground, and figures emerged from the earth, breaking through the soil and appearing in the woodland. Many clutched their heads in pain, having sustained numerous bumps during the transfer. What is happening? Where are we? How did we suddenly arrive here? Over 10,000 disciples of the Wanhua fortress surveyed their surroundings in disbelief. Bang! A massive tree was uprooted as a gigantic silver ant emerged. Elder Silver Sealed. Subsequently, a radiant light erupted from underground. The Elder of the Thousand Legs, The figure of Xiang Ergu suddenly surged forth from beneath the earth, only to crash onto the ground with a thud. At that moment, a graceful silhouette also sprang from the depths, soaring into the air before landing on Xiang Chun. Yunu fell into Xiang Chen's embrace, causing him to exclaim in surprise, nearly losing his breath. So soft, where's this place? Yunu, equally bewildered, surveyed her surroundings. Of course it's soft since you're sitting on me. If you linger a bit longer, it may become hard, Xiang Chun replied weakly. Ah, Brother Chun. Yunu turned her head and was startled, hastily rising to help Xiang Chun to his feet. Lord of the fortress. Not far away, Madame Dying was also teleported out, bloodied, with her heart pierced. Mother. Yunu rushed over to assist Madame Dying. What is happening? Madame Dying's voice was frail as she, too, gazed around in astonishment. The others who had been teleported began to gather. Yunu, let me handle this, Xiang Chen urged, pushing aside the crowd to tend to Madame Dying's wounds. What in the world is going on? Second sister, was this your arrangement? The Thousand Legs Demon King inquired, perplexed. No, this was not my doing. It must be young Master Chen's, Madame Dying replied, looking at Xiang Chun, whose palm was pressed against her wound, channeling healing energy. Indeed. This is the earthly Kuan teleportation array, utilizing the power of the earth for swift transport. The jade talismans I provided everyone serve as the array's catalyst. Xiang Chun explained while healing. I never imagined we would escape. Young Master Chun, you have saved our entire Orchid Fortress. Please allow me to pay my respects. The silver-sealed Ant King, now in human form and covered in wounds, still managed to bow deeply to Xiang Chun. Thank you for your life-saving grace. The disciples of Orchid Fortress also knelt in unison, their eyes filled with gratitude. Half of their number had perished, and without Xiang Chun, their fortress might have been utterly annihilated. Please rise. As fellow members of the demon race, we are all comrades, Xiang Chun said. Pouring a vial of rejuvenating elixir onto Madame Dying's chest, finally managing to stabilize her injuries temporarily. Complete recovery would require a considerable amount of time, as this was a wound inflicted by a ruler of ancient realms, and it was challenging for him, given his current cultivation level, to achieve self-healing in one go. The Thousand Legs Demon King sighed. Fortunately, we had young Master Chen's array, otherwise, we would have faced total annihilation. Brother Chun, you are truly remarkable, Yunu said, her admiration for him reaching new heights. Xiang Chun smiled faintly. Do not be astonished. This is merely standard procedure. Given the numerous grand actions we took previously, I prepared this array in advance to prevent such occurrences, and it has indeed proven useful. Madame Dying coughed up a few clots of blood, her face pale as she stated, We at Orchid Fortress will forever remember your life-saving grace, young master. Should the need arise in the future, we shall not hesitate to march through fire and water for you. Xiang Ergu, while professing that they were all family, inwardly reveled in delight, thinking, that's the promise I wanted. He had long coveted the influence of the flowering fortress, wishing to bring it under his banner. The likes of the thousand-legged Demon King were top-tier demon monarchs, while the silver-sealed Ant King could contend with the rulers of the ancient realms. As for Madame Butterfly Shadow, she was a figure of great renown, a peer of the Sunlight Patriarch, among the elite cultivators of the continent, second only to the formidable practitioners aligned with his Golden Crow foster mother. Nonetheless, this force required a gradual approach. Currently, his status as a junior leader of the East Sea Demon Clan was insufficient to command their allegiance. For the time being, he needed to gain their goodwill for future endeavors. Madame Butterfly, what are your plans now? Xiang Chen inquired. The capital was no place for the flowering fortress to linger. Madame Butterfly Shadow furrowed her brows, clearly contemplating their next destination. Once I recover, I intend to lead the people of the flowering fortress to ally with the Sea Clan. Xiang Chen's countenance darkened slightly. The Sea Clan and our Demon Clan have long been divided into opposing camps, with deep-seated enmity since ancient times. Aligning with them may not be the wisest course of action. Madame Butterfly Shadow offered a wry smile. I am fully aware of this. But if it were not for the interference of the human race, our animosity with the Sea Clan would remain. Yet, in this world, there are no permanent enemies, only enduring interests. We have been scheming alongside the Sea Clan for a significant undertaking. Casting a glance at Xiang Chun, she continued, We do not wish to conceal the life-saving favor you have bestowed upon us. Over the years, we have been plotting a course of action with the Sea Clan. Upon hearing her revelations, Xiang Qin's expression shifted to one of grave concern. Do you not realize the devastation your actions may unleash upon countless lives? He asked, brow furrowed. Madame Butterfly Shadow sighed. We are acutely aware, yet if we do not act, when will our demon clan ever have a chance to rise? Only through a large-scale conflict between the Sea Clan and the Human Clan can we find an opportunity. Was it not the same for the human race in their rise, ultimately betraying us? Engaging in such schemes with the Sea Clan may be akin to courting danger, and I am not in a position to advise otherwise. However, I have significant ties with the human race of the wild state. Should you ever turn your attention to them, it may lead to a day of armed confrontation. Xiang Qin made his stance clear. Rest assured, the wild state is likely beneath their notice, Madame Butterfly replied. Chapter 984. Closed-door cultivation. The members of the Flowering Fortress vanished collectively. Upon receiving this news, the Emperor was filled with wrath, directly demoting Commander Ji Nan and promoting Vice Commander Li Guangxing to the position. Meanwhile, the extensive search within the capital continued unabated, successfully uncovering numerous demons infiltrating the human ranks, including spies previously placed by the Flowering Fortress within various factions. For instance, the concubine and maid of a certain court official were discovered to be demons. 2 days later, the people of the Flowering Fortress bid farewell to Xiang Qin, setting off to seek refuge with the Southern Wild Sea Clan. Xiang Qin had initially intended for them to align with the East Sea Demon Clan, specifically Tianyang Island and the Xiangyang family. However, Madame Butterfly Shadow's ambitions diverged from the ideology of the Moonlit Demon Queen, for differing paths naturally lead to divergent fates. Tianyang Island is quite unique, neither aligning itself with the Sea Clan nor the Human Clan, instead developing independently and even repelling the forces of the Eastern Sea. Consequently, the Great Xia dynasty has not taken significant military action against Tianyang Island, and a subtle, vigilant relationship persists between the two parties. Xiang Qin returned to the Qingwang mansion, awaiting news of Prince Yu's execution. Within the confines of his own residence, Xiang Qin sat quietly in his cultivation chamber, where a surging source of energy from his divine repository was being refined and absorbed through his 2 profound elixirs, the essence of the true Yuan of the Wild Marquis. Indeed, the depth of the Wild Marquis's power was formidable. Even after being refined by the foolish fish spirit, only a third remained, yet this quantity was still tremendously vast. In just 10 days, Xiang Qin's cultivation advanced from the 4th level of the Lingxiao realm to the late stage of the same level. By the 20th day, his 2 profound elixirs had ascended to the pinnacle of the 4th level of the Lingxiao realm. In his residence, Jin Bai continued to dwell, ostensibly serving as Xiang Qin's personal maid. Meanwhile, she was busy establishing an intelligence network within the imperial capital, ready to inform Xiang Qin should there be any developments regarding Prince Yu's execution. Simultaneously, after Ouyang Jinfeng was manipulated into severing his own heart vein and subsequently perished, his body was exhumed by Qianlong for consumption, leaving no waste behind. Ouyang Jinfeng, a formidable king, had his flesh and blood devoured, significantly enhancing Qianlong's power, allowing him to break through to the grand threshold of the Xiaoyao realm and become a demon king ahead of Xiang Qin. Concurrently, Qianlong, disguised as Ouyang Tua, formally assumed the role of the new head of the Ouyang family, overseeing their vast assets worth billions. This pawn was thoroughly embedded within the Ouyang clan. As for the Qingwang, he had long been subjected to a controlling heartworm by Xiang Qin. Eliminating him no longer required the complications involved with Prince Yu. Xiang Qin retained him merely for the convenience of remaining undercover in the imperial capital. However, matters concerning Prince Yu were persistently delayed. The emperor had merely ordered the sealing of Prince Yu's mansion and placed him under house arrest, with no news of an execution forthcoming. As this situation dragged on, over 4 months elapsed. 4 months may seem but a fleeting moment to cultivators, yet for those in the Qingwang lineage awaiting the execution outcome, it was an agonizingly protracted ordeal. Within the cultivation chamber, Xiang Qin held a rare spirit herb resembling crimson flames. This herb contained astonishing fire poison, the flame poison loquat. This 7th-grade spirit herb, acquired at an auction, was notorious for its potency, capable of bringing even a king-level warrior to their demise. In his hands, Xiang Qin ignited the 3 flames true fire, and in an instant, the flame poison loquat ignited, undergoing refinement by the flames. Tendrils of red medicinal power were extracted, swirling around Xiang Chen's palm. However, the moment his hand made contact, it was corroded and engulfed in red flames, inflicting excruciating heat and pain. Xiang Chen activated the returning Heaven True Yuan and the cultivation method of the Azure Sky Poison Hand to absorb and refine the potent fire poison. His proficiency as a pharmacist had reached the 5th rank within the realm of the apothecary sect, and his recovery capabilities were now formidable. After 4 months of diligent cultivation, the essence of the refinement master has been thoroughly absorbed, and one cannot help but wonder at the extent of his newfound prowess. It is reasonable to assume that he has achieved a significant enhancement compared to 4 months prior. The resources and energies required for advancing to the realm of the Lingxiao master are monumental, should Xiang Chen adhere to the conventional path of cultivation. It may take him several months to ascend even a single tier. Yet, this is considered expedient. It is not uncommon for others to require a decade to achieve such a leap. Moreover, given that he cultivates 3 streams of true essence, the requisite energy and resources are even more substantial, without resorting to the path of demonic consumption and refinement. The process of ascending even a single tier could prove to be quite time-consuming. As for the ancient cauldron, he hesitates to employ it lightly, having discovered a critical flaw within its power. Should he cultivate within the cauldron for a year, he would find that his lifespan in the external world would be reduced by a staggering 40 years. Although he currently enjoys a relatively long life, capable of living for millennia as a demon and over 4 centuries as a human, once a cultivator attains spiritual consciousness and merges with the heavens, they can distinctly sense the duration of their existence within this cosmic framework. The temporal essence contained within the ancient cauldron is evidently misaligned with the laws of this world, leading to significant discrepancies in the flow of time. 1 year spent in the cauldron might only equate to mere days outside. Yet the effects of the cauldron's temporal laws would result in a more considerable depletion of his lifespan as perceived by the heavenly order outside. The optimal application of the cauldron is during a decisive moment when one is poised to break through to a monumental realm. Otherwise, prolonged periods of cultivation could lead to a swift demise upon re-entering the world. Such a transcendent artifact is evidently not suited for mortal cultivators. Perhaps those deities nearing eternal life remain unperturbed by such temporal erosion. The toxicity of a flame-green lotus grass lasted a day, and Xiang Chen absorbed it entirely, resulting in a 2-tier enhancement of his true essence power, thereby augmenting the potency of his heavenly poison hand significantly. It was time to emerge from seclusion. Reviewing his internal power, a subtle smile graced his lips. Truly, Mo Huan is deserving of the title of a great sovereign. A third of his power has led to such remarkable growth in my own 2 great true Dan powers. With a sense of secret delight, he rose, only to find that sitting cross-legged for an extended period had left his legs momentarily numb, nearly causing him to stumble. He activated his true essence to invigorate his meridians, restoring sensation to his legs. Your Majesty. At that moment, a voice from outside the door, belonging to Jinbai, echoed through the air. With a resounding crash, the stone door of cultivation swung wide open, revealing a youth transformed into Tang Yu stepping forth. Jinbai bowed respectfully, and Xiang Chen, with hands clasped behind his back, sauntered out. He lifted his gaze to a maple tree in the courtyard, now adorned in deep crimson, and remarked, "Is it already autumn?" "Indeed, it is late autumn. With but a month until the winter solstice," Jinbai replied, following closely behind. As spring gives way to autumn, and cultivation transcends the passage of time, yet another year is drawing to a close. How swiftly time flies. Xiang Chen couldn't help but reflect. By the way, has the king of the underworld been executed? Jinbai's brow furrowed. I was just about to report this matter to you. After being confined for over 4 months, the emperor has finally rendered a verdict on the king of the underworld. Chapter 985. The sea demon's transformation. His own son was discovered to be colluding with the demon race to appease the court officials. This would surely warrant at least a death sentence. Xiang Chen settled into a nearby pavilion. No, I fear I must disappoint you. Jinbai sighed. The human emperor has merely imposed the punishment of stripping away the 7 pearls, demoting the prince to the status of an alien king, forbidding any summons, and returning to the imperial capital, condemning him to eternal exile in Yuzhou. What? As Xiang Chen poured tea, his expression darkened upon hearing this, and the teapot in his hand shattered with a resounding crash from the force he inadvertently unleashed. This is merely the punishment? Indeed, there is no death sentence. Haha. Well done, O human emperor, truly a protector of your own kin. Xiang Chun laughed in rage, his eyes tinged with a hint of crimson. Back then, you wronged me. The desolate palace, knowing full well it was an injustice. Over 100,000 students and faculty were executed without hesitation. Now, with your son's guilt irrefutable, you shield him so. It seems I have overestimated your so-called imperial law. Your law is only applicable to commoners. Xiang Chun's fury surged, unwilling to accept the outcome. He had meticulously plotted to bring down Yu Wang, wanting him to experience the taste of wrongful death. However, this punishment clearly disappointed him and disrupted his plans. Losing the chance to usurp the throne was already a significant punishment for Yu Wang, yet for Xiang Chun, this was far from satisfactory. In the end, this world belongs solely to the Ji family. Since your regulations cannot resolve the grievances of the desolate palace, do not blame me, Xiang Chun, for being ruthless and unfeeling. Clenching his fists tightly, he felt his resolve to overthrow the great Xia's rule grow even stronger. Jin Bai tried to console him. Your Majesty, please temper your wrath. This is, after all, within reason. Yu Wang is the son of the human emperor, and he has made tremendous contributions in resisting the sea demons of the western wilderness. If he were to be executed, it would surely incite chaos in Yuzhou. Xiang Chun took a deep breath, calming the anger within him, and inquired, what news do we have during this time? Jin Bai lowered his eyes and replied, in the region of Huangzhou, the Great Chu has unified the southern wilderness, now emerging as a sovereign nation. Meanwhile, with the death of the Marquis of Huan, Huan, Shang has become the heir to the title of Marquis, set to inherit the position. Shang? Xiang Chun scoffed. That foolish little brat. His succession to the Marquis title will facilitate our actions in Huangzhou. This is indeed a piece of good news. Furthermore, the three major sects of humanity from the outer heaven, Beishansong, Dandingzong, and Lingmazong, are to jointly hold a disciples' grand assembly at the end of next month. This presents an excellent opportunity to infiltrate the upper echelons of humanity. Should we send our brethren from the Yanhuang Hall to participate? Jin Bai revealed another critical piece of intelligence. Oh, the three major sects of humanity from the outer heaven are hosting a grand assembly for their disciples. Upon hearing this, a spark of excitement ignited in Xiang Chun's eyes. Indeed, this time, we shall recruit disciples aged below 100 years at the Soul Moon realm, and those under 200 years at the Ling Xiao realm. Various factions from the imperial capital will select outstanding talents to participate in the grand recruitment, allowing them to enter the three sects for cultivation. Moreover, the identity of the Prince of Ghosts may also be a reason for his immunity from death, as he is a disciple of the Spirit Demon Sect and one of its 10 esteemed disciples. Xiang Chen's gaze shifted thoughtfully, and he remarked, the Great Xia dynasty governs the mundane realm. In essence, it is merely a puppet, a management apparatus of the three sects in the human world. The true dominion over humanity lies with the three sects. If we can infiltrate the inner sanctum of the three sects, it would undoubtedly facilitate our endeavors in the future. He stroked his chin, his eyes gleaming with intensity. We must ensure our people participate in this disciple recruitment, Xiang Chun declared decisively. If we can infiltrate, or even overshadow a major power within the human faction, it would simplify our dealings with the human sovereign and the Prince of Ghosts. A sinister smile crept across Xiang Chun's face as a wicked idea formed in his mind. Jin Bai, summon Commander Wolf and the others, including Xiahou Wu, immediately. I have a mission. Upon his decision, Xiang Chun issued the command. Yes, Jin Bai replied, retreating to make arrangements. The distance to the wild state was an astonishing 8,000 miles, and the sound transmission talismans could not cover such vast distances. Communication was facilitated by the dark web, where intel stations were established at intervals, relaying messages from one to the next, ensuring that this command would swiftly reach the wild state. Meanwhile, far across the distant southern wild sea, whoosh, a colossal figure soared through the air with astonishing speed. This figure was none other than a gigantic silver ant, upon whose back sat a beautiful woman clad in white, her face etched with urgency. The silver-sealed Ant King and Yu Nu were seemingly fleeing for their lives. Rumbling. Below, in the vast ocean, figures surged forth with astonishing velocity, churning the waters in pursuit of the two. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, sprays of water erupted from the surface, as a series of figures breached the sea. These were vibrant blue marlins, each measuring over 10 meters in length, sporting enormous fins that enabled them to glide through the water with unimaginable speed. Their mouths sharp as blades and bodies streamlined. Hundreds of marlins encircled the silver-sealed Ant King, and you knew from all directions. Boom! The sea erupted in a colossal wave as a thunderous shark, over 100 meters long and crackling with lightning, emerged from the depths, hovering above the ocean's surface. Upon its head stood a robust, middle-aged man clad in fish-scale armor, his bald head glistening. The aura he emanated was terrifying, surpassing the Heavenly King realm. An ancient sovereign of the Sea Tribe, the South Wild S Shark Sea Clan, Sha Wuji. The silver-sealed Ant King's countenance darkened at the sight of him. Isn't it pleasant to be a guest among our Sea Tribe? Why flee? Mocked the 3-meter-tall sea man standing atop the Thunder Shark. Sha Wuji, an ancient power of the South Wild Sea Clan. The silver-sealed Ant King spoke coldly. Is this how you treat your guests? You treat us like slaves. Sha Wuji chuckled, revealing a set of sharp, triangular shark teeth, and coldly remarked, having lost the foundation of the continent. What use are you but to be made into slaves? Why not obediently consume the slave pill and become our Sea Tribe's hounds? In the future, as we dominate the world, we shall not forget to toss you a few bones. He continued, do not presume that we, the Sea Tribe, are unaware of the schemes you, the demon race, are concocting. We merely choose not to expose you, for you once held some value to us. Now, having lost even the roots of the continent, you are relegated to mere slaves. The silver-sealed Ant King, his gaze icy, communicated with the Jade Slave above him, saying, Jade Slave, this time we miscalculated. I will hold them off. You must escape and seek out young Master Chun. He will protect you. With that, the silver-sealed Ant King summoned his most terrifying power and hurled her away. Chapter 986. Planning for the future. The astounding power of the silver-sealed Ant King, comparable to that of ancient emperors, erupted, propelling the Jade Slave far into the distance. Uncle, she exclaimed, still reeling from the suddenness of it all, her form transforming into a streak of light as she was launched at a speed exceeding 30 times the speed of sound. Escape! My demon race shall never become slaves. The silver-sealed Ant King bellowed. Old fool, you seek death. Sha Wuji roared in fury, condensing a spear imbued with terrifying lightning power, which he hurled directly at the silver-sealed Ant King. Team 3, pursue. That woman knows too much. She cannot be allowed to escape. Yes. The other members of the Southern Song Sea Tribe immediately set off in pursuit of the flung Jade Slave. When one falls from power, they are worse than dogs. The people of the 10,000 Flower Fortress sought refuge with the Southern Song Sea Tribe. Unfortunately, having lost their foundational ties to the continent, their intelligence value diminished, rendering them useless to the Sea Tribe. 2 days later, in the imperial capital, within a tavern named the Red Dust Tavern, established by the followers of Xiang Chun in the capital, in the banquet hall of the tavern's top floor, dozens of individuals gathered. Haha, Brother Chun, long time no see. Have you missed me? Wang Xiaojiji laughed heartily as he approached. I miss your grandfather, Xiang Chun replied with a smile upon seeing his brothers. Now, I am a 6th-level grandmaster. When shall we have another contest? Xiahou Wu boasted with a grin. Another day to trounce you, scoundrel. Ching Ching. It's been a while. Come here. Xiang Chun shamelessly opened his arms to embrace Ching Ching. Xia Ching Ching smiled radiantly as she was drawn into his embrace. But her hand swiftly found its way to Xiang Chun's ear, giving it a sharp twist. Xiang Chun yelped in pain. Sister Chun, I heard from Jean Bai that you have been getting close to that princess in the palace. Have you forgotten my counsel? Ching Chun continued to smile, though her grip did not relent. Jean Bai, you traitor. Just wait and see how I handle you, he thought, certain that Jean Bai had betrayed him. Ching Ching, let me explain. I am merely seeking to gather more intelligence, he protested. As brothers and sisters reunited, playful banter ensued. They took their seats one by one, with Xiang Chun occupying the main position, and Tianhua followed suit. How has the development been in the wild state lately, Tianhua? Xiang Chun inquired, turning his gaze to Murong Tianhua. Murong Tianhua chuckled, in response to the palace master. The underground realms surrounding the 4 major cities of the Ruined City are entirely under our control. Within Ruined City, only a few top-tier families can stand against us. What we lack, however, is merely a formidable force of the Heavenly King level. Xiang Chun replied, there is no need to move against those top-tier families. Infiltration will suffice. These factions no longer hold my interest. The true adversary deserving of our attention remains the great Xia dynasty. The prominent families in Ruined City, such as the Yi family, led by Yi Tianjiao, are not ones we can easily confront. The Lu family is similarly off-limits, especially with Lu Shiming cultivating the falling dust spirit wine to strengthen her faction. As for the Dongfang family, the Dongfang Sanqing brothers now serve under me. The great Xia dynasty. The gathered individuals exchanged glances, and Murong Tianhua furrowed his brow. Palace Master, what are your intentions? Is it not premature for us to confront the great Xia dynasty? He believed that to challenge the great Xia dynasty, decades of strategizing and development would be necessary. Given that it housed the continent's most formidable champions and the largest, most powerful military. Clearly, a direct confrontation was beyond our current capabilities. Xiang Chun tapped his fingers against the armrest, his eyes habitually narrowing slightly. The true backing of the great Xia dynasty lies with the three major sects of the human race: the Batian sect, the Danding sect, and the Lingma sect. The Batian sect stands at the forefront of orthodox human forces. The Danding sect is the temple of all alchemists and doctors, and the Lingma sect leads the demonic forces. These three sects maintain a balance of power and serve as the three pillars supporting the great Xia dynasty, governing the trends within the realm of human cultivation. In a short while, these three sects will be recruiting a new batch of disciples, presenting us with an opportunity. Among the Yanhuang brothers, each possesses extraordinary talent, worthy of being dragons among men. I propose we arrange for a group to enter the three sects, laying the groundwork for long-term strategies. Internal infiltration and prudent preparations will allow us to potentially undermine the existing human powers from within. Upon hearing this, Murong Tianhua's eyes sparkled with understanding. Instantly grasping Xiang Chen's strategy, Xiang Chen nodded with a smile. Precisely. Brother, how would you like to proceed? Xiahou Wu turned his gaze towards Xiang Chen. Brother Chen, what are your plans? We are all listening to you. Others echoed their agreement. Xiang Chen stated, the Batian sect, being the foremost orthodox human force, is where I will personally venture. Xiajiji, Sanxing, Yuan, and Qingcheng accompany me. Wait, what about me? Xiahou Wu stood up hastily. Calm down, no one asked for your input. Bai Mao Mao will take care of it, Bao Bao interjected, pulling him back into his seat. Xiang Chen chuckled. As for you, Hosey, you and Manha will go to the Lingma sect, while Bao Bao will head to the Danding sect. Why is that? Xiahou Wu expressed his confusion over the arrangement. Not only parting ways with Xiang Chen, but also with Bao Bao. Xiang Chen explained, Bao Bao's talent will undoubtedly be highly regarded at the Danding sect. As for you, with your penchant for combat, the demonic forces suit you best. Are you truly reluctant to part with your wife? Xiahou Wu grinned. I simply worry about Bao Bao facing adversity alone. Perhaps I should accompany you after all. Xiang Chen smiled faintly, reassuring. Do not worry, there is no injustice here. Bauer is more astute than you think. I will arrange for Doya to accompany her to the Danding sect, so you can rest easy. I am not foolish either. Xiahou Wu grumbled in exasperation, prompting a chorus of laughter from his companions. As for Tianhua, both the Wild State and the Imperial Capital still rely on you. Continue to assist Uncle Xiao in overseeing the broader situation here. The actions and operations of most brothers in the Yanhuang Hall depend on you. That is not an issue. But will infiltrating these three major sects reveal our identities? Tianhua expressed some concern. After all, these sects are home to the most formidable cultivators of the human race, comparable to immortal beings. Xiang Chen replied, rest assured, the turtle breathing technique I have imparted belongs to a high level of divine skill. Moreover, we possess human bloodlines. As long as we do not expose our demonic forms in front of ordinary people, even celestial beings will find it difficult to detect our lineage. Since you, the Hall Master, have confidence, you may proceed without hesitation. I will manage the mundane matters diligently. Haha, with your assurance, I feel at ease. Just then, Jinbai's expression suddenly shifted. Your Majesty, important news has just arrived from Qianlan. Jinbai presented a communication jade talisman, which had been with her during Xiang Chen's seclusion. Thank you to all for your support. And now chapter 987, The Spirit of Tianjin. Xiang Chen took the communication talisman, channeling his spiritual energy into it. Qianlan, it's me. What has transpired? Your Majesty, it is grave news. Yu has been captured, Qianlan's voice relayed. What? Yu has been captured? Are you referring to Yu from Wanhua Fortress? Xiang Chen's expression shifted sharply as he inquired urgently. Indeed. What happened? Wasn't Yu supposed to join the Sea clan at the South Song Sea? How could she be captured? How do you know this? Xiangchen pressed on. I am not entirely certain. The individual who apprehended her is Xian Changfeng, the governor of the South Song Water Army. He entrusted her to our auction house for sale. Upon learning it was you knew, I contacted you immediately. Xiangchen's brow furrowed deeply. Governor of South Song, Xian Changfeng. He is another military lord, commanding the South Song Sea, a figure of significant power from the older generation. Could it be that something has befallen Wanhua Fortress? Xiangchun mused internally. Realizing that you knew is the daughter of Lady Daying, her capture surely indicates trouble for Wanhua Fortress. He quickly instructed, ensure the auction house proceeds with this transaction. When will the auction be held? Qianlan replied, typically, an auction is scheduled in 2 days. If we accept this deal, they will deliver her for auction at that time. Understood. Maintain communication with them and ensure they do not harm you new. Yes. The two severed their connection. Brother, what has happened? Xiahou Wu inquired, noticing Xiangchen's suddenly despondent expression. Is it yet another incident involving your beautiful acquaintance? A voice quipped. Xiangchun chuckled wryly indeed. It concerns a friend of mine, the daughter of Lady Daying from Wanhua Fortress, Yu Yaonu. Oh, the little butterfly spirit known as Yu Nu. Came the indifferent response from the voice. I assure you, our relationship is merely that of friends, Xiangchun hastily clarified. Haha, with a cold laugh. Qingqing refrained from further comment. Xiangchen stowed away the communication jade talisman and remarked, the Wanhua Fortress was originally intended to ally with the Sea Tribe. Now that Yunu has suddenly been captured by the Southern Song Dynasty's navy, it indicates that Wanhua Fortress has encountered troubles as well. I have always sought to harness this power. Perhaps this is an opportunity. Additionally, I might also win over the beauty known as Yunu Xianzi. Qingqing shot him a disdainful glance. Guzi awkwardly chuckled, finding it quite difficult to conceal his thoughts, unable to evade Qingqing's discerning gaze. This matter concerning the Southern Dynasty's navy is likely to be quite troublesome. The Ouyang family is merely entrusted with the auction. Morong Tianhua commented. Xiangchun nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, I will intervene when the time comes. If the issue can be resolved with money, that would be ideal. If not, I must resort to more ruthless means. Yunu is a friend of mine. I cannot simply turn a blind eye. Furthermore, I need to ascertain what further troubles have arisen at Wanhua Fortress from her. Qingcheng did not pursue Xiangchen's trivial matters and suggested, as the entrusted party, the Ouyang family is well aware of the buyer's circumstances. They might strategize for a black market deal in advance. The risks of foul play are considerable. It would be best to secure the auction. If that fails, then we may have no choice but to resort to underhanded tactics. This sudden turn of events interrupted the group's discussions on future arrangements. 2 days later, the Tianyang auction held by the Ouyang family commenced as scheduled. This auction attracted numerous noble figures from the imperial capital. The auction hall was filled to capacity. Following the rise of the Green King, the Ouyang family, aligned with his power, found their influence surging. The death of Ouyang Jinfeng had not diminished the family standing. On the contrary, their prestige now overshadowed the other 3 major merchant associations due to the Green King's ascendancy. Marquis Xian Changfeng, a noble of high rank, had entrusted the captured demon slave to the Ouyang family for auction, perhaps as a gesture of goodwill. In the auction hall, in box number 3, Xiangchen sat, showing no interest in the weapons and elixirs being auctioned below. After half an hour of bidding on several items, the auction finally shifted to the sale of slaves. The Southern Dynasty does not prohibit slave trading, but human slavery is forbidden. The same does not apply to beings of other races. Ladies and gentlemen, the first slave up for auction today is the Iron Skin Monster. The auctioneer, Uxin, presided over the event. As her words fell, a cage made of an array disc was brought up by guards and placed on the auction platform with a heavy thud. Beneath this array disc was a magic circle, with beams of scorching energy intertwining to form the shape of the cage, enveloping a massive figure curled up in the corner. This figure stood 2 meters tall, a stern young man clad in animal skins, appearing quite similar to an ordinary person. However, once brought forth, the auctioneer manipulated the magic circle. The stern young man cried out in agony as the beast collar around his neck unleashed a torrent of raging flames and electric sparks. Subsequently, his form swelled and transformed, his entire body morphing into a dark, iron-like skin, adorned with deep crevices. A sharp, steel-like horn protruded from his head, and his claws resembled deadly blades, presenting an exceedingly grotesque appearance. Behind him, a metallic tail extended, its tip sharp as a sword, while his back sprouted rows of formidable iron spikes. His eyes, black and white, radiated a fierce ferocity, emanating a chilling aura. He bore a beast-controlling ring around his neck, curled up in pain in a corner of the cage. Oh, this is... Upon witnessing this iron-skinned creature, Xiang Chun immediately straightened from his reclining position, a glimmer of astonishment flickering in his gaze. Heavenly Gold Spirit, delectable. From Xiang Chen's embrace, the little white tiger peeked out, having caught a whiff of its scent, and a drool of longing trickled down. Indeed, the Heavenly Gold Spirit. Who would have anticipated encountering such a being here? A creature of the Golden Elemental tribe, and moreover, one of dual attributes. Xiang Chun felt intrigued. This young man was as rare an elemental spirit as Qianlan. Qianlan was a spirit born of the mist. While this entity was likely a golden elemental spirit, a being akin to cold iron, steel, diamond steel, or dark iron. This creature was discovered in the North Sea region, possessing a formidable cultivation at the 6th level of the celestial realm, with astonishing prowess. Its defensive capabilities rivaled that of a king, and its combat strength was equally impressive. It had cost the North Sea Army 300 soldiers to capture it. Notably, it could devour steel, rendering ordinary iron cages ineffective against it. However, its rebellious nature made it difficult to train. Even with the beast-controlling ring, it resisted submission. If nurtured properly, it could grow into a formidable king-class battle slave. With an opening bid of 10 million spirit coins, the auctioneer began to elaborate on the creature's characteristics, outlining both its advantages and disadvantages. So unappealing, lacking in aesthetic value. I shall reserve my funds for more visually pleasing beasts, one remarked. Interesting indeed, I bid 10 million. Chapter 988. Preparing to take action, what kind of spirit slave garners the most admiration? Naturally, it is the beautiful and visually captivating types. Although this iron-skinned creature possessed immense combat prowess, it attracted little interest, with only 3 individuals placing bids. Yet in Xiang Chen's eyes, the Heavenly Gold Spirit held significant potential for cultivation. These bidders were unaware that this iron-skinned entity was an elemental spirit of the same rarity as divine beasts. 15 million. Is there any higher bid? The auctioneer, UXIN, inquired. 20 million. Xiang Chen declared at that moment. 20 million for such an unattractive entity? The announcement elicited surprise among many in attendance. The previous 3 bidders ceased their participation, having been intrigued merely by the novelty of the iron-skinned creature. With a doubled price of 20 million, no one continued to bid, and the Heavenly Gold Spirit was effortlessly secured by Xiang Chun. Following this, the auctioneer presented the next item for bid. A large iron cage was brought forth, and the crimson cloth covering it was lifted. Inside the cage was a stunningly beautiful being. As this spirit slave emerged, many attendees were rendered speechless by her beauty. How exquisite! This is the highlight of today's auction. Haha, it aligns perfectly with my tastes. This enchanting slave shall be mine. The appearance of this captivating creature immediately sparked the interest of many onlookers. Within an iron cage stood a being of human visage, exceedingly beautiful, naturally adorned with violet eyeshadow and eyeliner, her long, lustrous purple hair cascading gracefully. 2 delicate butterfly antennae graced her forehead, while she wore sheer violet garments that hinted at her porcelain skin, partially concealed. To complete her ethereal presence, she possessed magnificent butterfly wings. This was the Jade Slave. Xiang Chen's gaze hardened. This was the half-demon form of the Jade Slave. In this moment, any trace of the ethereal fairy of the 10,000 Flowers fortress had vanished, replaced solely by despair and trepidation in her eyes. This creature's true form was likely the purple illusion demon butterfly, a high-ranking spiritual beast of the demon race, belonging to the renowned lineage of the purple butterfly demon king. Adept in illusionary arts and possessing a cultivation level at the 9th tier of the ascendant realm, her beauty unparalleled. The opening bid was set at a staggering 100 million. The auctioneer introduced the Jade Slave, announcing this astonishing price. This sum was tenfold that of the previous iron skin monster. 100 million, 110 million, 130 million. Yet, this price did little to deter a throng of enthusiasts with a peculiar fondness for female demon slaves. The starting price for the Jade Slave soared, quickly escalating to 180 million, 200 million. At that moment, Xiang Chen also placed a bid. His voice was unmasked, and upon hearing it, the previously cowering Jade Slave's beautiful eyes sparkled with hope. Is it you, Brother Chin? Have you come to rescue me? Tears welled in her eyes as she gazed toward the box from which the voice emanated. She had been pursued by the Sea Tribe and, upon fleeing into the human territory, encountered soldiers of the Southern Sea Navy of the Great Xia, who subsequently captured her, leading to her current predicament. The bid reached 200 million, and the clamor for bids abruptly ceased. Ha ha, such beauty. How can a mere 200 million reflect her true worth? 300 million. A brash voice rang out. In box number 5, a young man clad in blue, holding a luminous goblet, gazed at the jade slave with eager eyes. Xiang Chun glanced over, narrowing his eyes in recognition of this individual, the elite second-generation aristocrat of the imperial capital, Kuei Chongqing, son of the Kuei Marquis. They had crossed paths at the last auction. Kuei Chongqing, with a mocking expression, looked towards Xiang Chen's box, having recognized the voice of the one who had previously disrupted his plans. 400 million. Xiang Chun coldly countered, adding a full 100 million to his bid. 500 million. However, the other party leisurely sipped his fine wine, showing no concern for the expenditure. Kid, last time I failed to eliminate you and made a fool of myself before Xuanji. Let me see how I can ensnare you this time, Kuei Chongqing sneered. Harboring a grudge from their last encounter when his attempts to rob Xiang Chun of his heavy bright fruit resulted in the demise of several of his subordinates. 600 million. Xiang Chun furrowed his brow, continuing to raise the bid. The escalating bids from both parties left other potential bidders in stunned silence, each muttering under their breath and refraining from further offers. Such exorbitant prices for a mere slave were far too extravagant for most wealthy merchants. Kuei Chongqing, though not necessarily intent on acquiring the jade slave, sought merely to drive up the price, forcing Xiang Chun to spend more. 700 million. Kuei Chongqing persisted with his bid. This time, I will refrain, but this young man certainly possesses considerable wealth. What is his background to be so affluent? Kuei Chongqing was somewhat astonished by Xiang Chen's financial standing. Young Master Kuei, your financial resources are truly impressive. I am in awe, he remarked. However, at that moment, Xiang Chun let out a cold chuckle and ceased to raise his bid. Kuei Chongqing paused in surprise. Kid, are you not going to counter the bid? Xiang Chun replied with a nonchalant smile. Young Master Kuei is the eldest son of a wealthy landlord, blessed with both foolishness and fortune, whereas I, Tang Yu, do not possess much wealth. I shall not bid any further. Kuei Chongqing's expression darkened as he exclaimed angrily, You are deceiving me. Likewise, your malicious bidding is also an attempt to deceive me, Xiang Chun retorted with a cold laugh. What use is it for us to spend 700 million on a mere slave? Bid once more, and I guarantee I shall not raise my price. It will be yours. Xiang Chun regarded him with an expression of disdain, shaking his head with a scoff. Very well, let us resort to underhanded tactics. You do not worry, Brother Chin will surely rescue you. At that moment, Xiang Chun also conveyed a telepathic message to Yunu. Brother Chun, I am sorry to trouble you once more, Yunu responded, her soulful perception acknowledging his apology, her eyes glistening with tears. This marked the third occasion Xiang Chun had come to the aid of this little admirer. Xiang Chun inquired, Tell me, what exactly transpired? Where is Madame dying? What of the Ant King? Why were you captured? Yunu did not conceal the truth, recounting the events. We stayed among the Nan Songhai tribe for a while, only to find ourselves under house arrest. Eventually, the Sea tribe revealed their true colors, compelling my mother and Uncle Yin Feng to submit to them and consume the slave demon pill. When my mother and the others refused and attempted to leave, they were suppressed by the scheming forces of the Sea tribe and captured, forcing our submission. I managed to escape the siege with Uncle Yin Feng, who held off the Sea tribe while I was ultimately captured by the forces of the Great Xia. Xiang Chun sighed upon hearing this. The Sea tribe was not so easily manipulated. I now comprehend the situation clearly. Rest assured, I shall rescue you and your mother, he reassured her. Just then, a knock sounded at the door of the private room. Xiang Chun severed the telepathic connection, while Jean Bai went to open the door. Upon opening it, an auction house attendant entered, holding a payment tablet to collect Xiang Chen's bid for the iron-skinned monster. Meanwhile, Yunu was taken off the stage, becoming the property of Kuei Chongqing. Chapter 989. Reciprocity. Inside the private room, Xiang Chun did not leave. The iron-skinned monster he had bid on was brought into the room. Xiang Chun scrutinized the young man ensnared within the confinement of the array, who glared back at him with a chilling intensity, his gaze brimming with murderous intent. Mr. Tang, This is the jade tablet that controls his demon summoning ring. This iron-skinned monster harbors great bloodlust. You must exercise caution. The auctioneer, Uxin, personally presented the palm-sized jade tablet into Xiang Qin's hands. Now, Xiang Qin was indeed a high-ranking official under Prince Qing, renowned as the healer of the prince. And those within the circles of power who were aware of his identity held him in high esteem. Following Prince Qing's triumph over Prince Yu, it was widely acknowledged that he would be the new emperor of the Great Xia. Miss Uxin, please activate the defensive array in this room, Xiang Qin requested as he accepted the jade tablet with a smile. Certainly, please hold on a moment. The auctioneer promptly retrieved a jade plate, channeling her vital energy to activate the runes inscribed upon it. A resplendent golden light immediately enveloped the entire room. I must speak with this individual privately for a moment. I sincerely apologize, Xiang Qin remarked apologetically, issuing a subtle dismissal. The auctioneer, Uxin, understood the cue and took her leave. Having initially hoped to forge a connection with this esteemed guest, though it appeared he held no interest in her. Within the confines of the chamber, only Xiang Qin, Jinbai, and the metallic creature remained. Xiang Qin regarded the iron-clad figure, who returned his gaze with a menacing glare. What is your name? Xiang Qin inquired, peering through the bars of the cage. The youth remained silent, his icy eyes fixed upon him. Quite the proud demeanor, Xiang Qin mused with a faint smile. Not perturbed in the least. He continued, follow me, and I shall grant you your freedom. Human, the young man bellowed, baring his fangs. I would rather die than submit to you despicable creatures. Xiang Qin erupted into laughter. I am not of the human race. I am your future king. In that instant, a terrifying aura of demonic energy and bloodline pressure surged within Xiang Qin, transforming his appearance. Amidst the flickering golden light, he morphed into a stunning three-legged golden crow, towering majestically with golden eyes that resembled the sun itself, gazing down imperiously at the young man. You are of the demon race, the youth exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the three-legged golden crow. The crow, towering over 2 meters, spoke with human articulation. I am the spirit of the golden sun. My essence forged from millennia of cold iron. While others may be oblivious to your true origins, I am not. I shall repeat myself, submit to me, and I can offer you freedom and power. The youth's pupils constricted. It was the first time anyone had discerned his lineage. Coldly, he retorted, according to the demon race's customs, defeat me, and I shall submit to you. Interesting, the three-legged golden crow replied with a chuckle, surveying the surroundings. This is not a place for combat. You might as well endure for a while longer. The crow reverted to his human form, and with a wave of his hand, the spatial ring emitted a powerful force of absorption, drawing both the cage's enchantment and the young man into Xiang Qin's spatial ring. Your Majesty, Kuei Changqing's men have already set off with the Jade Slave Ferry, Jinbai whispered from behind Xiang Qin, and their informants are keeping watch. Have their movements been confirmed? Xiang Qin inquired as he settled back into the leather chair, sipping his tea. They are headed towards the Kuei Marquis's residence. Passing through the Qingling Mountains, the only uninhabited area on their route, Jinbai responded. Mobilize our forces and prepare an ambush, Xiang Qin commanded, setting down his teacup as his expression turned icy. Should we eliminate Kuei Changqing? He previously sent men to kill you. Unnecessary. Kuei Changqing is the prized son of the Kuei Marquis. His death would undoubtedly provoke a widespread investigation, leading to unnecessary complications, Xiang Qin refuted, shaking his head. With a swift motion of his hand, he tore open a rift in space, creating an ephemeral portal. Stepping through, he took Jinbai with him, and the rift vanished instantaneously. Kuei Changqing's spirit carriage floated hundreds of meters above the ground, flanked by 2 masters of the Lingxiao realm as guardians. Inside the carriage, the space was vast, akin to a grand hall. Yunu remained confined within a cage adorned with intricate runes. Kuei Changqing gazed at her, circling around, his eyes filled with admiration. Truly, she was a natural beauty, and the longer he looked, the more alluring she appeared. Indeed, 700 million did not seem a steep price after all. Yet Yunu met his gaze with a cold indifference, devoid of any fear. What kind of look is that? Is that how a servant regards their master? Kuei Changqing reprimanded icily, deeply displeased by her expression. In his hand appeared the talisman of the demon controlling ring, and he channeled his vital energy into it. Ah! Yunu cried out in agony as the powerful lightning released from the ring enveloped her, causing her long, beautiful neck to tremble. She was struck by a bolt of electricity, her hair standing on end. Thud! She collapsed to the ground, wisps of smoke rising from her form. In the future, when you see your master, learn to show respect, bow your head, and be obedient. Do you understand? I ask you, what is your name? Kuei Chongqing sneered, casting a glance of utter contempt at the scorched Yinu, showing no sign of compassion. Yinu rose from the ground and met his gaze, then spat defiantly, the saliva hitting Kuei Chongqing's face. You insolent wretch, seeking death. Kuei Chongqing wiped the spittle from his face and activated the talisman once more. Moments later, the spirit carriage traversed a stretch of verdant mountains, a mere 100 acres that could be crossed in a little over 10 minutes. Suddenly, figures erupted from below, no less than a dozen, surrounding the convoy. Each radiated a powerful aura of the celestial realm, all clad in black. Who are you? The expressions of the two bodyguards from the Kuei residence shifted dramatically as they shouted in anger. Kill! Yet this group remained silent and launched their attack. Among the black-clad figures, Tian Yu unleashed a terrifying inferno, akin to a volcano erupting, delivering a punch that coalesced his magical energy into scorching molten lava. Aimed at the two masters, the masters roared, unleashing their own vital energies to defend themselves. Yet, to their astonishment, the fiery magma engulfed their defenses, igniting them. Dragon Elephant Collapse, explode for me. A brawny man thrust forth a powerful punch. With a roar, Xiahou Wu unleashed a furious blow, transforming it into an ancient dragon elephant strike. Others joined in, launching over 10 simultaneous attacks. Bang! Bang! The protective vital energies of the two masters shattered, and the fiery magma surged through, enveloping them. The two masters screamed in agony as they were consumed by the flames, their bodies engulfed in the searing magma. Which audacious rogue dares to rob this young lord? From within the spirit carriage, Kuei Chongqing bellowed, his expression shifting to one of shock, as he immediately activated the protective formation of the carriage to shield it. Chapter 990. Return to Nansong. The two bodyguard masters were directly overwhelmed by the onslaught. Their defenses shattered, and they were incinerated by Tian Yu's terrifying magma. Meanwhile, the spirit carriage was enveloped by a defense formation rivaling that of a heavenly king. Who are you? How dare you attack my carriage? Once my house's powerful warriors arrive, you shall meet your end. Kuei Chongqing did not forget to threaten, attempting to intimidate the assailants. He indeed communicated with the Marquis, but it would likely take some time for its formidable warriors to arrive. With a thunderous shout, Xiahou Wu wielded the Tianke war spear, unleashing a force akin to a mountain's might. Bang! However, the defensive formation proved exceedingly resilient, causing his strike to rebound with a violent energy surge. Quite sturdy indeed. Xiahou Wu felt a numbing pain shoot through his hands from the backlash. I shall handle this, Xiang Chun declared, his form materializing as the power of space surged, suddenly appearing within the spirit carriage. Inside, Kuei Chongqing, who had been vigilantly watching the outside, was startled as a figure cloaked in black robes emerged before him. Who are you? Bang! Before he could finish his question, Xiang Chun delivered a crushing blow to his face, causing Kuei Chongqing to scream in agony as his nasal bones shattered, colliding against the carriage's interior. Brother Chun, Yu Nu exclaimed joyfully, certain that her savior had arrived. Xiang Chun approached the dazed Kuei Chongqing, a sinister smile curling at his lips. Who are you? My mother is a marquis. Please don't kill me. Kuei Chongqing pleaded in terror. Today I have come to collect a bit of interest from you. Xiang Chen's voice was raspy as he lunged forward, delivering a kick. Thud! The kick landed squarely on Kuei Chongqing's chin, forcing a mouthful of blood, mingled with teeth, to spill forth as his jaw was shattered. Following this, Guzi relentlessly pummeled him, shattering his arms and thighs, leaving him largely incapacitated. Finally, Xiang Chun landed a kick between Kuei Chongqing's legs. With a sound akin to a breaking egg, Kuei Chongqing's eyes rolled back, emitting a horrific scream before he lost consciousness. Xiang Chen picked up a control jade token nearby and crushed it effortlessly. You knew, he called, turning to her as he lifted his hood to reveal his true visage, swiftly slicing through the enchanted iron cage. Brother Chun. Yu Nu's eyes glistened with tears as she leaped into Guzi's embrace, her delicate form soft and fragrant. Let us depart. Xiang Chun harnessed the power of space, and the two vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, the other ambushing brethren retreated one by one. Above the verdant mountains, only a single spirit carriage remained in the air. Half a stick of incense later, A majestic aura of the celestial king swept through the area. Young Marquis, in the northern outskirts of the imperial city, a private estate spanning over 20 acres stood, Tang Manor. This was a residence purchased by Xiang Chun under the guise of Tang Yu. A gathering of individuals convened within the manor, where Yu had changed into a new outfit and refreshed her appearance. TSK, another stunning beauty. Brother Chun, you should have invited me to the capital sooner, Wang Xiaojie remarked, his eyes gleaming with admiration as he gazed at Yu, feeling a bit bashful under their scrutiny. Yu bowed gracefully, expressing her gratitude. I thank all my benefactors for saving my life. Haha, no need for thanks. Rescuing a damsel is our noble duty. Wang Xiaojie responded with a hearty laugh, thumping his chest. Xiaojie, is it that I cannot wield a blade, or have you become too arrogant? Zhang Dan interjected, his tone notably cold. Wang Xiaojie's smile faltered, instinctively retracting his neck and suppressing his lascivious gaze, adopting a serious demeanor. These are my people. How are Senior Butterfly Shadow and the others faring now? Do you know? Xiang Chun cut straight to the point. Upon mentioning this, Yunu's lovely face was once again clouded with concern. When I escaped, my mother and the others were already trapped by the formation. Only I and the Silver Ceiling Ant King managed to flee, and I am unaware of their current situation. I am truly sorry, Brother Chun. We should have heeded your advice. Xiang Chun frowned and replied, I have said before, the Sea Clan is not so easily manipulated. However, I did not anticipate their betrayal would be so thorough. What shall we do now? Yunu felt utterly helpless. The Sea Clan was fraught with peril, and she hesitated to ask Xiang Chun for assistance. I shall venture to the South Song Sea Clan. Xiang Chun decisively declared that he would personally undertake the rescue. With his spatial talents, as long as he knew the location of the captives, the chances of success were substantial. Ah no, that is far too perilous. I cannot allow you to take such risks, Brother Chun. You have already bestowed upon us countless kindnesses. Yunu objected, her conscience evident as she feared for Xiang Chun's safety. Xiang Chun chuckled, rest assured, I am confident. I can navigate the human clan's heavenly sect at will. The Sea Clan is of little consequence. And perhaps I may seize an opportunity to reap some rewards as well. This fellow seems to be coveting others' treasures again. Qing Chung inquired, the South Song Sea Clan. Is that the same Sea Clan that captured us last time? Indeed it is. I still remember the route. I shall accompany you. Qing Chung was concerned about Xiang Chun facing danger alone. Do not worry, I possess my own means. It would be inconvenient for you to accompany me. I can transform, making it difficult to be detected or captured. Xiang Chun gently patted Qing Chung's shoulder, unwilling to let his beloved accompany him on such a dangerous venture. Mistakes can happen to anyone. Nothing is guaranteed to succeed. Brother Chin, please take care. Yes, brother, prioritize your own safety. Fortunately, this is not my first visit to the South Song Sea, so I am confident. I managed to rescue you once, and I can do so again for others. Everyone, do not worry. Time is of the essence. I shall depart immediately. Xiang Chun bid farewell to the group and turned to leave the manor. Brother Chun, we shall await your return. The group sent Xiang Chun off as he exited the manor. Once outside, Xiang Chun summoned his celestial crane and soared into the sky. After nearly a year, he was returning to the South Song Sea once more, this time to actively rescue others and perhaps seize some spoils along the way. Upon reaching the city gates, he could not fly out directly, otherwise he would be shot down. He had to verify his identity at the city gates before exiting. The upper minister's order provided by King Qing was exceedingly useful. The guards at the gate dared not question him. After exiting the city, Xiang Chun once again summoned his celestial crane, speeding towards the South Song Sea. The South Song Sea was exceedingly distant. The land distance alone spanned tens of thousands of kilometers. He would need to traverse half of Central State, then cross Southern Sea State, before finally reaching the coastline to access the South Song Sea. The celestial crane flew at nearly 20 times the speed of sound, allowing him to cover the vast land distance in less than half a day. By the afternoon hour of approximately around 5 o'clock, Xiang Chun had crossed half of Central State and Southern Sea State, arriving at a coastal city along the coastline of Southern Sea State. The customs defenses along the coastline are exceedingly stringent. The ease with which Sha Tongtian and his companions traversed this area suggests they had established certain connections. In Chapter 991, the Grand Sea of Guangyue, Xiang Chun's authority as the Blue King's High Minister remains significant, proving effective even in these remote border regions. Moreover, With his current prominence in the court and his aspirations to inherit the imperial throne, the Blue King's presence is strategically advantageous for Xiang Chun, who harbors intentions of vengeance, yet chooses to keep him close. In the South Song Sea, where the sky stretches vast and blue, countless ships sail under billowing white sails. The salty sea breeze caresses one's face, carrying with it a faint whiff of fish. Large flocks of seagulls soar above the waves, occasionally diving into the water to seize their prey. By the time Xiang Chun ventured into the South Song Sea, dusk had settled, painting the coastline in shades of crimson, while the stars began to twinkle faintly above. In his drunken stupor, he found himself lost in dreams, adrift amidst the cosmos. As he soared above the sea, the waters within 40,000 nautical miles of the mainland still belonged to the realm of the Great Xia dynasty, where sea monsters were scarce. However, once he crossed the boundary into the Tsang Sea, he would encounter a plethora of marine beasts and pirates. Gradually, the sky darkened, light fading as shadows enveloped the ocean. Thick clouds began to gather, obscuring the stars. Would rain soon follow? Xiang Chun looked up, noting how swiftly the weather shifted, reminiscent of a child's capricious mood. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed across the heavens as a bolt of lightning descended from the storm clouds, striking the sea. The surface erupted with a flash of electricity, and several fish were instantly electrocuted, flipping belly up. Xiang Chun had officially entered the Tsang Sea, leaving the Great Xia's waters behind. A tremendous clap of thunder reverberated through the sky as multiple bolts of lightning rained down, engulfing an expansive area of the ocean. One particularly fierce strike descended upon Xiang Chun, catching him off guard. "Ah!" he cried out in agony as the lightning coursed through him, sending waves of intense pain throughout his body. The force of this thunderbolt was formidable, and both he and his ethereal crane were hurled from the sky, plunging into the depths of the sea. Moments later, Xiang Chun emerged from the water, standing atop the waves, cursing the heavens in frustration. "What is your problem, you wretched sky? I have not crossed the tribulation, nor have I insulted you or vowed to be a scoundrel. Why strike me?" Yet, in the distance, hundreds of miles away, a terrifying bolt of lightning struck the ocean with the ferocity of a thunder dragon. The sea erupted in an explosion of waves, and arcs of lightning danced across the surface, extending for hundreds of miles, transforming the area into a tempestuous storm. Xiang Chun stood transfixed, staring in horror at the cataclysmic display of power. The earlier lightning bolt had a diameter of over 100 meters, its strength capable of obliterating someone of his cultivation level. This was no ordinary storm. Could it possibly be a tribulation lightning? Xiang Chun was taken aback, halting his journey. His gaze intensified as the moon-watching eye awakened, enveloping him in a formidable power. Suddenly, a deafening sound wave reverberated through the air. With a thunderous roar, the sound wave traversed the ocean's surface, instantly raising towering waves. Xiang Chun clutched his ears, his eardrums throbbing with pain. Soon, under the influence of the moon-watching eye, a colossal figure surged forth from the depths of the sea, hundreds of miles away. The sheer size of this creature left Xiang Chun astounded. It was an enormous whale, stretching over 2,000 meters in length. Its body shimmered with a silvery white hue, resembling an island, adorned with a single horn on its forehead and a row of menacing, sword-like spines along its back. Its eyes were larger than houses, exuding an aura of terrifying ferocity, while its massive fins and tail brimmed with incredible strength. This was the light moon giant sea whale. Recognizing this ancient sea beast, Xiang Chun recalled that the light moon giant sea whale was a rare and gentle creature among formidable beasts, capable of generating tsunamis. The immense energy and vitality it radiated were astonishing. One could only wonder what realm this magnificent creature had attained. Xiang Chun gazed in awe at this behemoth. At that moment, he felt an unusual agitation from the spirit of the foolish fish within him. What could have excited the foolish fish? Could it be that the bloodline within the light moon giant sea whale held something it desired? Xiang Chun sensed the extraordinary fluctuations of his unique talent. The foolish fish spirit. Suddenly, a terrifying bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the whale's head. The colossal thunderstorm, with a diameter of hundreds of meters, violently collided with the whale's body, enveloping a radius of over 100 nautical miles. In this tempestuous storm, even celestial beings would be vanquished. A massive vortex of lightning appeared in the sky, unleashing torrents of fearsome bolts. It seemed as if the lightning connected to another time and space, The light moon giant sea whale was about to undergo a tribulation to transcend the boundaries of space. As Xiang Chun beheld this scene, he recalled the ancient texts. This universe was home to numerous realms and energies of varying levels. Legends spoke of cultivators who, upon reaching celestial enlightenment and transcending through tribulations, would ascend to higher realms of energy, the nine heavens fairy world. However, to ascend to the nine heavens, one must endure the 81 lethal tribulations, purging the mortal body and transforming into an immortal form. The light moon giant sea whale unleashed torrents of overwhelming power, causing the sea to roar and manifest massive water tornadoes that surged skyward, clashing with the descending lightning from the nine heavens. Amidst the booming thunderstorm, the destructive lightning relentlessly struck the water tornadoes, decimating them against the whale's form. With a resounding thud, gaping wounds opened upon the whale's seemingly smooth yet incredibly resilient skin, gushing forth torrents of blood that spread far into the ocean. It was unexpected to witness such a magnificent spectacle in the South Song Sea. A giant. May fortune favor your audacious challenge. Xiang Chun felt a surge of excitement. The aspiration of immortality had long been a distant dream for ordinary cultivators, a significant milestone on the path to eternal life. Rumors speak of transcending the mortal realm to become an immortal, with a lifespan extending for 3,000 years. Thunder rumbles incessantly, and the vast sea beneath the moonlight is now riddled with scars from lightning strikes. At last, after an extended period of tumultuous thunder, the skies quieted. Had the tribulation concluded? No, far from it. The earth trembled with a resounding roar. It felt as if the ocean itself were in a frenzy, stirred by a unique cosmic force enveloping the entire maritime expanse. The air suddenly turned oppressively warm. Bubbles erupted upon the surface of the sea, and the water began to boil, temperatures rising sharply. From the depths, a colossal octopus was propelled upward by an unseen force, surfacing at the very feet of Xiang Chun. This octopus, measuring over 10 meters, was astonishingly cooked, releasing an enticing aroma of its flesh. Xiang Chun's heart ached for the creature, tears streaming from the corners of his mouth. Chapter 992. A frantic rush. Not only the octopus, but also sharks, tuna, and other denizens of the deep emerged, all transformed into delectable morsels. The heavens provided a feast of seafood while the tribulation unfolded. Ergo, transformed into a celestial wolf, opened his maw wide, unleashing a torrent of spatial energy that drew in all the cooked seafood floating above, swallowing it whole, without a moment to savor the flavors. The taste was surprisingly pleasant, though there lingered a hint of sulfur. Wait, could it be? As Ergo reminisced about the flavor, his expression suddenly shifted, a realization dawning upon him. Boom. At that moment, the water below erupted into a cacophony of boiling fury. A flash of azure-red flames surged from beneath the waves, erupting skyward. Instantly, the sea below Xiang Chun was engulfed in a conflagration, waves of azure-red fire gushing forth. This inferno enveloped Ergo, the celestial wolf. Oh my! It is indeed the blue fire from the earth's core. Ergo howled in agony, as an unbearable heat engulfed him. A torment so intense it felt as if he were being consumed by flames. Even with the protective aura of the lunar essence, he sensed the overwhelming searing pain. This fire possessed the might to incinerate even the strongest of beings. Fur ignited in an instant, transforming the lunar wolf into a charred figure. In a flash of brilliance, the golden crow's bloodline surged forth, awakening the power of the sun. The celestial wolf's form almost instantaneously morphed into that of a golden crow, radiating solar energy. Remarkably, the tormenting heat dissipated. As a divine avian of the fire element, the blue fire from the earth's core posed no threat to him. Soaring through the heavens, the golden crow surveyed the expanse, witnessing a vast area engulfed in the earth's core fire, with the sea rapidly evaporating. While his immediate surroundings remained bearable, the heart of the tempest, where the moonlight giant whale resided, was shrouded entirely in the relentless azure-red flames. The flames had transformed into a colossal prison, ensnaring the moonlight giant whale. It emitted anguished cries, struggling against the consuming inferno. Heavenly thunder and earth fire. This was the trial of the earth's fire. The skin of the moonlight giant whale began to crack and wither, its flesh turning charred. The devastation wrought by this earth fire was far more grievous than that of the heavenly thunder. The celestial tribulation is indeed terrifying. Its formidable power can be deemed as an existence capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. Xiang Chun gazed in astonishment at the inferno. As the earth's fire surged forth relentlessly from the depths of the earth, this phenomenon serves as a trial imposed by nature upon the evolution of life, as well as a punishment from the heavenly laws for those who dare to defy their fated destinies. Whether cultivators or demonic beasts, all beings originally have their lifespans determined by the heavens, with mortals typically allotted a mere century of life. However, cultivators, in their pursuit of immortality, challenge the divine will and contravene the natural order, thus incurring inevitable trials and retributions. The earth fire is particularly lethal to water-based life forms. It remains uncertain whether this colossal entity can withstand such a trial. One can only hope for its survival. Jin Wuchun turned his gaze towards the distant ocean, where the moonlight leviathan, scorched by the relentless geothermal flames, lay. This was his first encounter with a living being undergoing such a celestial tribulation, and he wished it well. The inferno raged for a full half-hour, gradually silencing the sounds of the moonlight leviathan. Influenced by the earth fire, Xiang Chun's vision was obscured, and he could only perceive the creature's immense form, motionless and indistinct. As the enveloping flames gradually dissipated, the eruptions from the ocean floor ceased. Xiang Chun noticed the thunderous vortex in the sky had vanished as well. Had it failed? Jin Wuchun mused inwardly. With a powerful flap of his wings, he soared through the air towards the vicinity of the moonlight leviathan's tribulation. Moments later, he arrived before the creature. To his astonishment, the moonlight leviathan was charred black, its once smooth body now resembling a charcoal island adrift in the sea, utterly still. As he approached, he could still sense its formidable aura, marveling at its colossal size. The charred corpse emitted a tantalizing aroma, mingled with a peculiar fragrance that stirred an overwhelming desire to consume it. Descending onto the whale's back, he transformed into his human form and sighed. The path dictated by the heavens is perilous, and the road to immortality is fraught with uncertainty. One can only wonder how many years this behemoth had cultivated, only to be obliterated on its journey of evolution. Yet, he then, with a rather ungracious curiosity, took a whiff. How delightful! Such a large specimen could sustain one for a year. If the charred exterior were removed, the flesh within must surely be delectable. His fleeting sympathy was swiftly overshadowed by his insatiable appetite as he began to contemplate the creature's flesh. At that moment, however, Xiang Chen's brows furrowed. A resounding rumble echoed across the ocean as silhouettes hurried toward him, seemingly drawn by the aura of the moonlight leviathan. Goodness! It seems I'm not the only one with designs on this creature, Xiang Chen scoffed, observing the approaching figures. Within the sea, massive aquatic demon sharks and enormous sea serpents, measuring several dozen meters long, surged forth like dragons cleaving through the waves. He also spotted a golden sea eel, over 10 meters long, crackling with thunder as it approached. Furthermore, he glimpsed a pirate vessel adorned with a Jolly Roger, slicing through the waves towards him. The commotion of the tribulation was evidently significant, attracting numerous beings and entities. It appeared that a fierce battle was imminent. Xiang Chun let out a cold chuckle as the sharp claws of the celestial moon wolf extended from his hand, emanating a powerful aura that signified his mastery at the 6th level of the Lingxiao realm. Having absorbed a third of the strength of the Wild Marquis, his cultivation surged to the 6th level of the Lingxiao Grandmaster realm, nearing the threshold of the Grandmaster tier. His gaze fell upon the myriad sea demons and marine beasts that had gathered. Among them were formidable beings, rivaling the likes of the Celestial King. One such creature, a golden lightning eel, epitomized this level of might. Aboard a pirate spirit vessel, there were 70 to 80 individuals, each possessing cultivation levels at or above the Soul Moon realm. Xiang Chen also detected a formidable figure at the king level, likely the captain. Could it be that such a colossal moonlight giant whale had a captain of that caliber who failed to transcend the tribulation? The pirate ship, measuring several dozen meters in length, was propelled forward by 2 wind talisman sails, channeling spiritual power. At the bow stood a burly middle-aged man, adorned with a captain's hat and a fierce beard, exuding a menacing presence. Did you not witness that commotion? The clash of thunder and earth fire cannot be mistaken. It is indeed the legendary tribulation of the immortals. We have stumbled upon the remains of a near-immortal beast. If we seize its flesh and blood, our cultivation will surely advance at an astonishing rate, and its inner core is worth a fortune. We could abandon the life of piracy. The pirate captain sneered, his gaze greedily fixed upon the immobile, mountain-like carcass in the distance. Chapter 993. The Great Battle with the Sea Creatures. Xiang Chun observed the multitude of sea demons and beasts converging around, their eyes gleaming with avarice as they fixated on the immense form of the moonlight giant whale. To them, this colossal corpse represented an immense treasure. The whale, a source of life for many, contained the quintessence of centuries of cultivation within its flesh, promising evolution for those who consumed it. However, at that moment, the seemingly fallen moonlight giant whale emitted a faint whimper. A resilient life force began to stir within its body. "You haven't perished," Xiang Chun gasped, perceiving the high-frequency ultrasonic whimper that was inaudible to ordinary ears. "Help me." This was a signal wave transmitted by the moonlight giant whale, and within Xiang Chun's being, the spirit of the foolish fish emitted a similar wave, pleading for rescue. Simultaneously, powerful strands of natural spiritual energy surged into the body of the moonlight giant whale. Xiang Chun furrowed his brow, looking down at the colossal creature, a flicker of compassion igniting within him. "Very well. Since you still possess a glimmer of hope and the foolish fish implores me to save you, I shall forge this bond of kindness today. However, I fear I must contend with these formidable beings." Xiang Chun sighed internally. It was the first time the spirit of the foolish fish had conveyed such a thought to him. "Regrettably, your size is too immense. My power cannot accommodate you within the Chinquan ring, otherwise it would be simple. Little White, time to work." Xiang Chun glanced at the small white tiger perched on his shoulder. The previously languid creature leaped down, shook its body, and then expanded from the size of a house cat to a formidable stature of several zhang, exuding an imposing presence. With a thunderous roar, the young white tiger unleashed its fierce dominance, sending tidal waves crashing through the sea. "This fish is under my protection," it declared. "You uncouth seafood, best retreat at once, or I shall prepare a grand seafood stew today." Holding the dragon's edge demon blade, Xiang Chun surveyed the powerful creatures surrounding him with a disdainful gaze. Fortunately, these sea demons and beasts lacked the formidable prowess of royal beings. The captain of the pirate ship was merely at the third level of the carefree realm. "Who does this young fool think he is, to utter such arrogant words? Do you truly believe you can consume this bountiful treasure of flesh?" The pirate captain scoffed. Xiang Chun retorted with a smirk, "Ask my blade whether I can digest it or not. You are a fool to challenge me." The captain shook his head dismissively and turned to the other creatures. "What are you waiting for? Let us all join forces to slay this brat and feast upon his divine body." The surrounding sea sharks, sea demons, and golden thunder eels erupted in a cacophony of menacing roars, their eyes fixated on Xiang Chun and his tiger. Suddenly, a sea shark, measuring over 10 zhang and comparable to a grandmaster in strength, lunged at the massive light moon giant whale, its enormous jaws poised to strike, seeking death. In that instant, Xiang Chun sprang into action. With a resounding burst, he transformed into a flash of light, hurtling towards the great shark. The shark unleashed a beam of blue light, which transformed into a formidable attack, barreling towards him. "Open!" Xiang Chun thundered, instantly transforming into a celestial being, his strength and power surging. A blade infused with the essence of his transformation cleaved downward, the lightning-like blade slicing through the blue assault and striking the shark's head with tremendous force. With a sickening sound, the shark's azure skin was split apart, the blade's energy ripping through its body. Blood erupted as the massive creature was cleaved in two, staining the sea crimson. "The materials for shark fins are secured," Xiang Chun smirked. Suddenly, a series of deep red tentacles, akin to colossal serpents, surged forth. The assailant was a gigantic demon octopus, with 8 tentacles lined with suction cups, ensnaring Xiang Chun's body. With a powerful strike, Xiang Chun unleashed a flurry of razor-sharp blade lights. In an instant, the octopus's tentacles were severed, writhing in agony as they retreated. "You want to escape, octopus ball." Xiang Chun lunged at the great sea demon, his blade transforming into a piercing beam aimed at its body. His speed was unparalleled. The strike penetrated the octopus's head. Another celestial creature fell by his hand. Although many creatures had arrived, few were of celestial caliber. Meanwhile, the young white tiger tore through the body of a sea demon, a celestial-level sea serpent, which let out a pained wail as its massive form was ripped in two. Blood splattered as the tiger, voracious as a child devouring snacks, feasted on its prey before pouncing on another sea demon. At that moment, a sudden flash of golden lightning surged forth, a thunderclap of several meters in size. Imbued with an unfathomable might, Xiang Chun reacted instantly, wielding his blade to unleash a wave of sword energy for defense. The creature, a formidable golden thunder eel, struck fiercely. Its body emanated terrifying electrical energy, transforming into a bolt of lightning that violently struck Xiang Chun. With a resounding crash, he attempted to counter with his sword, but the force of the impact shattered his energy, propelling him hundreds of meters away. The overwhelming thunder coursed through him, leaving him in agonizing paralysis. The golden thunder eel roared, its form morphing into a streak of lightning as it lunged forward, bearing a maw lined with fangs and crackling with electricity. Aiming directly for Xiang Chun. Amidst their fierce battle, the pirate captain and his crew unleashed their spiritual energy, manifesting artifacts that bombarded the colossal body of the light moon sea whale. The explosive power of their combined might shattered the charred flesh on the whale's surface, creating a gaping 10-meter-wide wound. They sought the unburnt flesh within, untouched by the inferno of the earth. The golden thunder eel's fearsome bite, charged with thunderous power, could pulverize even the hardest of metals. With a fierce roar, Xiang Chun transformed into the moon-devouring wolf, his strength multiplying several-fold. He swiped with his paw, unleashing a torrent of force weighing several tons, crashing down upon the golden thunder eel's maw. With a resounding thud, the golden thunder eel was sent flying, its mouth torn open by the force of the blow. The moon-devouring wolf howled in fury, releasing a wave of lunar light with a power rivaling that of a minor celestial king. In response, the golden thunder eel summoned its own formidable energy, unleashing a barrage of golden lightning that collided with the lunar wave, resulting in a series of explosive bursts. As the battle raged on, the golden thunder eel lashed out with its tail, condensing the power of thunder into a long whip that struck the moon-devouring wolf with astonishing speed. The impact sent the wolf hurtling away, crashing into the massive form of the light moon sea whale. The strength of this lightning-wielding sea demon was undeniable, capable of contending with a fifth-layer celestial king. The moon-devouring wolf shook itself off, showing no signs of severe injury. However, the golden thunder eel roared again, opening its maw wide as a beam of lightning surged forth at a speed that evaded ordinary evasion techniques. Suddenly, the moon-devouring wolf vanished. The ensuing explosion from the lightning strike created a massive crater on the surface of the light moon sea whale. Moments later, the moon-devouring wolf reappeared above the golden thunder eel, descending with a claw that tore through the air with ferocity. With a resounding impact, the force of dragon and elephant combined erupted as the paw struck down upon the golden thunder eel's head. The creature was sent soaring, a crack echoing through its skull as a fissure appeared. The golden thunder eel spewed forth blood, rendered momentarily dazed by a single claw strike. Moon Goddess Heavenly Ban. From the dual orbs of the moon-eating sky wolf, a surge of soul energy erupted, transforming into a series of intricate symbols that coalesced into a moon-white halo. Whoosh! The halo instantly enveloped the golden thunder eel, binding it in place. The golden thunder eel roared, its thunderous power severely curtailed, its energy waning to the level of a mere first realm of the carefree king. Golden eel sushi, meet your demise. The moon-eating sky wolf lunged forth once more, a claw gathering ferocious strength as it descended. Boom! The claw struck the eel's head, eliciting a pitiful scream as its skull cracked and splintered, brain matter scattering. Blood gushed from its 7 orifices, and its lengthy body plummeted into the ocean. Meanwhile, the pirate captain had led his crew to pry open the tough, charred skin, exposing fresh flesh and blood. The flesh of the glorious moon giant whale was rich in vitality, invigorating those who caught a whiff. "Dig in," exclaimed the pirate captain, as he forcefully struck the wound with his knife, severing a substantial chunk of flesh. The other pirates eagerly joined in the fray, digging out the meat. Seeking death, the moon-eating sky wolf's gaze turned icy, and in an instant, it transformed into a beam of moonlight, its claws tearing through the air, emitting 10 streaks of blade-like energy. Splat! Splat! 7 or 8 pirates, engrossed in their task, let out blood-curdling screams as their bodies were shredded into fragments by the razor-sharp strikes. Wretched beast, you seek your own demise. The pirate captain snapped back to reality, his fury igniting. Continue digging, he commanded his men, as he morphed into a streak of light, charging toward the moon-eating sky wolf. In his hand, a katana radiated formidable energy, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a blade of light spanning several dozen meters toward the moon-eating sky wolf. The wolf's claws tore through the air, meeting the force of the captain's slash. Bang! The two attacks collided in a cataclysmic explosion, dissipating into a whirlwind of energy. This wretched beast, clearly possessing only the aura of the Lingxiao realm. How can its power be so astonishing? The captain's expression shifted, realizing that his strike, infused with the might of the third realm of carefree, had been effortlessly countered. Buzz! In the next instant, the moon-eating sky wolf vanished, reappearing directly above him, its massive claws descending with ferocious intent. Control. The captain was taken aback, his mind racing as he struggled to comprehend the wolf's incredible speed. He swung his sword, a flash of blade light coalescing into a defensive barrier of runes. Bang! The impact of the wolf's claw sent him crashing downward. Roar! At that moment, the little white tiger charged in with a fearsome roar, unleashing its own devastating claw. Bang! The giant paw struck the captain's defensive barrier, dimming the runes etched upon it. Thunderous fury. The moon-eating sky wolf roared, its claws morphing into blades, crackling with the power of thunder as 10 claws tore through the air. Boom, boom, boom. 10 golden thunderous blades descended upon the pirate captain. In defense, the captain countered with a series of slashes, attempting to shatter the 10 assaults. At that moment, the little white tiger opened its mouth, releasing a beam of sword light. Whoosh! A blade of Gingjin, resembling the glimmer of a white tiger's sword, struck with blinding speed, penetrating the pirate captain's body amidst his struggle against the moon-swallowing wolf. With a sickening squelch, blood erupted as the blade pierced through him. The captain let out a wretched scream, his chest obliterated, his vital essence dissipating in an instant. At that moment, the little white tiger lunged forward, its jaws snapping down. No! The pirate captain howled in despair, as he and his sword were ensnared in the tiger's gaping maw. With a sickening crunch, its jaws shattered his torso, leaving his legs to plummet into the depths of the sea. The little white tiger devoured the captain, spitting out a storage ring. Captain! The crew of the pirate ship stood frozen in terror, their faces ashen, their assault on the giant whale of the light moon halted. Little white, they are yours, the moon-swallowing wolf declared with a chilling gaze. With a thunderous roar, the little white tiger unleashed a ferocious growl that reverberated through the air, stunning the remaining pirates. It then pounced upon them, the sounds of anguished cries and crunching bones filling the air as dozens of pirates met a grisly end. The moon-swallowing wolf collected the carcass of the golden eel, settling atop the back of the giant whale of the light moon. Surrounding them, many sea demons and beasts gazed in horror at the moonlit wolf. With an icy glare, the moon-swallowing wolf roared again, intimidating the other sea creatures. Terrified, they hastily retreated into the depths of the ocean, fleeing for their lives. Meanwhile, the little white tiger wreaked havoc among the pirate crew, leaving no one to escape. Devouring them all, it also consumed the whale meat that the pirates had harvested. After feasting on their flesh and the whale meat, the tiger felt its own vitality surging, rapidly strengthening its blood and energy. At the third level of the Lingxiao realm, it seemed poised for another significant breakthrough. The giant whale of the light moon bore a gaping wound, a massive pit carved into its flesh, yet in comparison to its colossal size, it was but a minor injury. Standing upon the scorched back of the whale, the moon-swallowing wolf transformed into a human form. The whale's back was vast, resembling a spacious island. Xiang Chun produced a black cauldron, followed by a large pot, retrieving the recently slain golden eel. He expertly sliced it open, extracting a golden inner core the size of a human head, crackling with formidable, thunderous energy. This thunder core was precisely what he needed to enhance the power of the thunder-severing sky. Pleased with the thunder core, Xiang Chun arranged the sliced eel meat onto a nearby platter, creating a sumptuous sashimi dish. He then continued to cut the eel into thin slices, preparing them for a hot pot. Soon, the whale's back was filled with the enticing aroma of various meats. A large hot pot simmered on the whale's back, heated by the flames of a spirit stone, bubbling with anticipation. The pot contained eel meat and segments of the colossal sea demon's tentacles. Nearby, an iron plate sizzled with the sound of oil frying the octopus tentacles and eel chunks. In a cauldron, a substantial portion of golden eel and sea demon flesh had been simmered. Xiang Chun added various precious herbs such as lingji, ling shun, millennial grass fruit, and golden star anise, infusing the dish with a fragrant aroma. He also included some whale meat that pirates had unearthed, which glimmered with a radiant light. Xiang Chun and the little white tiger sat nearby. The tiger adeptly grasped chopsticks to indulge in hot pot, savoring sashimi and grilled meat. The flavors were exquisite. Xiang Chun took a bite of golden eel sashimi dipped in aged vinegar with mustard, the meat melting in his mouth, delicate and delectable, transforming into a torrent of essence within him. Sashimi, grilled meat, hot pot, and a simmering broth, both man and tiger began to feast heartily on the whale's back. In just 2 hours, they had devoured hundreds of tons of meat. Xiang Chin's body radiated brilliance as the consumed flesh was refined within him. The little white tiger, having feasted, lay on the whale's back to sleep while Xiang Chun leaned against it, commencing the refinement of the abundant blood and meat essence. Boom! Within him, a vast amount of blood and meat essence was transformed into the power of dragon and elephant, nourishing his corporeal form. The energy contained in the food was also assimilated into true essence. The true Dan of the sun and moon circulated within him. Xiang Chen's belly, swollen like a balloon, gradually diminished. As night fell, the bright moon hung high, and the terrifying pressure that had once accompanied the tribulation had vanished. Meanwhile, the life force of the luminous moon giant whale continued to recover and strengthen, gradually revealing numerous fissures across its massive body. Its enormous, charred form suddenly became riddled with cracks. In the void of the world, streams of peculiar cosmic energy surged into the luminous moon giant whale's body. The following day, as the sun peaked over the horizon, a golden dawn bathed the sea in resplendent light, creating a breathtaking seascape. Xiangchen opened his eyes, feeling 7 surging currents of true essence swirling within him. He had broken through to the 7th level of the Lingxiao realm, refining such high-energy food, including the energy of a half-royal creature, the sea demon flesh, and precious whale meat, had elevated his cultivation to the pinnacle of the 7th level. He had entered the realm of Grand Master. His internal strength had also reached the realm of body cultivation, synonymous with Grand Master. The true essence of returning to the heavens finally matched the 10,000 demons' sacred law. Beside him, the little white tiger's aura had intensified, its cultivation soaring to the 6th level of the Lingxiao realm. It had greatly benefited from consuming the flesh and blood of a human king, half a golden sea eel, and half a great sea demon. Xiang Chen stood, gazing at the colossal whale beneath him, surprise flickering in his eyes. The body of the luminous moon giant whale was now covered in numerous massive cracks. Suddenly, the whale emitted a resounding call. "You wish for us to depart from your back?" Xiang Chun understood its intent. Very well. He promptly lifted the little white tiger, and with a powerful step, unleashed a surge of true essence from beneath him, propelling himself skyward. He hovered several thousand meters above, gazing down at the astonishingly large luminous moon giant whale. Crack! Crack! The colossal moonlight giant whale emitted a series of crackling sounds, followed by beams of light bursting forth like moonbeams. With a resounding roar, an astonishing surge of energy erupted, radiating in all directions across the ocean. Thunderous waves surged to heights of thousands of feet, transforming into tsunamis that swept across the waters. The thick, charred skin of the moonlight giant whale ruptured, unleashing a tremendous release of energy. Then, amidst the brilliance, a massive figure ascended into the sky with a thunderous boom. This immense being stirred up a fierce wind that howled as it soared, causing the young man's long hair to dance wildly. Xiang Chun gazed in awe at the sight before him. A creature, measuring 6,000 meters in length, adorned with exquisite silver scales, soared through the heavens, casting shadows upon the earth. Its sleek, streamlined body was covered in silver armor, crowned with a formidable horn atop its head. Its pectoral fins resembled magnificent wings, while a row of enormous sword-like bones extended along its back from head to tail. Its eyes sparkled with an enchanting clarity, reminiscent of a child's innocence. It had evolved. Xiang Chen stared, astonished, at the beauty of this majestic creature. Simultaneously, a piece of information flowed into his mind from the ancient cauldron. The moonlight giant Kuan, a low-grade Kuan beast, possessed a lineage of divine ferocity, capable of absorbing the power of the sun and moon, soaring across the starry seas, and nurturing a vast stomach within itself. A divine beast. Xiang Chun was astounded. It was only the second time he had encountered a creature of such divine lineage in this realm. The first was that ravenous crow. In the depths of the North Sea, there exists a fish known as Huan, and its size is so immense that it cannot be contained in a single pot. Goodness! This is not merely a pot. It would require 100 pots to contain it. Xiang Chun murmured, clearing his throat awkwardly, realizing his thoughts had wandered astray. The moonlight giant Huan emitted a joyful hum, resonant and captivating, akin to a child's gentle whimper. Its massive head leaned toward Xiang Chun. Its eyes magnified dozens of times larger than his own. He extended his hand, gently stroking its colossal head. "Hey there, big fellow. Congratulations on successfully transcending your tribulation," Xiang Chun said with a smile, his warmth evident. He was fond of such a beautiful and gentle being. The moonlight giant Huan extended its enormous tongue and began to lick Xiang Chun, its immense strength and sticky saliva ensnaring him. "Haha, stop licking me. Your drool is too adhesive," Xiang Chun exclaimed, struggling to break free, only to discover that the creature's saliva was alarmingly powerful, akin to superglue. Tragedy struck. As he found himself unable to escape, the moonlight giant Huan had him ensnared, teaching him the harsh realities of the world. Realizing Xiang Chun was stuck, the moonlight giant Huan exhaled forcefully. A violent gust of wind erupted, sending Xiang Chun soaring several thousand meters before he regained his balance and freed himself from the stickiness of the tongue, touching the gooey saliva on his body. He offered a rueful smile. "Congratulations on your successful tribulation, but I must take my leave now. I hope we can meet again in this realm." Xiang Chun waved, preparing to depart. Boom. However, the gigantic fin of the moonlight giant Huan suddenly obstructed his path. Then, intricate patterns of light began to weave and dance upon its body, glowing with an ethereal radiance. A magnificent luminous circle materialized, coalescing into a page of runes that appeared before Xiang Chun. Upon seeing this rune, an expression of ecstasy adorned his face. Are you willing to sign an equal summoning contract with me?" Xiang Chun gazed incredulously at this colossal being. The moonlight giant sea Huan nodded its massive head, gently nudging Xiang Chun, though its immense strength sent air go flying. Chapter 996. I Can't Breathe, Part 5. The equal summoning contract represents the most equitable form of pact between beings, devoid of master and servant roles. Rooted entirely in mutual consent. Xiang Chun never anticipated that such a formidable creature would be inclined to enter into an equal summoning contract with him. Could it be due to the fact that he had protected it for a while? However, the sea beasts and sea demons could only inflict harm upon the weakened moonlight giant sea Huan. They could never hope to slay it. Could it be connected to the foolish fish spirit residing within him? A sudden thought struck Xiang Chun. The peculiar behavior of the foolish fish spirit had been noteworthy. Physically, it bore a resemblance to the moonlight giant sea Huan. "Very well, since you have chosen, let us proceed with the signing." An opportunity of such magnitude was not one Xiang Chun could refuse. He promptly drew forth a drop of his vital blood, condensing it into intricate runes. The tadpole-like runes melded seamlessly into the equal summoning contract. Buzzing. In an instant, the runic symbols of the equal summoning contract transformed into radiant light patterns, surging into both Xiang Chun and the moonlight giant sea Huan. In that fleeting moment, Xiang Chun sensed an inexplicable bond forming between himself and the moonlight giant sea Huan, allowing for a profound mental connection. A tattoo of the moonlight giant sea Huan's image emerged on Xiang Chun's arm. "Let me bestow a name upon you. How about that?" Xiang Chun tenderly caressed the creature's enormous head. The moonlight giant sea Huan eagerly accepted. After a moment's contemplation, Xiang Chun declared, "From now on, you shall be known as Tai Su, the Tai Su Huan. May you soar through the vastness of the cosmos." The moonlight giant sea Huan flicked its massive tail and nudged Xiang Chun once more. Subsequently, it began to alter its form, its colossal body shrinking down. The once terrifying size of 6 or 7 kilometers reduced to a mere 100 meters, its smallest state. Despite this reduction, it remained an imposing figure. "Let us go? Tai Su. Haha, come accompany me to show off amongst the sea tribes." With a hearty laugh, Xiang Chun settled atop its grand head. Boom. The moonlight giant sea Huan plunged from the sky into the ocean. Amidst the thunderous sound, it surged forward at astonishing speed, racing toward the destination that resided in Xiang Chun's heart, the South Song Sea. Deep beneath the ocean, several tens of thousands of meters down, the pressure was sufficient to crush steel. Looking upwards from the seabed, one could see no light. The ocean floor was supposed to be shrouded in darkness. Yet here it radiated with brilliant splendor, a sight to behold. Majestic underwater cities, home to the sea tribes, dotted the seafloor. A colossal creature approached the underwater city from hundreds of miles away, gazing upon the aquatic metropolis. Xiangchen sat cross-legged atop the moonlight giant sea koan, observing the underwater city below. The South Songhai clan, I have returned. Tai Su, await me nearby. As Xiangchen stepped forward, his form erupted from the back of the colossal Guanyue giant koan. His physique transformed, morphing into a sea dog, his limbs becoming fin-like. After his departure, the Guanyue giant koan swam off to other waters in search of shrimp. Such a massive creature, yet it feasts on shrimp, capable of devouring billions in a single gulp. Only the boundless ocean could sustain such a behemoth. The underwater city resembled a fortress, its upper reaches interwoven with a shimmering energy veil. The sea dog Chin swam towards the city gates, heading straight for the station guards. To his surprise, numerous notices adorned the gates, one of which displayed an illustration of the sea dog Chun. With a swagger, he glided through the entrance. "Look, doesn't that sea dog resemble someone?" exclaimed a warrior of the sea, gazing in astonishment at the passing creature. "Indeed, with its silvery coat, it bears a striking resemblance." Another echoed, "That's it. Capture it." Suddenly, the group of sea warriors sprang into action, unleashing their magical might to conjure nets that cascaded down upon Xiangchun. In an instant, no fewer than a dozen magical nets ensnared him. The sea dog Chun's expression shifted, appearing woefully pitiful. "Esteemed sirs, I am but a charming sea dog. Why would you capture me?" A sea warrior scrutinized the ensnared sea dog and inquired, "Are you not called Xiaoha?" "Indeed, how do you know my name?" "Haha, it's definitely you. Brothers, the bounty of 1,000,000 is ours." The sea warrior beamed with joy. He then instructed his fellow warriors, "Continue guarding the gates. I shall take him to claim the reward. Captain, don't keep it all for yourself." "Haha, fear not." The sea warrior, elated, grasped the sea dog Chun and swam towards the heart of the aquatic city. "What on earth is happening? Have they discovered my theft from the sea clan's treasury?" Xiang Chun mused in astonishment. To be captured upon entry was indeed unfortunate. Before long, the sea warrior led him to a familiar location, the palace of the South Songhai clan. Soon, a colossal figure swam towards him from the distant thoroughfare. "Xiaoha, where have you been? I was worried sick." The towering figure bore an expression of delight. It was a magnificent mermaid, towering 100 meters in stature. Her upper body was human, adorned with cascading seaweed blue curls, and she sported an extravagant floral headpiece. Her enormous, striking eyes were as vivid as a bull's. Her features exquisitely beautiful. She draped herself in a sheer blue fabric, her arms resembling giant white lotus stems, and her ears bore exquisite earrings larger than hammers. Her figure was a vision of beauty, voluptuous and alluring, culminating in a grand azure fishtail. Princess Shaolin. Xiangchen instantly recognized her. The surname Sha denotes her lineage, while the term for shark, Sha, can be interchangeably used. "Xiaoha, come here for a hug. Where have you been?" Princess Shaolin enveloped the sea dog Chun in her embrace, a hug that felt larger than life. Xiangchen. A wave of intoxicating fragrance washed over him, and he felt as though he might suffocate. At the city gate, a notice proclaimed, "Princess Shailin's pet, Little Ha, has been spotted. A reward of 100,000 spirit coins will be given to anyone who can help the princess retrieve her pet." "Princess, I can hardly breathe." Hai Gochin gasped, finally freeing himself from the embrace of a massive chest to catch his breath. It's good to have you back. You've been gone for a year. Were you tending to your ailing mother?" Princess Shailin cradled him in her hands. Hai Gochin's forehead twitched. "Yes, my mother is well now. So I've returned to accompany the princess." "That's wonderful. I missed you dearly. Now, come, continue telling me the stories of Intu village," Princess Shailin said, carrying him towards her chambers. "Princess, the bounty," the sea warrior reminded. "Thank you. Take this token and collect your reward from the treasury." Princess Shailin tossed him a jade tablet, and the sea warrior left with a grin. Chapter 997. The Sea Creature Insect Pavilion in a Kingdom of Animals. One day, a dung beetle was rolling a ball of dung along the road when suddenly, a traffic-controlling elephant intercepted him. The elephant said, "Sir, please present your dung driving license." The dung beetle exclaimed, "What?" The elephant replied, "Driving without a license? Your vehicle will be confiscated." With that, the elephant took the dung beetle's ball away. The next day, the dung beetle obtained his driving license and, yawning, set out again with his ball, only to encounter the traffic elephant once more. Mr. Elephant. I have my license now, the dung beetle declared. However, the elephant still confiscated the dung beetle's ball, coldly stating, driving while fatigued? Your vehicle will be confiscated. Ha ha. This dung beetle is quite unfortunate. Princess Shaylin laughed until tears streamed down her face. In that familiar room, with that familiar tank. Princess, may I ask you something? Hai Go-chun inquired as he leaned on the fish tank, recounting countless stories of Intu village to the princess. Go ahead, she replied. I heard that a group of land creatures has come to ally with our sea tribe. Is that true? The myriad scents of the ocean muddled his senses, making it impossible for Xiang Chun to locate Madame Dai Ying's whereabouts. Yes, just a few days ago. However, it seems they displeased my father and were imprisoned. Princess Shaylin nodded. Oh, where are they confined? Xiang Chen's heart stirred, and he pressed on. In the northern city. Little Ha, why do you ask? Princess Shaylin looked at him quizzically. Hai Go-chun chuckled. I've never seen what land creatures look like. I really want to take a look. They are quite ugly. A bunch of bugs, but there is a beautiful purple butterfly lady among them. Would you like to see her? I could take you, she offered. Really? Thank you, princess. I want to see right now, Xiang Chun said eagerly, wishing to rescue Madame Dai Ying and the others before any mishap occurred. But we haven't eaten yet. We can eat after we see them. Come on, come on. After we look, I'll tell you even more stories. Upon hearing the promise of more stories, the pure-hearted giant princess readily agreed. Little Hai? Princess Shaylin called out. Boom. A beam of azure light soared from the distance, coming to a halt beside Princess Shaylin. It was none other than a formidable blue thunder shark, a royal creature measuring over 100 meters in length. Princess Shaylin gently lifted the sea dog Chun and took her seat upon the back of the thunder shark. Let us proceed to North City, to the Demon Palace, she declared. Instantly, the colossal thunder shark transformed into a flash of lightning, whisking Princess Shaylin away from the palace and towards the urban expanse several hundred kilometers away. In this city, a magnificent blue crystal palace stood tall, heavily guarded at its entrance. Nevertheless, numerous sea folk paid their entrance fees, flowing in and out of the palace. Inside, a vast octagonal crystal cage contained various creatures on display, treated as pets for the visitors. Among them were enormous silver ants, fully bodied centipede demons, and exquisite purple butterflies. In addition, a chaotic array of insect demons and other beasts were confined within the crystal cage, observed through the transparent walls. It was unfathomable that these once mighty demon kings and powerful beings from the legendary realm were now reduced to mere spectacles. Sigh, I wonder how Yunu is faring. Has she found young Master Chin? Mused the centipede demon, sighing deeply. With the distance and force I projected, those people would not have been able to capture Yunu. If they had, she would have been brought back long ago, remarked the silver-sealed ant king. The enormous purple butterfly gazed at the sea folk outside, expressing a hope that the girl would refrain from foolishly attempting a rescue. The centipede demon gritted its teeth and struck the crystal wall with a claw, startling the surrounding sea folk, who retreated in fear. I never expected these sea creatures to turn so ruthless, it exclaimed. Had I known, I would have sought refuge with Lord Xiaoya in the East Sea. I have brought misfortune upon us all, lamented the purple butterfly, its eyes dimmed with despair. Princess Shaylin has arrived. Clear the way, called out a voice. The princess is here, and she is so beautiful. In the spacious corridor outside the crystal enclosure, the sea folk parted respectfully. They beheld a magnificent mermaid, towering in stature, entering with a sea dog perched upon her shoulder, flanked by a cadre of sea warriors. The onlookers, filled with awe and reverence, stepped aside to make way for the grand princess. The sea dog Chun, resting on Princess Shaylin's shoulder, immediately spotted the insect demon clan within the crystal cage. This is Princess Shaylin of the South Song Sea, truly magnificent, he thought. The centipede demon and its companions were taken aback, observing the entrance of Princess Shaylin. The purple butterfly's eyes sparkled with an unusual light. It is said that Princess Shaylin has awakened the bloodline of the sea god, endowing her with an extraordinary physique and immense size. If we could devise a plan to abduct this princess, we could surely escape. A cold glimmer shone in the gaze of the silver-sealed ant king. Esteemed elders, it has been a long time. A voice suddenly echoed in the minds of the three. Their expressions changed in an instant as they looked around. Did you hear that? It is young Master Chen's voice, exclaimed the silver-sealed ant king. I heard it too. Another echoed. The purple butterfly demon king and the thousand-legged demon king scanned their surroundings, seeking the source of the sound. I perched upon Princess Shaelin's shoulder. At that moment, Xiang Chun's voice resonated once more. The large demons, with their bulging insect-like eyes, immediately fixed their gaze upon the silver-white sea dog on Princess Shaelin's shoulder. You are, young Master Qin? The purple butterfly demon king inquired in astonishment, scrutinizing the sea dog. Indeed, it is I. I have utilized demonic arts to transform into this form to rescue you. Xiang Chun continued to convey telepathically. Fortunately, although the crystal barrier was indestructible, it could not entirely isolate spiritual energy. The large demons exchanged glances, their faces illuminating with expressions of surprise. Young Master indeed possesses extraordinary abilities to have entered here. Has Yu found you? The purple butterfly demon king quickly pressed for news concerning Yu. Xiang Chun responded telepathically. She was captured by humans and auctioned off. However, my associates discovered her, and I have successfully rescued her. Upon learning of your predicament, I rushed to the South Song Sea to save you. The large demons were profoundly moved by his words. Thank you, young master. It is a relief that Yu is safe. We are unworthy of your concern and the risk you undertook to come to our aid. I truly do not know what to say. Young master, please allow me to pay my respects, one of them exclaimed. At that moment, even Lady Butterfly Shadow was touched by Xiang Chun's actions and knelt before him. Young master, please accept our homage. The thousand-legged demon king and the silver-sealed ant king also bowed before Xiang Chun, their hearts stirred by his noble character. It is indeed a rare occurrence for these old demons to exhibit such humility. Xiang Chun sighed inwardly, recognizing that this time, stability was assured. However, he conveyed, please rise. Esteemed ones, you are among the few remaining talents of our demon race on the continent. My ambition to elevate our kind cannot be realized without your support. This statement was laden with an invitation, and anyone with sense could discern its meaning. Look, these great demon kings are kneeling before the princess. It was evident that Princess Shaelin, being a descendant of the sea god, commanded such respect from these powerful demons. Would it not have been better to submit earlier? Why endure humiliation locked away here? The act of the demon kings bowing to Xiang Chun transformed into an act of reverence towards the princess in the eyes of the other sea tribes. Princess Shaelin was equally astonished, unaware that the demon kings were kneeling to Xiang Chun. Lady Butterfly Shadow immediately expressed her resolve. If we can escape this ordeal, we shall undoubtedly assist young master in revitalizing the demon race, facing any peril without hesitation. Her decision mirrored that of the entire Wanhua fortress and her siblings. With your assistance, great achievements are on the horizon. Please rise. It will not be long before I come to rescue you. Xiang Chun rejoiced and urged them to stand. A powerhouse like Lady Butterfly Shadow would not be easily deceived. Her words already reflected her steadfast determination. Had anyone been able to win them over easily, they would not have been imprisoned and subjected to such humiliation, but would have long since submitted to the sea tribes. Xiang Chun understood their character well, knowing that he must gradually win their hearts. As the formidable demon kings arose, Hai Go-Chin smiled at Princess Shaelin, remarking on the stark differences between the demon clans of this continent and their own aquatic kin, noting the absence of fins. Indeed, they too lacked the ability to harness the ocean's might, being a race forsaken by the sea god. Princess Shaelin, accompanied by Hai Go-Chun, circled the crystal dome, engaging in discreet communication with the demon kings. Ultimately, feeling a lack of interest, Xiang Chun expressed his desire to return, while Princess Shaelin, having already explored the area, found little novelty in it. Thus, they were escorted back by a contingent of sea warriors. Upon their return, Hai Go-Chun joined Princess Shaelin for a midday meal before she retreated to her training, leaving Xiang Chun to amuse himself in the aquarium. Within the tank, surrounded by an array of exotic fish, he pondered how to rescue the trapped individuals. The crystal dome was ensnared with lethal formations. Even if he attempted to breach it through spatial traversal, he would be immediately targeted by the array, which had not recorded him, thus endangering Madame Dai Ying and the others as well. The first step was to dismantle the formation. The simplest means of doing so would be to destroy the controlling array disk, yet its location was under the watchful eye of the guards. Based on the intelligence gathered from his conversations with Madame Dai Ying, the guardian of the demon trapping palace was a top-tier sea king from the South Song Sea, possessing strength at the great celestial level in the realm of carefreeness. Such a formidable opponent was beyond his capabilities to confront. Summoning the Guangyue giant sea Kuan for battle was out of the question. The South Songxi also harbored top-tier powers like Sha Tongtian, equipped with formidable artifacts. Should he disturb them by summoning the Kuan, he might not escape unscathed. Thus, resorting to poison became his only viable option. With a glimmer of determination in his eyes, Xiangqun resolved to proceed without delay. The power of space surged within him, warping reality as his form abruptly vanished, leaving only ripples in the water. The surrounding fish, startled by his sudden disappearance, swam in confusion. Outside the princess's palace, amidst a thicket of seaweed, Xiangqun reappeared, swiftly making his way toward the northern city and the demon-trapping palace. Covering several hundred kilometers in less than half an hour, he arrived at his destination. Activating his moonlit eye, he enveloped the demon-trapping palace in its gaze. The palace was heavily guarded by 100 sea warriors, their ranks ranging from those at the Soul Moon level to those at the Celestial King level, with 2 at the Celestial King level, one of whom emanated the aura of a great celestial. In addition, there were several hundred noble youths from the sea, indulging in the spectacle. To his astonishment, Xiangqun observed a robust man with a fishtail reclining atop a mermaid in a nearby chamber, their tails entwined, a rather peculiar sight. This individual, known as Sha Xian, was one of the 10 most powerful sea kings of the South Songxi, responsible for overseeing the area. The array disc controlling the crystal dome was likely in his possession. Xiangqun reached into his Qinkuan ring with his spiritual awareness. Inside, the iron-skinned creature remained confined within its cage, yet he had also discovered several wine jars bearing the mark of 1,000-year intoxication. 10 barrels of millennium drunkenness, combined with all the divine elixirs I possess, should suffice to envelop several kilometers of oceanic expanse. Xiangqun pondered, channeling the energies contained within the Qinkuan ring. The iron-skinned youth, trapped within this realm, observed as packages resembling medicinal pouches ascended into the air, subsequently pouring into a nearby wine vat. He gazed coldly, remaining utterly silent. It had only been a few days since his confinement, when his will and soul were first born. He lingered at the base of the icy mountains for what felt like millennia, yet his astonishing intellect had prevented him from succumbing to madness. "Hey lad, what is your name?" Xiangqun inquired, controlling his spiritual energy to concoct the medicinal wine, addressing the spirit of cold iron. "You must defeat me first to earn the right to know my name," the iron-skinned youth replied icily, exuding an air of arrogance. "Quite the proud one, are we? Stay put for a few days. I shall release you afterwards," Xiangqun remarked, choosing to disregard him, merely testing his temperament. Once Xiangqun had completed the brewing of the medicinal wine, he continued to glide through the waters in the form of a sea dog, making his way to the demon confinement palace. At the entrance of the palace, a contingent of sea folk stood guard. However, these sea beings recognized Xiangqun as the princess's favorite pet, allowing him to pass without hindrance. He swam boldly into the demon confinement palace, encountering no obstacles whatsoever. "Ah, the advantages of being a pet," Xiangqun thought to himself with a hint of admiration. Yet, he quickly dismissed the absurd notion of becoming addicted to the pet life. Upon entering the palace, he summoned the spatial forces in his claws, releasing a barrel of millennium drunkenness infused with divine elixirs. The liquid swiftly diffused, merging with the seawater. After swimming a short distance, he unleashed another barrel of millennium drunkenness. Master Chun, Madame Dying, and others recognized Xiangqun's return. "I shall rescue you all at once," Xiangqun communicated telepathically. And in the astonished gazes of the demon kings, he continued to pour barrel after barrel of millennium drunkenness into the ocean, the potent liquor rapidly dispersing in all directions. The intoxicating aroma wafted through the air. What exquisite wine is this? Indeed, such a rich fragrance. Is someone indulging in wine? Within the confines of the demon confinement palace, numerous sea folk, breathing through their gills, sensed the robust essence of the liquor infiltrating their bodies. So delightful. Some even took gulps of seawater, savoring the taste of the wine within. Although millennium drunkenness was classified as a medicinal wine, its intoxicating aroma proved to be undeniably alluring. The guarding sea warriors also experienced the effects of the millennium drunkenness, their eyes gleaming as they eagerly absorbed its essence. "My head. It feels so dizzy." Soon after, these warriors found themselves swaying, as if thoroughly inebriated. Thud! One sea warrior collapsed to the ground. Within mere moments, the intoxicating effects spread, causing the others to fall like dumplings, their bodies strewn across the floor. The potency of the millennium drunkenness was significantly amplified due to the infusion of divine elixirs. In but a mere dozen breaths, within the confines of the demon-capturing palace, several hundred sea creatures succumbed. Meanwhile, a potent aroma of wine seeped through the cracks of a door into a chamber. The still engaged Sha Xian, too, absorbed a dose of this intoxicating essence. Yet after merely a handful of exchanges, he found his head spinning, collapsing onto the seabed. The mermaid beneath him had already fallen into a deep slumber. Within the room, a fluctuation of spatial energy heralded the arrival of Xiang Chun. "My apologies, I did not intend to interrupt your aquatic endeavors," he remarked, gazing at the entwined couple. He then proceeded to search Sha Xian, deftly removing a storage ring from his finger. A surge of spatial energy flooded into the ring, causing its contents to spill forth: spirit stones, elixirs, talismans, and an assortment of miscellaneous items. Among them, a jade plate adorned with intricate runes caught Xiang Chen's attention. Lifting it, a smile graced his lips. "This control disc shall be mine," he thought with elation, turning to depart. Yet he paused, casting a glance at the shark man sprawled on the ground. Sha Xian. This fellow was a pinnacle sea king. Surely, his essence would make a splendid broth. Xiang Chen mused. Why not seize him as well? He grasped Sha Xian and stowed him within his cosmic storage ring. As for the mermaid, her prowess was commendable. Yet he found himself reluctant to harm her. With a distortion of space, his figure vanished. In the heart of the sea tribe, within a towering treasure edifice, arrays of magical screens displayed images of significant locales within the sea realm, including the treasure vault and prison, with the demon-capturing palace among them. It was through such a method that Xiang Chun had previously discovered the treasure vault. An elderly sea creature reclined leisurely in a chair, delicately holding a fine teapot filled with exquisite spirit tea sourced from the continent. Around him were more than 10 sea tribe monitors, their consciousnesses keenly attuned to these reflections. Esteemed elder. Suddenly, one of the observers exclaimed. Coughing, the elderly sea creature sputtered his tea in surprise, irritatedly retorting, "What is it, causing such a commotion? You must see. The demon-capturing palace." The sea creature stammered, pointing in terror. The elder's expression shifted dramatically as he beheld the scene. All within the demon-capturing palace had collapsed. A familiar figure clad in white emerged in the image. Yet this time it was not the scapegoat, Master Shao. "This is bad. That scoundrel has returned to our sea tribe. Quickly, seal the city and sound the alarm." The elder bellowed furiously, though the visage was not identical. The elder recognized the individual nonetheless. The last time, when Master Shao was wrongfully slain and no stolen treasures were found in his storage ring, they had surmised that another was at play. "Damnable thief, this time I, Sha Jiao Tian, shall not rest until I capture you." The enraged elder rose, bursting forth from the treasure tower, transforming into a beam of light that surged with an aura of unfathomable power. As the alarm akin to the conch of the sea echoed throughout the aquatic city, countless sea dwellers were left in a state of bewilderment and shock. The emergence of a notorious pirate at the demon confinement palace prompted the sea guard to hastily converge upon the palace, sealing off the entire city and shutting the city gates and barriers. The furious voice of an elder of the sea reverberated through the conch, reaching far and wide. After a moment of silence, the response resonated throughout the city. The northern district's guard assembled and rushed toward the demon confinement palace, while the 4 city gates were immediately locked down. "This cursed pirate shall find no escape this time." Within the demon confinement palace, Xiang Chun approached the crystal barrier, producing a formation disc, which he then shattered with his bare hands. With a resounding crash, the jade disc of the formation splintered, scattering the spiritual runes within. In that instant, a sizable breach opened in the crystal veil, which then gradually vanished. A powerful surge of demonic energy erupted forth. Lady Butterfly Shadow, the 1,000-legged demon king, the silver-sealed ant king, alongside the 12 demon kings of the 10,000 flower fortress, thousands of insect demons, and other varieties of demon kin surged forth. "Everyone, you are free," Xiang Chun declared with a smile at the swarm of demons emerging from their cocoons. "Thank you, young master, for your life-saving grace. From this day forth, the 10,000 flower fortress vows to serve you unto death." Lady Butterfly Shadow transformed from her demon form into her human guise and knelt in reverence. "Thank you, young master, for your life-saving grace." The multitude of demons from the 10,000 flower fortress all knelt in homage, their eyes reflecting admiration. Everyone rise. We have been discovered. We must depart immediately, Xiang Chun urged as he assisted Lady Butterfly Shadow to her feet. Let us fight through this horde of sea brats. We shall carve a path of blood, roared the silver-sealed Ant King, brandishing a colossal hammer that could shatter the heavens. Kill. The throng of demons echoed in fervor, their murderous intent palpable. How shall we fight? We have been poisoned, our strength diminished to a mere fraction of its potential. We shall heed the young master's command. Lady Butterfly Shadow admonished the assembled demons. Listen to me. It is not the time for a head-on confrontation. I possess the means to lead everyone to safety. Quickly, enter my Qianquan artifact. I shall guide you. Xiang Chun summoned his Qianquan ring, which transformed into a vast spatial black hole over 10 feet in size. Everyone, heed the young master's words. Young master, take care, we shall depart. Lady Butterfly Shadow, resolute, recognized the extent of Xiang Chun's magical prowess, which surpassed their wildest imaginations. Having been drugged, their abilities were severely limited, leaving them with little combat strength. She transformed into a streak of purple light, soaring into the Qianquan ring. Young master, be cautious, the others echoed in concern before each one followed suit, entering the Qianquan artifact. In no time, the throng of over 10,000 entered the Qianquan ring. Xiang Chun donned the Qianquan ring upon his hand. The iron-skinned youth within the ring appeared utterly bewildered, witnessing the sudden influx of thousands upon thousands. The demon sect was a multitude, with over a dozen demon kings, and among them was the ancient demon emperor. The spirit of cold iron was left agape, utterly astonished at the unfolding events. Chapter 1000, Blood Battle at the Azure Sea under the gaze of the moonlit eye. Xiang Chun discerned a steady stream of sea warriors advancing toward their location, including formidable sea kings of the free and unfettered realm. The entire city had descended into a state of martial law, with every citizen prepared for battle. Behind Xiang Chun, a pair of golden divine wings erupted from his back. With a single step, he transformed into a streak of light traveling at 18 times the speed of sound, soaring through the air. The spatial power within him could be utilized 2 more times, yet it was insufficient to traverse the city of the Sea Tribe, making it impractical for such a location. Xiang Chen's figure shimmered as he burst forth from the demon-capturing palace, while waves of sea warriors surged in from various directions. Intercept him. Kill. Roared a nearby Sea King in fury. In an instant, dozens of sea warriors in that direction unleashed their magical artifacts, all aimed at Xiang Chun. Some conjured enormous nets, each spanning 100 yards, enveloping him. Xiang Chun, like a bolt of lightning, dodged the onslaught of incoming attacks, his speed rivaling that of many formidable beings at the Heavenly King level. The ocean roared, creating chaotic currents beneath the waves. Unfortunately, being in the water significantly hindered his speed due to the immense resistance. Xiang Chun resembled a small boat tossed about by the storm, constantly evading the crashing waves. Suddenly, a net descended upon him, the golden mesh intent on ensnaring him. Thunder Slash, activate. Xiang Chun bellowed, unleashing a furious strike. A violent arc of lightning erupted, transforming the surrounding ocean into a storm of electric fury. The net was torn apart by the blade, creating a gaping hole, and the strike detonated upon a nearby sea master. Ah! The sea master screamed, his body paralyzed by the electric blast. In the next moment, a figure dashed past, severing his neck with a single stroke. Blood gushed forth, mingling with the ocean, as the sea master's head fell, leaving him a headless blue shark drifting through the waters. The term Sea Tribe refers to the myriad of aquatic demon clans. Historically, sea demons and land demons have been sworn enemies. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, a flurry of blue arrows surged towards him, each arrow intertwined with water runes, unaffected by the currents, instead drawing power from the ocean, their potency remarkable. Thunderous fury. Xiang Chun wielded his blade with the swiftness of lightning, slicing through the barrage of arrows. Boom, boom, boom. Each arrow struck with the force of an exploding missile, sending shockwaves across the ocean. Little thief, perish. At this juncture, sea masters rushed forth, launching a barrage of blades, spears, and other diverse attacks directed solely at Xiang Chun. His eyes sparkled with fierce determination as a malevolent seed within him erupted into action. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 tendrils of the devouring evil shot forth from his back, colliding with the incoming assaults. 4 of the attacks were intercepted by the tendrils, effectively neutralizing them. With a powerful stride, Xiangchun transformed into a terrifying figure, wings unfurling from his sides, and 5 octopus-like red tendrils sprouting from his back. He lunged at one of the Sea Masters. Kill! The 5 tendrils lashed out, and the Sea Master's expression shifted to one of horror as he swung his magical blade in defense. However, when it struck the tendrils, sparks flew, revealing their unexpected resilience. 3 of the tendrils swiftly bypassed his frontal defenses, piercing through from behind and the sides. The protective energy surrounding the Sea Master was pierced, and the 3 tendrils plunged deeply into his body. The master of the aquatic tribe let out a chilling scream, abruptly silenced as he was torn to shreds and consumed by the ravenous tendrils of the devouring sky vine. The chilling aura of the underworld surged within Xiangchun, unleashing 9 streams of frigid energy. With a resounding roar, these 9 forces surged forward, instantaneously freezing the surrounding waters into a vast expanse of azure ice. Enveloping hundreds of meters ahead, dozens of aquatic beings were immured in ice sculptures, their flesh beginning to corrode under the influence of the underworld's chill, gradually transforming them into a viscous liquid. Wings of the celestial wolf, arise. From Xiangchen's back, a pair of wings sprouted forth, silver feathers glistening with the power of the moon and the celestial wolf. Alongside, the wings of the golden crow, imbued with solar energy, emerged. 2 pairs of wings, one golden and one silver, the fiery flames of the golden feathers contrasting with the icy sheen of the silver, rendered the handsome youth akin to an angel. Yet, the 5 sinister tendrils of the vile vine behind him infused this divine visage with a hint of malevolence. In an instant, propelled by his 4 wings, Xiangchen's speed reached a terrifying pinnacle, achieving an astounding 30 times the speed of sound. In the water, a long column of air trailed behind him as he evaded a battalion of pursuing aquatic warriors. Block him. However, from a distant city below, yet another squadron of aquatic soldiers soared into the air. Hundreds of them charged forth. Those who obstruct me shall perish. Xiangchen bellowed, his form swelling into that of a celestial wolf, his visage ferocious and his hands adorned with sharp claws. Wielding the dragon's edge blade, he unleashed a flurry of slashing lights, dashing into the ranks with astonishing speed. Thud, thud, thud. 7 or 8 aquatic beings were struck by his overwhelming velocity, their bodies obliterated upon impact with his celestial wolf form. Following this, waves of slashing light descended, blood splattering everywhere, heads and limbs flying in disarray. With a swift motion, an aquatic warrior felt a chill at his waist, only to witness his lower half, a fish tail, suddenly severed, plunging into the depths. No, a master was cleaved in twain. Xiangchen's speed was unparalleled, even surpassing that of the king's. The myriad demons' sacred art grew increasingly formidable with each level of mastery. However, such velocity demanded a tremendous toll on Xiangchen's true essence. You little thief, halt at once. A sea king roared, unleashing a powerful strike. The ocean was instantly compressed into a blue handprint, imbued with terrifying force, hurtling towards Xiangchen. Yet, Xiangchen was too swift. Before the attack could even reach him, he had already evaded its grasp. The explosion of the strike transformed thousands of meters of sea into a chaotic torrent. You rogue! You pilfered from our aquatic treasury and now disrupt the demon hall. What face do you leave for our tribe? At that moment, a formidable presence of a sea king surged forth. A remarkably handsome aquatic man erupted with the ferocious aura of 6-fold kings, charging at Xiangchen. With a powerful punch, a blue column of water converged, transforming into a terrifying pillar of force with a diameter of 100 meters, aimed directly at Air Guzi. The velocity of this strike surpassed even Xiangchen's swift movements. The fist energy surged like a dragon, tearing through the roaring sea and creating a vacuum beneath the waves. Xiangchen bellowed, unleashing a thunderous force that cleaved through the air. Boom. However, this punch descended with overwhelming power, directly shattering the thunderous blade of light aimed at Air Guzi. Chapter 1001. Ruthless slaughter of the 6 heavens, embrace your demise. In the hands of the 6th-rank Sea King appeared a weapon resembling a fish spear, measuring a yard in length, with a blade as sharp as a sword, 3 feet long, and barbed. Whoosh. Boom. The furious strength of the punch shattered the thunderous light upon Xiang Chun. Coughing up blood, Xiang Chun was sent flying, crashing into an underwater structure. Boom! A massive underwater building was obliterated upon impact. Meanwhile, the Sea King's spear attack transformed into a blue radiance, aiming directly for Xiang Chun's head. Yellow Spring Forbidden Scripture. Xiang Chun roared, unleashing 9 bursts of yellow spring energy that surged forward. Instantly, the surrounding seawater froze into an icy domain. However, the spear still shattered through the ice with a crack. Clearly, the chilling power of the yellow spring was insufficient to withstand such a formidable opponent. Nevertheless, this granted Guzi a moment to react. 5 sinister vines enveloped Xiang Chun, wrapping him like a giant zongzi. The spear struck the devouring vine, penetrating a foot deep, causing the vine to emit a pained cry and bleed red. Yet, the massive vine was not entirely pierced. With a swift motion, it yanked the spear away from itself. Sea Pressure Seal, I command you. The 6th rank king roared, unleashing a violent palm strike. Boom! The seawater within a radius of several thousand meters coalesced, compressing into a blue seal of immense size, descending with a terrifying weight. This seal bore the crushing pressure of the ocean, capable of shattering even a millennium-old black iron, comparable to a strike from a human 8th rank king. In the depths of the ocean, the sea tribe was nearly invincible. Their attacks harnessed the might of the ocean itself. Roar! The waters surged violently as an ancient wolf howl reverberated through the depths. The 5 devouring vines vanished, revealing a fearsome 20-meter-tall celestial wolf. The moon-devouring wolf roared, its claw gathering the powers of the moon, dragon, and celestial wolf, exploding forth with destructive force. The massive claw collided with the seal. Boom! A tempest of energy erupted, causing the seabed to tremble as if shaken by a tsunami. The moon-devouring wolf was continually pushed back by the force of the seal, its colossal form crashing into underwater buildings, toppling them. Whoosh! At that moment, the spear transformed into a streak of dazzling lightning, piercing towards the head of the moon-devouring wolf. Its pupils contracted, and with a claw, it gathered the energy of the dragon's blade, slashing outwards. With a piercing sound, the spear penetrated the skin, fiercely embedding itself in the wolf's claw bone. Yet the bone proved too resilient to be pierced. The devouring vine surged forth, swiftly ensnaring the fish spear as Xiang Chun withdrew his claw. Blood splattered as the fish spear pierced through flesh, sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through the palm. Withdraw! The 6-fold Sea King attempted to retract the spear, but it remained ensnared by the devouring vines, rendering it unretrievable. Thunderous roars erupted as a potent, malevolent energy surged forth from within the core of the moon-devouring wolf. This energy had attained the realm of a ghost king. Yume had broken through. Ha ha! Fortune smiles upon me. Xiang Chun rejoiced, his heart swelling with triumph. Harnessed the power of the divine. In that fleeting moment, the strength of the ghost king Yume fused entirely with the moon-devouring wolf. Thunderous rumbles reverberated as the wolf's power surged exponentially, instantly reaching the level of a king. Howl! The wolf roared, the sound waves crashing forth, scattering the sea creatures. Now it was my turn. Thunder slash! The moon-devouring wolf grinned wickedly, its massive wings flaring. In an instant, its colossal form transformed into a streak of silver light, pouncing forward with claws ready to rend. Its 5 claws became blades, slicing through the air like 5 bolts of thunderous fury. The Sea King, now overwhelmed, was left aghast, having lost his artifact. He hastily unleashed his martial arts. The ocean roared and coalesced, launching another formidable sea pressure attack. Yet this time, the 5 bolts of thunderous blade energy tore through the attack, causing it to explode in a brilliant display of shattered force. How is this possible? The Sea King was struck with terror, astonished at how this adversary's strength had surged so dramatically in an instant. Howl! At that moment, the moon-devouring wolf lunged, its claws continually rending the air with arcs of thunderous blade energy. From its maw, a torrent of lunar power coalesced into a radiant wave. Lunar light wave. Boom! The wave erupted from its mouth, striking the Sea King, who was already weary from fending off the wolf's blade assaults. The celestial wave crashed violently against his chest. Bang! The impact caused his chest to explode, a horrific scream escaping him as his back detonated, a beam of light piercing through his body. A gaping wound, several feet wide, marred his hulking form. In the aftermath, The moon-devouring wolf charged, its maw brimming with fangs, sinking its teeth into the Sea King's head. Splatter. The monstrous jaws crushed the skull, brain matter and blood exploding forth as the wolf unleashed its devouring power, consuming the essence within. Sixfold King, eliminated. Commander. Hundreds of sea creatures were left in shock. Their commander, a formidable being, had been slain. The moon-devouring wolf, undeterred, surged toward the front line, instilling terror in the hearts of the remaining sea creatures, who began to retreat. Over a dozen were struck by the wolf, empowered by the might of the dragon elephant, their bodies exploding upon impact. The battle with the opposing king, though seemingly slow, had transpired in mere breaths, their movements so swift that they unleashed numerous attacks each second. The combat of true top-tier warriors can compress time, executing hundreds of exchanges in the span of a single breath. Divine beings clashed at the speed of light, and to mere mortals, it seemed as though only an instant had passed. The moon-devouring wolf surged upwards, aiming for the sea enveloped by the formation. Upon traversing the formation, he was liberated, free as fish leap and birds soar in the vast expanse. Whoosh! At that moment, a beam of sword light assailed him. It was a blue, whirling flying sword, its speed terrifying, traveling at an astounding 40 times the speed of sound, imbued with the formidable aura of a ninefold heavenly king. A middle-aged man resembling a human, yet with scales adorning his neck, emerged, a warrior of the sea. The moon-devouring wolf instantly sensed the peril, and in a heartbeat, his massive form shrank to the size of a mouse. Swish! The sword sliced through the air, mere meters from him. Had he not shrunk at that moment, the blade would have pierced his very being. Yet, the sword swiftly returned, transforming into a massive blade 100 meters long, cleaving down with ferocity. Captain Jean-Lon. The sea warriors erupted in joy, for the newcomer was indeed a leader of a 5,000-strong battalion of the sea, a ninefold heavenly king. This strike carried a profound water-based sword intent. Having reached the pinnacle of its transformative state, its might terrifying enough to engulf vast swathes of the ocean. Unassailable. The analytical prowess of the moon-gazing eye had already unveiled the truth. The sword intent had achieved great mastery, belonging to a being of the great Sword King caliber. The power he wielded now was drawn from the moon's allure, not from his own wolfish might. Had his wolf power ascended to the realm of the carefree king, Xiang Chun might have stood a chance against this opponent. Earthly techniques, the art of burrowing. The moon-devouring wolf's form shimmered with unique sigils. Whoosh! In an instant, he transformed into a beam of earthy light and vanished. Boom! The sword descended, crashing into an underwater city, leaving behind a ghastly scar 1,000 meters long. Where did that wolf demon go? King Jean-Lon furrowed his brow, his spiritual awareness instantly expanding downwards. Hundreds of meters beneath the surface, he detected Xiang Chun's presence. There is nowhere to escape underground. King Jean-Lon bellowed, a sword of light plunging downwards. With a thunderous crash, the blade pierced the seabed, pursuing the moon-devouring wolf. Whoosh! However, under the influence of the burrowing technique, the moon-devouring wolf's speed reached unfathomable heights. In mere breaths, he emerged 100 miles away. As the burrowing technique dissipated, his body erupted from the earth. He found himself beneath a tavern, where a group of sea dwellers was reveling. Suddenly, the ground exploded, and a silver wolf leapt forth, startling the patrons. The moon-devouring wolf burst forth from the earth, soaring towards the upper sea, crashing through the tavern. "My tavern!" cried the tavern owner, lamenting the gaping hole in the wall. "You little thief, where do you think you're going?" Meanwhile, King Jean-Lon, with his soul power locking onto him from dozens of miles away, pursued on his flying sword, his speed astonishing, leaving a trail of bubbles in his wake. The moon-devouring wolf frantically fled towards the edge of the city. "You cannot escape, little thief." On the opposite side, a furious roar echoed as nearly 1,000 figures surged from the ocean city, all clad in azure armor, the warriors of the sea. Thunderous sounds erupted. A formidable presence of a celestial king locked onto the scene. This celestial king, indeed, was a formidable 8th celestial king, towering at 6 zhang, adorned with a lobster-like head. Kill! He summoned his treasured artifact, a spear resembling a giant lobster claw, and thrust it fiercely towards the moon-eating wolf. "Damn it! Have I unwittingly disturbed a nest of seafood?" The moon-eating wolf's expression darkened as it swiftly altered its course, narrowly evading the blow. Whoosh! The spear shot past, crashing into the seabed, causing a violent explosion that shattered an underwater mountain. Kill. The lobster celestial king transformed his hands into two massive claws, unleashing a devastating force. Boom. Boom. Two torrents of tremendous power surged forth, their might terrifying. Ancient cauldron, I must rely on you. Crush this giant lobster. The moon-eating wolf exhaled, unleashing a palm-sized ancient cauldron that, infused with a significant portion of its power, instantly expanded into an enormous cauldron over 10 zhang tall, akin to a small mountain. Buzz. The ancient cauldron, bearing immense gravitational force, hurtled towards the two water blasts. The blasts, powerful as they were obliterated by the overwhelming gravity, which then descended upon the lobster celestial king. The lobster celestial king sensed the terrifying gravitational pressure, and his expression shifted. His form suddenly morphed into a massive azure lobster, its claws striking out with formidable strength. Boom. The collision unleashed chaos, causing the surrounding ocean to erupt in tumultuous waves, sending countless sea creatures flying. Crack. A sound of shattering filled the air as the lobster celestial king was horrified to witness his supposedly indestructible claws fracturing, white flesh bursting forth. No. Panic gripped the lobster celestial king. Boom. The cauldron struck his lobster head, splitting it open, blood gushing forth, rendering him unconscious. Haha. Now there's a giant lobster for the taking. Come to me. The moon-eating wolf laughed heartily as the ancient cauldron unleashed its devouring power, capturing the enormous lobster celestial king. You little thief, if I don't slice you into 1,000 pieces, I shall not be the sand-withered king. Yet, at that moment, a terrifying voice resonated in his ears. Xiang Qin's expression changed dramatically. Boom. The ocean churned violently, carving out a colossal waterway, as an elder in green robes, exuding an aura surpassing that of a celestial king, charged forth. A sovereign of the ancient realm. You scoundrel. Xiang Ergo's face paled, fear gripping him as he hurriedly retracted the cauldron and once again invoked his earth-escaping technique to flee. Boom. Just as he vanished into the ground, a massive blue magical palm descended, enveloping an area of 100 zhang. Boom. The magical palm erupted, a strike from the ancient realm capable of obliterating cities and lands. Its terrifying power radiating outward, covering a radius of over 10 kilometers. The moon-eating wolf, desperately fleeing through the seabed, was suddenly shaken by the surging magical force from behind. Bang! A whoa! The moon-eating wolf howled in agony. Having barely escaped 10 kilometers, it was struck by the overwhelming force. The sound of bones cracking echoing as it nearly shattered under the impact. He spat out blood violently, his body shaken and propelled from the ocean floor, causing a massive explosion beneath the waves. It was terrifying. Had it not been for his powerful demonic form, his human body would have been shattered by that strike. Boom. The moon-swallowing celestial wolf was sent flying, crashing violently against an undersea mountain. Whoosh. In an instant, the old man traversed a distance of 10 kilometers, appearing above him. His icy gaze fixed upon him. The moon-swallowing celestial wolf rose, his silver moon-like eyes equally cold as they locked onto the elderly figure. Whoosh. 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 At that moment, a multitude of sea warriors began to converge from all directions, their numbers exceeding 7 or 8,000, with 8 or 9 powerful beings at the Heavenly King realm joining their ranks. There was no escape from this calamity. That old man is truly formidable. That strike nearly shattered my heart. The moon-swallowing celestial wolf sneered, speaking human words, his eyes piercing into the terrifying elder. In the presence of such a strong opponent, even the art of evasion proved futile. His only means of survival lay in slipping into the spatial realm without resurfacing. Yet, the chaotic currents of space would tear him apart before long. You little thief, it was you who plundered my Sea Clan's treasury, wasn't it? The elder of the Sea Clan spoke coldly. Indeed, it was I, the moon-swallowing celestial wolf replied with a mocking grin. Your defenses are utterly pathetic. I came and went as I pleased without a hint of pressure. Very well, the elder said with a furious laugh. I shall not kill you so easily. Instead, I will capture you and slice your flesh to feed the fish. The elder's fury was palpable, for he had faced much scorn from the southern Songxi emperor due to the theft of the treasury. With a swift motion, the elder extended his hand, causing torrents of seawater to surge, coalescing into a massive azure handprint that descended upon him with terrifying force. The moon-swallowing celestial wolf sneered. I have always been the one to consume fish. They do not feast upon me. I have already distanced myself far enough, old man. I shall remember that strike. Roar. Chapter 1003, The Legendary Sea Pirate. Great Void Huan, charge. A deafening whale call reverberated through the air, conjuring a tempestuous current that rippled outward. Thousands of sea warriors cried out in excruciating pain, their ears bleeding, eardrums shattered by the sonic assault. The elder of the sea clan instinctively covered his ears, revealing his momentary distress. The thunderous hand descended, yet the spatial power of the moon-swallowing celestial wolf abruptly vanished. In the next moment, he found himself 10 kilometers away. Instantly, a colossal entity surged forth from the depths of the ocean. It was a terrifying creature, measuring 5,000 to 6,000 meters in length, its body adorned with silver scales. A horn as large as a mountain protruding from its forehead, and a row of sword-like bones along its back, resembling a whale. Boom! The great moon sea whale emerged, its formidable horn crashing against the protective barrier of the city. Crack! The horn, imbued with monstrous might, shattered the barrier, unleashing a torrent of force that sent waves crashing. No! The elder of the sea clan gasped in horror, sensing the overwhelming aura of this creature. In that instant, thousands of sea warriors were hurled away by the oncoming shockwave. The elder too was knocked back. Once again, a spatial traverse occurred, and the moon-swallowing celestial wolf appeared atop the head of the gigantic sea Huan of Guanyue. The gigantic sea Huan roared, its immense maw opening wide. Boom! An enormous volume of seawater, weighing in the tens of thousands of tons, was devoured and subsequently expelled. The azure high-pressure currents transformed into a tsunami crashing down to the ocean floor, engulfing thousands of sea tribes. Bang! 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 7,000 to 8,000 individuals were swept into this deluge, flung away by the terrifying force of the tsunami, while the weaker ones were obliterated by its overwhelming power. Gush! An elder of the sea tribe was also swept into the torrent, his body battered and bloodied. He roared, transforming into a 100-meter-long giant shark, yet remained insignificant before the gigantic sea Huan, being slammed down to the seabed by the tsunami's onslaught. Boom! The ocean floor trembled as vast underwater structures were demolished by this wave of assault, the ground cracking, heralding catastrophe. Should the gigantic sea Huan surge towards the coastline, it could effortlessly devastate an entire coastal city. Elder Shark Tontian, the elder of the sea tribe, immediately cried out, transmitting a message through a jade talisman. 7,000 to 8,000 souls were left in disarray, suffering grievously from the gentle strike of the gigantic sea Huan. Haha, Taisu, let us depart. The moon-swallowing celestial wolf shrank in size to a human form, tightly grasping a sword bone resembling a small mountain on the back of the gigantic sea Huan. As the gigantic sea Huan turned, its massive tail swung, unleashing a terrifying thrust. Boom! Its colossal body moved with astonishing speed, akin to an underwater mountain carrying Xiang Chen away, traversing over 20 kilometers in the blink of an eye. The creature's immense form streamlined, enveloped by innate runes, seamlessly blending into the ocean with unparalleled velocity. Despite its size, it felt devoid of resistance. This speed exceeded even Xiang Chen's short-distance spatial traversals, reaching an astounding 70 times the speed of sound in the sea. Thousands of miles away, within a palace of a sea tribe city, a brilliant flash of lightning ascended, coalescing into the form of a robust man. He bore a middle-aged visage, a human countenance, towering at 3 meters, exuding an aura as formidable as Mount Tai, the transcending immortal beast. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. Shark Tongtian, or alternatively known as Sha Tongtian, where Shark denotes a demon surname and Sha signifies a human surname. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of blue lightning, pursuing with a velocity comparable to that of the gigantic sea Huan. After a mere dozen breaths, upon the vast ocean, the sky was a brilliant blue. A perfect sunny day. The expansive sea stretched endlessly, with a gentle breeze caressing the skin, neither fierce nor harsh. A massive pirate ship sailed across the tumultuous waters. The ship's flag was particularly striking. A remarkably youthful young man, donning a straw hat, lay sleeping soundly at the bow marked with a lion's head. "Captain, wake up! The winds are shifting, a storm is brewing." A voluptuous and beautiful woman, clutching a navigational compass, gazed at the shifting clouds in the sky. The ship's crew consisted of merely 10 souls, some practicing swordplay, others concocting potions, while a skeletal entity from the ghostly tribe strummed an ancient zither. Suddenly, the sea churned violently, colossal waves surged, as if something was about to emerge from the depths. The young man removed his hat and gazed towards the distant sea, a look of astonishment crossing his face, which quickly turned grave. Something colossal was about to emerge. With a thunderous roar, the ocean erupted into towering waves, and a gigantic creature leaped from the depths, soaring into the air. Its terrifying form, thousands of meters in height, shot upwards, conjuring a fierce hurricane that bore down upon the pirate ship. The vessel shimmered with a mystical light, swaying precariously in the tempest. My goodness, such a massive fish must take a year to consume. I, Wang Lufei, have roamed the seas for 20 years and have never encountered a creature of this magnitude. The youth, known as the captain, exclaimed, drooling at the sight. This statement seemed to catch the attention of the enormous Cunyon from the light moon, which lashed its immense tail at the ship. A powerful gust of wind struck, sending the vessel, a friendship forged over 2 decades, hurtling through the air, crashing onto an island hundreds of miles away, landing atop the roof of a house owned by a man named Tianwei Iru. Startled, the householder, who made a living through storytelling and painting, hurriedly updated 200 chapters of his artwork, praying to the sun goddess for safety. As the whale descended, life flourished. While the shark laughed. Hey, you just struck someone's ship for no reason. They haven't provoked you, remarked Xiang Ergo, who turned to observe the ship that had been sent flying. Well, I can't hold back either. From now on, no indiscriminate attacks on vessels, understand? The Cunyon nodded in acknowledgement. Good child, responded Xiang Chun, who sat atop the giant's head, feeling a sense of relief. Surely, they were now safe. However, a rumble of thunder echoed from the sky, with dark clouds swirling ominously, as a colossal lightning shark pursued them from hundreds of miles away. Xiang Chun sensed the terrifying aura and turned to look at Yutong, only to spot the figure atop the shark. Oh no, it's the Sea Tribe's elder, Sha Tongtian. Quick, don't let him catch up. That old fellow wields a formidable treasure. Xiang Chen's expression changed dramatically, urging the Cunyon to accelerate. The giant fish's fins suddenly expanded, resembling wings, and as it flapped them, a tempest erupted, doubling its speed and swiftly increasing the distance between them. Countless islands and vast stretches of ocean blurred beneath them. Damn it, how can this beast be faster than my lightning technique? Sha Tongtian's expression darkened as he watched the gap widen. A transcendent creature. If I could capture it, consuming its essence and flesh would undoubtedly enhance my cultivation and power significantly. Alas, it seems this beast and I are fated to be apart, he sighed, ceasing his pursuit. Chapter 1004. The blooming of 10,000 flowers in the South Song Sea. The Cunyon soared over 10,000 miles before landing upon the ocean surface, its immense form resembling a floating island. Once he confirmed that Sha Tongtian had ceased his chase, Xiang Chun instructed the Cunyon to come to a halt. The Cunyon took a deep gulp of seawater, spraying a towering column into the sky, which cascaded down like a heavy rain, creating a beautiful rainbow. Xiang Chen's Qianquan ring ascended, transforming into a swirling vortex of space. With a series of whooshes, figures emerged from within, landing gracefully upon the back of the Cunyon. Over 10,000 individuals from Wanhuabao soared into the air, landing upon the back of a colossal creature. Initially, they believed they had landed on an island, glancing around in confusion. However, Lady Daying's keen perception swiftly discerned that the immense being beneath them was not an island, but rather a terrifying entity, a transcendent beast. A wave of fear washed over her as she felt the overwhelming aura emanating from the creature. The inhabitants of Wanhuabao soon realized the truth, and chaos erupted among them. There is no need for alarm. This is my summoned companion, named Taishu, Xiang Chun interjected, seeking to calm the frayed nerves of the crowd. My lord, the people greeted Xiang Chun with reverence. You mean to say this formidable beast is your summoned spirit? Xiang Chun nodded with a smile. Indeed. It was Taishu who guided us away from the pursuit of the Sea Clan. We are now safe. Truly, my lord is deserving of his lineage as a descendant of divine birds, possessing such a powerful beast, the silver-sealed Ant King remarked in awe. Lady Daying bowed deeply. We are eternally grateful for your life-saving grace, my lord. I, Daying of Wanhuabao, pay my respects to the young master. Us too, we pay our respects to the young master. The people of Wanhuabeo followed suit, their acclamation of young master unequivocally demonstrating their allegiance. Please, there is no need for such formalities. Rise, Xiangchen urged. Lifting his hands in a gesture of humility, Lady Daying sighed. From our first encounter, you have saved both myself and Yunu, and subsequently rescued us from the remnants of the Wanhuabeo's siege. Now, you have liberated us from the clutches of the Sea clan. Such kindness is beyond our ability to repay. Indeed, we owe you a great debt, and now, as lost souls with nowhere to turn, we implore you to take us in, the thousand-legged demon king added, moved by the situation. At this moment, they were thoroughly captivated by Xiangchen's charisma and capability. Witness how he navigates the court of the great Xia dynasty with such finesse, boldly confronting the Southern Sea clan. His prowess transcends the capabilities of an ordinary individual. Xiangchen responded with a smile. Having shared so many experiences, it seems fate has intertwined our paths. Let us not dwell on these matters, for we shall stand as comrades henceforth. Lady Daying sighed again. You were right, young master. Allying with the Sea clan is akin to making a pact with a tiger. When we first approached them, they were somewhat courteous, but little did we know that they would poison us in the days to come, attempting to render us their enslaved puppets. I was too naive. Xiangchen seated himself comfortably upon the broad back of the Huan and said, as the saying goes, those not of our kind will have different hearts. The Sea clan understands this truth as well. The animosities between the Land's demon tribes and the Ocean's demon clans run deep. It is not surprising that they fear betrayal from us during critical moments. Indeed, in hindsight, my confidence nearly led us into a deadly trap, but thankfully, you intervened, young master. The others settled down around him. Yet, the poison remains a significant issue. As our strength has dwindled to less than a tenth of its former glory, the silver-sealed Ant King frowned, aware of the lingering toxins within them. Among you is the Sea Liu Forbidden Stone Powder, a poison that is indeed quite formidable. It does not endanger life, but rather obstructs the meridians, capable of sealing most of them. However, I can concoct an antidote, although I currently lack a few essential materials. Upon my return, I shall enlist the assistance of the Tianwang Chamber of Commerce to procure the necessary herbs and prepare the antidote for everyone. Once consumed, the antidote will restore health within a day. Xiangchen chuckled, for he found the task of detoxification quite manageable. In truth, his reversal qi could also counteract the poison. But with so many present, administering it one by one would deplete his energy. Since the young master can resolve this, we are at ease. What are your plans moving forward? Shall we return to the mainland, or journey to the Eastern Sea? Upon hearing that Xiangchen could provide a remedy, Madame Daying felt relieved and subsequently inquired about their next destination. In their minds, Xiangchen was a member of the Eastern Sea's demon clan, the son of the Moonlight Demon Queen. Indeed, the Eastern Sea was his true domain. Xiangchen replied, there is no need for that. I have established an identity among the human race and have carved out a territory in the wilderness state. Henceforth, you shall accompany me back to the wilderness state. The scrutiny on demon clans in the central state is currently quite severe, making it unsuitable for a return. This power, of course, remained firmly in his grasp. Transporting it back to the Eastern Sea would be an arduous journey. The wilderness state, yes, that is acceptable. It is desolate and underdeveloped, and the influence of the imperial dynasty there is relatively weak. Madame Daying and the others expressed no objections. Having already pledged their allegiance to Xiangchen, they would naturally follow wherever he led. As for Xiangchen's identity in the wilderness state, he had his own explanations to navigate that. Oh, I almost forgot about this fellow. Xiangchen smacked his forehead, recalling someone. A beam of light emanated from the Qinkuan ring, revealing a cage of formations. The spirit of cold iron, the iron-skinned youth, appeared before the assembly. The typically aloof iron-skinned youth cast a complex glance at the surrounding influential figures. This individual, the silver-sealed Ant King, scrutinized him. They had encountered each other previously within the Qinkuan ring space. Young master, this person is also a member of the demon clan. Seemingly of the spirit variety, Madame Daying observed, appraising the youth. Indeed, this lad is a spirit transformed from a millennium-old cold iron, belonging to the demon clan's spirit category. Xiangchen produced a jade token to manipulate the formation cage. Spirit demons are exceedingly rare. It is said their innate talents rival those of our clan's divine beasts. Young master, encountering one is indeed fortuitous. Should he be forged into a weapon, it would undoubtedly yield a transcendent celestial armament. The silver-sealed Ant King's excitement was palpable. He possessed a skill for forging. One could surmise from his penchant for wielding a hammer as a treasure that he was adept not only in combat, but also in metallurgy. The Ant King's comment caused the iron-skinned youth to harbor a sense of wariness. Xiangchen reassured him, "Fear not, I shall not forge you." With a sudden motion, he shattered the control talisman, causing the formation cage to vanish instantaneously. Xiangchen regarded him with indifference and stated, "This young master appreciates talent and wishes to recruit you. Provide me with your answer." The iron-skinned youth retorted coldly, "My answer remains unchanged. Defeat me, and I shall submit to you." Xiangchen laughed heartily. "Very well. I shall grant you this opportunity. Let us battle on this island, but do not harm my companions." With a leap, Xiangchen soared towards a distant stone island. The great Sea Kuan snorted dismissively, clearly unimpressed. Is he truly capable? This insect, at most, can merely scratch itself. It poses no threat. Chapter 1005, A Full Power Strike. This stone island spans several kilometers and is composed entirely of coral rock, devoid of any vegetation, with a few seabirds resting upon it. Upon landing, Xiangchen startled the surrounding birds into flight. Boom! The iron-skinned youth descended from the sky, shattering a section of the reef beneath his feet. His gaze was frigid as he regarded Xiangchen, his body slightly hunched. "To confront me, you should employ your utmost strength," Xiangchen remarked coolly. "Then we shall see if you are worthy," the iron-skinned youth sneered, noting that Xiangchen's aura was not significantly superior to his own, for he possessed the might to contend with a 9th-level grandmaster. Suddenly, his hands transformed into 2 sharp blades, glimmering ominously, surrounded by a chilling aura. Boom! With a swift step, the iron-skinned youth propelled himself forward, achieving a velocity 12 times that of sound. His blade-like arms sliced through the air, unleashing 2 icy beams that howled as they tore through the sky, directly aimed at Xiangchen. Remaining composed, Xiangchen deftly stepped back, evading the 2 lethal strikes with ease. Rumble! The icy beams cleaved through the stone island, creating 2 gaping fissures over 100 meters long, sending debris flying. "Too slow," Xiangchen remarked nonchalantly, as a pair of golden wings sprouted from his back. Whoosh! He transformed into a streak of golden light, surpassing the iron-skinned youth by several sonic speeds. Dragon Elephant Collapse. Xiangchen unleashed the power of the dragon and elephant with a single punch, channeling the might of the celestial wolf. A massive dragon elephant fist, over 10 meters in size, roared forth, its energy creating a shockwave that stirred the air violently. This punch descended from above, ferocious and imbued with the essence of martial intent. A master of fist arts, Xiangchen's mastery was indeed formidable. Defend! The iron-skinned youth crossed his arms, which melded into a colossal iron shield. This was the essence of the elf, capable of transforming its body at will. While Qianlan could metamorphose into various forms, the iron-skinned youth could take on the shapes of different weapons. The enormous shield stood firm against the descending fist. Rumble! The punch collided with the shield, unleashing a tumultuous force that sent the iron-skinned youth crashing into the stone island, creating a massive crater several dozen meters wide. With debris scattering hundreds of meters away, the young master appears to possess a comprehensive understanding of martial arts. His techniques in fist, body, and blade are truly remarkable. Praised the 1,000-legged Demon King. It is said that the young master, merely 2 years after his emergence, wields such strength. His talent is indeed extraordinary, remarked Lady Butterfly Shadow. The silver-sealed Ant King's eyes gleamed with intensity as he mused. What a pity this elf cannot be refined. If it could be, it would forge a treasure with transformative abilities. This old fellow still covets the essence of another. Rumble! The island roared, debris and dust swirling in the air. Whoosh! From within the dust, a figure surged forth, transforming one arm into a long spear, coalescing an astonishing penetrating intent that surged forward. The spear darted forth like a startled dragon, flickering like a cold star. Xiangchen twisted his wings and shifted his body, the spear's brilliance grazing past his face. Quite intriguing. Xiangchen broke into a smile, his wings trembling as he let out a piercing cry, a scorching sun coalescing in his palm. The burning sun. In a flash, this blazing orb, measuring a yard across, hurtled toward the iron-skinned youth, who retaliated with a thrust of his spear, striking the fiery sphere. A thunderous explosion ensued, unleashing an unparalleled force of devastation and the searing essence of solar fire that enveloped the iron-skinned youth. He was blasted away, the searing flames engulfing him as he emitted a cry of agony. Being of the dual attributes of gold and cold, he found himself severely restrained by the overwhelming heat. With a roar, the iron-skinned youth's body swelled, his once calm visage twisting into a monstrous grimace, sharp blades sprouting from his forehead. His entire form expanded, claws like curved blades erupting from his arms, resembling a dozen curved swords, while rows of menacing bone spurs jutted from his back, and a long tail, tipped with a blade, emerged. His elbows and knees were adorned with vicious spikes. In an instant, he transformed into a grotesque and terrifying battle creature. "Kill!" he bellowed, his power surging exponentially post-transformation. His speed increased as his 10-clawed appendages sliced through the air, launching a barrage of lethal strikes toward Xiang Chun. At that moment, Xiang Chun brandished the dragon's edge, unleashing a thunderous slash that summoned hundreds of blade lights in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. The 10-clawed strikes were obliterated, the intertwining blades tearing into the monstrous iron demon. The creature emitted a cacophony of metallic clangs, sparks flying as the blade lights merely left shallow cuts upon its formidable defenses. Suddenly, its tail elongated and surged toward Xiang Chun with astonishing speed, striking with the velocity of 20 times the speed of sound, the tail blade aiming directly for Xiang Chun's head. Xiang Chun raised his blade in defense, the edge acting like a shield. The tail blade struck, and the immense force pushed him back. Following this, the grotesque iron demon lunged forward, its 2-meter-long claws relentlessly slashing, the clashing of blades ringing out. Indeed, this creature possessed remarkable combat prowess, which delighted Xiang Chun. But then, unexpectedly, the iron-skinned monstrosity launched a surprise attack with its tail. And although Xiang Chun sensed the danger and attempted to evade, the speed was too great, resulting in a gash across his waist, blood spilling forth. With a powerful flap of his wings, Xiang Chun retreated, quickly creating distance. The iron demon growled lowly, resembling a close combat weapon. "I have seen your strength. Despite being a level below me, you have fought valiantly. However, now it is my turn." Xiang Chun smirked defiantly, an overwhelming aura of demonic energy surging forth. "Within the realm of masters, none can rival me." The iron demon roared, charging forward once more, its arms merging into a colossal sword for a downward strike. "Is that so? Then let us see," Xiang Chun retorted coldly, the sound of cracking bones echoing throughout his form. In an instant, he transformed into a wolf-like demon, his head morphing into that of a wolf, his body swelling to several yards in size, and 2 pairs of wings unfurling from his back. With a roar, Xiang Chun's demonic transformation surged his power exponentially, harmonizing the might of the golden crow and the celestial wolf, the energies of the lunar and solar forces intertwining. With a swift slash, he unleashed an aura akin to that of a celestial monarch, the dragon's edge revealing its true power, the aura of a sovereign blade. Within Xiang Chun's body, a more terrifying blade intent erupted. The mastery of blade intent reached its zenith. Astonishingly, his blade intent had become comparable to that of the Blade King. The blade light transformed into a black and white electric flash, tearing through the air with incredible speed. Boom! This strike cleaved through the ferocious iron demon's body, severing its heavy sword arms with a single stroke. Subsequently, the blade struck its body, creating a fissure in the cold iron flesh, blood gushing forth. The ferocious iron demon was then hurled across the island with a resounding thud, the stone island cracking with deep crevices stretching 700 to 800 meters, nearly splitting in two. Lying in the stone pit, the iron demon gazed in shock at its body, which was on the verge of being torn asunder. Defeated, vanquished by a single strike. Chapter 1006, Transmitting the Law to Han Jing. That earlier blade intent was indeed at the pinnacle of mastery. There could be no mistake. It was the consummate blade intent that left one in awe. The young master's blade intent could now rival my own. The 1,000-legged demon king marveled, recognizing that the blade intent Xiang Chun had infused into that strike had reached the level of the Blade King. Madame Butterfly Shadow remarked, "It is understandable that the future leader of the Eastern Sea Demon clan possesses extraordinary talent. After all, the young master is a divine beast." Xiang Chun approached the ferocious iron demon, whose wounds were beginning to heal, showcasing an extraordinary recovery ability. Can you submit? Xiang Chun looked down imperiously at the Iron Demon. The Iron Demon's expression darkened as it regained its human form, lowering its head. What is your name? Xiang Chun extended his hand. The iron-skinned youth gazed at the warm and harmless smile of the handsome young man, hesitating for a moment before reaching out his hand. Xiang Chun helped him up, and the iron-skinned youth replied, Han Jing. Han Jing, a rather pleasant name. Did you choose it yourself? Yes. How many years have you been in metamorphosis? 6 years. But I awakened my consciousness many years ago. It has been so long that I can scarcely remember. To possess such strength after merely 6 years of metamorphosis is commendable. Henceforth, you shall accompany me. There will be sustenance and the opportunity to grow stronger. Xiang Chun grinned broadly, patting his shoulder. Han Jing's body was cold, devoid of warmth, akin to a block of ice. He remained silent, merely nodding in response. Why were you captured by humans? Xiang Chun inquired further. I was born in the frigid depths of the North Sea, within a cold iron vein, where I have been cultivating all this time. The human race discovered my location while mining, and when I resisted, I was captured, Han Jing replied truthfully, revealing no reservations. He appeared quite aloof, his nature seemingly unyielding. Yet there was an underlying innocence, untouched by the trials of the world. Stay with me, and you shall no longer need to worry about such matters. I will impart several techniques to help you harness your demonic energy. Xiang Chun intended to teach him the turtle breath technique, a fundamental secret art for any human. As for your constitution, with your golden cold physique, you may also practice Little White's metal sword technique or my family's ice phoenix technique, or even my lunar scripture. However, while the cold energy of the lunar scripture can encompass all yang, its offensive capability is not as potent. So the ice phoenix technique would be more advantageous. Xiang Chun appraised him, already formulating a tailored cultivation method for Han Jing. I possess the techniques, innate and profound. Han Jing shook his head, still unwilling to accept Xiang Chun's goodwill. Oh, what cultivation method is that? Xiang Chun's curiosity was piqued. The Great Luo Heavenly Cold Technique. As long as I continuously consume high-grade cold iron, I can evolve and grow stronger. A gleam of soul light intertwined at Han Jing's brow, coalescing into a sphere of spiritual radiance surrounded by intricate symbols. This was the memory inheritance of his technique, which he directly revealed to Xiang Chun. You are too naive. Showing me your technique so openly, let me see its grade. Xiang Chun took it, cradling it in his hands as he probed its depths with his soul power. Subsequently, the sphere of soul light transformed into a beam that directly erased his memories. A celestial grade technique, quite impressive. This old man of the heavenly Tao has indeed treated you well. You possess the innate ability to awaken a celestial grade technique. Xiang Chun was astonished. Han Jing's cultivation method was of celestial grade. To cultivate to the realm of immortality, this technique surpassed many of the powers on the continent. Although the grade was not exceedingly high, it encompassed transformations and martial arts involving 18 common weapons and treasures, which was indeed rare. Xiang Chun pondered for a moment before smiling. How about this? From now on, you shall use this technique as an auxiliary, while primarily focusing on the 2 great techniques I shall impart to you. His eyes flared with soul power, weaving a strand of soul light that coalesced into a sword-shaped soul symbol and an ice phoenix-shaped soul symbol. The 2 symbols forcefully entered Han Jing's mind. Han Jing did not resist, slightly closing his eyes with a furrowed brow, displaying a hint of pain. Within these symbols, Xiang Chun had also included some precautionary measures, contingencies against Han Jing's potential betrayal. Though this fellow appeared simple-minded, Xiang Chun, the seemingly harmless second dog, was anything but naive. No matter how innocent a person might be, prolonged exposure to the world would inevitably change them. It was wise to retain some strategies as a safeguard. One may be kind-hearted, but lacking sharpness renders one a mere victim, a pushover, and, frankly, a coward. So many memories, such complex and profound techniques. Numerous introductions to realms and insights. I understand none of it, Han Jing murmured to himself. Haha, of course. It contains cultivation methods that would make countless individuals envious. Come now. Han Jing, others are waiting for us. With a gentle smile, Xiang Chun soared into the air, heading towards the colossal Huan of the Light Moon Sea. Han Jing cast a glance at his retreating figure before promptly giving chase. What should I call you? Han Jing inquired. Young Master, Second Master, Brother Chun. Or King. Call me whatever you like. Then I shall call you second master, as you do not seem much older than I. The two landed upon the back of the Huan, where second dog once again charmed and recruited a remarkably promising young subordinate. Congratulations, young master. The lineage of spirits is indeed rare, and their talent is astonishing. They will undoubtedly be a valuable ally in the future, Lady Dying remarked with a smile. Young master, have you truly considered forging a weapon from this lad? I can absolutely assist you in crafting a heavenly treasure. The silver-sealed Ant King regarded Han Zheng, perceiving him as an excellent material. Upon hearing this, Han Zheng immediately bristled, shifting into a fierce combat stance, retreating warily. Haha, Ant King, do not frighten him. He shall soon be our comrade in arms. Xiang Chun gazed at the vigilant Han Zheng and chuckled. This esteemed elder is merely jesting with you. There is no need for fear. No, he genuinely intends to refine me, Han Zheng replied, still on guard against the silver-sealed Ant King. The silver-sealed Ant King sneered, Young one, if I truly wish to refine you, a single blow would return you to your original form. The young master has declared that you are one of us. I assure you, I will not harm you. However, I did indeed contemplate refining you before. Perceiving his emotions, Han Zheng realized that the Ant King had abandoned any intent of refining him. Gradually, he regained his composure and transformed back into his human form. The lineage of spirits possesses an innate ability to discern the goodwill or malice of living beings. They can easily distinguish between feigned kindness and genuine benevolence. It is time for us to return, Xiang Chen announced, but I must ask you all to endure a slight inconvenience and enter my Qingquan ring first. Otherwise, we shall have difficulty traversing the maritime defenses. He summoned the Qingquan ring, which transformed into a black hole. Such a remarkable artifact capable of housing individuals is exceedingly rare across the continent, requiring legendary spatial stones or silks to forge. The silver-sealed Ant King sighed in awe before promptly flying inside. Take care, young master. Lady Dying and the others followed suit into the ring. Once everyone was gathered, Xiang Chen settled upon the back of the luminescent moon giant Huan and set off toward the human territory. Chapter 1007. A brother's burden. The journey back was unhurried. With the luminescent moon giant Huan gliding leisurely across the ocean, its back resembling a moving island. Xiang Chen retrieved his alchemical cauldron, pouring in barrels of oil, igniting the fire spirit stones to set them ablaze. Beside him lay a colossal lobster, measuring over 10 meters in length. This lobster was none other than the Lobster King, whom Xiang Chun had defeated. Due to the Lobster King's thick shell, he would require the silver-sealed Ant King to use the heaven-crushing hammer to break it open. Otherwise, frying it would be impossible. The Ant King could hardly fathom that there would come a day when his formidable treasure would be employed to smash a lobster. However, as the lobster meat was placed into the cauldron alongside various spices and seasonings, a mouth-watering aroma wafted forth. In addition to the lobster, there were also fish fins and sashimi from the aquatic tribes. As the lobster meat turned golden brown, Xiang Chun called out to Lady Dying, Han Zheng, and the others to join him for the feast. Yet, with so many individuals from the Wanhua fortress present, the hundreds of tons of food resulted in only a large bowl for each person. Chef Xiang was overwhelmed by the demand, and the gathering of over 10,000 people transformed into a grand banquet, filled with laughter, merriment, and the clinking of cups as they savored the sumptuous dishes. As a piece of lobster meat slid down his throat, filling him with rich protein and spiritual energy, the silver-sealed Ant King couldn't help but exclaim, I never imagined the lobster would taste this exquisite. Compared to the young master's way of eating, our previous meals were akin to consuming refuse. Brother, must you utter such distasteful words while dining? The thousand-legged Demon King remarked disdainfully from beside him. Xiang Chun sipped the lobster broth and said, Ant King, it seems you have not made any progress in your ascension to the king realm for many years, have you? Upon mentioning this matter, the silver-sealed Ant King, engrossed in a hearty meal, heaved a sigh, set down his chopsticks, and remarked, Indeed, it has been nearly 3 centuries since I have been ensnared in this realm. When my siblings and I formed our brotherhood, my second sister, the Lady of Butterfly Shadows, was merely at the Lingxiao realm, still a mere demon sect member, while I had already attained the status of Demon King. Subsequently, my second sister broke through to the carefree realm, becoming a Demon King herself, while I remained a Demon King. Now, she has ascended to the eternal realm, achieving immortality, and I still remain a Demon King. Alas, it is exceedingly difficult. It is not easy for me, dear brother. Do indulge in more shrimp. The thousand-legged demon king sighed. His next utterance nearly sent the silver-sealed ant king into a fit of rage. Do not fret, brother. Once I attain the eternal realm, you shall still be a demon king. Get lost. The silver-sealed ant king, infuriated, grasped a nearby hammer, contemplating a strike on his brother. The thousand-legged demon king burst into laughter, deftly evading the blow. The lady of butterfly shadows, setting down her bowl and chopsticks, frowned and remarked, eldest brother's constitution is peculiar. Breakthroughs are exceedingly arduous. However, each time he does break through, his power becomes terrifyingly formidable. I recall when we swore brotherhood. Eldest brother was merely at the first level of the carefree realm, yet he could effortlessly slay a nine-heaven king of the human race. Now, he can contend with those of the minor celestial rank in the eternal realm. The title of this legendary demon king was forged from the heads of countless kings. The silver-sealed ant king smiled with pride. His strength was indeed formidable, rivaling that of Xiang Chun at the same level. Xiang Chun's combat prowess stemmed from an array of hidden cards and lethal moves, whereas the silver-sealed ant king's might was a terrifying force, surpassing his peers tenfold. This was due to the constraints of his bloodline. Xiang Chun finished the soup in his bowl and devoured the meat, placing down his utensils. Gazing earnestly at the silver-sealed ant king, this feast of lobsters had not been in vain. Xiang Chun felt he was but a hair's breadth away from the 8th layer of the Lingxiao realm. Bloodline shackles? The others looked on in astonishment. The silver-sealed ant king furrowed his brow and inquired, Young master, what are bloodline shackles? A form of incantation that constrains the potential of one's bloodline. A fetter imposed by the heavenly Tao upon beings of extraordinary nature. Ant king, your ancestors were likely the mighty king divine ants, but by your generation, the bloodline has been so shackled that it has become exceedingly difficult to break through to the eternal realm, Xiang Chun explained, elucidating the reasons behind it. The mighty king divine ants are among the most extraordinary races within the Kun Yao clan, inherently possessing the power to annihilate stars. How terrifying indeed. This was the first time the silver-sealed ant king learned of his ancestry and the reasons behind his struggles for advancement. His eyes gleamed with hope as he eagerly asked, Young master, knowing the cause, is there a solution? Xiang Chun wiped the grease from his lips and smiled. Since I am aware of the bloodline shackles, I naturally know the remedies. There are 2 methods. The first involves using special techniques to assist you, Ant King, in reverting your bloodline to that of the mighty king divine ants. This would shatter the bloodline shackles, allowing you not only to transcend your current self, but also to evolve into a stronger being. The notion of bloodline reversion ignited a spark of excitement in his eyes, akin to a man starved of desire for a decade beholding a beautiful maiden in the nude. However, should I assist you in this manner, the likelihood of your demise is quite high. Yet, the subsequent words from Xiang Chun doused him with cold water. Why? The Ant King's 3 siblings all changed their expressions, gazing at Xiang Chun with confusion. Xiang Chun gazed upward at the heavens, pondering the immutable laws of this realm that prohibit the manifestation of such a formidable bloodline. The great power King Ant, also revered as the divine King Ant, is born imbued with an extraordinary might capable of contending with sacred beasts of the same realm. This world shall not permit the emergence of a species endowed with such an overwhelming talent for combat. Upon transformation, one might well face divine tribulations that could lead to their eradication. Upon hearing this, the silver-sealed Ant King's countenance grew somewhat grim. The thousand-legged demon king exclaimed in astonishment, Indeed, I recall that with each breakthrough my elder brother experiences, he is met with divine tribulations. I was perplexed by his propensity to attract lightning. It turns out he is envied by the heavens. Xiang Chun replied, Heavenly envy is but one reason. Furthermore, this realm must maintain a balance among species and cannot allow the emergence of excessively powerful beings. At this juncture, Xiang Chun cast a glance at the little white tiger beside him and then at his own hands. With a sigh, he reflected that both his bloodline and that of the little white tiger, had they been born in a higher plane, would possess the terrifying power to rend immortals asunder right from birth. Yet, they are now constrained, necessitating a gradual exploration of their potential from the most rudimentary levels. His cultivation talent is already of the sacred beast caliber, but his bloodline power has been suppressed to its nadir. Is there no other recourse? Inquired Madame Daying. Xiang Chun responded, There exists a second method, Deceiving the heavens. Deceiving the heavens? The others were momentarily taken aback, and Madame Dying furrowed her brow. Does the young master mean to deceive the laws of the universe? Precisely. Regarding the shackles of our bloodlines. The great powers of our demon clan have long since devised a solution. By utilizing the essence blood of a stronger being from a higher realm, one can forge a heavenly deception spell pattern, thereby masquerading one's realm as ancient. In doing so, the heavenly laws will no longer impose restrictions upon your ascension to the ancient realm, thus enabling you to further unlock your latent potential and alter your fate. Chapter 1008. Affection and Loyalty. In essence, the universe resembles an immense network of laws, and we are but symbolic beings within this tapestry. Our realms delineate the strength of our symbols, while the heavenly deception spell serves as a deceptive virus that invades this network of laws. Though Xiang Chun is restrained, he is not confined by bloodline shackles. Madame Dying inquired, I am of the ancient lineage. Could my essence blood assist my brother? Xiang Chun shook his head. It must be the essence blood of a being of the same species, specifically, the ancient blood of the ant clan, otherwise it would not suffice to successfully navigate the heavens. The thousand-legged demon king remarked, the ancient ant clan presents a challenge. My elder brother is likely the most powerful ant king among our Kuanyao clan on this continent. However, there are ant clan beings of even greater cultivation, though they reside beyond this continent, in the outer heavens. The silver-sealed ant king's eyes narrowed. The fire spirit ant emperor. Madame Dying recognized who the silver-sealed ant king referred to. Indeed, the fire spirit ant emperor, the silver-sealed ant king affirmed. Is he one of the demon clan from the outer heavens? Xiang Chun queried. Yes, the silver-sealed ant king replied. There exists an ant clan powerhouse in the outer heavens. The fire spirit ant emperor, whose true form is a fire spirit ant. However, this individual shares no camaraderie with me. The essence blood pertains to many secrets of his own, and he would not part with it unless we were bound by life and death. Xiang Chun stroked his chin, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. As long as the individual exists, there will be a means, and given the opportunity, I shall join you in the quest to find him, exchanging treasures. Should he be unwilling to trade, alternative methods will be employed. However, for now, let us return and concoct the antidote first. At last, I comprehend the reasons behind my stagnation. A solution has finally emerged. The silver-sealed ant king rejoiced, for there was now hope for a breakthrough. Once this bottleneck was surpassed, subsequent cultivation would advance at an astonishing pace. Yet, Xiang Chun held another method unspoken to the silver-sealed ant king, a shift in time and space. By transitioning to another realm, the shackles of destiny upon his bloodline would dissipate, providing a genuine opportunity for advancement. The ancient cauldron held within it an alternate dimension. However, the ancient cauldron was of utmost importance, and with these individuals suddenly aligning themselves with him, blind trust was unwarranted. Xiang Chun had not established any safeguards against betrayal. Should greed for treasures arise, he could face dire consequences. The sun cannot be gazed upon directly, nor can the human heart be taken lightly. Although the demon race tends to value loyalty, vigilance against betrayal must never be absent. Even amongst those of the Yin Huang Hall, only a handful of his bloodline brethren were privy to the secret of the ancient cauldron, individuals he could trust absolutely, for their blood ties rendered betrayal impossible. At this moment, they reached the confluence of the South and North Seas, where fragments of ice and towering icebergs gradually emerged upon the surface. Xiang Chun observed creatures resembling polar bears. Those are penguins. Perched atop an iceberg cliff, he beheld a gathering of black penguins, squawking animatedly. Subsequently, one of the penguins at the back kicked another off the cliff, plunging into the sea below. Such were the Adelie penguins, an amusing breed of avian creatures. The thousand-legged demon king, well versed in such matters, recognized the species. Adelie penguins? Indeed, these creatures exhibit remarkable loyalty. They hunt together and rear their young communally. When they dive into the ocean, this loyalty manifests, as the penguins behind will kick their brethren into the water. If the fallen penguin survives, it signifies the absence of natural predators like sea bears or seals. Should the kicked penguin meet its demise, they would relocate to another cliff to continue their antics. Furthermore, they demonstrate profound responsibility towards their mates and families. When a mother penguin finds her nesting stones insufficient, she will selflessly sacrifice her integrity to entice the neighboring male, engaging in indescribable exchanges until the neighboring nest is stripped bare. The thousand-legged demon king spoke with the utmost seriousness. Is this truly what you call loyalty? Is this what you deem fidelity? Old 3, do you believe I would not kick you off as well? The silver-sealed ant king jestingly executed the act, sending the thousand-legged demon king tumbling into the sea. Xiang Chun gazed at the penguin congregation, where one kicked the other, and could not help but lament. This is the fabled loyalty of the Adderley, kicking one's brethren at the cliff's edge and sacrificing oneself for family. I must ensure that no members of this avian lineage infiltrate my ranks. How embarrassing. It is prone to igniting from behind. However, it appears quite delectable. With a swift step, he leaped into action, capturing several penguins that had been kicked into the sea, intending to transform them into roasted delicacies. Indeed, upon witnessing their comrade being seized, the other Adderley penguins chattered away and changed locations, continuing their antics against their brethren. As they approached the South Sea, which is governed by humans, Xiang Chun commanded the glorious moon giant Sea Kuan to halt. Tianqiu, kindly leave me here. Ahead lies the realm of humanity, and your imposing size would attract undue attention. I cannot bring you to the mainland. Xiang Chun gently patted the glorious moon giant Sea Kuan beneath him. The creature let out a mournful sound and nodded in understanding. Predecessor Daying, you must first enter my Qinkuan ring. Han Zheng may remain. Understood, young master. We shall enter at once. Do take care, replied Madame Dai Ying and the others, clasping their fists in respect before voluntarily entering the Qinkuan ring. Now, only Han Zheng remained by Xiang Chen's side. Han Zheng was a demon servant acquired through auction, with a verifiable background, hence he could accompany Xiang Chen. The two ascended into the air as the glorious moon giant Sea Kuan emitted a resounding call, its massive head affectionately nudging Xiang Chen. Be cautious. Although your strength is nearly unmatched on the mainland, the treachery of the human heart and the deviousness of schemes are far more daunting than mere power. Xiang Chen gently stroked his great friend's head, offering a quiet reminder. The glorious moon giant sea whale is inherently benevolent among ferocious beasts, rarely attacking humans and occasionally bringing rain to parched islands, revered as a totem by some islanders. While many ferocious beasts are fearsome, this gentle nature is an exceptional rarity. After a wistful sound, the glorious moon giant Sea Kuan reluctantly turned away, its enormous form creating towering waves as it submerged into the sea. Following the departure of the glorious moon giant Sea Kuan, Xiang Chun and Han Zheng soared into the sky. Not long after entering the human maritime territory, they observed several merchant ships in transit and encountered patrolling naval officers, with a royal insignia in hand. Xiang Chun easily passed through customs and entered a human city on the continent. That evening, he returned to the imperial capital of Zhongzhou in the guise of Tang Yu, first visiting the Ouyang family's Tianwang Chamber of Commerce, where he held a clandestine meeting with Qianlan, requesting her assistance in procuring several medicinal herbs. These herbs were essential for detoxifying Madame Dai Ying and her group, requiring a substantial quantity. In the depths of the night, he returned to the Qing Wang mansion, entering his own courtyard. Only after the Ant King and others had been detoxified could Xiang Chun arrange for their return to the wasteland to reside in Dechu. The next morning, Xiang Chun proactively sought out the Qing Wang, offering to nurture his meridians and intensify the dark poison he had planted. Ah, sir, your timing is impeccable. Come, join us for breakfast, the Qing Wang exclaimed, delighted, as he and the princess consort of Hong Zhao were partaking in their morning meal. The maidservants swiftly prepared a table for Xiang Chun, presenting him with dishes and chopsticks. Xiang Chun smiled and remarked, Your Highness appears in splendid spirits today. Might there be joyful news? Indeed, it is a momentous occasion, the Qing Wang replied with a hearty laugh, his joy unmistakable. Chapter 1009. Your master, what news brings such happiness to your highness? Might I venture a guess that a successor is to be appointed? Indeed, you are astute, my lord. Tomorrow, the emperor will announce the heir apparent in the court, and he will gradually entrust the affairs of state to me. The Prince of Qing smiled, unable to conceal his joy at this moment. It is indeed a moment of great celebration. Congratulations, your highness. In just a few years, you shall be the emperor of the 9 provinces. Inwardly, Xiang Chun scoffed, while outwardly he raised his cup in feigned congratulations. The establishment of the heir signifies that major matters are set in motion, and I am indebted to you for your healing when I ascend the throne. I shall grant you high honors. At present, the Prince of Qing harbors gratitude towards Xiang Chun, or rather Tang Yu, for without Xiang Chen's healing, he would have had no claim to the position of heir. However, when the time comes for betrayal, the prince's expression will surely be quite revealing. As they dined and conversed, Xiang Chun broached the subject of his desire to visit the Batian sect. You wish to cultivate at the Batian sect? The Prince of Qing gazed at Xiang Chun in surprise. Are you still under 100 years of age? Xiang Chun chuckled. What age do you perceive me to be? I am indeed still within the century. The prince laughed heartily. I did not expect you to be so youthful. Since your age is suitable, I shall pull some strings for you, allowing you to bypass any selection process and gain direct entry into the Batian sect. Those who cultivate often enjoy extended lifespans. He himself was over 200 years old, yet he was taken aback by Xiang Chen's extraordinary medical skills coupled with his youth. Thank you, Your Highness. But I prefer to proceed on my own merit. I have faith in my abilities. My intention in visiting the Tian is to seek out esteemed practitioners of medicine and refine my skills. Tian is renowned as the true realm of cultivation, a place where various extraordinary techniques abound, surpassing those of our mundane continent. Our relationship with the Batian sect is also quite close. Should you require assistance while there, you may seek out a person named Shangwan Jinghong, a direct disciple of the sect master and one of the 10 elite disciples of the Batian sect, holding a position of high esteem. He is a dear friend of mine. Upon hearing the mention of this individual, Xiang Chun felt a flicker of surprise, while within him, Yu Mei revealed a hint of murderous intent. Shangwan Jinghong, a friend of the Prince of Qing, elicited a cold laugh from Xiang Chun. Indeed, one's companions reflect one's character. Shangwan Jinghong was an enemy of Yu Mei, having dared to use drugs against her, placing him firmly on her list of targets. Very well, I shall trouble Your Highness to make an introduction. Not at all. It is no trouble. We are all on the same side. After enjoying breakfast, Xiang Chun demonstrated his meridians to the Prince of Qing before taking his leave. The following day, the Prince of Qing was officially declared heir, a proclamation that astonished the world. The battle for the throne between the two princes concluded with the Prince of Qing's resounding victory, while the Prince of Yu faced a dismal defeat. With the edict announced, the Prince of Qing's status soared, and the ministers who had pledged their allegiance to him reveled in their fortunate choice. Conversely, the supporters of the Prince of Yu were left despondent, lamenting the troubles brought forth by their lord's entanglement with the demon race. As the Prince of Qing ascends the throne, it is certain that he will elevate those loyal to him to positions of power, establishing his own administration. It is beyond doubt that the supporters of the Prince of Yu will be marginalized and oppressed. A new emperor brings new ministers. In the west lies Yuzhou, a prosperous land second only to Zhongzhou, bursting with vitality and far from the comparison of barren states. Atop a towering mountain in the heart of the city stands a magnificent palace, a symbol of grandeur and authority, with a staircase comprising 9,900 steps. Ji Beixian, the Azure King, his name echoes amid the royal edicts, igniting a tempest of fury within King Yu, who, in a fit of rage, shatters the vases in his palace to vent his frustrations. His devoted handmaiden, Hongya, witnesses the king's turmoil and feels an unbearable weight of helplessness, uncertain how to console him. After a bout of emotional release, King Yu leans heavily on the table, his disheveled hair cascading over his face, a bitter smile mingling with despair. I have been defeated, utterly defeated. After a lifetime of rivalry, this time, I succumb to the malicious scheming of the Azure King and Shenfeng. How insidious you both are. His eyes redden with fury as he grits his teeth, his fingers pressing against the table, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds. Exhausted, he collapses into a beautifully carved pearwood chair and sighs. Hongya, Biming Bao, you both may leave. I require solitude. Yes, Your Highness, please take care of your health. Hongya responds with a sigh before exiting. Biming Bao, however, remains. Just as Hongya descends the staircase, she encounters an unremarkable young man clad in azure, his deep black eyes devoid of emotion. Which team do you belong to? Why are you not in proper servant attire? She inquires, assuming him to be a servant. The youth remains silent, brushing past her. In an instant, sharp claws emerge, ruthlessly tearing into her chest. Blood splatters as a gaping wound appears, and her heart ceases to beat. Despite being a formidable warrior of the Heavenly King level, she falls victim to this sudden assault. Staggering, she yearns to speak, but her blood seems to evaporate, transforming her once beautiful visage into that of a desiccated corpse, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The young man strides past her, his aura now intensified. Beiming Bao, you may leave as well, King Yu commands, casting a glance at his loyal companion. Your Highness, someone approaches, Beiming Bao replies. His demeanor alert. A tall figure enters the hall, the youth's voice icy. What is this, King Yu? Have you truly surrendered so easily? Who are you? King Yu asks, his brow furrowing. Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is your capitulation, the youth retorts, stepping further into the palace and positioning himself at the entrance. How audacious. Who do you think you are to enter here and speak to me in such a manner? Guards, seize him and throw him out. King Yu, seething with rage, barks orders to his men outside. Do not shout. Your guards lie dead outside, all consumed by my hunger, the youth states elegantly, extending a pale hand from which dark crimson claws emerge, menacing and fierce. King Yu's spiritual sense extends outside the hall, his expression shifting to one of horror as he realizes every servant and guard before him has perished. Just as he prepares to act, a searing pain pierces his back. A sword erupts from his rear, penetrating his abdomen and severing his spinal cord. Behind him stands Beiming Bao, expressionless, having delivered the fatal blow. King Yu gazes down at the bloodied blade before him, his eyes filled with shock and dread. Are you all in cahoots? Beiming Leopard, have you betrayed me as well? The king of the underworld roared, gripping the blade that had pierced his own abdomen. My lord, we pay our respects. Beiming Leopard knelt before the young man. You inquire about my identity? Allow me to enlighten you. I shall be your master henceforth. The youth ascended the hall step by step, a pair of dark crimson wings unfurling from his back, transforming him instantly into a blood-soaked Azura. I, too, shall be the sovereign of this hypocritical and filthy world in the days to come. Chapter 1010. A Dream of Marriage in the Desolate State of Huangzhou. The death of the Marquis Mo Huan left his heir, Mo Shang, as the new Marquis. However, Mo Shang's cultivation was insufficient to inherit the title. Currently, the Marquisate was under the control of his mother, Yilan. On this day, a beautifully attired woman in a simple white gown, accompanied by a young man, arrived at the Liu family estate. In the grand hall, Liu Hao, the head of the Liu family, along with several elders, were present to extend their hospitality. My lady, is it not a tad premature to wed at this time? Liu Hao inquired, furrowing his brow at the unexpected request presented by the woman, who was none other than Yilan, Mo Shang's mother, seated beside him. With a smile, Yilan replied, it is not early at all. My son Shang and Shi Ming have both reached the age of marriage. The recent death of the Marquis had not deterred Yilan's eagerness to have Liu Shiming wed into the Marquisate, as it was a strategic alliance to firmly bind the Liu family to the Mo family's ambitions, thereby stabilizing the currently tumultuous situation in Huangzhou. Simply put, it was a means to bolster Mo Shang's social connections. Indeed, Uncle Liu, Shiming and I have been engaged for many years. It is time to grant her a rightful status, Mo Shang chimed in with a smile. Liu Hao found himself in a predicament, as he was reluctant to allow Liu Shiming to marry Mo Shang. Mo Shang already had a legitimate wife, Ouyang Lanlan, which would relegate their daughter to the status of a concubine. What father would willingly see his daughter become a secondary wife? Master, what young master Mo says holds merit. Shiming is indeed of an appropriate age for marriage, and given their existing engagement, it is a reasonable progression, an elder from the Liu family chimed in, eager to curry favor with the Marquisate. Though Marquis Mo Huan had passed, the Mo family's centuries-old power remained formidable, solidifying their position as the foremost authority in Huangzhou. Furthermore, the Mo family acted as the local sovereign in this remote region, with the military firmly under their control. Liu Hao stated, I shall consult Shi Ming and ascertain her willingness to marry at this time. Nay, this matter is to be settled immediately. At that moment, a figure strode into the hall with unwavering resolve. Grand Elder. Upon his entrance, the Liu family members immediately bowed in respect. The newcomer was none other than the Grand Elder of the Liu family, Liu Qi, the sole celestial king among them. Shi Ming has indeed reached the age for marriage. I grant my approval, Liu Qi declared upon entering. Mo Shang's heart soared at the words, and he rose, clasping his fists in gratitude. Thank you, Grandfather Liu. Yilan smiled. Since Elder Liu has consented, let it be settled. We shall host the wedding banquet in 5 days. Very well. I must trouble Madame Yi with all of this, nodded Ancestor Liu Qi. It's no trouble at all. It's my duty, she replied. Lu Hao gazed at his father, feeling incredulous. Hadn't his father always cherished Ximeng? How could he so readily agree? With a sigh in his heart, Lu Hao chose not to voice his thoughts. In the Lu family, he was typically the head, yet when it came to decisions made by Lu Qi, he found himself powerless to refute them. After a lengthy conversation, Yilan finally took her leave with Mo Shang, leaving behind several million spirit coins as a betrothal gift at the Lu residence. As soon as they departed, Lu Hao could no longer contain his curiosity. Father, why did you agree so hastily? Ancestor Lu Qi settled down, sipped his tea, and closed his eyes to gather his thoughts. With the death of Mo Huan, the Mo family's internal situation has become quite chaotic. By sending Ximeng into the Mo family now, the Lu family can legitimately intervene in the affairs of the Marquis of Huan, extending our influence and military reach. As the family head, are such straightforward matters beyond your comprehension? Lu Hao felt a twinge of displeasure. But Ximeng is your granddaughter. Isn't this sacrificing her happiness? It's evident that she has no affection for Mo Shang. Her heart belongs to Xiangchun. Ancestor Lu Qi sighed. Am I unaware of Ximeng's feelings for Xiangchun? But what does that matter? Not only is Xiangchun deceased, but even if he were alive, he has become a wanted man in the empire. Do you expect Ximeng to spend her life evading capture and living in hiding? If Xiangchun were alive and she wished to be with him, that would be different. However, he is gone, and as the family head, you must prioritize the family's interests and long-term development. Ximeng has enjoyed the benefits of the family since childhood. It is now time for her to contribute in return. Moreover, Yilan is a woman of ruthless disposition. At this critical juncture, if our Lu family were to refuse to honor the marriage pact and provoke the authorities, we would be the first to suffer the consequences. The power of the Marquis of Huan is beyond our capacity to withstand. Ancestor Lu Qi's words left Lu Hao speechless, and he let out a deep sigh. Indeed, living within a large family, he had been accustomed to luxury since childhood, yet many aspects of life were beyond one's control. The destinies of men and the liberties of women regarding marriage were often dictated by others. The engagements arranged by parents were but an outdated custom, determining the future partners of their offspring from the moment of birth. Genuine bonds, like that of Xiangchun and Xia Qingcheng, were rare treasures. I hope Ximeng does not resent this too deeply, Lu Hao mused as he exited the hall, leaving behind a group of elders eagerly strategizing how to infiltrate the power structure of the Marquis of Huan. Indeed, upon learning of the news, Lu Ximeng was infuriated. While others believed Xiangchun to be dead, she was acutely aware that he was alive. Her heart truly belonged to Xiangchun, not Mo Shang. I will not marry Mo Shang. No, father, I refuse. If anyone is to marry him, let it be you, Lu Ximeng declared angrily. Lu Hao managed a wry smile. Ximeng, this is your grandfather's decision. At this, Lu Ximeng's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Why must grandfather do this? You all know I have no feelings for that man. You two have a betrothal, and now Mo Shang is to be married. Our Lu family cannot refuse to comply. Alas, even your father cannot indulge your whims in this matter. While Lu Hao feels remorse for his daughter, he must prioritize practicality in this situation. Consider, if your reluctance leads to the annihilation of the Lu family by the Wang family, is that truly what you wish to witness? My dear daughter, living in this worldly realm, we are inevitably bound by numerous constraints, which influence our desires and freedoms. A perfect life is but a fleeting illusion. Lu Hao gently patted Lu Ximeng on the shoulder before departing the wine cellar. Tears streamed down Lu Ximeng's face as she crouched silently, sobbing alone. Meanwhile, with the ascension of Prince Qing as the crown prince, he could now enter the imperial palace openly, assisting the emperor with numerous affairs of state. His companion, Xiang Ergu, enjoyed the privilege of freely entering and exiting many areas of the palace, save for the inner chambers of the concubines. This also implied that the spirit beasts roaming freely in the palace gardens would soon fall victim to someone's culinary ambitions. At the moon-viewing lake, a serene spirit lake within the palace, suffused with ethereal mist, many spirit cranes made their home. Amidst the verdant reeds, a spirit crane rose from its nest in search of sustenance, where over 10 eggs, each the size of a human head, lay nestled. Suddenly, a small, delicate hand emerged from the nearby reeds, reaching toward the nest. It belonged to a young girl of only a few years, who seized 2 of the spirit crane eggs before darting away. By the lakeside, a gentle breeze caressed the landscape of drooping willows. However, the tranquility was marred by a large pot simmering with a spirit crane. Nearby, seated upon a beige carpet, a stunning woman adorned in a fitted martial skirt savored snacks while gazing at the man preparing the crane. "Brother Tangyu, look what I found, spirit crane eggs," Ji Linger exclaimed, her steps light as she approached with her treasure. "Haha, that's impressive. I shall turn them into marinated eggs shortly," Xiangchen replied, covering the pot after adding ample seasoning. This fellow often visited the palace for culinary delights. If he were to become the king of all beasts, his subordinates would likely live in constant trepidation, fearing they might end up in his pot one day. Of course, indulging in royal feasts was but one motive. The astute would understand the underlying reasons. Eventually, Xiangchen brought forth a pot of fragrant stewed crane. Upon lifting the lid, the aroma wafted through the air, mingling with the essence of spirit mushrooms and ginseng. A sprinkle of scallions completed the masterpiece. A delightful dish, spirit crane soup. How exquisite. Your culinary skills are truly remarkable, Princess Linglong remarked, inhaling deeply, her bright eyes shimmering like crescent moons. Let us enjoy the soup before the meat. All the essence resides in the broth. Careful not to burn yourself, Linger. Xiangchen served each of them a bowl of soup. It smells heavenly, Ji Linger exclaimed, drooling as she gently blew on the broth before tasting it, her delight evident. In a mere half hour, the substantial spirit crane was completely devoured. The pot emptied to the bottom. After their meal, Xiangchen and Princess Linglong, along with Ji Linger, set sail on the lake to fish, their lives interspersed with moments of leisure. "What troubles you, princess?" Xiangchen inquired, noticing a hint of distraction in Linglong's demeanor, while Ji Linger, having overindulged, dozed off in the boat. "Oh, it's nothing," Linglong replied, regaining her composure with a gentle sigh. "I merely ponder the fleeting nature of such tranquil moments, which I fear I shall not enjoy for much longer." "Is it due to the matters concerning the sea tribe?" Xiangchen asked, as he deftly reeled in his line, catching a spirited crucian carp. "Indeed, after this year, I shall be wed to the sea tribe as part of a political alliance," Linglong acknowledged, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. "When that time comes, I shall likely no longer savor the exquisite dishes crafted by your hand." Frowning, Xiangchen responded, "Is marriage truly unavoidable? You are a princess of the great Xia, and the human race stands strong against the sea tribe. There is no necessity for such unions." He harbored a deep disdain for the notion of sacrificing personal happiness for familial or societal gain. Linglong shook her head with a rueful smile. "Born into a royal lineage, the value, position, and future of each of us are predetermined from the moment of our birth. I cannot refuse. If my marriage can foster peace between the human and sea tribes, then it is a noble endeavor. But will you find happiness in such a life? Is it truly what you desire?" Xiangchen pressed, aware of the heavy burdens that often weigh upon the hearts of young women in this world. His own spirit was unyielding, indifferent to the whims of fate and authority. "Such concerns are futile. We must cherish the present," he concluded, casting aside his fishing line. Gazing across the lake, he declared, "In my life, I shall define my own path. Whether to be a virtuous man or a villain is a matter of my own heart. My cultivation serves two purposes: to gain the strength to protect those I love, and to attain freedom, liberation from all constraints, even from this world itself. If I lack the right to love whom I choose, or if I am compelled to love against my will, then I shall never find joy. Sometimes, one must be bold and pursue the life they desire. Have you ever contemplated what kind of person you wish to become, princess?" Linglong, upon hearing this, turned her gaze to the lake, her expression becoming contemplative as a charming smile graced her lips. "Though I am a princess, revered and endowed with power, I yearn to live as a wandering hero, an unrestrained swordsman, penning poetry, brewing wine, and drawing my sword against injustice with laughter." As she spoke of such a life, her eyes sparkled with dreams and aspirations. Yet, a shadow soon crossed her features. "However, in relishing this respect, power, and status, I am compelled to sacrifice my dreams and freedom. My life's course was set at birth." Suddenly, Xiangchen placed his hand upon her delicate shoulder, prompting a look of surprise from Linglong. "Trust me, do not dwell upon your birthright or fate. If you wish to pursue what you love, cast aside the shackles that bind you. We have but one chance to traverse this world. How can we not live for ourselves at least once?" The princess has a fondness for poetry, and I present her with a verse. "As the seasons change, time flows like water. The drifting clouds and the fates of mortals are both transient. Why should one seek beyond oneself? The moon in the sky, the pavilion by the water. Let us indulge in a revelry, unburdened by joy or sorrow, for life is meant to be free. Princess, true to your name, you possess a heart of exquisite delicacy, and should not allow the mundane constraints of this world to tarnish your brilliance. After speaking, Xiangchen gently patted her fragrant shoulder, set aside his fishing rod, and with a laugh that pierced the air, proclaimed, "One must seize the joy of life. Do not let the golden goblet face the moon unfilled." Princess Linglong gazed at his retreating figure, softly reflecting on his words. The drifting clouds and the fates of mortals are both transient. Why should one seek beyond oneself? A spark of clarity ignited in Princess Linglong's eyes, her gaze firm, as if she had made a decisive resolution. "Thank you, sir." Xiangchen returned to the lakeside and walked back. Among the Ji family, Princess Linglong was the only one he wished to befriend. She was not a heartless politician, but a person of righteous path and justice, with a heart for the world. Xiangchen, not wanting to become her adversary in the future, invested much thought in guiding her. Moreover, she possessed an extraordinary innate talent, though she remained unaware of it. As did others. The 7 orifices Linglong heart, also known as the 7 orifices Linglong body. At the pinnacle of cultivation, one could unlock the 7 divine chambers within. If this talent were to be shackled by constraints, betraying one's true heart, it would lose its potency and transformative power. Yet, if one could discover a path that resonates with their heart's desire, they would become invincible. Upon returning to his Tang manor, Xiangchen's countenance fell at the reception of unexpected news. 3 days later, at the desolate capital, the residence of the desolate marquis. Today marked the day of Mo Shang's wedding to Lu Shimeng. However, due to the recent death of the desolate marquis, festivities were subdued, and the atmosphere remained ordinary. A long procession of red carriages departed from the marquis's estate, a gathering of over 100 individuals, accompanied by musicians playing gongs and drums, alongside a contingent of mounted guards. At the forefront, atop a dragon steed, sat a young man in a groom's ceremonial robe, whose visage was quite handsome. "Here comes the bride! Here comes the bride!" A throng of children shouted excitedly, as treats were tossed for them to catch from the procession. "Lu Shimeng, you are finally to become my wife," Mo Shang thought, brimming with anticipation. "Get out of the way, don't obstruct the path." He bellowed at the boisterous children in front of the procession, causing them to retreat in fright. The procession swiftly arrived at the Lu family estate, where a grand banquet was underway, attracting many renowned families from the desolate realm. Upon arrival, Mo Shang, the young lord, first entered to greet the guests at the banquet. Before long, a beauty adorned in red, her head covered with a red veil, arrived, supported by 2 handmaidens. Mo Shang, upon catching sight of Lu Shimeng, immediately went forth to welcome her, as she was assisted into the bridal palanquin. After receiving the bride, another round of gongs and drums resounded as they made their way back to the desolate marquis's residence. On the street, a lone figure stood atop a rooftop, observing the approaching procession. With a swift step, he leaped into the air and descended. Boom! A massive black and red blade suddenly descended from the heavens, obstructing the path of the convoy ahead. At the forefront stood a figure clad in a white robe, their face partially veiled by a black scarf. Balanced upon the hilt of the sword, poised on one leg. Who dares? This startling scene brought the convoy to an abrupt halt. A troop of 50 to 60 cavalrymen surged forward. The figure's icy gaze was unmistakably marked by a malevolent intent. "What is happening? Who dares to block my convoy?" Mo Shang, within the ranks, called out to the cavalrymen ahead. "Young lord, a masked individual has obstructed our path. They appear to harbor ill intentions," replied a cavalry officer, his eyes fixed intently on the young man. "Ill intentions? Who would dare oppose me? Arrest him at once. Today is a day of celebration, not one for bloodshed." Mo Shang retorted dismissively. In the wilderness state, their family was akin to local emperors. Beside him stood 8 masters of the Lingxiao realm, a considerable display of power in the wilderness state. "You dare block our young lord's path, a reckless fool. Seize him," commanded the cavalry officer, and instantly, 7 or 8 horsemen charged towards the youth. In that moment, the young man sprang into action. With a single step, he surged forth like lightning, unleashing a punch imbued with 20% of his strength. Bang, bang, bang. The force of his punches swept through, sending the 8 charging cavalrymen and their horses crashing backward. Grievously injured, the young man had restrained his full strength, Otherwise, a single blow would have been sufficient to slay them. A master. It's a master. The remaining cavalrymen, witnessing this spectacle, hurriedly retreated. In the imperial capital, a Lingxiao master was of little significance, but in the wilderness state, they commanded great respect. Lingxiao master. Who exactly are you? The cavalry officer inquired, his expression darkening with apprehension. I am here to abduct a bride. I have taken a liking to the maiden within the bridal sedan. Surrender her, and I shall spare your lives, the youth declared with a cold smirk, unabashedly revealing his intentions. Presumptuous. You seek death. His words ignited fury among those from the Huangho estate. Seize him. I shall dismember him. Mo Shang bellowed, enraged that someone would dare to steal his betrothed. Kill. With a roar, the cavalry officer unleashed his masterly power, charging forth on horseback, a formidable presence. He thrust his spear, swift as lightning, infused with potent true essence. However, the youth merely chuckled, his body erupting forth like a dragon, delivering a ferocious punch that collided with the spear's energy, exuding an astonishing force. The spear faltered instantly, and then erupted in a violent explosion. Boom! The furious might of the dragon's punch bore down upon the cavalry officer, whose face paled in shock. Gushing blood, he was sent flying, his bones fracturing upon impact. Kill! At that moment, 7 Lingxiao masters from the ranks advanced simultaneously, launching a myriad of attacks towards the youth. Blades, sword lights, and fist imprints converged upon him. With a swift motion, the youth vanished like a flash of lightning, along with the heavy blade. Buzz! The sound of blades humming filled the air as a chilling aura enveloped a certain master. The sixfold master's expression shifted dramatically as he beheld the youth's figure appear beside him, a blade slicing through the air. With a splatter, blood erupted forth. He felt a dizzying sensation as he caught sight of his own headless body gushing blood, his severed head soaring away. The Mo family were the ruthless killers of the desolate palace, and Xiongqun showed no mercy in his assault. Thunderous! The youth moved with a speed akin to a lightning bolt, yet swifter still was his blade. With each slash, heads fell, 7 masters dispatched in mere breaths. The streets around them erupted in screams as the crowd fled in terror, the retinue of soldiers left in shock. Dozens of cavalry stared in horror at the bloodied youth advancing toward them. 7 masters now lay lifeless. How could this be? How could this man possess such strength? Mo Shang's pallid face reflected his dread. As the youth approached, the cavalry retreated in fear. Charge! Attack! Mo Shang bellowed in a panic, urging his soldiers forward. Yet, they were too intimidated to advance against the solitary figure. Those who do not wish to die, step aside. The youth commanded coldly, his voice resonating like thunder. The aura of having just slain 7 masters instilling terror in their hearts. Let us fight back, shouted a warrior, charging forward with his blade raised. Kill! Roared the cavalry, surging toward the youth. Foolish mortals, do you not recall how the desolate palace met its demise beneath your iron hooves? Why should I feel pity for you? Xiongqun scoffed, shaking his head, brandishing his heavy blade as he charged at the throng of cavalry. The glint of the blade flashed, blood sprayed. These warriors, not yet at the Lingxiao realm, stood no chance against Xiongqun. One by one, they fell, their bodies crashing to the ground, staining the streets in crimson. Ultimately, as Xiongqun stood before Mo Shang, the entire wedding procession lay in ruin. Save for the terrified musicians, all cavalrymen now perished. Mo Shang, pale and trembling, gazed in fear at Xiongqun, whose youthful visage, masked, was unfamiliar to him. Yet, with his cultivation at the Soul Moon realm, he had no hope of escape. Chapter 1013. The arrival of the 3 sects. The dragon horse was ensnared by Xiongqun's divine beast pressure, rendered immobile. Who are you? Do you know who I am? Mo Shang stammered, retreating in fright. You are the son of the desolate Marquis Mo Huan, the young lord of the Mo residence. But what of it? Xiongqun replied mockingly, advancing with his blade raised. Stealing the bride is acceptable, but please, spare my life. Mo Shang pleaded, dropping to his knees in terror. Truly, a coward and a useless wretch, Xiongqun thought disdainfully as he observed Mo Shang's desperate figure. Look at the decapitated heads behind me. 9 out of 10 would kneel in fear. Killing someone like you would tarnish my blade. I have no interest. However, you shall learn a lesson for daring to target my woman. With that, Xiongqun delivered a kick that landed squarely on Mo Shang's face. A resounding thud echoing in the air. Mo Shang let out a tragic cry as all his teeth were shattered, and he was sent flying by a single kick. Upon landing, he lost consciousness. Xiang Chun chose not to kill him. He held no regard for such a useless being who lacked even the courage to wield a sword. Furthermore, taking his life would have dire repercussions, drawing the attention of the imperial capital. Approaching the flower sedan, Xiang Chun slightly bowed, extending his hand with an apologetic smile. "Ximing, my dear, I have arrived late." "Humph, I forgive you," came a light huff from within the sedan. A delicate, snow-white hand emerged. Resting in the palm of Xiang Chun, Lu Ximing stepped out, having removed her veil and donned a simple green dress. "Carry me," she playfully demanded. "I want you to hold me just like the first time." "Very well, that would be a princess carry," Xiang Chun replied. One hand beneath her legs and the other around her back, lifting Lu Ximing effortlessly. With a sword slung over his shoulder, he strolled through the now desolate streets, where silence reigned. "How will you compensate me for ruining my first wedding?" Lu Ximing clung to his neck. Xiang Chun jested. "Who was it that sent a message saying, 'Xiang Chun, come save me. I do not wish to marry Mo Shang. I despise you. Do you truly expect me to marry that scoundrel?" She playfully punched his chest. "Huh, I could never bear to let someone else have you, my beautiful Ximing. Who brews such exquisite wine? I'd rather keep you for myself," he laughed, lowering his head to kiss her crimson lips. Lu Ximing responded, entwining her arms around his neck as they shared a passionate kiss amidst the clouds. After a moment, they parted, and she softly inquired, "When do you plan to marry me and sister?" Xia Qingqing, gazing at the lands below, Xiang Chun declared, "Once I reign supreme, this world will be the betrothal gift I offer you." "Humph, I cannot accept such a heavy gift. It is far beyond my means." "What do you desire then?" "I only wish for you, to help you brew wine for a lifetime." "Ah, a humble wish indeed. You already possess it, but from now on, you will need to live incognito. Do you regret it?" Xiang Chun embraced Lu Ximing as they soared toward the ancient city of Huan. "No regrets. For one day you will allow me to live openly, shining brighter than any woman. With such a beloved, what more could one ask for? Yet, Ximing, you have grown heavier since our first embrace. Your curves have become more pronounced." Xiang Chun's hands began to wander restlessly. "Ah, I refuse to listen. If you dare criticize my weight, I shall tell Sister Qingqing that you are bullying me. You made this choice. Regretting it now is too late. You shall be bullied by me for a lifetime. Ha ha ha." With a hearty laugh, Xiang Chun flew toward the ancient city, cradling his beautiful companion. The incident of the young Lord Mo being publicly robbed of his bride soon spread, causing a stir throughout the martial world and shocking the barren capital. Countless bandits revered Xiang Chun's audacious act as legendary. The Marquis of Huan was furious and began searching for the perpetrators. The Lu family was astonished, unaware that it was Xiang Chun behind the upheaval. Lu Hao was consumed by anxiety, tirelessly searching for answers. However, when Xiang Chun and Lu Ximing took the initiative to meet him, he was utterly taken aback. After a heartfelt discussion, Lu Hao reluctantly acquiesced to the relationship between the two, allowing his daughter the freedom to pursue her own happiness and aspirations. Ultimately, his love for his daughter prevailed. At present, the clandestine power Xiang Chun had amassed was formidable, though unbeknownst to the outside world. Should he choose to incite rebellion, he could potentially dismantle the Wild Marquis Mansion before the military could respond. Nevertheless, the Wild Marquis Mansion, being an institution of the dynasty, was not a trivial adversary. The true challenge lay in confronting the dynasty itself. Lu Ximing was of immense significance to him, as, aside from personal sentiments, her research on the falling dust spirit wine had facilitated the emergence of a multitude of formidable warriors who had transcended the Soul Moon realm, thereby accelerating the cultivation speed within that realm. Xiang Chun spent half a month in the ancient wild city before returning to the Great Chu Kingdom. The vast expanse of Great Chu now dominated the southern wilderness, and he had successfully settled the residents of the flowering fortress there. The inhabitants of the flowering fortress were astonished to witness the harmonious coexistence between the human and demon cultivators in this land. After a fortnight, he hastily returned to the imperial capital. Unbeknownst to him, the Azure King had unwittingly become his puppet, a crucial piece in his clandestine strategy. Upon returning to the imperial capital, Xiang Chun's life became rather leisurely, filled with daily cultivation, medical research, and honing his skills in swordsmanship, archery, and martial arts. The thousand-year drunkenness had to be refined anew after exhausting the previous batch. Occasionally, He would spare time to venture into the imperial palace to capture spirit beasts for feasting and to spend time with the two princesses, Linglong and her sister. It seemed as though Princess Linglong had resolved some inner turmoil, making her appear significantly more at ease. Together with Xiang Chun, they often engaged in poetry and wine. And at times, when the mood struck, they would spar, finding a kindred spirit in one another. As time swiftly passed, winter arrived. Gazing up at the sky above the imperial capital, one could see snowflakes gracefully dancing through the air. Walking upon the snow-covered ground felt akin to treading on soft clouds, enveloped in a pure white landscape reminiscent of paradise. Following a heavy snowfall, the rooftops of the imperial capital were blanketed in a thick layer of snow, and standing atop the lofty buildings offered a view akin to a sprawling range of snow-capped mountains. In Tongzhuang, Xiang Qin's multitude of brothers and sisters gathered together to enjoy a hot pot feast. He also forged friendships among the officials of the imperial capital, as many sought to curry favor with him due to his close ties with the Azure King. Through the Ministry of Revenue, he effortlessly secured new identities and jade tokens for everyone. While many retained their original names, their backgrounds were entirely transformed. In the central area of the imperial capital, amidst the thunderous vortex in the sky above the ascending heaven peak, massive spirit ships descended from the heavens, alighting upon the imperial capital. 3 colossal vessels, each over 1,000 meters in length, surged with immense spiritual energy. Each ship proudly bore a distinct banner: the Dominating Heaven Sect, the Spirit Demon Sect, and the Pill Cauldron Sect. These 3 premier sects of the human race from the outer heaven represented the sanctuaries of all human cultivators, while the imperial authority served as the governing overseer of the mainland's human populace. As the news of the 3 sects descending upon the imperial capital and the recruitment of disciples at the soul-summoning moon, the Ascendant Realm, and even the Heavenly King Realm spread, countless cultivators from the 9 provinces hurriedly converged upon the imperial capital, eager to join the esteemed sections. Chapter 10:14. I am serious. The announcement of the 3 sects recruiting disciples was disseminated by the observing sky pavilion, drawing numerous young cultivators to participate in the grand recruitment. These 3 sects are the true bastions that have enabled the human race to ascend to the path of immortality, serving as the foundational pillars for humanity since ancient times. Within just a few days, over 100,000 cultivators had gathered, with numbers continuously on the rise. Regarding the Batian sect, Xiang Chun had gained a considerable understanding, having been the cherished pet of the sect leader for a time. The brothers of the Yan Huang Hall were also organized to join the 3 sections. He, along with Wang Xiaoji, Li Huangqingqing, Han Jing, and 22 of his loyal brothers, intended to join the Batian sect. While Tian Yu stayed by Tian Hua's side to assist him, Xiahou Wu and Yang Bin led a group to join the Ling Mo sect, and Bao Er Duoya, along with those adept in alchemy, sought to join the Danding sect, creating a flourishing situation across the 3 sections. Within the imperial capital, each of the 3 sects established recruitment points. The Batian sect's recruitment site was not far from the Qingwang mansion. It was a towering building, reaching a height of 100 zhang, with a queue of eager applicants stretching far beyond the entrance, numbering in the thousands. To join the Batian sect, one must first register personal information at this location. Xiang Chun, along with Xia Qing, formerly known as Xia Qingchong, Wang Ying, and his brothers, also came to register. Wang Ying and the others remained unnamed, while Qingchong, having been wanted, had changed her name. Previously, she had always worn a mask, but now, without it, she was unrecognizable. Although she had revealed her true face during the 9 Palaces battle, most of those present at that time had perished at the hands of the Sea clan. In the vast sea of people, with so much time having passed, few could recall her. Great events unfold constantly across the world, and figures from a year ago are often deemed deceased, making it easy for them to be forgotten. When Qingqing's true visage appeared beside Xiang Chun, it instantly attracted countless astonished gazes from cultivators. Xiang Qin's current identity as Tang Yu also played a significant role. He was ushered through a back door without having to queue, directly seeking assistance for registration without undergoing any review process. Mr. Tang Yu, the Qing Wang has instructed me to take good care of you from now on, said a middle-aged man clad in the azure robe of the Batian sect, cupping his fists in a gesture of respect. Thank you, elderly. By the way, is there any examination or assessment involved in formally joining the Batian sect? Xiang Chun returned the gesture and inquired with a smile. There is indeed, elderly nodded, revealing that he was also a formidable figure at the Heavenly King realm, albeit serving as a disciple in the recruitment department of the Batian Sect. New members of the Batian Sect undergo a 2-year assessment period, during which they must remain in a designated location. Elderly produced a white jade talisman and handed it to Xiangchun. This is a recording talisman. Xiangchun accepted it and pressed it to his forehead, allowing his spiritual force to flow into it. The information contained within surprised him greatly. Indeed, the battlefield beyond our realm is a place where we engage in combat with foreign races. All of you, as candidates, must remain there for a duration of 2 years, during which each individual is required to eliminate 10 adversaries of the same rank to successfully pass the assessment and join the Heavenly Sect. The more foes one vanquishes, the greater the distinction achieved, which in turn leads to more contribution points upon joining the sect. These points can be exchanged for martial arts techniques, cultivation resources, and spiritual elixirs, among other things. After enduring this 2-year trial and fulfilling the tasks, one becomes an official disciple of the Heavenly Sect. However, Mr. Tangyu, you need not worry. We will have personnel to look after you internally. As Elderly spoke, he could not help but cast a glance at Xia Qingqing, whose beauty was undeniably captivating. What manner of beings are these foreign races? Are they creatures with large heads, slender necks, and blue skin like extraterrestrials? Xiangchun was quite intrigued by the appearance of these foreign races. Elderly chuckled and replied, "You are overthinking it. These foreign races often resemble us in appearance, though they can transform into formidable half-human, half-crocodile monsters, known for their immense power. We refer to them as the crocodilian race." Upon hearing this, Xiangchun immediately envisioned a grotesque creature with a human body and a crocodile head. Of course, the foreign races are not limited to just this. The crocodilian race is merely one that our Batian sect faces. Surrounding our world are other foreign races, resisted by the Spirit Demon Sect and the Danding Sect, as well as the Celestial Demon Sect. Although the Celestial Demon Sect represents a faction of demons, they also combat certain foreign races, which explains why the human race has allowed them a place in the outer heavens. Xiangchun nodded in understanding. The human forces in the outer heavens have begun to expand into the cosmic expanse, thus facing species beyond this planet. After conversing with Elderly for a while, Xiangchun took his leave. "Brother Chun, I think I should wear a mask," Xia Qingqing remarked, frowning at the numerous gazes directed her way. "No need. Your beauty is exquisite, and I shall guard it," Xiangchun responded with a hearty laugh, provocatively meeting the heated stares from the crowd. "Miss, may I invite you for a cup of tea and the chance to forge a friendship?" At that moment, several figures suddenly obstructed Xia Qingqing's path. The newcomers were dressed like noble youths, with meticulously styled hair and elegant robes, one of whom had a somewhat elongated face. Behind him stood 2 robust attendants. "By the way, I am the second son of the Yanhou mansion, Yin Zheng." The young man introduced himself with a gentle smile. "Might I have the honor of your company, miss?" "Indeed, Brother Chun, your troubles have arrived," Xia Qingqing said, glancing at Xiangchun. Xiangchun stepped in front of her, smiling as he addressed the young man. "You are Yin Zheng, the second son of the Yanhou mansion, correct?" The youth furrowed his brow and looked at Xiangchun, asking, "Indeed, who might you be?" "I am your esteemed uncle, Severe. The consequences shall be dire." Xiangchun suddenly lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch that struck the young man squarely in the face. Yin Zheng let out a cry of agony as his nasal bone shattered, sending him staggering backward to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth and nose, tears streaming down his face from the pain. "Second young master." The 2 attendants behind Yin Zheng were taken aback, rushing to assist him. Yin Zheng, clutching his face, seethed with rage. "You little brat, you seek death. Get him. Kill him." 2 attendants, upon hearing the words, erupted with a fierce shout and unleashed their formidable true essence, charging forward. "If anyone dares to toy with your sister-in-law, you shall deal with it." Xiangchun remained unmoved, for behind him stood a throng of comrades. "Heh, brothers, I haven't fought in days. These 2 are mine." Wang Ziyage Chicken sneered as he unleashed his true essence at the 4th level of Lingxiao. "Hey, Chicken brother, don't think you can hog all the glory." The other Yinhuang brothers surged forward, a collective of 20, all masters in their own right. The 2 approaching master guards were left dumbfounded. Suddenly, a torrent of true essence surged towards them. "Ah!" They cried out in agony, as they were struck and sent flying. Subsequently, the 2 were kicked around like a soccer ball by the crowd, while Yin Jing's expression changed drastically, prompting him to flee. However, Wang Zai's chicken caught up to him, delivering yet another round of merciless blows. Everyone has a desire for beauty. Merely gazing is acceptable. But who dares harbor ill intentions toward my woman? I shall ensure he crawls back. Xiang Chun grinned wickedly, casting a cold glance at the disciples gathered for registration. Chapter 10:15. Assessment Tasks. Xiang Chun shares a unique bond with his bloodline successors. Whenever he breaks through a significant realm, those possessing his direct bloodline experience a fortification of their lineage, resulting in their own breakthroughs. The Tianling bloodline is inherently powerful, and as Xiang Chun forges ahead, those with his bloodline are similarly influenced. For instance, if he ascends to the Lingxiao realm, individuals like Zayaj Chicken and Tianhua, who happen to be at the 9th level of the Soul Moon, will also ascend to the Lingxiao realm. Of course, there are limits to this enhancement. They will not reach Xiang Chun's level of prowess. Conversely, should any of them unlock greater potential than Xiang Chun, he too will benefit from their elevation. This illustrates the concept of a shared destiny within the bloodline. The relationship between the little white tiger and Zhao Mu is analogous. Who is this fellow? How audacious to strike the son of Yin Ho. Indeed, what is his background? Many gazed at Xiang Chun, whispering amongst themselves, puzzled by his origins. You wait. This matter is far from over. I shall summon reinforcements. Yin Zheng threatened as he fled. Xiang Chun chuckled coldly. I am quite curious to see how many you can gather, but I have no intention of waiting for you. The two guards, having been sent flying by Wang Zai's chicken and his companions, fled in disarray. Since ancient times, beauty has often brought calamity. Must I truly don a mask? Qing Cheng furrowed her brow, acknowledging that excessive beauty can sometimes be a burden, attracting unwanted attention. No need. Wearing a mask would only evoke memories of the legendary beauty Xia Qing Cheng, whose wanted poster depicted her masked. We are still fugitives, after all, Xiang Chun remarked, wrapping his arm around her waist as they walked. Brother Chun, why not assign Xiao Dan to accompany Bauer at the Danding Sect? At that moment, Wang Zai's chicken sauntered over, whispering into Xiang Chen's ear. Upon hearing this, Xiang Chen's lips curled into a smile as he glanced back at Zhang Dan. Xiao Dan, Zai's chicken suggests I assign you to team up with Bauer. What do you think? Hey, Brother Chun, are you selling me out? Wang Zai's chicken's expression shifted dramatically. Just then, he felt a chill creeping up his back. A delicate hand, porcelain white, suddenly seized his waist from behind. Zhang Dan's almond-shaped eyes widened in astonishment as she coldly remarked, Little chick, do you wish to dismiss me so soon? Wife, dear wife, please allow me to explain. He stammered, turning his head only to be met with a swift punch. Bang. Wife, I was wrong. It was Chun Ji's slander that led me astray. Li Huan observed this scene and sighed. It is indeed better to be a carefree single dog than to seek companionship with women. Humph, you insufferable straight man. May you spend your life with your left hand and your five-fingered sister, Zhang Dan retorted after delivering a sound thrashing to Little Chick, her disdain evident in her scoff. I have no intention of visiting brothels or indulging in wine and flowers. Haha, brothers, who is joining me at the Drunken Spring Pavilion tonight? Let us go together. Count me in. Li Huan called to a few companions to partake in the revelry, while Little Chick could only gaze upon them with quiet envy. Once upon a time, he too had countless possibilities, yet now, looking at Zhang Dan, who seemed stronger than himself, tears welled within him. Why could Qin Ge frolic in romance while he could not? Ultimately, it was a misguided affection. After Xiang Chun and the others returned to Tang Village in the afternoon, Xiao Wu and Bauer also made their way back. They too had successfully registered to join the other two sects, albeit facing similar two-year assessments. The disciple recruitment event lasted half a month, with over 70,000 participants from the Batian sect alone, gathering elite individuals from across the 9 provinces. Those eligible to register possessed cultivation levels above the Soul Moon realm, including nearly 10,000 human masters, highlighting the profound foundation of humanity across the 9 provinces. On the final day, all registered participants from the 3 sects convened at the Imperial Capital Square, where over 200,000 elite individuals from the 9 provinces assembled. 9 massive spiritual ships anchored at the square, poised to transport these 20,000 recruits to the respective sections. In front of the disciple area of the Batian sect stood a middle-aged man clad in a golden martial robe, with a square face and thick brows, commanding attention. The assembled 70,000 disciples of the Batian sect focused their gazes upon him. I am Wang Qing, the presiding master of the disciple recruitment hall of the Tian sect, also an elder of the sect, tasked with overseeing your affairs in the coming 2 years. The golden-robed man introduced himself, his voice resonating powerfully, instilling a sense of formidable authority. An eternal sovereign. Xiang Chun recognized the man's cultivation level at once. Realizing he was a formidable presence of the eternal realm, Wang Qing gazed down at the assembly, hands clasped behind his back, continuing. As one of the 3 strongest sects of humanity, Batian sect has seen countless ascensions to the immortal path since its inception. The sect possesses abundant cultivation resources, even methods for pursuing longevity. Should you pass the assessment and join us, those capable shall gain access to these resources, even before setting foot in the sect. Elder Wang Qing painted a utopian vision for all. However, there are 12,000 inner sect disciples in my Tian sect, and not everyone can join simply by wishing to. Each year, thousands from the outside world aspire to enter the Tian sect, and prior to that, you must undergo a rigorous 2-year assessment period. Assessment period? What is that? Indeed, is there still an assessment? Amidst the silence, many who lacked the kind of relationship with Xiang Chun were engulfed in a wave of astonishment. Silence, bellowed an elder under Wang Qing's command. Instantly, the crowd hushed, allowing Wang Qing to continue. We, the human race, have established our standing by treading upon demons and opposing extraterrestrial beings. Countless ancestors have shed blood and endured hardships to secure our current status. If you aspire to join the heavenly sect and attain a position of superiority along with its resources, you must first be prepared to endure trials and tribulations. In this vast expanse of the cosmos, countless extraterrestrial races covet our homeland and resources. It is through the blood and sacrifices of our forebears that you enjoy prosperity on this continent. Henceforth, we shall escort you to one of the extraterritorial battlefields. In that arena, should you manage to survive for 2 years and accomplish 10 missions of slaying foes of equal rank, you will pass the evaluation. Naturally, the more enemies you vanquish, the greater your merits will be, leading to substantial benefits upon entering the heavenly sect. This marks your inaugural lesson in the heavenly sect and serves as your assessment. Wang Dianzhu, are we to engage in combat against extraterrestrial races for 2 years? Someone inquired. Wang Qing affirmed, indeed. For these 2 years, you may flee, conceal yourselves, or band together. As long as you survive and fulfill your missions, you will pass the evaluation. Those who fail to complete their tasks will return in the same manner they arrived. What are these extraterrestrial races like? Do they possess any characteristics or weaknesses? Another question arose, echoing the concerns of many. Wang Qing responded, that is an excellent inquiry. Pay close attention, for the forthcoming description will significantly influence your fate over the next 2 years. The primary adversaries you shall face in the coming years are the crocodilian race. As Elder Wang Qing spoke, a flash of light emanated from his storage ring, revealing a corpse encased in ice. This body bore a striking resemblance to that of a human, clad in black beast armor. This race possesses naturally formidable physiques, with tough skin and substantial resilience. Upon reaching adulthood, they inherently attain the strength of the Yuan-Yang realm. They can transform into human form, but there is a characteristic you must remember: their eyes. Their eyes are vertical pupils, a dark golden hue. Many disciples in previous evaluations were unaware of this detail and fell victim to the crocodilian race disguised as humans. Wang Qing pointed to the ice-encased corpse, its eyes wide open, revealing the vertical pupils of a dark golden shade. The human form is not their strongest state. They can adopt this appearance. As he spoke, Wang Qing retrieved another ice-encased corpse, this one bearing a grotesque visage, towering at several meters. Its face resembled that of a crocodile, filled with jagged teeth, and its humanoid body was covered in scaly skin. Sharp claws protruded from its fingers, complemented by a robust lizard-like tail behind it. How repulsive! Is this truly the crocodilian race? A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. This state represents their utmost prowess, referred to as the war crocodile state or crocodilian state. Entering this condition also signifies their frenzied state, wherein their strength, offensive capability, and speed experience significant enhancement. However, it bears a drawback. In this state, their cognitive functions diminish, leaving them consumed by a singular bloodlust, stripping away much of their rationality. Their claws are extraordinarily sharp, comparable to spiritual artifacts, and their teeth harbor a venomous infection. A mere bite can lead one to madness without the swift intervention of a healer. Should one be bitten on a limb, and no healer is present, the only recourse is to sever the poisoned appendage. Having concluded his explanation, Lord Wang Ping withdrew the specimen. Now, do you comprehend the formidable opponents you are about to face? His gaze swept over the crowd, and indeed, fear and gravity were evident in many eyes. In this vast world, it is clear that a plethora of races exists. Xiang Chun sighed inwardly. How intriguing, Brother Chun. It seems we are in for a challenge. Wang Xiaojia and the others expressed their excitement, revealing an eagerness for battle. In their realm, they had seldom encountered worthy adversaries. And this crocodilian race awakened a primal thirst for combat and bloodlust within them. They were left to ponder what kind of race Houzi and his companions would confront. Xiang Chun glanced towards a distant area, where disciples from the spirit demon sect were also assembling. Those who wished to flee still had time. But once they set foot on the battlefield beyond, departure would not be an option for 2 years. Wang Ping scoffed, surveying the throngs of tens of thousands engaged in discussion. Yet, cultivators possess extraordinary composure, and it was evident that mere words would not deter them. No one withdrew. The situation has been laid bare before you. I will grant you half a day to prepare. During this time, gather any life-saving resources you deem necessary. We shall reconvene here at the hour of Shun, 4 o'clock. Dismissed. With a wave of his hand, Lord Wang Ping sent the multitude into a flurry of conversation and dispersal. Meanwhile, the members of the spirit demon sect under Xiahou Wu also disbanded. Xiahou Wu approached with palpable excitement, exclaiming, "Brother, we are in for some fun. Do you know the opponents we are about to face?" They too were headed for the battlefield beyond, albeit to a different region and against distinct foes. What race? The demon race, the legendary demon race. Our adversaries belong to the giant ogre clan of the demon race. Good heavens, I've heard that this clan possesses innate divine strength. Haha. I can hardly wait to see who is stronger, the giant ogres or myself. The fervor for battle glimmered in Xiahou Wu's eyes, the mightier the opponent. The more exhilarated he became. This fellow was born to be a combat fanatic. We are up against the crocodilian race, which sounds formidable as well. Come, before we part ways, let us share a drink. It may be 2 years before we meet again. Haha, indeed. Let us see who emerges stronger after 2 years. The group departed with camaraderie, and as for the preparations for supplies, they had already undertaken a considerable procurement earlier. Xiang Chun had even concocted a substantial quantity of detoxifying pills, poison pills, and sedatives to distribute among his brothers and sisters for future use. At the hour of Shun that afternoon, the disciples from the 3 sects gathered once more. Xiang Chun, Xiahou Wu Bauer, and others embarked on various spiritual vessels belonging to different sections. As the 3 sect ships ascended amidst the heartfelt farewells of countless friends and family members, they soared into the skies, embarking on the celestial path towards the world beyond. The vessels were equipped with protective shields, and the newly recruited disciples were casually settled on the decks, which were bustling with people forming clusters of camaraderie. Suddenly, an enticing aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air from one section of the deck. Among a group of roughly 20 people, several had set up a grill and were cooking fish. Xiang Chun, Xiao Ji, and Li Huan were grilling the fish, while the other siblings gathered around, either learning to play the card game Do Di Zhu that Xiang Chun was teaching, or engaging in jovial conversations over drinks, completely unfazed by the impending battle. The fish being grilled were ice-glass swordfish caught from the icy clouds, which Xiang Chun had cultivated in his ancient cauldron in abundance. This ice-glass swordfish could enhance their yin energy, proving to be immensely beneficial to them. Just then, a plump young man, resembling a round ball, approached, drooling. This little chubby fellow was not tall, standing at about 1.7 meters, but he weighed at least 240 pounds. His eyes squinting into mere slits due to his chubby cheeks. Amusingly, he donned a gray-blue Taoist robe, his belly overflowing in folds. "I am Zhuge Yuan, and I have some fine wine. May I join you and your friends?" he asked, wiping his drool and grinning. "Ah, guests are always welcome. What fine wine do you possess, my corpulent friend?" Xiang Chun inquired with a smile, flipping the fish on the grill while applying oil. "Hee, it's Dragon Tiger Vitality Wine. A superior spirit that invigorates and replenishes energy," Zhuge Yuan boasted, patting a purple-skinned gourd at his waist. As he opened the gourd, an enticing fragrance of wine wafted forth. "Good wine," Xiang Chun exclaimed, inhaling deeply, his eyes sparkling with delight. This wine must be at least 100 years old. Please, have a seat. We shall indulge together shortly. By the way, I am Tang Yu, and these are my brothers. Xiang Chun gestured for him to sit down. Noting that the chubby fellow possessed profound cultivation, being a master at the 9th level of the Lingxiao realm. Gratitude to you, Brother Xiang Chun. I apologize. It is Brother Tang Yu, Zhuge Yuan replied as he settled among them. However, his words caused an immediate change in expression among Xiang Chun's companions. In an instant, over 20 pairs of eyes converged upon Zhuge Yuan, emanating a faint glimmer. Xiang Chun narrowed his eyes, setting aside the grilled fish as he scrutinized the chubby man. With everyone gazing at him, Zhuge Yuan remained unperturbed, chuckling, Brother Tang Yu, why do you all stare at me so? Xiang Chun maintained a calm demeanor, responding, You are not merely here for the fish, are you? Who exactly are you, and what are your intentions? Zhuge Yuan laughed heartily, naturally. I am here to enjoy the fish. Look at my stature. How could I resist such culinary temptation? Besides feasting, I also wish to make a friend. Xiang Chun set the grilled fish aside and moved closer, observing the chubby man's squinted eyes. Who exactly are you here to befriend? Tang Yu? Or should I say, what is it that you desire from Xiang Chun? Zhuge Yuan gazed at him with a smile, saying, Aren't we all the same person? Li Huan and Wang Ying rose, their fingers poised, ready to unleash the heavenly moon wolf claw at any moment. Xiang Chun regarded his seemingly harmless demeanor and inquired, What are your intentions? Zhuge Yuan, wearing an expression of helplessness, replied, I have already stated, I am here to enjoy some fish and, by chance, make friends. You must know my senior brother, Haicheng, considering you bear the concealed, fate-sealing talisman he bestowed upon you. Oh, you know Taoist Haicheng? Xiang Chun responded in surprise. For Haicheng was the prime minister of Dechu, well-versed in the mysteries of the 8 trigrams and esoteric arts. Zhuge Yuan grinned and said, We are both disciples of the same master. As for how I came to know you, I often indulge in reading newspapers and books. Although Brother Tang's 100 Mirage mask is quite arcane, this artifact is indeed forged by our sect, and thus it could not evade my discerning gaze. I naturally recognized Brother Tang's true visage, truly striking and unparalleled. May I timidly inquire, Brother Tang, do you indulge in other inclinations? He cast a glance at the surrounding brothers of Yen Huang and continued, The grievances of the abandoned palace cannot be concealed from those with clear sight. If I were here to be an enemy, it would suffice for me to report to the home master, Wang Qing, without needing to show myself. I am merely here for a meal and to forge friendships. Xiang Chun looked at this fellow in astonishment. Was the 100 Mirage mask on his face truly a creation of their sect? Was this person indeed a junior to Prime Minister Haicheng? Meanwhile, Zhuge Yuan had already taken up a massive roasted fish beside him and began to take a hearty bite. Delightful. Delicious. Brother Tang's culinary skills are truly remarkable. Zhuge Yuan exclaimed, swallowing a generous piece of fish and giving Xiang Chun a thumbs up. Brother Chun, can we trust this little chubby one? He knows our identities, should we take action against him? Wang Xiaoji whispered through sound transmission. Brother Chun, this individual indeed poses a potential threat, Li Huan also communicated. I sensed no hostility emanating from him, interjected Han Zheng, who rarely spoke, fulfilling the role of Xiang Chun's demonic servant. Brother Chun, this person is far from simple. He possesses the heavenly eye, and astonishingly, he harbors the essence of the 8 trigrams within him. Xia Qingsheng also cast a discerning glance at Zhuge Yuan. Xiang Chun narrowed his eyes, observing Zhuge Yuan as he devoured the roasted fish with abandon, contemplating the veracity of his words. There seemed to be no deception in what he said. He likely did know Prime Minister Haicheng. Capable of recognizing the concealed, fate-sealing talisman imbued by Haicheng's influence upon me, I sensed no enmity. If he were an adversary, he would have exposed our identities by now. Let us refrain from taking action for the moment. I will contact Jin Bai and have him reach out to Prime Minister Haicheng to ascertain the truth. As Xiang Chun relayed this to the group, their claws retracted, sensing the shift in atmosphere. Truly delectable, Zhuge Yuan exclaimed as he opened his wine gourd and took a hearty swig, then offered the now greasy gourd to Xiang Chun, saying, Brother Tang, take a sip and see for yourself. Xiang Chun, undeterred by the gourd's oily mouth, accepted it and took a generous drink. The wine was indeed of superior quality, transforming within him into a rich essence that nourished his vital energy. Since you are a junior to Prime Minister Haicheng, why have I never heard of you before? Xiang Chun began to probe for more information. Greetings. When Master Haiqing departed from his mentor, I was merely 8 years old, and it has been many years since we last met. Inquire with him, and he shall recount my story. I was taken in by him. After Zhuge Yuan spoke, he resumed his meal of fish. Xiang Chun cast a glance at him, indeed already inquiring with Jin Bai, who had responded, issuing commands while establishing contact with various stations to relay information back to De Chu for confirmation. It is known to Xiang Chun that Haiqing Taoist belongs to a secluded, niche sect, small in number, but each member a master of destiny. They dwell in obscurity, seeking longevity and exploring the origins of the Tao, embodying the true essence of secluded practitioners. The atmosphere among the group grew somewhat somber as they remained vigilant of Zhuge Yuan. Soon after, news arrived from De Chu, confirming indeed that Haiqing Taoist has such a disciple. With this confirmation, Xiang Chun and the others exhaled in relief. Xiang Chun remarked with a smile, I never anticipated encountering the disciple of the state minister here. I must apologize for any earlier discourtesy. Fate is a curious thing. Zhuge Yuan replied with a mysterious smile, spitting out a fishbone and continuing his soliloquy. Xiang Chun began to partake in the meal, deftly slicing the fish with a knife. The path of a cultivator is fraught with challenges. Fate has chosen me, and I too have embraced this destiny. Zhuge Yuan swiftly finished a massive ice-glass swordfish, engaging with Xiang Chun and the others in lively conversation. This fellow exhibited no signs of shyness and entirely lacked the ethereal demeanor characteristic of other Taoists. Yet, his knowledge and experiences were indeed awe-inspiring, having traversed nearly all corners of the realm, and now sought to explore the celestial expanses beyond. In his own words, this was the worldly practice of their sect, to first experience the myriad facets of human life before transcending to comprehend the laws of the universe. The spirit ship sailed with astounding speed, and during their feasting and revelry, they had already escaped the confines of the continent, entering the celestial realm beyond. However, their destination was not directly toward the heavenly domains, but rather to the battlefield beyond the territories. The starry sky was vast and beautiful. Even the most illustrious emperors and races appeared but as mere specks of dust within a galaxy, unable to stir any significant waves. Each galaxy comprises trillions of stars, and humanity has observed approximately 12 billion galaxies. Moreover, there exist even grander star rivers and domains. How vast is the universe? No one truly knows. The spirit ship soared through the expanse, its speed surpassing that on land by tenfold, reaching terrifying velocities of hundreds of times the speed of sound, covering miles in an instant. Yet, such speed remained exceedingly slow amidst the vastness of the galaxies. For many years, cultivators from the southern barbarian continent had only discovered a handful of planets within this galaxy, some desolate and devoid of value, while others teemed with cosmic energy, minerals, and even life forms. Suddenly, an anomaly arose in space. Chapter 1018, The 7 Factions of Tianzong. From the direction of the heavenly domains, another spirit ship approached, causing the Tianzong flagship that Xiang Chun and his companions occupied to slow and gradually come to a halt. As the spirit ship drew near, it became apparent that it was also manned by a considerable number of individuals. Informed, esteemed leader, the disciples from the 7 sects of the outer sky have arrived. A long-robed elder alighted gracefully from the spiritual ship onto the recruitment vessel, clasping his fists in salute to Wang Qing. Thank you for your efforts, Elder Mu. Please have them gather here. Wang Qing responded with a nod, casting his gaze towards the spiritual vessel that had journeyed from the outer sky. On board, there were approximately 20,000 youths, divided into 7 distinct factions, each led by a disciple brandishing a grand banner. The banners bore the names, Hengshan Sword Sect, Badao Manor, Chang'e Gate, Huanquan Sect, Qining Gate, Yaodu Cave, and Tianfu Hall, though fewer in number than the mainlanders. Each of these individuals emanated an aura surpassing the Ling Shao realm, with some even possessing the formidable strength of the heavenly monarch realm. Those reaching the heavenly monarch stage within a century are undoubtedly prodigies, disciples of the Ba Tian 7 sects. Brother Chen, what exactly is the Ba Tian 7 sects? Inquired Wang Xiaoji, observing the scene with curiosity. Under the banner of Ba Tian sect, there exist 7 major affiliated sects and factions. Each of these was established by disciples of Ba Tian sect and serves as its most formidable external branches. These 7 affiliates inherit a unique martial prowess from Ba Tian sect. The sword path is represented by Hengshan Sword Sect, The Art of the Blade by Ba Dao Manor. The Spear Technique by Chong E. Gate. The Fist Arts by Huan Quan Sect. The Body and Leg Techniques by Qianing Gate. The Alchemy and Poison Arts from Yao Du Cave. And the Study of Talismans and Formations by Tian Fu Hall. As Xiang Chun surveyed the disciples from these 7 factions, they approached the recruitment ship with heads held high. Some bore spiritual swords on their backs, others carried blades, while a few wielded spears, all adorned in various martial robes. Clear the way. These disciples, exuding a commanding presence, forcefully pushed aside the mainland cultivators to secure the prime positions. The denizens of the outer sky inherently perceived themselves as superior to their mainland counterparts. From birth, they possessed innate strength. With every individual reaching the realm of cultivation by adulthood, commencing their training at the tender age of 10, already at the innate level. In their eyes, they held an air of superiority compared to the mainlanders, who were born as mortals. This dynamic resembles the inherent privilege felt by those born into favorable circumstances juxtaposed against those raised in impoverished conditions. How domineering. If He Gu were here, he would surely clash with these individuals, Wang Xiaoji remarked, his displeasure evident as he regarded the haughty disciples from the outer sky. Indeed, the 7 sects have truly invested heavily by sending their finest disciples here. Look there. That is Zhao Tianxian of Hengshan Sword Sect, reputed to possess the Tongxian sword body. It is said that he will face no bottleneck in cultivation before attaining the title of Sword Emperor. Endowed with an innate glimpse of the transcendent sword intent and remarkable comprehension of the sword path, several officials from the Tian sect whispered among themselves, their gazes fixed on a striking young man clad in azure robes, with sharp eyebrows and captivating eyes, a handsome visage, and long hair tied back elegantly. His cultivation level was that of the carefree heavenly monarch. So handsome. Many young women from the mainland gazed at this youth from the direction of Hengshan Sword Sect with starry eyes. Furthermore, there exists a figure known as Qian Zhan from the Ba Dao Mansion, whose swordsmanship is reputed to be unrivaled among his peers, having attained the pinnacle of sword intent at a mere few decades of age. Whispers circulate regarding a robust young man, clad in a black robe, with prominent brows and striking eyes, who carries an oversized, exaggerated broadsword. The realm of the Heavenly King, the daughter of the Gun Intent Sect's master, Yuing, has also arrived. She is the very same Yuing, famed for her legendary prowess in slaying 8 masters of a higher realm with a single shot. In a chorus of astonished gasps, the attention of the crowd converges upon a woman from the Gun Intent Sect. This woman, tall and strikingly beautiful with a cold demeanor, sports a stylish short haircut. Although her figure is slender, the dark blue martial attire conceals any trace of femininity, presenting her as rather boyish. In her grasp is a dragon-tongue battle spear, 1 zhang in length, its shaft adorned with formidable spiritual patterns. She too stands at the Heavenly King realm. Not only her, but several formidable figures from other sects have also graced this assembly. Deng Tianling from the Royal Fist Sect, Nie Yunquang from the Thousand Shadows Sect, the alchemical prodigy Ning Xianxian from the 10,000 Poisons Cave, the unique poison body known as Du Jiu, and Lu Kai from the Celestial Rune Hall. Each one is a renowned young genius from the realms beyond. This gathering of disciples is indeed a convergence of illustrious talents. Some of these prodigies from the 7 sects are exceedingly well known, prompting discussions even among the disciples of the Batian sect. Wang Qing observes the gathering of disciples from the 7 sects and declares with confidence, this time, all the candidates for discipleship have assembled, and it is time to convey some rules. He gazes at the crowd, comprised of approximately 80,000 individuals from both the continent and the realms beyond. Our Batian sect boasts 8 peaks and 9 halls, with over 100,000 inner sect disciples and 1 million outer sect disciples. Yet the core disciples number a mere 180. To ascend to the status of core disciple, 3 criteria must be met. 1 must complete the sect's heavenly level assessment trial, comprehend the transcendent intent to become a master of a singular skill, and finally, achieve 100,000 merit points during the trial. This time, an opportunity arises as a batch of core disciples have completed their training period, transitioning into the ranks of the elders or joining the Batian army, leaving 30 core disciple positions open for you to compete for. I hope you all seize this chance. The Master Wang Qing gazes down upon the assembly. Master, what advantages does becoming a core disciple confer? How does it differ from being an inner sect disciple? Someone inquires. Wang Qing, Stroking the emblematic Master's ring upon his thumb, glances at the inquirer, who hails from the continent, and responds. The structure of our Batian sect is delineated into outer sect, inner sect, celestial army, and outer sect, comprising youths below the Lingxiao realm, those under 100 years of age, who feel incapable of progressing to the master realm, may apply to participate in this outer examination. Upon completion of the 2-year assessment, successful candidates may advance to inner sect discipleship. Inner sect disciples receive a monthly allocation of 100 spiritual stones, a vial of cultivation elixir, and access to a tome of heavenly level cultivation methods, all at no cost. The training period for disciples is 100 years, after which they are integrated into the celestial army ranks to combat for the development of humanity. Upon enlisting, one is appointed as a captain officer in the army. The core disciples can be regarded as the true elite of our heavenly sect. They receive a monthly allocation of 1,000 spirit stones and, after a year, a share of an immortal crystal. They possess the privilege to pay homage to any ancient master of the sect. After a century of cultivation, it is nearly impossible not to achieve an ancient status. Upon completion of their training period, they either become members of the Elder Council or join the Heavenly Army, where they immediately hold the rank of Colonel, commanding a legion. This is the distinction. Chapter 1019. The dog that kneels for too long. The Batian Army, one of the 3 great legions of humanity, consists of warriors whose foundational cultivation exceeds the Soul Moon realm, with a formidable establishment of nearly 10 million, teeming with powerful individuals. This includes cultivators from the continent, beings from beyond the sky, and disciples of the Batian sect. It represents one of the most formidable forces of humanity, which has thrived from the southern barbarian continent for many years, advancing into space to develop and resist alien threats. Meanwhile, the Great Xia dynasty merely serves as the steward of the 3 sects on the continent. The gaze of the 3 sects has already turned toward the vastness of the starry sky and other celestial realms. Upon graduation, core disciples can ascend to the rank of elder or colonel. They are entitled to receive an immortal crystal annually and can pay homage to ancient masters. Such treatment instantly ignites envy in countless young aspirants. To become a core disciple signifies a future filled with brilliance, destined to rise above the masses. However, gaining core status is no simple feat. 1 million merit points is a considerable requirement. For instance, slaying a Yuan Yang realm crocodile yields merely 1 merit point, while defeating a Soul Moon realm crocodile grants 100 points, and a Ling Xiao realm adversary awards 1,000 points, with a Xian Yao realm foe providing 10,000 points. This implies that, solely relying on merit, you must hunt down hundreds of king-level crocodiles and 10,000 master-level ones within 2 years, a challenge akin to ascending to the heavens. The Lord of Wangqing Hall sneered, not missing the opportunity to belittle these individuals. Of course, each cohort has a few prodigies who manage to attain core status through merit during their assessments, but they seldom exceed 10 in number. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, realizing the daunting challenge of having to slay 100 kings to achieve core status. What of defeating an ancient being? At that moment, a clear voice emerged from the side of the continent's cultivators, drawing the attention of many. It belonged to a young man with black hair and eyes, strikingly handsome in his white attire, Xiang Chun. Huh. Have the cultivators from the continent become so arrogant as to claim they can slay ancient beings? Mocked a grand master from the Ba Dao sect among the celestial cultivators, scoffing at the audacity of such claims. With the cultivation of the 7th layer of Ling Xiao realm, how bold indeed, echoed the disdain of the other celestial cultivators. You speak with such arrogance, perhaps you've swallowed filth? Wang Xiaojin retorted, unable to tolerate their condescension any longer. Wang Ying's words ignited fury in the celestial cultivators who had just mocked him. The first disciple of the Ba Dao sect shot back, "You little brat. Who are you insulting? You're the one who is filthy." Wang Ying's eyes turned crimson with rage, filled with murderous intent, as he recalled the painful memories of his youth when he had once been at odds with Xiang Chun. "You seek death." Wang Ying was about to explode, but Xiang Chun gripped his shoulder firmly. "Do not provoke them. The battlefield beyond the domain is far more perilous," Xiang Chun said coolly. "Understood." Wang Ying suppressed his fury, casting a frigid glare at the individual before him. "You intend to eliminate me on the battlefield beyond the realms? Huh, fellow brothers. Did that brat just claim he would kill me out there? Ha ha." The youth's derisive laughter echoed. joined by a chorus of jeers from the members of the Dominance Blade sect. The cultivators of the continent now seemed to believe they had achieved some prowess, growing increasingly arrogant. It was amusing, for historically, cultivators from the continent had always occupied the lowest tiers. These fellows barely possessed the cultivation of Grand Masters. So what audacity fueled their arrogance? Sun Chong, are you afraid that they will come for you on the battlefield beyond the realms? The Dominance Blade sect members continued their taunts, their eyes brimming with scorn and derision. You little brat, my name is Sun Chong. Remember it. Once we reach the battlefield beyond the realms, I will settle this with you. This disciple of the Dominance Blade pointed at Xiang Chun, with Wang Xiaoji beside him. Silence. What merit is there in squabbling with a pack of mundane curs? At that moment, a young man with a massive broadsword slung over his back, the current chief disciple of the Dominance Blade sect, spoke with indifference. Brother Qianzhan speaks wisely. Immediately, Sun Chong adopted a submissive demeanor. Mundane curs. This statement ignited the fury of over 20 brothers and sisters who had arrived from the Yanhuang Hall, their eyes flashing with murderous intent. The cultivators from the continent also wore grim expressions. The term mundane curs seemed to encompass them as well. Who are you calling a mundane cur? Xiang Chen queried. I'm calling you a mundane cur. Sun Chong retorted without hesitation. Ah, so there is indeed a mundane cur addressing me. Xiang Chen smirked, relishing the irony. Ha ha. Foolish one, you're merely cursing yourself as a mundane cur. Mundane cur, your insults are amusing. Have you dulled your mind training with that blade? The disciples from Yanhuang Hall rallied in retaliation. Sun Chong realized he had fallen into Xiang Chun's trap, his face flushing with anger. Qianzhan, with his sharp gaze, scrutinized Xiang Chun, probing fearlessly with his spiritual sense. Seventh layer of Lingxiao. He shook his head, losing interest. He had already reached the second layer of the carefree realm, his strength rivaling that of the fifth layer. To him, Xiang Chun was but an insignificant insect, a mere sheep. Brothers, once we reach the battlefield beyond the realms, lend me your strength. I shall annihilate these individuals. Sun Chong's eyes burned crimson as he clenched his teeth. Not a problem. It is indeed time to shed blood so they understand the distinction between high and low, noble and base. The other disciples of the Dominance Blade sect sneered in agreement. Wang Chong observed the escalating tensions between the two factions but refrained from intervening. In truth, the environment of the Outer Heaven was exceedingly brutal. Although all 7 factions belonged to the Beishan Song, they often engaged in fierce competition and battles, with casualties being a common occurrence. Albeit large-scale wars had yet to erupt. Competition breeds vitality and ambition, a principle advocated by the sect. As the saying goes, where there are people, there exists a realm of conflict. Amongst a group of practitioners wielding formidable power, how could one expect them to be humble and courteous like gentlemen? This was a community far darker and more tyrannical than the underworld, where mutual respect was only afforded in the presence of equality and strength. Having witnessed the quarrel unfold, Wang Chong finally interjected, if anyone can slay the ancient enemy clan, with irrefutable evidence, the first successful kill will earn a reward of 100,000 merit points. This achievement will grant immediate qualification for advancement to core disciple status. Ha! If this brat manages to kill the ancient foe, I shall kneel and call him my grandfather. Sun Chong scoffed. He possesses the ability to vanquish the ages. Do not merely call him grandfather. I would willingly endure any humiliation for his sake. The other members of the Dominant Blade sect also engaged in ceaseless mockery. As for the disciples from the Outer Heaven sect, they regarded Xiang Chun with the amused gaze one reserves for a jest. Just wait. We shall present to you the severed head of antiquity. You pathetic creatures with dog-like disdain for others. What a disgrace. Wang Xiaoji spat contemptuously, raising a middle finger towards the Dominant Blade sect, sending a signal of international camaraderie. Such arrogance shall not go unpunished on the battlefield beyond the realm. This hubris is an affront to our dignity. While the disciples of the Outer Heaven may not believe, those hailing from the mainland also keep their distance from the Yanhuang Hall. This group is adept at offending others. Can they not exercise restraint? Many cultivators from the mainland observe the unyielding stance of the Yanhuang disciples towards the Outer Heaven with dissatisfaction, believing that a degree of tolerance was necessary for unity. There will always be individuals who, having knelt for too long, come to think that the moon in the west shines brighter than that in the east. As they continue to kneel, they may never rise again, ultimately becoming a disgrace to humanity. living off the blood of their ancestors while engaging in treachery against their own kin. Chapter 1020. Life and Death Divided Beneath the Celestial Vessel of the Heavenly Sect. The southern barbarian continent and the outer heaven have transformed into two responding blue stars, embarking towards the vast starry night that lies between them. On board the spiritual vessel, the disciples of the Heavenly Sect have crafted unique crimson identity jade tokens imprinted with their respective law sources, surpassing the intricacies of those issued by the imperial courts of the mainland. These tokens not only signify individuality, but also record merit points. How beautiful! It turns out that the sky beyond our continent is so resplendent. Many female cultivators aboard were enraptured, gazing at the starry expanse as if it were within their reach. Such breathtaking sights are what many at the Soul Moon realm may never witness in their lifetimes. To survive and navigate through the cosmos requires the strength of the tranquil realm, while the ascendant realm merely breaks the shackles of the mainland. Truly magnificent. Xiaoji, look. That star is golden. Zhang Dan and the other women were awestruck by the beauty of the cosmos. How many wonders of this world remain for us to discover? The brothers of the Yan Huang Hall could not help but express their heartfelt admiration. One day, our journey will extend beyond the continent beneath our feet to this beautiful sea of stars. Xiang Chun, holding the enchanting Qingchang at his waist, gazed at the splendid night sky, filled with exhilaration. One day, I shall personally pluck a moon from the heavens and refine it into a pearl to adorn your neck, he said, casting a glance at the charming Qingchang. I await that day. I believe my brother Xiang Chun will surely accomplish it, she replied with a smile, resting her head on his shoulder as they both admired the exquisite night sky. What a bunch of simpletons, as if they've never seen the world. Observing the reactions of the mainlanders, the individuals from the outer heaven felt their superiority grow even more pronounced. Ahead lay a vast continent and celestial bodies, as the spiritual vessel was poised to enter their spatial domain. On the 6th floor of the spirit ship, Master Wang Qing gazed at the numerous disciples being recruited, his expression tinged with complexity. These young souls marveled at the beauty of the starry sky, oblivious to the perilous dangers concealed within its splendor. Beside him, an elder remarked, "Let the spirit ship slow down a bit, allowing them to take in the sights. Soon, they will face a grueling 2 years akin to hell, and many among them will perish. Let them savor this moment." Master Wang Qing turned and retreated into the ship's upper deck. Out of over 100,000, it would be fortunate if half survived. As the spirit ship gradually reduced its speed, its trajectory towards the battlefield beyond the realm also decelerated. Ahead, the atmosphere was awash in a crimson haze, strikingly beautiful yet hauntingly eerie, reminiscent of blood. This distant continent lay in close proximity to the celestial domain and the southern barbarian continent, mere millions of kilometers away in the vastness of space. The spirit ship could traverse this distance in less than a day, heading straight for the territory of the Batian sect that governed the celestial expanse. A thunderous roar erupted as the spirit ship entered the spatial domain of the battlefield, the atmosphere crackling with violent sounds of traversal. The rapid velocity caused sparks to fly from the ship's energy shield, akin to meteors streaking across the heavens, and the speed began to wane. Suddenly, 6 beams of light shot forth from various directions, drawing closer with alarming speed. As the distance closed, it became evident that these 6 beams belonged to massive, black vessels resembling colossal steel crocodiles, the Crocodile Spirit Warships. Warning: 6 Crocodile Spirit Warships detected, approaching rapidly within 1,000 miles. 10 seconds to contact. 10, 9, 8, 7. The alarm blared on the Tianzong Spirit ship. 3 vessels in total, 1 crewed flagship and 2 escort warships, activated their alarms simultaneously. This is bad. How could we encounter Crocodile Spirit Warships here? The elders from the Tianzong aboard the spirit ship instantly paled in shock. Quickly, activate the battle formation. Prepare for combat, Master Wang Qing commanded with urgency. Meanwhile, the tens of thousands of newly recruited disciples aboard the flagship were engulfed in confusion and dread. Boom. At that moment, 6 colossal crimson beams, radiating terrifying power, surged toward them. These beams pierced the void for hundreds of miles, striking the 3 spirit warships with ferocity. Buzz. In an instant, the 3 spirit warships glowed with blinding golden crystal shields, intricate runes swirling around them. Boom. The 6 attacks collided with the ships, causing them to tremble violently. many covering their ears as the sound of thunder reverberated around them. Energy shock waves rippled across the crystal shields as they resisted the onslaught of destructive force. What is happening? What's going on? Ah, my ears. A wave of panic swept through the tens of thousands of new recruits aboard the flagship. Xiang Chun and his companions clutched their ears, and with heightened senses, he perceived the swirling crimson clouds above. The 6 enormous crocodile-shaped crystal ships had encircled the 3 Tianzong spirit warships. Oh, an inauspicious start. Before we've even entered the battlefield beyond the realm, the enemy has already come to besiege us. Allow me to divine our fate. Zhuge Yuan stood aside, suddenly chanting a mystical incantation, his fingers dancing as intricate symbols swirled around him, revealing an enigmatic 8-trigram jade disc in his palm. The divination was set, Zhen 4. Can 6. A flicker of astonishment and gravity crossed his face. What has Zhuge the mystic divined? Wang Ziyage Chicken inquired. A dire omen, calamity approaches, heralding a separation of life and death. Zhuge Yuan replied with a bitter smile, gazing towards the heavens, his expression laden with concern. What does a separation of life and death mean? Is it not a near-death experience? Wang Ziyage paused, perplexed. Zhuge Yuan rolled his eyes. A near-death experience is a path of despair where 9 out of 10 meet their demise. Such dire predictions are mere fabrications. I have never believed in fate. At that moment, Li Huan coldly interjected, expressing his disdain for such beliefs. Zhuge Yuan glanced at him, seemingly perceiving something, and sighed in silence. Everyone immediately readied themselves for battle. The enemy had arrived. Wang Qing's voice boomed, resonating throughout the main ship. Just then, from the 6 spiritual vessels, figures soared forth. And in an instant, over 20,000 appeared in the surrounding atmospheric layers. These beings, resembling humans, donned scaled armor, yet their eyes were vertical slits of dark gold. Each stood 2 to 3 meters tall, exuding an aura that surpassed the realm of Lingxiao. Boom! Among this crowd, a figure erupted with terrifying power. It was a robust, middle-aged man with dark golden hair, clad in formidable golden armor. He roared, and in an instant, transformed into a colossal giant towering 100 feet tall. His head morphed into that of a dark golden crocodile, and his physique became that of the reptilian beast. A fearsome aura transcending the ages. It was he, Tuoba Qiantu, one of the 10 marshals of the crocodilian spirit continent. Upon witnessing him, Wang Qing and the elders of the heavenly sect instantly altered their expressions. This gigantic figure wielded an immense dark red axe. With a single swing, he cleaved through space, tearing open a vast black rift, as if the sky itself had been slashed, unleashing an overwhelming aura. Chapter 1021. The encounter of battle before them, the axe light, spanning hundreds of meters, struck like a bolt of black lightning, crashing violently against the defense shield of the escort ship. The shield emitted a thunderous roar, akin to a crystalline mirror shattering upon impact. With a piercing crack, the crystalline barrier splintered, followed by a resounding explosion. Boom! The terrifying energy surged forth, causing the entire escort vessel to tremble. On board, hundreds of disciples from the heavenly sect shrieked in agony, each struck by this force, spewing blood. Buzz! Buzz! 2 beams of spiritual energy from the crocodilian battleships erupted, colliding with the escort ship. With a colossal explosion, the massive escort vessel disintegrated, scattering iron fragments. Then, the tearing axe light, like lightning, sliced through the air, striking the escort vessel, which ultimately shattered into 2. The fierce edge of this axe obliterated hundreds of disciples from the heavenly sect, each of whom had surpassed the Lingxiao realm. Disciples of the heavenly sect, prepare for battle. Elders from the recruitment hall, join me in this fight. In the heavenly sound sect, Wang Qing immediately contacted the sect, urgently summoning reinforcements as the main vessel came under attack. He issued a series of commands, and then an overwhelming surge of true essence erupted from him, soaring skyward. Beside him, 3 elders from the recruitment hall, equally at the ancient realm, unleashed their own true essence, sending it into the heavens. 2,000 disciples of the heavenly sect roared in unison, forming a formation with 20 of them, their true essence intertwining and merging, culminating in an explosive display of power that emanated a terrifying aura akin to that of a great heavenly king, coalescing into a colossal battle sword. This was the dominating heaven sword array, one of the three great battle formations of the human race. Even more formidable than the dragon battle array of the great Xia dynasty, with Wang Qing at the forefront. The true essence of the four powerful individuals transformed into radiant golden symbols that ascended into the sky. A golden barrier enveloped the main vessel, forming a new line of defense. They opted for defense rather than offense, biding their time as they awaited reinforcements from the heavenly sect. Flash. The towering figure, Tuoba Qiantu, coldly swung his axe down. With a violent strike, the defensive array above the main vessel shattered in a cataclysmic explosion. The axe's radiance collided with the brilliance of the golden spell of defense. A thunderous roar echoed as the four powerful figures, their faces aflame with anger, unleashed torrents of magical energy to withstand the might of the axe. The heavens darkened, and a terrifying energy blanketed a radius of several dozen kilometers. The newly recruited disciples aboard the main vessel trembled at the sight of the shifting energy and the overwhelming pressure. Do you truly believe that a mere four ancient beings can withstand my might? Tuoba Qiantu sneered at the golden defensive spell they had conjured. He gripped his axe tightly, and powerful light patterns radiated from beneath his feet, intertwining and coalescing into the axe. Spectral images resembling crocodiles surged around the blade. 1,000 crocodile, 10,000 evil slash. He bellowed. With that, he unleashed the axe, sending forth thousands of crocodile apparitions that roared and struck the starry sky, amplifying his momentum manifold. The golden spell of defense above was struck with an overwhelming force, resulting in a terrifying backlash. Wang Qing and the three elders' expressions shifted drastically as they spat out mouthfuls of blood, their bodies sent flying. As thousands of dark crocodile apparitions descended to tear the sky asunder, the dominating heaven battle array roared to life. At that moment, the 2,000 disciples of the dominating heaven sect surged forth, the battle array resounding as beams of sword light cleaved the air, colliding with the onslaught of the crocodile apparitions. An explosion ensued, and the combined might of the 2,000 disciples barely managed to withstand that dreadful strike. All examination disciples, evacuate the spirit vessel and enter the outer battlefield. We cannot hold out for long. Wang Qing commanded with fury. Go! Xiang Chun shouted decisively, ordering the jump from the spirit vessel into the outer battlefield below. The powerful spatial restraints loomed over them, yet he descended with even greater speed. Go! The brethren of Yan Huang showed no hesitation, one by one following Xiang Chen's lead. Even Zhuge Yuan leapt down alongside them. Yet, some others remained stunned and hesitant. However, a beam of ethereal energy from an enemy vessel struck the flagship with a resounding crash. In an instant, hundreds of assessment disciples were engulfed, their anguished cries resonating as they were incinerated by the searing light, the weaker among them reduced to ashes. Panic erupted among the throngs of thousands, as more ethereal fire beams rained down upon them, compelling them to leap into the outer battlefield ahead of time. Ha! Not a single one of you shall escape today. You will all perish here. The call to arms echoed. At that moment, 200,000 warriors of the crocodilian race surged from the surrounding void, charging towards the assessment disciples who had leapt into the outer battlefield. These warriors belonged to the crocodilian star core, all possessing cultivation levels at or above the ascendant realm. Kill! Roared the 20,000 crocodilian warriors as they descended from various directions, their attacks enveloping the perimeter where the assessment disciples stood. Amidst the shrieks of despair, blood splattered as the clash of battle commenced, resulting in thousands of casualties among the disciples. Xiang Chun and his companions leapt with great speed, leading the charge. Dozens of crocodilian warriors surged from the void, intent on slaughtering this group. Draw your bows, fire! Xiang Chun bellowed, a radiant black bow materializing in his hands. The dragon hunter bow. Over 20 of his brethren manifested their own spiritual bows. The brothers of the Huan dynasty, from the celestial wolf division, were all skilled archers. Release. In an instant, Xiang Chun unleashed 7 arrows, each one embodying a terrifying power akin to the 7 strikes of the Heavenly King, aimed at the crocodilian warriors opposite them. Subsequently, a torrent of arrows whistled through the air. Suddenly, a forward-charging crocodilian warrior's expression shifted dramatically as an unstoppable arrow surged towards him. With a resounding explosion, his head burst apart, his lifeless body plummeting through the air. In front of him and behind him, 6 additional heads exploded in a similar fashion. The barrage of arrows struck, resulting in the demise of all but 5 of the 50 to 60 crocodilian warriors, who managed to withstand the onslaught due to their status as heavenly kings. The 5 enraged crocodilian heavenly kings roared, their forms swelling to over 20 meters in height. Their power magnified exponentially. Human scum, perish. The 5 crocodilian heavenly kings charged forth, one among them already at the 5th tier of heavenly kings. Form the formation, 7 kills. Xiang Qin's gaze turned frigid, as waves of celestial wolf power erupted from within him, the true essence of the Een surging forth, runes swirling in the air. Chapter 1022, The Dark Attribute. The Celestial Moon Wolf Clan's most formidable battle formation is named Wolf Breaker. The Wolf Breaker formation possesses earth-shattering power, requiring a high level of skill from its practitioner. Moreover, the Wolf Breaker formation is subdivided into 3 major formations. The lowest tier, the 7 kills formation, can be practiced by those at the Yuan Yang realm, and those at the Ascendant realm can fully cultivate it, enhancing their combat power 7-fold. Furthermore, combinations of subsequent realms can also amplify their strength by 7 times. Following this is the Break Army formation, which necessitates mastery at the Ascendant realm to cultivate effectively after perfecting the 7 kills formation. The formation of the Breaking Army requires the coordinated effort of 3 7-kill formations, each of which necessitates 7 individuals. Thus, to establish the Breaking Army, a total of 21 people is essential. With the 7 kills positioned in the front, the Breaking Army awaits its formation. Among the more than 20 brothers and sisters brought by Xiang Qin, the presence of 25 individuals is more than sufficient to assemble a Breaking Army. Xiang Qin, Wang Xiaoji, and Li Huan each serve as the core of the 3 7-kill formations. Fight the stars. South Dipper move forth. Gather the flames. 7-kill Crimson Flame Armor. Xiang Qin shouted, as the 3 7-kill formations, with 7 individuals each, stepped into their positions, radiating intricate patterns of energy. A resonant hum echoed through the heavens as a surge of stellar power descended, enveloping the 3 7-kill formations. This formidable force emanated from the celestial 7-kill star. With a thunderous roar, the 7 warriors were suddenly adorned with a crimson flame armor that amplified their strength and magical prowess 7-fold. Xiang Qin, too, was enveloped in this fiery armor, its divine light swirling around him, merging the armor's power with his essence, causing his true energy to soar 7-fold in an instant. Ascending to the heights of the 8th and 9th layers of ascendancy, he embodies the 1st and 2nd layers of the carefree realm. The cumulative 7-fold enhancement propelled his true energy to the level of a 2nd-layer king. The other 6 brothers under his command experienced a similar surge, each reaching the threshold of a 1st-layer king. Fracturing thunder, Xiang Qin bellowed, unleashing a devastating strike imbued with terrifying lightning energy, which reached the king level. Previously, he had acquired a king-level golden thunder eel crystal, and its power had been integrated into his dragon's edge demon blade. Now, combined with his formidable magical prowess, the potency was even more fearsome. The moment his blade struck, a tempestuous bolt of lightning coalesced into a golden streak, cleaving towards one of the enormous crocodile men. Roar! The crocodile king howled, its claw descending to intercept Xiang Qin's strike, unleashing the 3rd layer of the carefree realm's combat power. Yet, this lightning bolt, as unyielding as a sword, tore through the air with devastating force. With a thunderous explosion, the massive claw was obliterated, shattered by the blade's might. Human scum. The crocodile king howled in agony and fury as its enormous arm disintegrated in the aftermath. In that moment, Xiang Qin leaped into the sky, transforming into a streak of thunderous light. Every ounce of speed coalesced into the swiftest of strikes. The blade severed through the crocodile king's neck, a line of blood erupting forth. With a sudden splatter, the colossal head of the crocodile king tumbled down, lifeless. Xiang Qin swiftly collected the body. Meanwhile, the 20 or so brothers surged with king-level combat prowess, launching a fierce assault on the remaining 4 crocodile kings. The 7 kills unleashed a torrent of attacks, morphing into scorching blades of energy that enveloped the 4 kings. With a piercing sound, the 7 kills cleaved through, tearing apart the flesh of the crocodile kings. The 3 crocodile kings let out anguished cries, as over 100 blades of 7 kills flames ripped through them. However, the crocodile king of the 5th layer withstood the onslaught, using its claws to resist the collective assault of 24 warriors. Kill. At that moment, A brilliant sword light surged forth, advancing under the protection of the group. Xia Qingqing suddenly manifested divine phoenix wings, unleashing a terrifying speed fueled by the combined powers of the Fire Phoenix and Ice Phoenix. In an instant, her cultivation at the 7th level of the Lingxiao realm erupted with energy comparable to that of a king, and within a single sword strike. She condensed the essence of consummate sword intent. With a piercing thrust, her blade struck the eye of the Crocodile King, shattering it explosively. With a roar of agony, he unleashed a surge of black light aimed at Xia Qingqing. Then, a golden beam of light collided fiercely with the encroaching darkness, as a blazing solar flare surged forth, striking the black energy that threatened to envelop her. The clash reverberated, as the golden flames of the sun and the black light battled against each other, momentarily halting the advance of the dark force. It was the true fire of the sun, gathered and unleashed by Xiang Chun. In that fleeting moment, Qingqing distanced herself and altered her trajectory. Yet, the black light continued to consume the power of the solar flame, corroding the very void around it. The Crocodile King made a final desperate strike, plummeting from the sky. The swallowing sky evil vine surged forth, ensnaring the fallen body, draining it to a desiccated husk, and severing the head from its corpse. With a sinister charm, the severed head was tossed towards Qingqing, who, with a flash of her magic ring, absorbed it. In the aftermath, she assessed the spoils of battle, noting that the tally was measured by the number of heads, corpses, or true Dan of the enemies defeated. That was the power of darkness, Qingqing remarked as Xiang Chun appeared beside her. Indeed, the dark power is particularly troublesome, as it counters my solar energy, Xiang Chun acknowledged. Attack! Warriors of the Crocodile clan surged forth from all directions. Xiang Chun immediately led his comrades into the fray on the battlefield beyond. In the vast expanse of space, 200,000 crocodile warriors descended, hunting down the 80,000 assessment disciples. A cry of despair echoed as a mere soul moon realm cultivator was slain by one of the crocodile warriors, his head severed and claimed by the victor. A wave of dark energy swept through, engulfing for assessment disciples, reducing their flesh to black ash and their bodies to mere bones, a display of overwhelming might. That chubby one is mine. 6 crocodile warriors lunged at Zhuge Yuan, their faces twisted with ferocity, including one of kingly stature. By my mother! Zhuge Yuan shrieked, his corpulent form moving with surprising agility, evading the onslaught of the crocodilian attackers. A crocodile warrior roared, baring its toothy maw as it lunged for Zhuge Yuan's rear. I'm old and ripe, spare me. Zhuge Yuan cried out, narrowly escaping as he recoiled, the creature's south jaws snapping close enough to almost take his backside. However, the beast lunged again, intent on devouring him. Thunderlaw, rumble of the heavens. In an unexpected twist, Zhuge Yuan raised his rear, unleashing a torrent of golden lightning from the depths of his being, striking fiercely into the maw of the crocodile grandmaster. The force of the explosion shattered the crocodile's jaw, obliterating half of its head and sending its eyes flying. The thunderous might of the valley unleashed was indeed terrifying. Chapter 1023. Display of powers tear him apart. The other 5 crocodilian warriors charged forward, unleashing torrents of dark energy, each a formidable master of their craft. 5 elements heavenly technique. Activate. However, Zhuge Yuan stood firm in the void, weaving intricate patterns of light that coalesced into a grand array spanning thousands of meters, embodying the 8 trigrams and 5 elements. Separation. Flame Sparrow. With a flourish of his hands, the array shifted, and waves of searing flames surged forth, transforming into dozens of flaming birds, each a yard in size, that launched themselves at the incoming assault. Boom! The sound of violent explosions reverberated as the flame sparrows detonated, releasing an astonishing inferno that obliterated all attacks. Stun position. Young Wood, 1000 Rattan. The array shifted once again, and from the void, immense rattan vines sprouted, ensnaring the 5 crocodilian masters. Damn human sorcerer! The crocodilian warriors roared, struggling as dark true essence surged forth, attempting to corrode the vines. Yet, under their onslaught, the vines rapidly began to disintegrate. Among them, the king-level crocodilian, with a swift motion, severed the vines and unleashed a massive black sword, its blade gleaming as it cleaved towards Zhuge Yuan. Zhuge Yuan, agile as a nimble ball of flesh, narrowly evaded the strike. You wretched celestial being! He exclaimed in terror, "Earth position, heavenly burial sand." Another peculiar incantation escaped his lips as he altered the seals in his hands, causing the array to transform yet again. A torrent of golden sand erupted, enveloping the crocodilian king, swiftly coalescing into a massive sand sphere, leaving only his head exposed. The crocodilian king unleashed a surge of true essence, attempting to disperse the sand. Yet the grains clung to him as if magnetized, forming an impenetrable barrier. "Dry position, Yang Goldblade." Zhuge Yuan bellowed, conjuring a colossal golden blade ignited with flames, which he brought crashing down upon his foe's head. Thunk! The blade struck true, cleaving the skull of the king-level crocodilian, ending his life in a single stroke. This chubby fellow possesses profound mastery of the 8 trigrams and 5 elements techniques, Xiang Qin observed, astonished, before he too delivered a lethal blow, severing another crocodilian's head. Beneath them, the vast expanse of land thrummed with dense spiritual energy, yet mingled within it was a cosmic radiation capable of bringing mortals to their demise. Buzz! The sound of a sword rang out, a streak of azure light slicing through the air at an astonishing speed, reaching 30 times the speed of sound. Thunk! For crocodilian heads fell victim to this swift strike. The flying sword danced around a man clad in green, who radiated the terrifying sword intent of a perfected realm. A prodigy from the Hongshan sword sect, Zhao Tianxian. Behind him, over 3,000 sword cultivators battled fiercely against more than 10,000 crocodilian warriors. In an exhilarating display, sword energy illuminated the sky, a magnificent scene where crocodilians lost their heads while Hongshan disciples were torn apart and devoured. The enemy's numbers were vast, their combat prowess formidable, and every moment witnessed the fall of brave souls. Adorned with a jade belt, Zhao Tianxian, wielding a solitary sword infused with surging true essence and sword energy, transformed it into a brilliant beam of light spanning 100 meters, slicing through the air like a jade ribbon that tore into the formidable body of a 3-tiered crocodilian king. The crocodilian monarch let out a wretched scream as his resilient skin was mercilessly shredded, the scales that could typically withstand the assaults of 5-tiered kings succumbing effortlessly to the onslaught. With a sickening sound, his massive form was brutally torn apart into chunks of flesh. It became evident that prodigies capable of transcending their limits were not scarce. Meanwhile, a cadre of practitioners armed with battle spears unleashed their strikes with the swiftness of thunder. Among them, a flat-chested, strikingly beautiful woman with a cold demeanor thrust her spear, achieving a velocity that shattered the sound barrier at 32 times its speed. The force of her strike pierced through 800 meters of void, impaling a crocodilian warrior's skull. With a resounding thud, the head exploded upon impact, blood and brain matter scattering everywhere. In a flurry of motion, she unleashed a barrage of spear shadows, each resembling the delicate yet fierce petals of a white plum blossom. The onslaught struck for crocodilian masters, who screamed in agony as their bodies erupted in blood, each one suffering fatal wounds from a single spear thrust. Leading 3,000 disciples of the spear-intent sect, she charged forth towards the distant land. Suddenly, a terrifying surge of true essence and magical energy descended upon them. Black energy intertwined, morphing into a colossal crocodilian claw that plummeted towards the spear-intent sect's ranks. The ground shook with a series of explosive thuds as one disciple after another was torn apart beneath the claw's might. In an instant, 50 or 60 masters were annihilated by its relentless assault. A timeless crocodilian sovereign descended from the cosmos, unleashing a barrage of claw strikes infused with overwhelming power, wreaking havoc upon the battlefield. Beneath the onslaught of his claws, members of the spear-intent sect were either torn asunder or reduced to mere fragments. They must not escape into the inner domain, the ancient sovereign roared. This extraterrestrial battlefield was a realm of youthful stars, repelling timeless beings unless they suppressed their cultivation. For the laws of this starry world did not accommodate entities of such ancient power, serving as a form of self-defense. Within the ambushing army, there were no fewer than 20 timeless crocodilian sovereigns, each capable of inflicting unimaginable devastation upon the disciples undergoing their trials. With a swift draw, a golden blade cleaved the air, a strike that was as rapid as thunder, if not faster. The blade shimmered and sliced through the atmosphere, causing a 2-tiered crocodilian king to look down in horror as his gaze betrayed his impending doom. Human, no? His body was swiftly severed in half beneath his chest by a formidable young man wielding a broadsword, whose aura radiated sheer terror. The sword, wide as 2 palms, bore the jagged teeth of a shark along its spine, gleaming gold and stretching 2 meters in length, a weapon of colossal proportions, rivaling the might of a dragon's edge. This was the genius of the Blade Manor, Qianzhan. Those surrounding him wielded similarly massive swords, each a testament to their formidable prowess. The blade techniques of the dominant Blade Manor are characterized by their imposing and forceful nature. Qianzhan leads the charge, wielding a single sword that typically delivers a lethal blow with each strike, rarely requiring a second. Even a formidable triple heaven crocodile king fell after merely 2 strikes, showcasing the overwhelming ferocity and perfected intent of their swordsmanship. However, their plight was dire. A formidable crocodile ancient led a horde of his kin in relentless pursuit, leaving them with only the option to flee. Numerous disciples of the dominant Blade Manor fell behind, their bodies, blood, and dismembered flesh scattered throughout the void between the heavens and the earth. As for Xiang Chun and his fellow human warriors, they too were being relentlessly pursued by overwhelming numbers of enemies. Out of the 80,000 assessment disciples, more than 20,000 had already perished before reaching the outer battlefield, and the casualty count continued to rise. A chilling scream echoed across the skies as an ancient elder from the Batian sect was struck down by 2 Ba Qian 2's axe. A tragic loss for a being of such high caliber. Xiang Chun and his companions soon encountered a strong contingent of adversaries, a battalion of over 100 crocodile warriors, including 7 kings, one of whom possessed the formidable power of an 8th heaven. Human scum, perish, roared the 8th heaven crocodile king, brandishing a massive battle sword that unleashed a furious torrent of sword energy upon Li Huan and his team, shattering their formation. Boom, boom, boom. Li Huan and his comrades coughed up blood, their bodies sent flying by the sword strike, which tore open grievous wounds and left their protective armor in tatters. Li Huan's team, take flight and retreat, Xiang Chun commanded forcefully. The 7 members of Li Huan's group let out low growls as the celestial wolf spirits surged forth, manifesting ethereal wolf wings that propelled them swiftly backward. Little chick, intercept with the arrow formation, Xiang Chun ordered, and Wang Ying's team immediately readied their bows, unleashing a barrage of arrows toward the advancing battalion. The 8th heaven crocodile king roared at the forefront, transforming into a colossal crocodile-human hybrid, wielding his sword to fend off the incoming arrows while driving his troops forward. Meanwhile, Xiang Chun transformed into a celestial wolf, rapidly forming seals with his hands. His team mirrored his actions in unison. The battalion closed the distance to 3,000 meters, braving the arrow storm from Wang Ying's squad as they entered the lethal range of Xiang Chun and his companions. Kill! The 8th heaven king bellowed, swinging his sword to unleash a black streak of sword light that tore through the air. Kill! His battalion of crocodile warriors followed suit, their swords cleaving through the atmosphere with a deafening roar. Break the formation, 7 kills, return to position, Xiang Chun shouted fiercely, stepping forward as a radiant circle of formation enveloped the 3,000 meters around him. Break the army. The 7 kills formation, comprising 21 individuals, was instantly empowered by the celestial energy descending from the Break Army star, enhancing their true essence to unprecedented levels and coalescing into a massive blade of blue light. This sword, measuring 10 zhang in length, exuded an intimidating aura of destruction, with a 6 zhang hilt and a 4 zhang blade. Its double-edged tip reminiscent of the legendary Erlang, Shun Yang Jian's trident. Flash! Xiang Chun roared, executing a powerful downward strike. Flash! 21 voices rose in furious harmony, an arm slicing through the air. The formidable battle blade of the breaking army surged with an aura of terror, unleashing a blade of blue and gold light that tore through the air, infused with the utmost power of water attribute, celestial energy. With a resounding thrust, the incoming waves of sword light were effortlessly cleaved into luminous particles. A thunderous impact met the attack of the eightfold sovereign, shattering his sword energy. How could this be? The eightfold crocodile king stared in disbelief at the colossal breaking army blade hovering above the 21 warriors. Strike again, Xiang Chun bellowed, commanding a synchronized assault from his comrades. With another roar, the battle blade swung forth, the blade light cascading down with ferocity. I refuse to believe I cannot defeat you mere human ants, the crocodile king roared, unleashing a sword strike that coalesced into a massive black crocodile, lunging to devour the incoming blade. Yet, as the blade descended, the terrifying energy of the breaking army erupted, cleaving the black sword crocodile in two, the blade's light colliding with the eightfold crocodile king's body. With a sickening splatter, blood erupted as a gaping wound tore through the crocodile king's form, his innards spilling forth. The lieutenant, the warriors of the crocodile race behind him gasped, their eyes ablaze with fury as they transformed into their savage forms, charging forward. "You are no match for this damned formation, retreat," the eightfold crocodile king bellowed. However, the blade's light cleaved through, easily severing the charging crocodile warriors. Their strength paled in comparison to their commander. In a single stroke, a third of their unit was annihilated, a breach torn in their encirclement. "Do not linger, rush into the battlefield, escape from the ancient monarch's assault," Xiangchen shouted, aware that more crocodile units were closing in from other directions. A chorus of anguished screams echoed overhead as numerous human disciples fell victim to the ambush. With determined resolve, Xiangchen and his companions plunged into the fray, moving with remarkable speed. He was the most decisive among them, leading the charge for their escape. Among them was a group with extraordinary agility, capable of creating illusions of themselves to evade danger. The Thousand Shadows Sect, renowned for their mastery of movement, boasted a survival rate higher than that of other sections. Raging Windleg, a young man with flowing hair and a resolute visage, unleashed a kick, his leg strength manifesting as a tearing gale. With explosive force, he sent 7 or 8 crocodile warriors soaring, their bodies obliterated. The chief genius of the Thousand Shadows Sect, Feng Quanyuan, pressed forward, nearing the 500-mile expanse of the battlefield when an astonishing figure intercepted their path. This individual, resembling a human yet towering nearly 3 meters tall with vertical pupils that revealed his crocodile heritage, emanated a terrifying aura that underscored his status and realm. "Ancient monarch," he sneered. "You human youths, where do you think you can escape?" He lunged forward with lethal intent. A thunderous roar resonated as the true essence coalesced, transforming into a formidable claw stretching 100 feet, looming over Xiangchen and his companions. The ancient emperor. The faces of Xiangchen and his allies shifted in shock, realizing they had drawn the attention of the ancient emperor. Strike! The broken army blade cleaved through the air, fiercely striking at the tearing claw. Boom! The unstoppable broken army blade collided with this attack, engaging in a relentless struggle. Subsequently, a resounding explosion erupted, a surge of overwhelming force crashing down upon Xiangchen and his companions. They spewed blood violently, their 7-kill armor shattered, and their battle formation obliterated. Although the broken army formation was formidable, capable of slaying immortals, their current realm was merely at a nascent stage. If such a formation were to be widely promoted, the consequences would be dire. The crocodilian race must possess it. The expression of the crocodilian ancient grew serious as another strike descended, this claw destined to capture Xiangchen and his companions. As the claw fell, Xiangchen and his allies, just hurled back, had yet to regain their composure. The claw's sharpness bore down upon Xiangchen at the forefront of their formation, his internal chaos wreaking havoc upon his vital organs, leaving him unsteady and unable to stabilize his posture. "Heavenly Eye, activate." At that moment, a furious and incredulous voice rang out. Xia Qingqing appeared before Xiangchen as if she had teleported. Could it be that she intended to withstand this blow single-handedly? Was this yet another melodramatic scene of a damsel rescuing her hero only to meet her demise? How could such a fragile form withstand the might of this ancient strike? Chapter 1025, A Mysterious Existence Slay, Assist Me. In Xia Qingqing's heavenly eye, a chaotic power of distorted time and space erupted. In an instant, the very fabric of space twisted, revealing a rift. From within this rift, a sword intent from a distant time and space was summoned, coalescing into a dark greenish-black sword shadow. This sword shadow radiated an unparalleled killing intent, a fierce sword aura. In an instant, a towering silhouette of a man appeared behind Xia Qingqing. He possessed silver hair cascading straight down, sharp sword-like brows, elongated eyes harboring a piercing darkness, thin lips pressed lightly, and a defined profile. Tall and slender yet not rugged, he resembled an eagle in the night, exuding an air of aloofness and dominance, radiating a formidable presence that commanded respect. In his left hand, he cradled a cauldron, and in his right, he wielded a sword. The cauldron subdued all realms, while the sword cleaved through the primordial chaos. He seemed to be a mere temporal projection summoned from a distant epoch. Though ethereal, a terrifying will emanated, causing the very laws of this realm to spiral into chaos. The secrets of heaven obscured, and the forces of the heavenly Tao recoiled in fear. In this star system, amidst countless stars, in a colossal world capable of housing millions of suns, there existed a vast and powerful realm. Within this realm, a man clad in golden robes, adorned with a single horn upon his forehead, sat in a hall sipping tea, his terrifying will permeating through billions of stars. Yet at that moment, his expression transformed drastically. Cough. You, how did you come here? The man trembled in terror, dropping to his knees, bowing respectfully. This man was immense, as grand as a star, impossible to quantify. At that moment, he seemed to perceive an unspeakably terrifying presence, instilling fear even in him, a being capable of collapsing stars with but a thought. The sword of divine demons, slashing. Xia Qingcheng roared, her form at the pinnacle of the Lingxiao realm erupting with a sword intent that struck terror into the ages. All her true essence and magical power were unleashed in a single thrust. A dark greenish-black sword shadow melded into this strike, and in an instant, the void shattered. Yet, it appeared as though Xia Qingcheng's true essence, her spiritual force, was momentarily drained by that very sword. Boom! With that stroke, the universe was torn asunder, and the sword descended upon that claw. Subsequently, Xiang Chun and the others, having stabilized their forms, beheld a scene of horror. This strike, unparalleled through the ages, was indeed rent asunder beneath Xia Qingcheng's fearsome blade, followed by a resounding explosion. The massive crocodile claw was obliterated. By the heavens! Just as Xiang Chun steadied himself. Witnessing this scene, a curse escaped his lips in disbelief. How could this be? The ancient crocodile man was equally stunned into silence by this spectacle. His own attack had been thwarted by a Lingxiao master whose energy was at least 20 times inferior. Brother Chen, I finally understand now why you fear sister-in-law so much. Can you endure such a sword strike? Li Huan muttered in shock. Brother, now you comprehend the ferocity of a tigress. Wang Xiaojiji glanced at the higher-ranked Zhang Dan beside him, a hint of bitterness in his expression. However, after unleashing this sword, Xia Qingcheng coughed up a mouthful of blood. Darkness enveloped her, and an overwhelming fatigue coursed through her body, her very soul racked with pain. This was a sword strike beyond her limits. Qingcheng. Xiang Chen's expression changed, and he rushed forward, catching her as she began to fall. He too noticed that ethereal figure. As he gazed at it, its eyes met his, as if they transcended endless time and space. In that moment, Xiang Chen's soul felt as though it had come to a standstill. Why did that gaze feel so familiar? As the primordial chaos unraveled, the myriad worlds reconstituted, and the heavens and earth were reshuffled. I await you beyond the ages. In the depths of his heart, a voice suddenly reverberated, cold and authoritative. Who are you? Xiang Chun urgently inquired. Xiaobai warned. If you fail to care for her, when we meet again, I shall ensure you fall into reincarnation once more. The man smiled faintly, and the phantom dissipated into nothingness. Xiaobai. Primordial chaos unraveling, myriad worlds reconstituting. Heavens and earth reshuffling? Waiting for me. Xiang Chun was bewildered, instinctively patting the slumbering little white tiger in his arms. This is madness, as if I know you. Xiang Chun cursed under his breath. Then he let out a cry of agony, as if a fist had struck the top of his head, causing a large bump to form. You little rascal, I should never have allowed that fat fool to teach you. You've learned everything you shouldn't have. Human wretch, perish. At that moment, the ancient crocodile man, recovering from his shock, bellowed, and in his hand appeared a supreme spirit sword, with a downward slash. A terrifying darkness enveloped the area, the sword energy tearing down towards Xiang Chun. Old crocodile, do you truly believe I lack the means to deal with you? Xiang Chun swiftly stowed Qingcheng away in his spatial ring, his expression turning fierce. In that distant realm, countless light years away, a vast world unfolds. This ethereal apparition reappears within the golden hall of this time. The specter, tiny as an ant, seems but a speck of dust before the terrifying figure. Yet, this formidable entity is so struck with fear that it kneels, paralyzed. I do not enjoy conversing while looking up, the specter states indifferently. Yes. The terrifying figure quickly transforms, assuming a size akin to that of an ordinary person kneeling before the specter. Creator of destiny, why have you come? The figure cautiously inquires. The specter replies coldly, rest assured, I hold no interest in the essence within you. My presence here is known to heaven and earth, you and I. Should this information be leaked, you will bear the consequences. Yes, yes, the figure nods repeatedly. Rise and speak. The specter permits, allowing the figure to stand, albeit with its head bowed. The specter continues, eradicate all traces of this time and space that may reveal his origins and principles. Indeed, I did not expect him to be connected to you. Should I assist in his path? The figure asks. When he undergoes tribulation, apply considerable severity. The harsher, the better. His demise will not require your responsibility. Furthermore, do not covertly assist him due to my influence. Rather, impose greater tribulations upon him immediately. Do not intentionally interfere with fate. When it is your time to act, do so with utmost ferocity within the bounds of the rules, the specter coldly instructs. Understood, I shall comply, the figure acknowledges. Should the primordial chaos collapse and your own safety be at risk, you may seek me in creation. With that, the specter vanishes, the fabric of time and space distorting as if it had never existed. Thank you, Creator. The terrifying figure exclaims joyfully, kneeling in reverence. At last, it has departed. That was perilous. I have been in such close proximity to this legend. This is something I can boast about for epochs to come. Yet, I must not speak of it. With the specter now completely gone, the figure breathes a sigh of relief, as if granted a pardon. It then turns its thoughts inward. Sneering, no wonder I felt someone cursing me. It was you, brat. Since this esteemed being has spoken, do not blame me. Amidst the crimson clouds, a sword descends, its terrifying power surpassing that of the earlier attack on Xia Qingqing. Xiang Chen's gaze becomes fierce, a flash of light in his palm, revealing an additional object. It is a small orb of golden runic light, no larger than a fist, yet it seems to contain a destructive force akin to that of a nuclear bomb. Chapter 1026. Entering the outer domain, this golden orb is unleashed, exploding in an instant like the sun. The ensuing cataclysm, a terrifying wave of solar, true fire, sweeps forth. While the solar energy contained within it may not be as pure as Xiang Chen's, its power is magnitudes greater. This is a blood spell left for Xiang Chen's protection by Hong Shui. Boom. The tremendous explosion envelopes the sword, shattering it instantly, while a blade of light emerges from the solar, true fire. With a piercing sound, this sword light cleaves through the ancient crocodile-like figure, which, in its desperation, attempts to evade. However, a significant portion of its left side, including its arm and chest, is brutally severed. The crocodilian emitted a mournful roar, suffering under the terrifying onslaught of a searing sword aura that penetrated its being. In its agony, it unleashed a blinding radiance to flee, bewildered by the presence of such a formidable source of bloodline power within this youth. The blazing sunfire engulfed the vast expanse ahead, reducing 2 squads of crocodilians to ashes in an instant, thus clearing a path forward. Onward, Xiang Chun commanded, leading his companions into the inner region of this extraterrestrial battlefield. Behind him, more than 20 brothers and sisters followed suit, entering this realm together. Before them lay an infinitely vast world, where the sky was shrouded in ominous red clouds. The ground was adorned with lakes, mountains, and ancient dark red forests. A great figure soared through the heavens, emitting a resounding cry. It was a colossal crimson dragon. The earth trembled as beastly roars echoed, accompanied by a myriad of strange creatures, dinosaurs, and ancient ferocious beasts. Numerous areas were riddled with unstable spatial rifts, and crocodilian tribes could be seen throughout the land, their populations in the millions, tirelessly extracting resources from this world to transport back through the gaping rifts. Above, figures descended through the clouds. Xiang Chun exclaimed, as an overwhelming gravitational force gripped him, inducing a sudden sense of weightlessness that drew him downwards. His 20-plus companions followed suit, plummeting into a dense forest. The forest was terrifying. Ancient trees towered thousands of feet high, resembling colossal pillars holding up the sky. The oxygen concentration in the air was more than tenfold that of the southern barbarian continent. Although the spiritual energy of the realm was rich, it was also laced with toxic gases and radiation. With a resounding thud, Xiang Chun crashed into the canopy of a massive tree, breaking its branches before landing with a crash on the soft earth, creating a sizable crater in the ground. Thud, thud, thud. His companions fell like dumplings, one after another, landing heavily beside him. Spitting out the dirt from his mouth, Xiang Chen scrambled to his feet and surveyed his surroundings. "Count off," he shouted. 1, 2, 3. Voices echoed from the forest. 25. Upon completing the count, Xiang Chen furrowed his brow. "Where's Xiao Ji? We are still short one person, including Qing Cheng. We should be 27 in total. Qing Cheng is in the Qianquan ring. 2, 26. Chengge, help me," came the muffled cry of Wang Ying from the depths of the forest. Several hundred meters away, a massive, yellowish-brown python coiled around a great tree. This serpent, over 40 meters long and as massive as a train, was covered in rock-like, rough scales, exuding an aura of formidable malice. A 7th-tier royal-level beast, the rock-skinned giant python, rivaled the might of a human monarch. Strangely, Wang Ying's cries seemed to emanate from the mouth of this creature. "Xiao Ji has been swallowed by the snake." Xiang Chen, Zhang Dan, Han Jing, Li Huan, and the others rushed over, their faces paling at the sight of the python. "Xiao Ji!" Zhang Dan roared in fury. And with a thunderous growl, the power of the celestial wolf erupted, transforming him from a beautiful figure into a fearsome celestial werewolf. "Stinking long insect, return my man," Zhang Dan bellowed, wielding a massive crescent blade that unleashed a force rivaling that of the formidable 9-heavy crocodile. "Slay him and save the chick." As Xiang Chen similarly transformed into a celestial werewolf, he brandished the dragon-quelling demon blade and charged forward. "Wretched beast, return my brother." With a fierce shout, he joined the fray alongside over 20 comrades, all attacking the colossal rockskin python. Xiang Chen infused his strike with raging thunder, the 7th-grade dragon-quelling demon blade crashing down upon the creature's rocky scales. With a resounding boom, lightning exploded as the blade struck the serpent's body. Yet it merely carved a fissure in the armor, failing to inflict any real damage. Such terrifying defensive power. Clang, clang, clang. The strikes from his fellow warriors merely left faint traces. The rockskin python roared, its immense body twisting like a spinning top. It unleashed a fearsome bellow and swung its tail. Bam, bam, bam. Over 20 men were sent flying, crashing in all directions. Xiang Chen himself collided against a massive tree, the trunk as thick as a skyscraper, creating a sizable hollow in its bark. The rockskin python continued its assault, lunging forward with its massive jaws. Another brother was seized and devoured by the wretched creature. "Zhangyu!" The others erupted with rage. "Wolf transformation!" Xiang Chen roared, his form shifting as his powers surged exponentially. In an instant, he transformed into a 20-meter-long moon-swallowing celestial wolf. With a ferocious howl, the moon-swallowing celestial wolf sprang into action, its gigantic paw striking down upon the rockskin python's head, which had just consumed another brother. The impact reverberated through the air, sending the massive serpent crashing against the giant tree, which creaked and swayed under the force. The moon-swallowing celestial wolf lunged, sinking its fangs into the creature's rocky hide, piercing through the scales and ripping flesh. With a sickening squelch, chunks of flesh were torn away. The rockskin python howled in agony, its massive body coiling around the moon-swallowing celestial wolf, constricting with terrifying force. In that moment, the wolf felt as though it might suffocate, its insides crushed and bones creaking in pain. Roar! Within the rockskin python, 2 more roars echoed as its belly suddenly swelled, birthing 2 colossal wolves. Meanwhile, the other brothers had also transformed into gigantic celestial wolves, surrounding and tearing at the entangled rockskin python, severing its spine and piercing its underbelly. The icy blades of their arms became massive scythes, relentlessly hacking at the python's head, leaving deep gashes. Over 20 giant wolves gnawed at the rockskin python, blood and viscera splattering everywhere in a gruesome display. Within mere breaths, the rockskin python was left battered and broken, its life force dissipating. With a sickening pop, its belly burst open, and 2 blood-soaked celestial wolves emerged, covered in gastric fluid and foul stench. The rock-skinned python uncoiled its body, rendered powerless to continue constricting the moon-swallowing celestial wolf. Though the tiger is formidable, it cannot withstand the onslaught of a pack of wolves. Chapter 1027. The man behind the scenes. Ugh, how foul. The transformation into the celestial wolf had the king eagle retching, before he promptly reverted to his human form. "Little chick, are you all right?" Zhang Dan rushed over, enveloping the king eagle in a tight embrace. "Wife, I'm fine. just nearly turned to waste, the king eagle reassured. Patting Zhang Dan's back, Chenggu. The others hurried to assist Xiang Cheng, whose bones cracked ominously. The dislocated bones, having been twisted by the python, quickly restored themselves. They had not broken, for the celestial wolf skeletal structure is too resilient for such a serpent to shatter. This wretched creature must possess a cultivation level of at least the 5th stage of the Xianyao, Xiang Cheng mused, eyeing the tattered and mangled rock-skinned python, which had been torn apart by the wolves. What bad luck. Chenggu, the trees in this cursed place are truly enormous. Little Chicken tore off his filthy and tattered robe, donning only a pair of oversized shorts. As Xiang Cheng surveyed the surroundings, he remarked, "This realm seems to hark back to the ancient era. Everyone, be cautious. Besides the crocodilian race, many powerful beasts lurk here." Suddenly, a multitude of examination disciples descended from the sky, some breaking through to fall into the outer battlefield. No fewer than 40 to 50,000 individuals plummeted from above, scattering across various locations. Meanwhile, a host of crocodilian warriors pursued them relentlessly. Above, a rotund figure plummeted down. Thud! A massive derriere landed squarely on Little Chicken, who was in the midst of changing clothes. "Little Chick!" The crowd gasped. There lay Little Chicken, pinned beneath the weight of a corpulent young Taoist. "Oh woe! My luck is abysmal," lamented the king eagle from below. "By the infinite celestial Lord, Brother Tang, esteemed friends, we meet again," the plump Taoist chuckled, surveying those around him. "Get off me, you fat lout!" Little Chicken shouted in fury from beneath him. My apologies." Zhuge Yuan hastily jumped up, allowing Little Chicken to struggle to his feet. "There's no time for idle chatter. Everyone, flee. The crocodilian warriors are upon us." Xiangqing looked up, narrowing his eyes at the multitude of crocodilian warriors that were descending in pursuit. However, due to the isolation of this realm, the formidable beings of the ancient world could not descend unless they suppressed their levels. "Follow me." Xiang Cheng leapt forward, racing towards a nearby grove. "Go." The king eagle, Li Huan, and the others immediately followed suit. "Alas, everyone, do not fall behind this humble Taoist," Zhuge Yuan exclaimed, glancing skyward at the throng of pursuing crocodilian warriors, before hastily trailing after Xiang Cheng and the rest. Despite his size, this fellow moved with surprising agility. Thud! A beam of sword light descended, revealing a figure clad in azure. Hengshan Sword Sect, Zhao Tianxian. Accompanying him were approximately 16 to 1,700 disciples from the Hengshan Sword Sect. Over 3,000 had entered, yet half had perished in this chaotic breakout. Is this truly the outer battlefield? The tree stands majestically, its enormity astonishing in this realm. "Master brother, what shall we do?" The disciples of the Hengshan Sword Sect, disoriented and injured, cast anxious glances at their surroundings. Suddenly, all eyes converge upon a young man clad in green. "We must flee. Quickly," Zhao Tianxian commands, darting in a decisive direction. The others, mounting their flying swords, promptly follow in his wake. Moreover, disciples from various factions such as the Royal Fist Sect, Gun Intent Sect, Thousand Shadows Sect, Poison Cave, and the Dominant Blade Manor have also descended into this vast, ancient forest. Over 20,000 from the celestial realm have suffered nearly half their losses. Yet, the devastation is even graver for those from the mainland. Out of 80,000 cultivators, 30 to 40,000 have perished. It seems that perhaps only half of the participants in this trial will emerge alive from the battlefield. In 2 years' time, that number may dwindle even further, leaving one to ponder how many will ultimately survive. Close to 200,000 crocodilian warriors pursue those who have entered this battleground. Meanwhile, in the void of space, a group of figures refrains from descending to engage. These individuals are formidable beings of the ancient realm, including one of the 10 marshals of the crocodilian race, Tuoba Chintu. The thousands of disciples and elders from the dominant heaven sect have nearly all been annihilated, with only a scant few managing to escape. It appears that this time, the human seedlings are destined for complete obliteration. A female crocodilian of ancient lineage sneers, her beautiful face marred by unsettling, reptilian eyes. Tuoba Chintu stands with arms crossed, coldly remarking, "The demise of this group will undoubtedly create a significant void in the lineage of future human power over the next century. Will the human race retaliate en masse?" A worried ancient crocodilian inquires. "With several factions restraining them, we lack the necessary forces. Should they dare to invade our stronghold, it would be tantamount to digging their own graves," Tuoba Chintu retorts with a disdainful smirk. He turns his gaze to another individual, stating, "Thank you for your cooperation." The expressionless figure responds coldly, "Do not forget our agreement. Ensure the remainder is delivered to me afterward." Tuoba Chintu's lips curl into a smile, "Rest assured. The crocodilian race is not so easily unfaithful. We hold our promises in the highest regard. The reinforcements from the dominant heaven sect have arrived, with the sect master himself coming to your aid. It's time for you to depart," the individual continues. "I apologize for any inconvenience." Tuoba Chintu nods, then draws an axe, striking this person with a single blow. "Ah!" The figure screams, his chest cleaved open, blood splattering forth, severely wounded. Gritting his teeth, he turns and flees, his eyes betraying no sign of their true nature. This ambush appears far from straightforward. As the figure escapes, Tuoba Chintu and his companions turn to soar towards another expanse of starlit sky. The forthcoming struggle will be one of the younger generations. The human race against the southern barbarian demonic clan. "Let us see how many years you can endure," he muses. Moments later, 5 or 6 massive ships arrive, bearing hundreds of thousands of human celestial soldiers. At the bow of the ship stood a woman clad in a purple gown, her beauty unparalleled and captivating. Her expression was frigid, and behind her loomed a group of formidable beings of ancient realms. The banner of the main ship bore the imposing name of the Batian Sect. They had arrived in this expanse of space, where numerous fragments littered the void, including the remnants of spirit ships and a severed escort warship. Countless corpses and dismembered limbs floated amidst the frozen blood, encased in ice. "We are too late. Damn those crocodilian tribes." The members of the Batian Sect, upon witnessing the multitude of lifeless bodies, felt their eyes blaze with fury. "Elder Zhengming," someone shouted as a frozen head drifted by, unmistakably that of an elder from the Batian Sect. "Elder Zhengming is dead. What about Lord Wang? Brother Zheng? Those vile crocodilians. How could they have ambushed us so suddenly? How did they learn of our transport spirit ship's whereabouts?" The sight of the head ignited a conflagration of hatred among the sect members. "Lord," at that moment, several figures approached swiftly, elite disciples of the Batian Sect who had reached the realm of carefree transcendence. "Ding Chong, it's you, Master." One ancient powerhouse recognized one among them as his disciple. The 6 disciples of the Batian Sect, battered and bruised, landed on the deck of the spirit ship. "Master, Lord," they fell to their knees before the assembly. The ancient powerhouse immediately assisted his disciple to his feet, his expression grim as he demanded, "Ding Chong, where are the others? What has transpired?" "Master, Lord, we were powerless. Our brothers perished tragically." The disciple wept, kneeling before the sect leader. "Stand and speak. Tell me what happened." The sect leader, Ji Jin, demanded with a cold countenance. Deng Chong rose, wiping his tears as he recounted, "We, the disciples undergoing the transport assessment, ventured into the outer battlefield for trials, unaware we would face a massive ambush by the crocodilian tribe. Elder Zhengming has perished, and our brothers are lost. What of Lord Wang and Elder Musho? What of the assessment disciples?" Ji Jin inquired relentlessly. Deng Chong lamented, "The assessment disciples fled into the outer battlefield, while our brothers fought valiantly to cover their escape. Lord Wang and Elder Musho engaged in battle with Tuoba Chintu and have gone missing." Tuoba Chintu. The elder's expressions darkened. One remarking, "Wang and Musho's strength is no match for Tuoba Chintu and his ilk. How could the route we took to escort the disciples, which was supposed to be confidential, have been compromised? This is no mere coincidence. Tuoba Chintu's involvement is no accident, sect leader. This is clearly a premeditated ambush," stated an elder clad in white, casting a glance toward Ji Jin. "Premeditated? Are you suggesting our movements and information have been leaked?" Someone gasped in shock. Ji Jin surveyed the surrounding void, her voice icy as she declared, "Now is not the time for such speculation. Our assessment disciples are in peril. First Legion, heed my command. Regroup and enter the 8th outer battlefield." Sect leader, that is unwise. At this moment, a figure descended from the cosmos, urgently calling out. The newcomer was covered in wounds, blood streaming from his body, with a horrifying scar across his chest, exposing his innards. It was none other than the esteemed Lord Wang Qing. "Wonderful news, old Wang, you are still alive." The onlookers exclaimed with uncontainable joy upon seeing him. "Lord Wang Qing," they cried. "Master's son, quickly, tend to Lord Wang's injuries." A group of people immediately gathered around. As a powerful and skilled apothecary of the Emperor rank rushed forth to provide healing. Master, I am incompetent. I am guilty. Lord Wang Qing knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Please rise, Lord Wang. What of Elder Musho? Are you the sole survivor among the 3 elders? Master Zijin supported him. With a heavy heart, Lord Wang Qing lamented, Master, we have a traitor among us. Musho is the traitor. He disclosed our whereabouts and timing, leading to our ambush. What? Elder Musho is a traitor? How can this be? Shock and anger swept through the crowd. Master Zijin's voice turned grave. Lord Wang Qing, on what grounds do you accuse Elder Musho of treachery? With clenched teeth and pain evident, Lord Wang Qing replied, I joined forces with Musho to confront Tu Ba Qian Tu, but unexpectedly, he turned against me. When I questioned him about his betrayal, he merely claimed he had no choice. I even witnessed him mentioning some undisclosed agreement with Tu Ba Qian Tu, which led to our ambush. His voice was laced with fury. Then how is it that you managed to escape, Lord Wang, given your injuries? How could you evade the pursuit of Tu Ba Qian Tu? An elder raised a doubt. Are you suggesting that I desire my own demise, Elderly? Lord Wang Qing retorted gravely. Elderly, known as Li Di, was the head of the punishment hall. Elderly responded coldly, do not misunderstand, Lord Wang. Since you allege the existence of a traitor, everyone is suspect. I am merely voicing my concerns based on the facts. The others looked at him, indeed questioning how one so severely injured could escape from someone of Tu Ba Qian Tu's caliber. Lord Wang Qing spoke. You know that my master ascended not long ago. When he ascended, he left me some life-preserving treasures, including the immortal escape talisman. It was by this talisman that I eluded disaster. However, Musho likely anticipated that I would expose his true nature, and he will not return to Batian Sect. We can ascertain the truth by checking whether his soul lamp has extinguished. He produced a high-energy jade talisman, radiant with celestial light, the immortal escape talisman. He turned to Elderly. Elderly, do you believe it possible that I escaped by virtue of this item? Elderly remained silent, his expression as cold as ever. Now is not the time to identify traitors. We must proceed to the outer battlefield of Domain 8. Master Zijin commanded, prepare the entire army. The commander of the heavenly army shouted, readying the troops. That is unacceptable, Master. You must not. Lord Wang Qing exclaimed in alarm, urgently trying to halt the proceedings. Why is that? Master Zijin questioned him. Wang Qinglian remarked, if our forces pursue further, we will fall into the enemy's trap. It is well known that the spatial instability of this foreign domain will not allow exit for 2 years after entry. Given that a considerable number of enemies have already pursued us, they have likely set ambushes by now. This is a scheme within a scheme. They lure us into attacking while we provide support. Once we delve deeper into the chase, we will undoubtedly be ensnared in their trap, resulting in the loss of hundreds of thousands of troops. Wang Qing's words served as a wake-up call for the others. Indeed, if we dispatch troops to pursue, we may well be caught in an ambush. Within this foreign battlefield, without 2 years to adapt to the rules, escape would be nearly impossible, the other elders hastily advised. The sect leader, Zijing, coldly replied, am I unaware of the potential for ambush? However, these disciples are our future. Can our heavenly sect truly stand idly by while they perish? Wang Qing reassured, rest easy, sect leader. At that time, I commanded a timely retreat. Many disciples escaped to the foreign battlefield, and a significant number remain alive. Once the 2-year period concludes, they will naturally emerge. This is merely a test of their resilience. It is unfortunate that this cohort has encountered such unexpected circumstances, leading to potentially greater losses than before. Chapter 1029. The Terrifying Jungle Lord Wang. How many disciples have descended? Elderly D inquired. Lord Wang glanced at him and replied, at least 80,000. We fought valiantly to protect them, and most of the assessed disciples managed to enter the foreign battlefield safely. Provided these candidates possess sufficient adaptability, at least 40,000 should survive. If Xiang Chun had heard this, he would likely have been infuriated, exclaiming, what nonsense. Old man, you are merely inheriting my title of the first dark entity among the myriad demons. The number of those who entered the foreign battlefield alive would likely be no more than 50,000. Sect leader, deploying troops now risks falling into the enemy's ambush. Moreover, even if there are no ambushes, the instability of the internal space would hinder our hundreds of thousands of troops for several years. With the current tension across various foreign battlefields, committing such forces to rescue these assessed disciples would indeed be unwise. Furthermore, Did we not establish this assessment to hone their combat prowess, willpower, and survival skills? Another elder also advised against military intervention from the remnants of the battlefield. It was evident that only about 20,000 remained, and the efforts of Lord Huan and his companions to protect them were not in vain. Sect leader Zijing gazed out over the vast expanse of the number 8 foreign battlefield, hesitating for a moment before stating, "Let us leave a legion here to guard this place. We shall wait a few years until this batch of assessed disciples completes their trials and escort them back to the sect. Such unforeseen events must not occur again." Wise decision, sect leader. Ultimately, the people of the Baishansong did not dispatch troops to offer support. In the ancient forest, over 50,000 individuals fled in various directions. However, upon entering the territory of the crocodilian race, the survival conditions were fraught with peril. The atmospheric pressure within this foreign battlefield was astonishing. Even the carefree heavenly king, upon entry, could only ascend a few hundred meters without acclimatizing to the local rules. Those at the Lingxiao realm could manage to fly merely a few dozen meters high. Those who dwell within the realm of Soul Moon are indeed the most unfortunate, stripped of their ability to soar through the skies, forced to traverse the earth instead. To acclimate to the laws of this place, a period of at least 2 years is required. Moreover, the passage of time here differs significantly from the outside. A single day stretches to more than twice its usual length. A group of cultivators from the continent, numbering around 50 to 60, is seen in a state of panic, fleeing in disarray. It is evident that they hail from the same faction. 1/3 of them are of the Ascendant realm, while the remainder are of the Soul Moon. In this moment, the Soul Moon practitioners can only revert to their prior innate state, scurrying and leaping across the ground, bounding several meters high to land upon enormous leaves. The trees here are so colossal that, in comparison, humans appear diminished to the size of mere insects. Suddenly, a resonant buzzing reverberates through the forest. In a flash, a massive silhouette whizzes past with astonishing speed. A cultivator from the Ascendant realm, airborne within the woods, lets out a piercing scream as he is seized by this enormous figure. It is a gargantuan dragonfly, its azure hue striking, measuring 7 to 8 meters in length. With 6 legs armed with razor-like hooks, bulging compound eyes, and mandibles resembling scythes. Its 4 translucent wings span over 10 meters. With its legs akin to those of a predator, it captures a man and, opening its formidable jaws, bites down upon the head of the Ascendant Master. The head is gruesomely devoured, blood gushing forth, while the headless body convulses in its final throes. "Old Mo, that damned insect, I shall slay you," roars the fallen master's companion, unleashing the full force of his 7-fold ascendant essence, launching a 10-meter-long azure sword wave towards the massive dragonfly. The strike lands, cleaving into the creature's body, spilling blue blood and severing 2 of its wings. The dragonfly plummets from the trees, crashing down upon a vast leaf. Yet, the ominous buzzing continues to echo in their ears. A multitude of dragonflies descends from behind, targeting the fleeing group with terrifying speed, their native advantage allowing them to soar higher and faster, preying upon the cultivators. In desperation, after witnessing the demise of 5 or 6 comrades, the remaining members resolve to fight back against these colossal insects. Meanwhile, another team, consisting of several dozen individuals, is dashing through the forest towards a vast thicket of flowers. They leap into the floral expanse, bodies soaring amidst the blossoms. A Soul Moon practitioner lands atop a massive crimson flower, intending to spring to another bloom. However, from the flower's bud, tendrils as thick as an adult's arms suddenly spring forth, writhing like serpents to ensnare him, pulling him deep into the flower's embrace. "What is this? Ah, save me!" The Soul Moon cultivator cries out in terror, feeling his body grow numb, unable to summon his essence. The enormous petals begin to close, releasing tendrils of green mist. The Soul Moon cultivator let out a harrowing scream as his body began to decay, transforming into nutrient-rich corpse fluid, which the flowers eagerly absorbed. He was rapidly dissolved, and within mere moments, he was reduced to a bloody skeleton, his bones gradually corroding and melting away. Cursed be this flower. What on earth is this? I'm trapped. Help. No. I regret everything. I should never have come here. To hell with the pursuit of immortality. The cries of dozens who had intruded upon this floral grove echoed around him, ultimately claiming the lives of around 20, while 2/3 managed to escape. Gazing in horror at the floral expanse, After consuming human flesh, the flowers bloomed anew, their petals becoming more vibrant and releasing an enticing fragrance. This aroma had the power to lure many creatures closer. The carnivorous flower. What kind of infernal place is this? To hell with the battlefield beyond. This is hell. A cultivator at the 9th level of Soul Moon knelt in despair. At that moment, a group of crocodilian beings pursued from behind, hunting down the survivors. Even in hell, one must carve out a path. Stop dawdling, move. A master from Lingxiao grabbed him and turned to flee. The crocodilians also entered the flower thicket, and similarly, the carnivorous flowers devoured many of them. It was evident that these flowers showed no distinction between species, whether human, demon, or crocodile. All were prey to the blossoms. This ancient, colossal jungle was rife with peril at every turn. The insects here could slay masters, and the flora was equally predatory. Meanwhile, on another front, Xiang Chun and his companions found themselves in dire straits. What in the world? What kind of twisted place is this? Xiang Chun and his group gazed in astonishment at the creatures before them. Chapter 1030. The chaotic battle. At this moment, Xiang Chun and his companions were not alone. They were surrounded by 60 to 70 human cultivators, some from the outer heavens and others from the mainland. Before them loomed a series of enormous golden toads. These creatures were colossal, the size of elephants, entirely golden with distinctive markings, perched upon vast leaves, their dark golden eyes fixed on Xiang Chun and his group. Beware of the ancient golden arrow toads. They are highly poisonous. Everyone, take the detoxification pills I concocted. Xiang Chun, well-versed in the world's toxins, shouted. The brothers of Yan Huang immediately retrieved the pills and consumed them, absorbing their potency into their bodies. Ribbit, ribbit. The sharp, thunderous croaks erupted, and in an instant, many golden arrow toads lunged towards Xiang Chun and his companions. The frogs were aptly named, their speed akin to that of golden arrows. Attack! At that moment, a battalion of over 100 crocodilian warriors pursued from behind. However, upon seeing the golden arrow toads, their expressions shifted drastically. Gadala! Retreat! Bellowed a crocodilian captain clad in armor, speaking in their unique tongue. The battalion of crocodilian warriors hastily fell back. What do we do, Chingu? We are beset by both frogs in front and crocodiles behind. Wang Xiaojie exclaimed, noticing the approaching crocodilian warriors. With fierce determination, Xiang Chun charged towards the crocodilian warriors, refusing to allow them the luxury of watching from the sidelines while reaping the benefits of the ensuing chaos. Onward, he barked, rallying over 20 comrades from the Yanhuang Hall to join him in the assault against the crocodilian tribe. Suddenly, a flash of golden light surged forth, a golden tongue, akin to an arrow of gold, struck a human cultivator with terrifying speed. The tongue, equipped with barbed hooks and a remarkable adhesive quality, was capable of ensnaring even the mightiest of machines. The unfortunate individual was ensnared and violently yanked towards the gaping maw of the giant golden frog, its jagged teeth poised to devour him as effortlessly as a frog consumes a cricket. With the sickening crunch of bones and flesh, the man was reduced to mere pulp. To the crocodilians, drag them down, Xiang Chun shouted, inspiring the others to leap into action alongside him. The rest quickly followed suit, charging towards their adversaries. Damn it! Fire your arrows at them, roared the crocodilian commander, his voice like thunder. His subordinates, armed with spiritual bows, readied themselves, channeling their vital energy as a barrage of arrows flew towards Xiang Chun and his companions. Return fire, Xiang Chun commanded, revealing his dragon-hunting bow, which shimmered with 7 arrows poised on the string. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 7 arrows were released, striking true against the incoming projectiles. The brothers of Yanhuang quickly mirrored his actions, unleashing a volley that exploded in a cacophony of sound, akin to missiles colliding in midair. The other cultivators, not to be outdone, summoned defensive talismans and artifacts to shield themselves. As the two factions clashed, they found themselves mere hundreds of meters apart, their forces intertwining in a chaotic melee. With a swift motion, Xiang Chun stowed his bow and unsheathed his dragon-quenching blade. In a flash, his figure transformed into a streak of lightning as he cleaved through the air, severing the head of a young crocodilian warrior in a single stroke. Amidst the chaos, a multitude of golden arrows descended upon the battlefield, indiscriminately targeting both crocodilians and humans alike. In the face of this onslaught, both sides momentarily united to combat the swarm of golden frog arrows. Boom. A colossal golden frog, its massive paw brimming with destructive power, descended upon Xiang Chun. Dragon Elephant Fist. Dragon Elephant shatters the heavens. He roared, unleashing a punch that met the frog's enormous appendage with explosive force. Bang! The giant golden frog was sent staggering back, yet its tongue, the swiftest of its weapons, lunged at Xiang Chun with astonishing speed. With a deft backflip, he narrowly evaded the strike, which instead obliterated a nearby tree, leaving a gaping hole in its trunk. Sever it. Xiang Chun seized the opportunity, delivering a ferocious downward slash. Swish! His blade cleaved through the elongated tongue, severing it in two. The golden frog let out a pained roar as it retracted its mutilated appendage. Seizing the moment, Xiang Chun unleashed another powerful punch. Dragon Fist. Dragon Flame Strike. He bellowed, his fiery fist transforming into a 10-meter-long fire dragon that surged into the frog's open mouth. Boom. The giant golden frog's jaws erupted in a shower of gore, the air thick with the scent of blood and destruction. At that moment, a chilling blade of light descended from above, launching a surprise attack on Xiang Chun. A master of the crocodile clan leaped into the air, aiming a sword strike at Xiang Chun's head. The timing of this ambush was impeccable. Xiang Chun barely had time to react before the blade was upon him. Whoosh! However, a radiant light surged forth, transforming Han Zheng into a fearsome iron-skinned beast, its tail shooting forth like a lethal arrow. Thud! The crocodile master's head was pierced through by Han Zheng's sharp tail, resulting in instant death. Xiang Chun swiftly evaded the attack and retaliated with a powerful strike. Lightning flickered, and the thunderous edge tore through the air, striking another ambushing crocodile and leaving a gaping wound, its innards obliterated by the force of the thunder. Roar! The captain of the crocodile clan bellowed, transforming into a monstrous battle crocodile, towering over 20 meters. With a single claw swipe, he shattered a golden arrow frog into fragments, emanating an overwhelming aura indicative of his 8th-level prowess in the carefree realm. Subsequently, he wielded a colossal heavy sword and swung it mightily. Thud! Thud! 2 human cultivators fell to sudden, searing pain as they were swiftly cleaved in two by the sword's arc. Suddenly, a massive claw, reminiscent of his golden arrow frog king, descended upon him. This formidable crocodile king, comparable to an 8th-level fighter, was sent crashing against a giant tree. Boom! The enormous tree, akin to a towering edifice, splintered with a resounding crack. Chaos erupted. The battlefield devolved into a whirlwind of violence, where humans, frogs, and crocodiles slaughtered one another indiscriminately. In an instant, a golden light swept across the scene, ensnaring Xiang Chun, who had just dispatched 2 crocodiles. A king-level golden arrow frog ensnared Xiang Chun with its tongue, the barbed hooks digging into his flesh, pulling him towards its gaping maw. Whoosh! At that moment, an arrow imbued with the essence of the underworld shot forth, striking the frog's tongue and freezing it solid, as if it had turned into a popsicle, momentarily slowing its speed. Wang Ying, not far away, had loosed an arrow to aid Xiang Chun. Without it, he would have surely faced the frog's jaws. Xiang Chun unleashed the power of the celestial wolf, transforming into a celestial wolfman, and forcefully broke free from the long tongue. In a swift motion, he retaliated with a thunderous strike, sending shockwaves through the golden arrow frog king, leaving a massive gash on its forehead. Hee, Brother Chun, am I impressive or what? Wang Xiaoji proudly raised his spiritual bow. Impressive? More like a fool. Watch your back. Xiang Chun's expression shifted, and he shouted a warning. Swish! A sharp black blade of light tore through the air, viciously slashing into Wang Xiaoji. The blade sliced into Wang Ying's back, instantaneously rending flesh and striking his spine. Why am I always the one getting hurt? This is too hard. Wife, save me. Wang Ying screamed in agony, sent flying by the blow. Had he not been in celestial wolf form, this strike would have surely cleaved him in twain. The assailant was a carefree crocodile king of the 2nd level. Xiaoji. Xiang Chun's eyes widened in fury, his anger surging within him. At that moment, the Taiyin true energy within him erupted due to his wrath, causing the space of his divine abode to expand dramatically. Boom! Another wave of true essence erupted within Xiang Chun. 8th level of the Lingxiao realm. Kill! The crocodile king was astonished that his strike had not cleaved this man in two. He swiftly directed his second blow towards the flung Wang Ying, aiming for his head. Roar! How could Xiang Chun stand idly by while his brother was in peril? He unleashed a burst of celestial moonlight, which collided with the foe's blade, shattering its aura. Meanwhile, Zhang Dan had already leaped forward, catching Wang Ying in his arms. "You fool! Can you not take this battle seriously? Stop acting like a big shot," Zhang Dan chided as he cradled the young warrior. Drawing upon the strength of the ghostly deities, Xiang Chun roared as the lunar charm within him surged forth, infusing him with the power of the Ghost King. In an instant, his true essence soared to the realm of the Celestial King. Boom! With a single explosive step, he transformed into a flash of light, unleashing a ferocious strike against the second-level Crocodile King. The Crocodile King met the blow, but was sent flying by the overwhelming force. "How is this possible?" he exclaimed, his face pale with shock. With a fierce determination, Xiang Chun unleashed the true power of the sun from his other hand, condensing a radiant golden sunbeam that surged forth. Thunderous roars echoed as the golden sun erupted, its explosive force and solar flames enveloping the Crocodile King. Dark waves of true essence surged from the Crocodile King in an attempt to withstand the inferno. Yet, amidst the flames, Xiang Chun charged forth, his blade slicing through the air with the speed of lightning, illuminating the battlefield. With a piercing strike, he cleaved through the Crocodile King's head, sending it tumbling away. The lunar charm surged forth, devouring the soul, while Xiang Chun opened his mouth wide, consuming the headless corpse. The spirit of the foolish fish within him, along with the dual refinement of the ancient cauldron, flooded his body with vital energy, solidifying his newly attained realm. Yanhua Hall, formation of the 7 killers. Xiang Chun bellowed, urgency replacing his momentary triumph. Over 20 brothers from the Yanhua Hall sprang into action, more than 10 of them forming 2 teams of 7 with remarkable synergy. The first team, led by Xiang Chun, and the second by Li Huan, with additional assistance from Zhang Dan, set to defend against the surrounding attacks from crocodiles and giant golden frogs, buying precious seconds for their formation. Having rehearsed this collaboration countless times, they required no words. The instinctive camaraderie born from their wolf clan bloodline allowed them to communicate seamlessly. The 14 of them swiftly altered their hand seals, coalescing their formation patterns. Dosu treads 3, Nendo moves 6, gather flames, 7 killers crimson flame armor. Within the 7 killers constellation, a mysterious force descended at lightning speed, enveloping Xiang Chun and his comrades as they formed 2 battle arrays, flames coalescing around them, transforming into a suit of crimson flame armor that enveloped their beings. In an instant, their combat prowess surged 7-fold. Xiang Chun's gaze sparkled like lightning, as his cultivation ascended rapidly, clad in the resplendent crimson battle armor. His entire form exuded an aura of formidable grace and power. Kill! With a resounding command of slaughter, Xiang Chun summoned 14 werewolves, clad in armor and exuding an aura rivaling that of heavenly kings, to charge into the fray. He swung his blade, cleaving a golden arrow frog in twain. Its massive form split asunder. Swiftly, 3 lurking crocodilian warriors launched their surprise assault. Xiang Chun, stepping into the void, moved with the swiftness of flame and lightning, executing a spinning slash that unleashed a circular arc of light, resulting in the 3 crocodilian warriors being severed at the waist and chest. Insignificant pests. A 4-fold crocodilian king roared, brandishing his sword in a tearing upward motion, the blade's radiance extending 30 to 40 meters. With a forceful stomp, Xiang Chun unleashed a tremendous power, shattering the sword light beneath him. Thunderclap of the heavens. Xiang Chun's blade radiated a blinding lightning strike, a golden tempest accompanying the formidable thunderous might of his attack. Although the crocodilian king unleashed numerous shadowy strikes, they were obliterated in the wake of Xiang Chun's ferocious blow, the thunderous blade crashing into his form and sending him plummeting into the earth with a resounding thud. In an instant, the blade descended like lightning, the dragon's abyss demon blade piercing his chest, pinning him to the ground while it voraciously drained his blood and vitality. The demon blade emitted a jubilant hum, reveling in its thirst for blood. A golden arrow frog launched its tongue from behind, but before it could strike Xiang Chun, Li Huan intervened, severing the tongue with a swift stroke. "How dare you, vile creature, disturb our king?" Li Huan sneered, bursting forth with renewed vigor, channeling the power of the spirits within. With a single stroke, the light of the lunar blade cleaved the golden arrow frog in half. The Tianyue wolf clan could also summon spirits, drawing upon their powers. Xiang Chun could, and so could they. However, Li Huan and his companions cultivated spirits by refining the souls of slain foes into ghostly servants, a process that sounded exceedingly cruel. Yet, such is the nature of the demon path. The battlefield devolved into chaos, with both sides initially targeting the golden arrow frogs. Only when opportunities arose would they strike at one another. Soon, the majority of the golden arrow frogs fell victim to the tumult, scattering in fear. Meanwhile, the human faction still had over 40 members, though more than 10 lay incapacitated on the ground, paralyzed and frothing at the mouth from the frog's poison. The crocodilian faction emerged with 45 survivors from the melee. Xiang Chun and his 20 companions, including Zhuge Yuan and other unfamiliar human allies, stood against the remaining crocodilians. Among their ranks were 6 heavenly kings, one of whom, the crocodilian squad leader, boasted a formidable 8th-tier strength. The fat worms have been dispatched. Now, it is your turn. Human ants, the leader sneered, licking the blood and remnants of flesh from his jaws. The Batian sect had cast them into this arena for training. And this cohort comprised new recruits of the crocodilian race, having rarely encountered the 9th-tier apex kings of their kind. On the side of humanity, the formidable Xiang Chun stood at the forefront, signaling an imminent clash between the two factions. Chapter 1032, The 6 Paths of Evil Vines. Among the human contingent, half were Xiang Chen's allies, while the other half comprised a ragtag army consisting of scattered members from the 7 clans of the Heavenly Sect. 2 disciples of the Hengshan Sword Sect, 1 from the Blade Sovereign Manor, 1 from the Spear Intent Sect, and 3 disciples from the Thousand Shadows Sect. The remainder hailed from various regions of the continent. At this moment, all eyes converged upon Xiang Chun, as it was evident that his prowess surpassed that of the others in their midst. Draped in the 7 kills crimson flame armor, the lingering power of the Ghost King from Moon Charm surged within him, while he wielded the Dragon-S Edge Demon Blade, embodying the state of a celestial warrior. However, he deliberately projected a spiritual aura that misled observers into believing this was his true combat state. Numerous spiritual practitioners possessed the ability to transform into beast forms, which was not surprising. For instance, members of the Imperial family and the Ji clan could metamorphose into dragon-like warriors. I shall handle this 6-fold crocodile king, while the rest of you can take on the others. Is that agreeable? Xiang Chun declared coldly, his gaze fierce and his fangs sharp. As long as you can hold him off, we shall manage the rest. A youth from the Spear Intent Sect, possessing a cultivation at the 1st level of the Celestial Sovereign, gripped his red tassel spear and responded, Crocodile Transformation. Eliminate these human pests. The crocodile captain, whose strength rivaled an 8th-level sovereign, bellowed furiously. With a roar, over 40 of his subordinates underwent the transformation, enhancing their combat capabilities by a level or 2. With a thunderous crash, numerous crocodile warriors armed with battle axes, heavy swords, and colossal blades charged towards Xiang Chun and his allies. Engage, Xiang Chun shouted, brandishing the Dragon-S Edge Demon Blade and propelling himself forward, transforming into a projectile that surged forth with astonishing speed, even swifter than a cannonball, unleashing a tempestuous strike. The 6-fold crocodile king swung his massive sword to intercept. When their weapons clashed, a formidable wave of sword intent erupted, devastating the surrounding trees within a radius of hundreds of meters. Both combatants were momentarily pushed back, yet they immediately lunged at each other once more. The crocodile king wielded his heavy sword with a fierce and unrestrained technique, his power overwhelming. Thunderclap. This celestial cultivation will crush you, Xiang Chun exclaimed as he wielded the Dragon-S Edge, executing a single strike that unleashed a barrage of over 100 blade lights, slicing towards his opponent with the speed of lightning. The Crocodile King attempted to parry with his massive sword, but Xiang Chen's strikes were relentlessly swift. Amidst the continuous assault, numerous blade lights struck him, leaving behind gashes of crimson. However, after undergoing transformation, the crocodile scales proved exceedingly resilient, making it challenging to land a decisive blow. Dark Gale Claw. The Crocodile King launched a devastating claw attack. Thunder rumbled as a claw surged forth, coalescing into a tempest of black wind, manifesting 5 razor-sharp blades that descended upon Xiang Chun. Heavenly Moon Wolf Claw. Xiang Chun retaliated, his claws extending like adamantine blades, meeting the assault head-on. With a resounding clash, 10 powerful claws collided, resulting in an explosion that scattered sharp energies in every direction. The battle raged on as Li Huan, Zhang Dan, and others engaged the crocodilian clan within the forest, creating a chaotic scene of combat. A sword cleaved through the air, and Xiang Chun evaded with the swiftness of lightning. As a colossal tree towering hundreds of meters high and measuring dozens of meters in diameter was violently severed and collapsed, a bolt of golden lightning descended, unleashing a thunderous strike that enveloped the enemy in a radiant burst of energy. However, this adversary's formidable physique merely sustained charred markings from the onslaught of the thunderous blade. Suddenly, the crocodilian king pivoted, his massive sword spinning, transforming him into a formidable black tornado of sword energy that surged forth like a whirlwind. The lightning strike that Xiang Chun had unleashed collided with the vortex, resulting in a thunderous explosion as it was obliterated by the dark gale. Within the forest, the black tornado of sword energy swept towards Xiang Chun, who valiantly raised his blade in defense. Yet, in an instant, a multitude of sword strikes assailed him, forcing him to retreat amidst a shower of sparks. Several of the sword energies struck his form, piercing through his 7-kill red flame armor and leaving deep lacerations upon his body. Human insects, perish. The dark sword tornado roared down, intent on completely tearing Xiang Chun apart. This was a supreme skill of the crocodilian clan, possessing astonishing power. In a flash, Xiang Chun vanished, his body enveloped in a shimmering aura as he burrowed underground. The dark tornado crashed into a massive tree, exploding it into splinters and dust. A cry of terror erupted as a continental cultivator was ensnared, instantly shredded by the sword energies. The others swiftly sought to evade the impending doom. In that moment, from the depths of the earth, crimson vines erupted, assaulting the dark sword tornado from below. The spinning crocodilian king found his legs ensnared. Crack! He let out a horrific scream, as the very force of his own power twisted his legs beyond repair. With a sudden jolt, the dark tornado spiraled out of control, and the crocodilian king collided violently with a massive iron tree, shattering it upon impact. Whoosh! At that moment, a sinister vine transformed into a streak of blood, piercing fiercely into his chest. It penetrated a half-foot, halting against his sternum, and immediately began to entwine. 5 gruesome tendrils wrapping around him as their serrated edges began to spin and constrict. Meanwhile, 5 additional tendrils sprouted from Xiang Chun's back, resembling grotesque appendages. Gurgle! The crocodilian king howled in agony as his once impenetrable skin and flesh were shredded, leaving him a gory husk, while the evil vine ravenously consumed his life force. Whoosh! A luminous orb of soul energy attempted to flee, but Xiang Chun lunged forward, opening his mouth wide to devour the essence of the crocodilian's soul. It was not Xiang Chun who consumed it, but rather the moon charm within him, which had now become inseparable from his being. The 6th-tier crocodilian king fell. His body was reduced to shattered bones, and among the remnants, Xiang Chun grasped the black true Dan and the severed head, securing them within his cosmos, alongside the captain. The other crocodile kings were struck with horror at the scene unfolding before them. Kill! With a decisive step, Xiang Chun charged towards the remaining crocodiles. Swiftly, tendrils of the devouring sky vine shot forth from behind, carrying a tempest of true essence and power, akin to 5 missiles striking the 5 crocodile warriors. Boom! Boom! The 5 warriors were obliterated, their flesh instantly consumed by the voracious tendrils, leaving only their heads behind. A cry, both pained and primal, erupted from Xiang Chun as the 6th bud of the devouring sky vine sprouted from within him. With a sharp thrust, this vine pierced through his back, growing into a terrifying vine several meters thick and over 100 meters long, radiating an energy aura of a heavenly king. Having devoured such formidable royal beings, the devouring sky vine finally manifested its true form. This vine, birthed from Xiang Chun's back, expanded rapidly, its thickest section reaching an astonishing 7 to 8 meters in diameter, resembling a colossal serpent, exuding sheer terror. Even more horrifying were the numerous gaping mouths adorned with jagged teeth, more sinister than demons and more fearsome than malevolent spirits. A roar echoed from the mouths of the devouring sky vine, as if it possessed its own consciousness. In that moment, the chaotic battlefield fell silent, all eyes transfixed in shock at the spectacle. Then, the devouring sky vine lunged, ensnaring 4 crocodile warriors in its grasp, twisting and crushing them. With a sickening crunch, the 4 warriors, including 1 crocodile king, were reduced to mere fragments, subsequently devoured. A torrent of blood and vital essence surged into Xiang Chen's body, which he absorbed. Remarkably, the energy extracted from the crushed flesh was partially returned to him, a feat previously unimaginable for the devouring sky vine. In an instant, Xiang Chen's cultivation surged to the mid-stage of the 8 heavens. His eyes darkened to a crimson hue, reflecting a wild, frenzied excitement, a glint of murderous intent emerging within. His rationality began to falter. Kill! Xiang Chen roared, the devouring sky vine relentlessly lashing out at the remaining crocodile warriors. In a heartbeat, cries of agony and terror filled the air as over 10 warriors were similarly ensnared and devoured. Xiang Chen's laughter rang out, exhilarating and sinister, his long hair billowing, embodying an aura of wickedness. Flee! The crocodile tribe, not devoid of fear, scattered in terror, the remaining dozen fleeing for their lives. All shall perish. Xiang Chen's gaze burned a fierce red as the devouring sky vine struck again, ensnaring a 3rd-level crocodile king, whose body exploded in a violent burst. His head flung towards Xiang Chen, who collected it. What manner of being is this? The onlookers, unfamiliar with Xiang Chen, were left in utter astonishment. The massive devouring sky vine, akin to a serpent that consumes all, had just slaughtered over 10 crocodile warriors, and now its gaze turned upon others. A roar erupted once more. The devouring sky vine emitted a chilling screech before it suddenly lunged forward, driven by an irrational fury towards a member of the human race. No, this individual was a disciple of the Hengshan sword sect, who valiantly struck out with his sword in defense. However, the sword energy, spanning over 20 meters, was easily shattered. The colossal vine swiftly ensnared him, its 3-meter-wide maw crushing against his body. With a gruesome sound, the disciple was mercilessly devoured, his form being torn apart inch by inch into a mangled mass of flesh. Run! This creature has gone mad. Has it succumbed to madness? The onlookers were filled with horror, hastily retreating in fear. Chen, the brothers of the Yanhuang Hall also changed their expressions, sensing the gravity of the situation. This is bad. He is on the brink of losing himself. We must awaken him. Zhuge Yuan shouted in desperation. With a thunderous roar, the devouring sky vine turned its murderous intent towards the members of the Yanhuang Hall. Meanwhile, Xiang Chen's face contorted with pain. The name of the vine bore the character for evil, indicating its malevolent nature. It was a species long sealed away by the gods. The seeds of the devouring sky vine had spread throughout the cosmos, and wherever they landed, they would emerge to consume all surrounding life, plants, animals, humans, and even demons. When sufficiently powerful, they could devour the very essence of an entire star world, obliterating it completely. The brothers of the Yanhuang Hall retreated, their backs sprouting the wings of the lunar wolf. As the devouring sky vine lunged at Zhang Dan, he narrowly evaded. Yet a towering 100-meter tree behind him was obliterated by the vine's strike. Chen, wake up! Li Huan bellowed, and the brothers began to call out in unison. Yet Xiang Chen remained with his eyes tightly shut, his expression marred by agony. He was grappling with the overpowering influence of the heart demon that the vine imposed upon him. This dark force incited a ravenous desire to consume, a lust for bloodshed, and a loss of reason. Bang! One of the brothers was struck by the devouring sky vine, sent hurtling against a massive tree. The vine then surged forward, menacingly looming over him. Geng Zhong, Chen, stop this! The crowd cried out in alarm, though their pleas seemed futile. Geng Zhong's body was on the brink of disintegration, and as the monstrous maw descended, his expression shifted to one of sheer terror. Earth's glazed gem. Zhuge Yuan smote the ground, unleashing a radiant circle of the 8 trigrams formation. Streams of golden earth power enveloped Geng Zhong, transforming into a protective barrier akin to golden glass. Crack! The devouring sky vine collided with the shield, creating a harsh sound as its razor-like appendages began to shatter the glazed barrier, fissures appearing upon its surface. Damn it! How can this creature possess such terrifying power? Zhuge Yuan exclaimed in shock. This technique was meant to withstand the might of a 5th heaven king. Geng Zhong, pale-faced, gazed upon the unfolding scene. Chen is actually trying to consume me. This creature has finally turned its appetite towards its own kin. Boom! The gilded barrier shattered, and the devouring sky vine lunged downward. Chen, I am your brother Geng Zhong. He cried out in despair. In a world filled with love and loyalty, Xiang Chen had chosen to feast upon his enemies. Yet now, he threatened to devour his own friends. Buzz! As the gaping maw of the devouring evil vine drew perilously close to Geng Zhong, stopping merely a foot away, Xiang Chun, with a single arm, firmly grasped the vine. Geng Zhong, struck with terror, hastily retreated. You wretched vine, understand your place. I am the master. And you are but a servant. Xiang Chun roared, his hand clenching the malevolent vine while brandishing the dragon-quaked demon blade in the other. With a fierce leap, he brought the blade crashing down. With a resounding thud, the blade pierced through the vine's maw, the dragon-quake expanding into a colossal 20-meter-long sword, driving the royal-grade devouring evil vine into the ground. Xiang Chen's expression twisted with ferocity, his breaths coming in ragged gasps as his wolf-like fangs were bared. A series of the devouring evil vines recoiled. The impaled vine embedded in the earth emitted a series of hissing sounds. I warn you, should you ever break free from my control again, I shall destroy you and your progenitor. I can afford to lose you, but I will not tolerate any aggression towards my people. Xiang Chun gripped the malevolent vine, his jaws sinking into its flesh. With a savage bite, he tore away a sizable chunk of vine meat, spitting it out as the vine let out a cacophony of pained shrieks. Yet undeterred, Xiang Chun continued to gnaw and rend, the vine becoming one with him, inflicting pain upon himself with each tear. A ruthless individual indeed, he consumed even his own. The vine, gradually shredded, howled in agony. Meanwhile, the other brothers cautiously gathered around, their expressions filled with apprehension as they observed the scene. After Xiang Chun had reduced the vine to tatters, it emitted whimpering sounds, a sign of submission, as it feared being utterly obliterated by Xiang Chun. Chapter 1034. The bump on his head having subdued the mangled fifth devouring evil vine, the other brothers dared to approach. Chun, are you all right? Wang Ying and the others gathered, their faces etched with concern for Xiang Chun. I'm fine. The vine lost control momentarily. I must have startled you. Xiang Chun replied with an apologetic smile. Indeed, it was quite terrifying. I thought you were going to devour me, Geng Zhong remarked with a rueful grin. The oppressive aura of Xiang Chen's bloodline left them powerless to resist, should he decide to consume them. My apologies, Xiao Geng. I will strive to prevent such occurrences in the future. I'm relieved you're unharmed, Chun. If it happens again, I shall sever this vine, he said. The others, witnessing Xiang Chen's return to composure, exhaled in relief. Tang, what sort of entities dwell within you? They are all malevolent beings, Zhuge Yuan approached, curiosity evident in his eyes. Thank you for your assistance just now, fat brother. Geng Zhong expressed his gratitude with a bow, acknowledging Zhuge Yuan's timely intervention that had potentially saved his life. Think nothing of it. It was a mere trifling act. Zhuge Yuan waved dismissively, regarding Xiang Chun with a mixture of intrigue and astonishment. As for my affairs, do not inquire, and those who know should remain silent. However, I am grateful, Zhuge Fatty, for saving my brother. Otherwise, I would have regretted it for a lifetime. Xiang Chun returned the gesture of respect. Zhuge Yuan reciprocated, stating, Brother Tang, you are no ordinary man. My association with you is merely to share in your fortune. We both have our needs, and there is no need for thanks. Xiang Chun shook his head with a wry smile. What fortune do I possess? I engage in the fiercest battles and endure the most violent lightning strikes. I suspect I hold a grudge against the heavenly way. Alas, the supreme fortune of the 9-9. I cannot be mistaken. However, it is peculiar that I am unable to discern your fate at this moment. Zhuge Yuan's fingers moved deftly, yet indeed, at this instant, he found himself unable to predict anything. How could Brother Xiang's celestial secrets suddenly become so utterly chaotic, devoid of any discernible patterns? Zhuge Yuan muttered to himself in contemplation. What? Xiang Chun inquired, puzzled. Zhuge Yuan explained. The universe operates under a principle, and the destinies of all things are governed by this principle. Yet, concerning Brother Tang's fate, it has inexplicably transformed into a tangled mess, lacking any semblance of order. What is this principle? What is fate? Zhuge Shingan, are you speaking truthfully or merely spinning tales? Li Huan questioned skeptically. The principle, how to elucidate it? It is challenging to articulate. It is an invisible framework that constitutes the existence of the universe. We all live under this intangible regulation. The most direct manifestation of this principle is through our cultivation as practitioners. It is the act of harnessing the power of the cosmic principle. Brotherly, the strength you cultivate is your principle. As for fate, It is the operation of the principle that births and influences the destinies of things. For instance, when a leaf falls, what determines where it lands? I do not know. Naturally, it is the wind. Wherever the wind blows, it shall drift. For the falling leaf, the wind represents its fate, the force that influences its final resting place. Living beneath the grand principle, we are perpetually influenced by the power it generates, and that is fate. For example, this brother chicken here, raise your sword. Zhuge Yuan pointed at Wang Xiaoji. Brother chicken, you old fool. I am Wang Ying, not chicken. Wang Ying retorted irritably, but he nevertheless lifted his sword. Now fly? Zhuge Yuan instructed. What do you intend to do? Wang Ying asked, perplexed, yet he took to the air. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered ominously above, and a bolt of lightning struck. Crack! Ah! Wang Ying screamed in agony as the lightning coursed through his sword and into his body, leaving him utterly electrified. Did you all witness that? This is the power of the principle and the influence of fate. It is not merely that Brother Wang had bad luck with the lightning. His actions summoned it, thus affecting his own fate. Zhuge Yuan's fingers, charred from the electricity, stared wide-eyed as he spoke to the bewildered Wang Xiaoji, who was enveloped in smoke. Oh, so this is fate. I am beginning to understand. Ah, so that is how it is. I have gained some insight. The others pondered thoughtfully. You insolent Zhuge, I shall slay you. You tricked me. Wang Xiaoji snapped back to reality, angrily raising his sword to strike Zhuge Yuan. Crack! Yet another bolt of lightning descended, once more leaving Xiaoji dazed. Xiaoji, quickly sheath your sword, you foolish creature. In a thunderstorm, you do not wield your sword. Whom do you intend to strike? Xiang Chen sighed, rubbing his face, pondering if there was any hope for the intelligence of his first blood brother. Could it be salvaged? Xiang Chen had bestowed upon him the power of the celestial wolf, yet Xiaoji had ultimately transformed into a bumbling fool. At that moment, a radiant light burst forth from Xiang Chen's Qinquan ring, manifesting into his stunning maiden. Qingcheng, have you recovered? How do you fare? With a charming smile, Qingcheng expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Brother Xiangchen, for your concern. I am well now. I merely experienced a temporary depletion of my spiritual and true essence. Sister-in-law, you have finally awakened. That sword strike of yours took quite a long time, didn't it? An eternal monarch indeed. You managed to withstand the test of ages, exclaimed Wang Ying with excitement. Qingcheng gazed at Wang Ying, whose attire was an ominous shade of autumn black, and found herself momentarily unable to recognize him. Is that you? Little chick? How have you become so dark? Wang Ying gritted his teeth, pointing at Zhuge Yuan. It's this rascal's fault. He had me summon thunder. Can you believe the audacity? Zhuge Yuan chuckled, his visage resembling a jumbled mass of flesh. Qingcheng, that previous sword strike, was it summoned through your heavenly eye? Xiangchen inquired, his brow furrowed in curiosity. Indeed, it was the power of my heavenly eye. But, Brother Xiangchen, why is your forehead so swollen? Qingcheng gently touched Xiangchen's forehead, revealing a large, fist-shaped bump. I have no idea who struck me. It appeared out of nowhere and hasn't subsided for quite some time. Xiangchen grimaced, the pain evident as he revealed the remarkable prominence on his forehead. Ah, within that bump lies a mysterious essence of martial arts. What an exquisite principle, Zhuge Yuan observed, unable to resist extending his pudgy hand to touch Xiangchen's injury. Xiangchen swatted his hand away with irritation. Enough. Let us not dwell on my bump. We must leave this peculiar forest. With that, Xiangchen took a leap, soaring dozens of meters into the air to land on a sturdy branch of a colossal tree. He then ascended further, climbing this towering tree that stretched hundreds of meters high. From his vantage point, which was now 700 or 800 meters above, Xiangchen activated his moon-gazing eye, allowing his vision to sweep across the vast expanse of the earth below. The forest was remarkably extensive, and his sight could not encompass all of it. He discovered numerous unique and powerful ancient beings, even remnants of ancient life forms, along with squads of crocodilian humanoids and human practitioners who had ventured within. However, he noted that the branches of these immense ancient trees predominantly flourished to the south, providing him with a means to ascertain direction. Continuing in this direction should lead them out of this treacherous forest. The southern path, benefiting from the longest exposure to sunlight and abundant photosynthesis, absorbed the sun's essence, resulting in the most verdant canopies. Additionally, by examining the tree stump's growth rings, he discerned that the southern rings were relatively sparse while the northern ones were densely packed. Xiangchen descended, landing before his companions, gesturing towards the south. We shall proceed in this direction. With that, he leapt forward, weaving through the vast forest. His companions followed suit, disengaging from their battle formations to keep pace. Although their formation was formidable, the 7 kills battle array drained their true essence, stamina, and spiritual energy at several times the usual rate, making it unsustainable for prolonged periods. Little chick, how is your injury faring? In the low-flying thickets, the group suppressed their presence. Brother Chun, I am fine now, Wang Ying replied. By the way, Brother Chun, it seems you previously killed a disciple of the Huangshan sword sect, while another managed to escape. We forgot to ensure their silence, Li Huan interjected. There were some outsiders as well, but they fled in terror when the celestial evil vine went out of control, he continued. Alas, this malevolent vine remains a nuisance. Until I ascend to the realm of carefree transcendence, and my soul's willpower is sufficient to maintain control, its wickedness will influence my resolve. Xiang Chen sighed, mourning for the individual he had inadvertently slain for 3 seconds. Upon arriving here, our adversaries are not merely the native ferocious beasts, but also the other disciples undergoing assessment. Merit is something that can be seized, and we must remain vigilant against outsiders. Do you understand? Xiang Chen admonished the group. Affirmative. The group vanished into the vast ancient forest. After traversing 600 to 700 kilometers, they finally paused to rest, having hunted a few ferocious beasts to prepare a meal. They sat down to recuperate. Cultivators are human too, with their lives and limited stamina. Having journeyed from outer space, they faced ambushes, hunts, pursuits, and fierce battles with beasts, leaving everyone quite fatigued. Within the forest, beneath a towering tree, some were skinning a massive, over 10-meter-long horned demon deer, while others scattered the insect-repelling powder refined by Xiang Chun around the campsite. Xiang Chun was busy constructing a fire pit, preparing to roast the demon deer. Li Huan led a small team of 7 brothers, vigilantly stationed around, ever alert, utilizing their moon-watching eye and sensory abilities. Half an hour later, the aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, and they began to feast to replenish their energy. Xiang Chen also produced dozens of ice crystal swordfish for everyone to consume, restoring their Taiyin true essence. Brother Chun, why can't that bump on your head seem to go away? Wang Ziajiji teased between bites, suppressing laughter at the sight of Xiang Chun's prominent swelling. Does the deer and fish not smell delightful? Xiang Chen inquired. Delicious, but it doesn't silence your mouth, does it? Stop staring, he retorted, giving Wang Ziajiji a gentle kick. Wang Ziajiji coughed with laughter, food nearly choking him. Brother Chun, it's not that I lack sympathy. I simply cannot contain myself. Just look at that bump on your head, so full and round. It surely denotes wealth and prosperity. You appear to be someone destined for great endeavors. Get lost. Keep staring, and I'll gouge your eyes out, Xiang Chun replied, gritting his teeth, instinctively touching the bump on his head. Ow! Why has it grown larger? Xiang Chun lamented, despairing at the sight of the swelling, which seemed to amplify with each touch, refusing to diminish even with the nourishment of true essence. Brother Chun, look. Ching Chong presented a mirror before him. In the reflection, a sizable bump on Xiang Chun's forehead was distinctly visible, marked with 5 clear fingerprints. Unmistakably evidence of a blow received from another. Good grief. This is outrageous. Who on earth is responsible for this? It's nearly disfiguring. Xiang Chun exclaimed, startled. The bump had risen to a height of 4 centimeters, resembling an unsightly growth. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down from the heavens, violently crashing upon Xiang Chun. Oh! Xiang Chun shrieked, his body jolted by the electric shock. The surrounding brothers, save for Ching Chong, were all charred and smoking, their eyes wide with bewilderment as they exchanged glances. Curse you, you infernal deity. Have I wronged you in any way? Was it you who struck me? Xiang Chun fumed, flinging the meat from his hand and raising his fingers skyward in outrage. Yet again, a thunderous roar reverberated, as lightning descended with blinding speed, enveloping Xiang Chun. Ah! A chorus of anguished cries erupted from over 20 brethren. Brother Tang, cease your scolding. The heavens are watching. Divine spirits dwell 3 feet above us. Zhuge Yuan, now resembling a charred figure, hastily interjected. I fear nothing, Chenggu. Xiang Chun was on the verge of uttering another curse, but the pleading expressions of his comrades compelled him to remain silent. Heavenly Lord, temper your wrath. It was but a jest. I humbly offer my apologies. Xiang Chun proclaimed with a smirk, bowing respectfully towards the sky. When the storm ceased, The group collectively exhaled in relief. Why was sister not struck by lightning? Wang Xiaoji inquired, casting a puzzled glance towards Qing Cheng. You would wish for my misfortune? Qing Cheng shot back with a fierce glare. Nay, I jest. Surely. Your beauty is too radiant for the heavens to bear, Wang Xiaoji chuckled. What? Do you imply that I am less than beautiful? Zhang Dan interjected, playfully brandishing a claw at Xiaoji's throat. I swear, in my heart, my wife is the most beautiful, Wang Ying declared solemnly, raising his hand in oath. Crack. Another bolt of lightning struck, and Wang Ying let out a cry, as this time, he himself was the target. Xiaoji, how dare you deceive me? Speak. Who is the fairest in your eyes? Zhang Dan roared, lunging at Xiaoji. Do not strike, my dear wife, it is you. Crack. Oh, once again, the heavens were seemingly cooperative, as another bolt descended. Dare you deceive me again? Who is truly the most beautiful? It is sister. Wang Ying finally spoke the truth. And this time, the lightning spared him. Goodness, Xiaoji, you are quite audacious, harboring such thoughts about sister. By the rules of the realm, brothers, let us attend to him with 3 blades and 6 wounds, Xiangqin scoffed, issuing a command that prompted the others to join in the uproar. However, brother Xiang, there appears to be a certain profundity in that bump on your head. Perhaps you should study it further. It might yield something of value, Zhuge Yuan, with his ample figure, approached, eager to examine the bump atop Xiangqin's head. Xiangqin's expression darkened. Let us not discuss the bump. Perhaps we can still forge friendships. Ahem, forget I mentioned it. Zhuge Yuan suppressed the urge to touch, lowering his gaze to consume grilled meat and fish. By the heavens, who has struck me? I cannot recall who delivered this blow, Xiangqin murmured, gently prodding the bump on his head. Ouch! Why am I so unfortunate? Chapter 1036. Vigilance against betrayal among the 3 small teams, aside from Qing Cheng, Zhang Dan, and a sister named Tu Na, who were not on duty, the rest, including Xiangqin himself, took turns resting for 3 hours. Once everyone's physical strength, true essence, and mental fortitude were fully restored, they set forth once more. Among the 56 wolf leaders of the Yan Huang Hall, 18 were women, all of whom had originally pledged allegiance to Xiangqin alongside a Duoya. Brother Chun, there is movement. Suddenly, from the front, the scouting team led by Li Huan returned, reporting to Xiangqin. Oh, Xiangqin, upon hearing these words, took a decisive step, launching himself into the air to ascend the towering treetops, where he unleashed his ocular prowess to survey the surroundings. Unlike the use of spiritual consciousness, which he reserved for controlling magical artifacts, he had always preferred to rely on his visual perception, as spiritual consciousness, being a diluted form of soul power, was easily detectable by others and had a shorter range than his keen eyesight. More than 80 kilometers away lay a woodland encampment, marked by the flickering flames of insect-repelling bonfires and dotted with numerous tents. Surrounding the fires, over 90 reptilian warriors indulged in merriment, consuming liquor and roasting meat. Horrifyingly, the meat they prepared was that of human cultivators, stripped of their garments. These unfortunate souls had their tendons severed, their dantians destroyed, and were bound by iron chains to large metal rods, their bodies coated in oil and subjected to the searing heat of fire spirit stones. Their anguished screams pierced the air, chilling the souls of those who heard them, as their flesh was charred and rendered into grease. The surrounding reptilian warriors, intoxicated, found exhilaration in the cries of torment. Some had been butchered into pieces, savored once roasted, while the mournful sounds of a human woman weeping echoed from within one of the tents. Soon, a bare-chested reptilian male emerged, clad in black armor. He nodded in acknowledgement, prompting another reptilian warrior to eagerly enter. A respectful warrior presented a roasted human cultivator to this armored man, who held a striking, muscular physique and slit pupils, a figure of authority within the unit. In the hierarchy of command, this man held the title of unit leader, equivalent to a lieutenant in human ranks. Grasping the leg of the roasted human, he tore it off with a savage ease, consuming it as one would a roasted chicken. Such brutality is appalling from a human perspective, yet to the reptilians, it bore no distinction from feasting on lamb or chicken. When humans partake in roast chicken, the bird, if endowed with consciousness, would likely perceive the act as equally cruel. This is not a commentary on morality, but rather a depiction of the natural cycle of predation that exists between different species. One consumes the other, a relentless dance of survival. In a parallel epoch marked by chaos, The nomadic tribes considered the people of the Central Plains as livestock, preparing and consuming them with a chilling indifference to the brutality that transcended ethical boundaries. Indeed, the reptilians exhibited a mercilessness towards humans. One dish, known as monkey brain, involved securing a living monkey's head to a table and slicing open its skull, allowing the creature to suffer while garnished with scallions and doused in hot oil. As diners scooped out the delicacy, when humanity devised the means to consume monkey brain while the creature lived, they forfeited the right to reproach the laws of nature. Adjacent to the encampment were iron cages inscribed with runes, housing a dozen or so humans, their faces etched with despair. These abominable beings feasted upon their kind. What need was there for such torment? Xiang Chun felt a surge of anger. Despite his lineage of demon blood, he had lived 2 lives as a human. The squad of crocodilian warriors comprised 92 fighters, including 16 formidable heavenly kings, with the rest being masters. Chen Ge, shall we engage? Li Huan inquired. Indeed. I shall slay these wretches. Xiang Chun replied coldly. He descended to the ground and immediately began sketching a map of the crocodilian camp in the forest. With the enemy's numerical superiority and considerable heavenly kings, a direct assault could result in significant casualties. The perimeter is guarded by both overt and covert sentinels, making it impossible to approach and poison them directly, Li Huan remarked. Indeed, their sentinel spiritual awareness is intertwined, making stealthy infiltration quite challenging, Xiang Chun mused, contemplating strategies. What if we transformed into bat wolves, approaching undetected, and then delivered a lethal strike to eliminate the sentinels? Wang Ying suggested. Li Huan rolled his eyes. Didn't you hear Chen Ge? They have set up spiritual awareness around. If we kill one sentinel, the others will notice the absence, and the camp will be alerted, leading to an all-out confrontation. Haha, I can resolve this issue, Zhuge Yuan chuckled, inching closer. Oh, Zhuge the Mystic, what method do you propose? Wang Xiaoji asked. Can you truly address the issue of spiritual detection? Xiang Chun inquired, surprised. Zhuge Yuan explained, my Bagua 5 elements formation can disrupt the magnetic field within a certain range, rendering their spiritual awareness ineffective. This way, you can approach unnoticed and catch them off guard. With your abilities, a surprise attack could eliminate a significant portion of their forces. Wow, you possess such capabilities. Truly worthy of being the disciple of the Prime Minister. Wang Xiaoji exclaimed, patting Zhuge Yuan's plump belly, which quivered in response. This makes things much easier. Li Huan, Xiaoji, heed my instructions, Xiang Chun said, feeling a surge of joy from Zhuge Yuan's abilities as he began to strategize. After some discussion, Xiang Chun and his comrades began to conceal their presence and advanced toward the crocodilian squad stationed over 80 kilometers away. For them, this distance was not insurmountable, and soon they were within 10 kilometers of the enemy camp. Zhuge, what are your thoughts on the demon race? Xiang Chun suddenly asked. Zhuge Yuan paused, then replied, what do you mean, Brother Tang? In our sect, whether human, demon, or even devils, immortals, gods, and Buddhas, are all merely pawns under the Tao. All life is the same. I can only observe. Very well, Zhuge, consume this, Xiang Chun said, producing a plump golden pill. What is this? Zhuge Yuan asked, puzzled. It is the life and death pill I concocted, concerning the life and death secrets of our brotherhood. It is not a matter of distrust, but youthful experiences have taught me to be cautious. If you ingest it, you will perish in 3 days without the antidote. To prevent you from betraying us, you must take it. Should you succeed, I shall provide the antidote. Will you comply? Zhuge Yuan stared at the pill in Xiang Chun's hand, hesitation flickering across his face. However, the gazes of the surrounding brothers and sisters were predatory, all fixated upon him. I am convinced that Brother Tang would not harm me. If you wish to do me harm, there would be no need for such underhanded tactics. Zhuge Yuan nodded, accepted the elixir, and swallowed it. There was no way to bask in another's fortune without paying a price. The Taoist Tai Chung had also forged a life and death contract with Xiang Liang to absorb the great fortune of the Chu. Chapter 1037. The Husky Pig. It must be said that Xiang Chun's approach exemplifies the actions of a competent leader. Trust is rooted in profound emotions. However, even blood brothers can turn against each other for immense profit and power. He had experienced betrayal, as have countless others. Such events unfold every minute across various realms and dynasties. Genuine trust must not be carelessly given. One must wield means to safeguard oneself, speaking just enough to maintain an advantage. The world of cultivators is inherently a dark realm of deceit. He bore the weight of not just one life, but the fates of many. Even if his methods were despicable, Xiang Chun would choose to act. After Zhuge Yuan ingested the elixir, its potency seemed to take root within him, occupying a space, gathering yet not releasing its power. Xiang Chun observed this with a slight smile, and the gazes of his brothers softened. "Brothers, reveal your true selves," Xiang Chun said with a grin. "I can't shake the feeling that what you have given me is more than just the life and death elixir," Zhuge Yuan remarked, a shrewd smile crossing his face, which ignited a flicker of suspicion. "Hey, Zhuge the mystic, don't get frightened," Wang Ying chuckled. Then his robe vanished into his body, and he sprouted silvery white fur. His form swelled, transforming into a colossal celestial wolf of 2 zhong, with a pair of snow-white wings sprouting from his back. Around them, the brothers of Yanhuang began their transformations, each becoming a celestial wolf. By the infinite celestial sovereign, what in the world? Demonic beings. Zhuge Yuan was genuinely startled, incredulously observing the transformation of his Yanhuang brethren into celestial wolves. You are demons?" he exclaimed in shock, turning to Xiang Chun. Xiang Chun, too, expanded, transforming into a fearsome celestial wolf over 20 meters long. "We are the gods of the future," he proclaimed with a wicked smile. Suddenly, Zhuge Yuan emitted a low, painful groan. He hunched over as his blood boiled, the elixir's force surging through him with overwhelming intensity. He felt as though every drop of blood was igniting within him. A searing agony. His plump face flushed crimson as droplets of blood were expelled from his pores. "What have you made me consume?" Zhuge Yuan's face contorted in pain. "By the infinite celestial sovereign, what have you fed me?" "My hands." Panic-stricken, he exclaimed in his native dialect, realizing that white fur was sprouting from his arms, sharp wolf claws emerging from his fingertips. With a loud rip, his shoes burst apart as claws grew forth, and his ears transformed into those of a wolf. A low growl escaped his lips as his mouth elongated, revealing menacing wolf fangs, and he transformed entirely into a silver celestial wolf. With a gasp of disbelief, the heavenly wolf king stared in astonishment. Before him stood a heavenly wolf, plump as a giant panda, rotund, and possessing a substantial belly, with a chubby head and pointed ears, presenting an exceedingly comical sight. It bore an uncanny resemblance to a pig. This creature had transformed into a wolf, yet retained such an ample physique. Amusingly, it was rather endearing. Surrounding him were the fiery yellow brethren, pointing and whispering as they gazed at Zhuge Yuan, who resembled a furry ball. Unlike his siblings, who transformed into majestic and formidable wolves, this Zhuge heavenly wolf appeared as a cross between a wolf and a pig, possessing the visage of a wolf yet the body of a swine. Xiang Chun could only shake his head in disbelief. This foolish creature had been fed not a life and death elixir, but rather his own bloodline's transformation essence, a concoction of his own making. A mournful howl emanated from Zhuge Yuan as he pawed at his own face, a lament so sorrowful that it echoed over 10 kilometers away to the crocodile men's camp. "Did you hear that?" one of the crocodile sentinels remarked. "Sounds like a wolf's howl. Be cautious. The beasts of this ancient forest are no trifling matter. Lower your voices, lest we alarm the beasts," another warned. The moon-swallowing heavenly wolf approached and placed a firm paw on Zhuge heavenly wolf's mouth. "Xiang Chun, you unfortunate fool, what have you fed me? Where has my handsome visage gone?" Zhuge heavenly wolf whimpered, patting his face in despair. "Handsome? You jest. Look at you, what a splendid bloodline you have, reduced to this." "Alas, a disgrace to the heavenly wolf lineage," Wang Xiaoji jeered, deliberately conjuring a large magical mirror for Zhuge heavenly wolf to behold. Staring at his wolfish face, his round belly, and his limbs transformed into wolf legs, with a hefty tail wagging behind him, Zhuge Yuan was utterly bewildered. "Xiang Chun, you wretched trickster, how am I to face others, or my master, in this state? I shall bite you to death." Enraged, Zhuge heavenly wolf lunged at the moon swallowing heavenly wolf. "Bloodline pressure kneel," commanded the moon swallowing heavenly wolf, his eyes gleaming with power, enveloping Zhuge heavenly wolf in an aura of dominance. The intended attacker found himself compelled to obey an unassailable command, immediately crouching down, his tail swaying, resembling a fat, spoiled hawk. "Why can I not move?" Zhuge heavenly wolf seethed, baring his teeth in frustration. "Seal your mouth," the moon swallowing heavenly wolf instructed further. Instantly, Zhuge Heavenly Wolf's mouth was sealed, rendering him mute. Transforming back into his human form, the moon-swallowing Heavenly Wolf looked at the indignant Zhuge Yuan and chuckled. Fear not, my rotund friend, I am not deceiving you, but rather facilitating your transformation. Facilitating? You have turned me into a creature of ridicule. What do you call this? Zhuge Heavenly Wolf's mind raced with expletives directed at Xiang Chun. You claim that beneath the heavens, all beings are equal, yet when faced with a different form of life, you cannot accept it? Have you forgotten the Taoist principle of natural order, that all things are our teachers? With a serious demeanor, Xiang Ergo commenced a lesson on the politics of the Heavenly Wolves. How dare you transform me from a perfectly fine being into this grotesque form, the celestial entity? How utterly vexing you are. I find myself exasperated by your incessant tirade. With a string of invectives, Zhuge Yuan unleashed a torrent of curses, a clear manifestation of his bewilderment at this sudden transformation. The surrounding brothers and sisters sat, listening to his vitriol, yawning as he continued for an extended period. Gradually, Zhuge Tianlang grew weary of his cursing. His voice diminished, giving way to astonishment. Is this not the power of the Taiyin? Indeed, the essence of myriad shadows. The force of the Taiyin. How have I come to wield such power? This bloodline possesses intriguing potential, seemingly capable of control, he mused, momentarily caught in a flurry of self-reflection. As the narrative progresses, Zhuge Tianlang gradually morphed from a wolf into a rotund figure. This individual exhibited an astonishing aptitude. It appeared that Chun Gu had not instructed him on how to harness this transformation, yet he had managed to metamorphose independently. Are you under the impression that everyone shares your level of foolishness? Zhang Dan retorted, casting a sidelong glance. My dear, what you perceive as foolishness is, in fact, profound wisdom concealed beneath a veneer of simplicity, Wang Ying countered. Zhuge Yuan, now human, gleefully touched his plump visage. I have reverted once more. Let me transform again. With a flurry of changes, he oscillated between human and wolf forms, delighting in his newfound adaptability. This elixir you provided is rather intriguing, he chuckled. From now on, refer to me as Zhuge Shingun, do you understand? Wang Ying playfully smacked the top of Zhuge Yuan's head. Suddenly, a tail sprouted from him, striking Wang Ying and sending him crashing against a tree with an anguished cry. My goodness, you are utterly inept. He has only just acquired this bloodline. Yet his combat prowess surpasses yours, Xiang Chun remarked, observing the spectacle. Zhuge Yuan, is this enjoyable? He inquired. Indeed, it is quite fascinating. However, what is this ominous aura enveloping me? Quickly, help me dispel it. Zhuge Yuan, believing it merely a side effect of the potion, was unaware that his very essence had undergone a transformation. It cannot be eradicated. You have become a creature of the shadows. You can only suppress its manifestation. This is the path you must tread, Xiang Chun replied, shaking his head and tossing a jade talisman to Zhuge Yuan. Is it truly possible to become a creature of the shadows? You cannot be serious. I merely consumed a single elixir. Zhuge Yuan exclaimed, clutching the talisman with astonishment. Do you think the sudden influx of Taiyin energy within you is a mere coincidence? Zhuge Yuan, you are an innate practitioner of the Bagua and 5 elements. Destined to master the elemental arts, Xiang Chun inquired, his eyes shimmering with brilliance akin to a radiant moon. Zhuge Yuan cast a glance at him, then plopped down onto a withered tree stump behind him, declaring, Indeed, I have practiced the way since childhood, and by fortunate coincidence, I encountered my master, thus embarking on the path of cultivation. May the infinite celestial sovereign bless you. Xiang Chun responded. You ought to be aware that the Bagua and the 5 elements are not the ultimate forms of the Bagua. The most formidable is the Yin-Yang Great 5 Elements Bagua physique, which possesses an additional force of the lunar essence. Is this not a grand opportunity for you? Look, you have only just begun to draw upon my fortune, yet you have already received such a significant boon, and still, you curse me. Do you possess no conscience? By the heavens, it appears so. However, I must inquire, what exactly have you fed me? How did it transform me into a demon? He swallowed his vituperations and asked earnestly. The bloodline transformation demon pill technique, he answered. This is a technique devised by the powerful of the demon race to prevent the extinction of their bloodline. By sheer chance, I obtained the bloodline of the moon-swallowing heavenly wolf, and I employed this technique to enable my brethren to inherit the strength of this bloodline, thus evolving their lives. Now, I offer you this invaluable opportunity, and yet you dare to insult me. Where is your sense of ethics? Alas, I have misjudged you. Xiang Chen sighed in sorrow, his words evoking guilt even in the recently worldly fat Taoist. The heavens and earth are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. Humanity emulates the earth emulates the heavens emulate the Tao, and the Tao emulates nature. Be it human, demon, or any sentient being, we all belong to the great multitude. Your vehement rejection of becoming a demon clearly reflects a form of racial discrimination and disdain. You are disparaging the very way of nature that you pursue, Zhuge Yuan. Have you come to realize your error? Xiang Chen pressed further. I believe I may have overreacted, Zhuge Yuan stammered, his resolve faltering under Xiang Chen's invincible rhetoric. Ultimately bowing his head in humility, Xiang Chen continued, whether human, demon, or even devil, we all pursue our own paths in various forms of existence. By what right do you, from a human perspective, dismiss another's journey? Zhuge Yuan, with a pained expression, replied, I was wrong, Brother Tang, I apologize. As long as my heart leans towards goodness and I base my actions on the Tao, the path of any life form deserves respect. Even if I bear the form of a demon, my heart encompasses the universe and embraces all beings. By what right do you disdain the demon? Xiang Chen's relentless questioning left Zhuge Yuan overwhelmed with shame, unable to lift his gaze, consumed by guilt, and he raised his hand to strike his own face in self-reproach. Your eloquence is truly remarkable. Brother Tang, do not call me that. Refer to me as Brother Chun. From now on, follow Brother Chun. Do not conform to the masses. With Brother Chun, your future is assured. Trust Brother Chun, and you shall not fail. Believe in Brother Chun, and you shall achieve immortality. Our ideal is to establish a heart for the heavens and the earth, to give life to the people, to inherit the teachings of the ancients, and to bring peace to all ages. Xiang Chen gazed into the distance, tilting his face at a perfect 45-degree angle, exuding an air of profound sorrow, embodying the expression of a compassionate sage. In that fleeting moment, the clouds parted at sunset, and Xiang Chen waved his hand, cleaving a great tree in midair. A radiant golden light enveloped the youth, shining brilliantly, as if he were an enlightened being or a savior. Even the swelling on his head appearing as a mark of sanctity. Such a remarkable scene unfolded. In that instant, to the little chubby boy, Xiang Chen's figure transformed, becoming majestic and formidable. You speak of our elder brother's eloquence. Who could possibly be deceived by him? What beauty could resist his charm? Truly remarkable. Wang Xiaoji gazed from a distance at the resplendent young man, his head adorned with a prominent bump, unable to suppress his admiration. Unprincipled, celestial lord, Brother Chun. Zhuge Yuan felt a surge of emotion within, bowing sincerely in gratitude. It was profoundly moving to realize that Brother Chun harbored such lofty ideals and bestowed such opportunities upon him. How foolish of him to have disparaged Brother Chun based solely on superficial appearances. It was indeed unjust. Good brother. Henceforth I shall follow Brother Chun and forge a great enterprise. Xiang Chun nodded gravely, patting Zhuge Yuan's shoulder, which was plump with flesh. Indeed, I shall unite with Brother Chun to realize this grand and noble aspiration, to establish a heart for the heavens and a destiny for the people, to carry forth the teachings of the ancients, and to usher in peace for all ages. Zhuge Yuan's expression turned serious, his blood surging with fervor. Well said. Ahem, brother. Let us return to reality. Come, to establish a heart for the heavens, we must first vanquish that pack of beasts. Xiang Chun clapped his shoulder, then transformed into a wolf, soaring ahead. Zhuge Yuan morphed into a hefty wolf, following closely, with a band of brothers and sisters transforming and trailing behind, including Qingqing and Hanzheng. Fear not if Ergo is cultured. Be wary if he possesses eloquence, unparalleled skills, and an understanding of unity and alliances. The future of this realm is at stake. Thanks, Luingu, for the release of Old Cat. And for Ergo's foray into multi-level marketing. At least he has the talent to deceive at the managerial level. Chapter 1039. If we could gang up. Why bother with duels within the encampment? The crocodilian beings continued their gruesome feast, oblivious to the impending danger. A man, scorched by flames, emitted a chorus of anguished cries, his bare body smeared with fragrant oil, the fat on his skin slowly rendered by the heat. Meanwhile, over a dozen others confined in cages awaited a similar fate. I can't endure this any longer. I should never have come here. Kill me, I beg you. Grant me a swift end. The tortured cultivator pleaded for mercy, his cries only fueling the savage excitement of the crocodilians. I can't take it anymore. This accursed trial. This wretched Bation sect. These damned crocodilians. I swear, even if I become a ghost, I will not spare you. In the cage, a man, unable to withstand the torment, infused all his strength into a strike against his own head. Bang! The force of his palm crushed into his skull, blood streamed from his 7 orifices, and his brain was shattered. He collapsed lifelessly to the ground. In comparison to being tortured to death, this man chose the path of self-destruction. More terrifying than death itself is the anticipation of it, the dread that looms before the inevitable end. The others sat in despair in the corners, watching the man take his own life. Some contemplated the same fate, yet lacked the courage to follow through. A kilometer away, atop a large tree, a crocodilian crouched, its dark, golden vertical pupils scanning the surroundings, its spiritual sense expanding to encompass the area. A few hundred meters away, another crocodilian sentry, hidden within a thicket, also spread its spiritual sense, which intertwined with the first like invisible electromagnetic waves. Surrounding the camp were 8 such sentinels, both visible and concealed, their spiritual senses casting a protective veil over the encampment's safety. An invisible wave of magnetic energy suddenly enveloped the surroundings, rendering the spiritual senses ineffective, as if communication had been utterly severed. The crocodilian sentinels perched upon the trees were taken aback, sensing that their spiritual perception had become futile, their awareness shrouded in an impenetrable darkness. At that moment, a silver wolf bat, no larger than a cat, flapped its wings and soared through the air. Approaching distances of 100, 80, 50, and finally 20 meters, the wolf bat launched an attack with astonishing speed, surpassing that of a cannonball. With a swift strike, its claws tore through the air, severing the head of a crocodilian sentinel, sending blood gushing forth. The head fell to the ground, instantly enveloped by a dark mist, which consumed the very essence of its soul. The headless corpse thudded to the forest floor, twitching amidst the soft carpet of leaves. Chinchang, it's done. The wolf bat emitted a barely audible sonic language, inaudible and incomprehensible to other races, as the celestial wolf clan possessed its own tongue. Meanwhile, amidst the thicket, a human-like crocodilian was engrossed in a book adorned with illustrations of romantic escapades, commonly referred to as an adult book. His spiritual sense, too, was in a state of expansion, yet suddenly, it faltered, plunging his mind into darkness. He was momentarily astonished when a piercing sound erupted above him. In an instant, a claw struck through his skull, invading his mind. A wolf-headed bat, no larger than a cat, perched atop him, its claws razor-sharp. Darkness enveloped the crocodilian's vision as he met his demise. How unexpected, indulging in such material, a kindred spirit indeed. Quick, conceal it before my wife discovers. The wolf-headed bat, transformed from Wang Ziajiji, expressed delight as it tucked away the book. Chinchang, it's done. Chinchang, I have succeeded as well. Simultaneously, nearly all present struck, and 8 sentinels were silently dispatched. Action. In the thicket, Xiang Chun, shouldering the dragon scepter demon blade and grasping the dragon hunter bow, stealthily advanced toward the encampment. His feet had morphed into wolf-like claws, treading silently upon the ground, while his comrades crouched low, moving stealthily alongside him. Haha, the flavor of this 2-legged sheep is delightful. Do take a taste. One crocodilian tore off the roasted arm of a human cultivator, offering it to another nearby. The recipient savored a bite, exclaiming in admiration, quite exquisite. Haha, I am satisfied. Human women are truly tender. I'm next. A crocodilian emerged from a nearby tent, donning garments with a grin. It's my turn. Another crocodilian, brimming with excitement, rose in preparation to enter. Suddenly, a blinding arrow shot forth from a kilometer away, its speed reaching 40 times that of sound, rendering even the mightiest of Heavenly King Realm warriors incapable of reacting in time. Boom! As the crocodile man prepared to enter the tent, his head exploded with a resounding crack, splattering blood and viscera across the ground, leaving a decapitated corpse to collapse. The ravenous crocodile man's smile froze instantaneously as arrows surged forth, obliterating his head in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A cacophony of whistling arrows filled the air, dozens of them raining down relentlessly. The heads of the crocodile tribe resembled watermelons, bursting one after another in a series of explosive pops. 7 arrows targeted the crocodile commander, whose prowess was at the 5th level of transcendence. A protective talisman on his body flared to life, emanating a radiant glow. The 7 arrows struck with ferocity, shattering upon impact, and the protective talisman was similarly destroyed. Nevertheless, the talisman mitigated much of the force, and although the remaining arrow energy detonated against the commander, it failed to slay him. An ambush, roared the crocodile commander, transforming into battle mode. However, as he surveyed his surroundings, he discovered that nearly all of his squad had been decimated by the arrows. Only 8 crocodile warriors remained, summoning their magical shields to withstand the second wave of arrows. What is happening? Could someone be coming to our rescue? The human cultivators confined in cages watched in shock as the crocodile warriors were dispatched in quick succession. Ambushers, reveal yourselves, bellowed the crocodile commander, one claw tearing through the air with lethal intent, cleaving a massive tree in half. Swish, swish. At that moment, 28 figures emerged from the surrounding forest. The leader, with flowing black hair and a handsome visage, donned a white robe adorned with a prominent headband. The crocodile commander glared menacingly at the approaching group, positioning himself back to back with his remaining subordinates, weapons drawn in defiance. Despicable humans, if you have the courage, face me in single combat. The crocodile commander roared, employing the universal language of the humans. Only a fool would challenge you one-on-one when we can overwhelm you with numbers. Fire! Xiang Ergu sneered, gesturing for his comrades from the Yanhuang faction to unleash a barrage of arrows, dozens of which soared towards the 8 or 9 remaining crocodiles. The power of each arrow surpassed that of a rocket. Within the explosive chaos, the magical shields of the few remaining warriors were shattered under the relentless assault of arrows, turning them into mere Swiss cheese. Amidst the chaos, the crocodile commander roared defiantly, brandishing his blade to withstand the oncoming storm of arrows. Xiang Chun, gripping the dragon hunter bow, unleashed a rapid succession of 7 arrows with pinpoint accuracy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One arrow pierced through the long blade, for arrows breached their defenses. And the final 2 arrows struck true, shattering the commander's head. The decapitated body tumbled forward, crashing down before Xiang Chun. The human cultivators confined in their cages stared in astonishment at the spectacle. They gazed at the young man leading the charge, perceiving him as a king surrounded by a constellation of stars. This striking figure possessed features chiseled like marble, a face that exuded an exquisite charm, and an air of carefree abandon, yet the glint in his eyes commanded respect. His thick, lustrous black hair framed a pair of sharp eyebrows above enchanting peach blossom eyes, brimming with emotion, capable of ensnaring anyone who dared to gaze too long. With a prominent nose and moderately full crimson lips, he radiated a dazzling smile, yet marred only by an unusual bump atop his head. Who is this remarkably handsome fellow? Even with such an oddity, could he be a born saint? Huh. The notorious crocodile man has met his demise. We are saved. Fellow traveler, hasten to rescue us. The group of captives within the cage erupted with exuberance. Their despair instantly transformed into a glimmer of hope for survival. Li Huan and his band of brothers began to clear the surrounding corpses, while Xiang Chun led a team towards the cage, standing before the captives. Fear not, comrades, we have come to rescue you. One of the Yanhuang brothers prepared to sever the cage's bars. What? You still demand a protection fee? This is excessive. Just then, Xiang Chun bellowed, pointing at Wang Ying. What? The young man looked utterly bewildered. A protection fee? Did I ever mention that? The brother who was about to open the cage recoiled in shock, equally perplexed as he gazed at Xiang Chun. With a righteous demeanor, Xiang Chun admonished Wang Ying. How can you extort a protection fee from our kin? I never said that. Yes, we must collect. Wang Ying suddenly enlightened, exclaiming, Brother Chun, think of the numerous magical arrows we exhausted to save them. Is it so wrong to ask for a protection fee? Is it not a matter of course? The other brothers chimed in, adopting the role of the villains, supporting him. Indeed, Brother Chun, we risked our lives to save them. A modest protection fee is hardly unreasonable. As he spoke, his gaze turned cold, directing a fervent plea for payment towards the astonished group in the cage. You lot, a bunch of vulgar souls, how shameful it is to be associated with you. Ergo retorted angrily, embodying righteousness. Brother, this is quite unscrupulous. Zhang Dan and the 3 women, including the enchanting Tuna, stifled their laughter. The Yin Huang sister Tuna chuckled so heartily that she had to hold onto Qing Cheng to mask her expression. Alas, Brother Xiang Chun was never like this before. Qing Cheng sighed with a wry smile. Gentlemen, please cease your quarrel and rescue us. We are willing to pay the protection fee. Indeed, we are grateful for your assistance. And we are ready to compensate. I possess a 7th grade fire spirit mushroom. Will that suffice? I am willing to offer a vial of 7th grade elixir to express my gratitude. Please help us. The captives quickly understood, eagerly producing their storage rings to retrieve treasures, casting grateful glances at Xiang Chun, who exuded an aura of righteousness despite his unusual bump. Oh dear, how embarrassing. Wang Ying grinned, though his body was undeniably honest as he promptly collected the treasures offered by the captives. After securing the rewards, Xiang Chun cleaved the cage open, liberating the captives. Qing Cheng entered a nearby tent, discovering a human woman huddled naked in the corner, her eyes vacant and her body marked with scratches. With a sigh, Qing Cheng approached, draping a robe over her. Do not fear, you are safe now. All the crocodile men have been slain. She softly reassured, gently patting the woman's shoulder. The woman, with her vacant gaze fixed on Qing Cheng, suddenly burst into tears, collapsing into her embrace and weeping uncontrollably. It is impossible to articulate the torment she endured. Yet one can certainly imagine the unspeakable atrocities she faced. Shadows of dark wolf spirits transformed into ominous mist, devouring the souls of the deceased. The bodies of the crocodile warriors were all gathered. These remains, imbued with the essence of flesh and blood, served as potent elixirs for cultivation. Eventually, they would extract the true essence and refine it into blood spirit pills for consumption. Zhuge, the soothsayer, handed a bundle of black mist, encasing a piece of the crocodile soul, to Zhuge Yuan. What on earth are you doing, you unscrupulous deity? Hurry and recite a reincarnation incantation to send them off. Zhuge Yuan retorted, exasperated. Hey, you naive fool. Brother Chun instructed us to focus solely on slaying, not on funerals. This substance can be refined into ghostly servants, enabling the cultivation of divine powers that temporarily enhance one's magical abilities during combat. Is that truly the case? Zhuge Yuan inquired, astonished. Indeed, just ingest it, and the wolf spirit will refine itself. Moreover, it must be paired with this essence of the 5 grains to be effective. Wang Ying, with utmost seriousness, picked up a lump from the ground. Surely not. Is this the grotesque method of cultivation? Don't deceive me. Zhuge Yuan gazed at the object in Wang Ying's hand, his complexion paling. Honestly, if I were to deceive you, I would not be human. If I lie, may my beloved grandfather be struck down by lightning. For the sake of power and the pursuit of the Tao, what does it matter? The best way to conquer fear is to face it, to confront and subdue it. Stay strong, my brother, you can do this. Wang Ying encouraged, patting Zhuge Yuan on the shoulder while clenching his fist in motivation. With a grim expression, Zhuge Yuan pinched his nose, first inhaling the soul essence, then, with closed eyes, gulping down the 5-grain essence from Wang Ying's hand. The 5-grain essence, colloquially known as excrement, is also referred to as papa in folk terms, while poetically dubbed the essence of the 5 grains. In crude terms, it is simply referred to as feces. As he consumed it, the taste was revolting, reminiscent of garlic. Zhuge Yuan, overwhelmed, soon regurgitated everything he had previously eaten. Ha ha. Zhuge the soothsayer, you've been deceived. You didn't even need to consume the excrement. Just the soul essence suffices. Wang Ying suddenly distanced himself, erupting into laughter before hastily fleeing. What? How dare you, Wang Xiaojin? You scoundrel. You unscrupulous deity. I swear I shall make you pay for this, you wretched trickster. Zhuge Yuan, in a fit of rage, invoked the 8 trigrams and 5 elements formation to pursue Wang Ying, all the while retching. Ha ha ha, I am no longer human. My grandfather has long since passed, and the grass on his grave is taller than you. You, the deceitful fat Taoist, deserve this. Who told you to trick me into being struck by lightning? I am no longer the only one in the hall of Yin Huang who has ingested excrement. The cycle of destiny is indeed just. The heavens spare no one. This serves as a lesson. Life is perilous indeed. I shall not rest until I catch you. Stop right there. Zhuge Yuan transformed into a flash of golden lightning, pursuing Wang Ying. How is it that you have caught up to me so swiftly? How can a fat man like you move so fast? Brother Yuan, I admit my fault. Dear wife, save me. Ah. The Taoist must force every bit of excrement out of you, only to have you consume it piece by piece. What a calamity! Behold my gossiping, 5-elemental, great celestial dragon. Thunderous roar. Ah, I was wrong, spare my face, for I rely on it for my livelihood. Cunning one, may you feast on your own filth, as the mountain falls. Boom. Crack. Ah, my back is broken. Little chick, departed at the tender age of 22. This can only be viewed at noon. For I may die laughing at dawn or dusk. Should that happen, I shall bear no responsibility. The dark experiences at the onset are the grotesque realities of this world. Ergo thrives with an easygoing attitude, a testament to his way of life amid this weary and murky existence. Life is indeed bitter. One must learn to sweeten it oneself. I wish all who read this piece enjoy throughout their lives. May this alleviate your worries, brighten your smile, and ignite your passion. Years hence, may you still recall a fellow named Xiang Ergo and his band of fervent, comical brothers. Chapter 1041. The god of war goes berserk. You two fools, cease your antics. A swarm of deadly insects approaches our direction. We must flee. Zhang Dan shouted at the brawling duo. Dozens of miles away, a horde of gigantic, venomous bees buzzed ominously, thickly swarming in the thousands. Their stingers sharp and toxic like javelins. Xiang Chun and the others began their flight once more, while Zhuge Yuan dragged the nearly unconscious Wang Ying, whom he had beaten senseless and stuffed a foul shoe into his mouth, also seeking escape. In another battlefield beyond the realm, dark mist swirled, with ominous thunder rolling through the clouds. The battlefield of the giants. Slaughter. Tear apart this group of humans. On the ground, smoke billowed, and the sounds of battle echoed. Over 100,000 beings clashed, transforming day into night. Two factions faced off, one comprised of humans, the other of colossal, humanoid creatures. These beings, with their human-like forms adorned with dark, demonic patterns, towered at heights of 40 to 50 meters, resembling small mountains, their presence awe-inspiring. Sharp black horns sprouted from their heads, wielding massive weapons and artifacts. Compared to these creatures, the humans appeared as insignificant ants. The formation of 7 kills. At the forefront of the ranks, Xiahou Wu led 25 brothers from the Yanhuang Hall. 7 kills in the lead, breaking army in position. The Southern Dipper moves in 6. Gathering flames. The 7 kills red flame armor. The brothers of Yanhuang Hall divided into 3 battle formations, 7 in each, with the remaining brothers safeguarded in the center, ready to replace any injured comrades. 21 warriors coalesced into the 7 kills battle armor, their might erupting with a power rivaling that of celestial kings. Werewolf transformation. Subsequently, the humans transformed into colossal werewolf war beasts, their bodies growing to around 20 meters in height. Heavenly combat spirit. Xiahou Wu roared, radiating a blinding golden light, growing to over 50 meters, larger than even the giant race. Breaking 1,000 troops, he swung a battle spear over 100 meters long, releasing a spear intent and fighting spirit that was unparalleled, the golden spear light tearing through the air. With a piercing sound, 8 massive troll-like beings were cleaved in two by a single thrust of the spear. Xiahou Wu stomped his foot and soared into the air, resembling a god of war, charging headlong into the battlefield. With a sudden burst of golden light, a vast circle of radiant energy surged downwards, striking the formidable troll below. One of the trolls, roaring in fury, swung a massive battle axe towards the advancing Xiahou Wu. However, with a resounding crash, the sheer force of his kick shattered the troll's weapon, sending the creature hurtling back. The enormous body of the troll was obliterated under the force of a single kick, its flesh scattering like confetti. The golden shockwave reverberated outward, propelling over 10 trolls away, their internal organs crushed by the impact. Who is this young man? Such overwhelming and ferocious strength. It would be a shame if our demonic cultivators did not train with such potential, remarked a robust man adorned in black armor, his bushy beard and striking features marking him as a figure of authority among a group observing the battle from above in the void of space. Their formidable power could undoubtedly alter the course of the conflict, yet they were unable to intervene in this arena of combat. Xiahou Wu wielded his enormous spear with remarkable skill, cutting through the troll clan like a scythe. Each kill invigorated him further, enhancing his momentum as if he were fueled by an unseen force. A unique energy, the battle aura, continuously surged into his being. Leading the charge, he was flanked by over 20 brothers from the Yanhuang Hall, their coordinated efforts wreaking havoc among the trolls, their formation resembling a piercing dagger amidst the chaos of battle. "I must examine this young man's profile," announced a man in white, who had summoned a jade tome into his hands. This individual was the recruitment master of the Lingma sect, a faction of human cultivators who practiced demonic arts. Known for their combative nature, these practitioners focused on enhancing their physical forms and cultivating demonic essence. However, the path of demonic cultivation was fraught with peril, as failure during tribulations could lead to the emergence of inner demons, transforming one into a bloodthirsty fiend. These practitioners were often viewed as adversaries by the celestial cultivators, particularly in opposition to the Batian sect. Yet, due to the current geopolitical landscape, open conflict had been avoided. In times of peace, rivalry and hidden skirmishes were commonplace, with disciples frequently engaging in fierce disputes. Such was the nature of humanity. When faced with external threats, they united, yet in the absence of such foes, they resorted to infighting, often leading to their own demise. It was not uncommon for their conflicts to result in cataclysmic events that devastated their own kin and homeland, without needing the incursion of foreign races. "I have gathered the information," the recruitment master declared, his consciousness illuminating as he closed the jade tome with a smile. "It appears this young man hails from the continent's desolate regions, known as Xiaowu. His background is tragic. His entire family was slaughtered by local underworld forces. Furthermore, he has been noted to possess a legacy from a great predecessor in the ancient desolate spiritual realm of the Wild State, a graduate of the Wild Palace. His lineage poses no issues. I have taken a liking to this young man. His prowess and presence are commendable, and those around him are equally impressive," the armored man praised, his attention fully captivated by Xiao Wu. The background information on the individuals associated with Xiangchun had been submitted by officials from the Great Xia Ministry of Revenue, aligned with the interests of the Qing King. With a few connections, Xiangchun effortlessly facilitated the registration of entirely new identities for the group. This maneuver was also the reason for his sparing the Qing King's life. As long as the Qing King lived, he could manipulate the court to his advantage. Humanity, a towering figure, reminiscent of a colossal troll standing 60 meters high, swung a massive axe violently toward Xiao Wu. This was evidently a formidable troll king at the third level of the immortal ascendancy. Xiao Wu brandished his spear in defense, and with a thunderous clash, sparks erupted as the spear was cleaved. He staggered back, leaving long gouges in the ground. "What formidable strength! Haha, come again!" Xiao Wu roared with exhilaration, his eyes ablaze with golden battle fervor as he thrust his spear forward, embodying the profound essence of his martial intent, crystallized by his indomitable will. The two giants collided with ferocious intensity, their arcane energies and physical might clashing violently. A demonic fist struck out, sending Xiao Wu reeling, blood spewing from his mouth. "Ha ha ha, exhilarating." The god of war is in a frenzy. Instead of faltering, Xiao Wu erupted into joyous laughter, stepping forward as he ignited 30% of his vitality. Boom! His entire being radiated with a golden red battle aura, his momentum surging to the heights of the immortal ascendancy. Dragon Elephant collapsing the heavens. He retaliated with a punch, meeting the Troll King's demonic fist head-on, their fists colliding as if missiles had detonated, fracturing the earth around them. Kill! Xiao Wu, invigorated like a battle-crazed warrior, charged forth with a flushed face and a robust neck, enveloped in golden red flames of battle aura. His spears might more ferocious than before. The Troll King was forcefully repelled, and Xiao Wu's martial intent intensified. Suddenly, the culmination of his spear intent surged dramatically, the sharpness of his spear extending by more than 10 zhang in an instant. With a resounding thrust, the Troll King's head was pierced through by the power of the spear. Perfected martial intent. Chapter 1042. The Fiery Huang Fairy. Haha, what a thrill. With this battlefield, who needs a girlfriend? Brothers, follow me straight to claim the head of the demon army commander. Xiao Wu shouted with unrestrained excitement, collecting the trophy as he led his comrades in a daring infiltration. This man was a true battle fanatic, a war merchant, having been raised in the military. The thirst for combat was woven into the very fibers of his being. Coupled with the influence of his divine spirit and cultivation techniques, he had become utterly consumed by the passion for warfare. Earlier, he had fussed over not wanting to part with Bauer, yet now, amidst the intoxicating battles and the splattering of blood, the clash of weapons was a sweet delight to him. The battlefield was his true home. It must be noted that Xiahou Wu possessed a profound understanding of battlefield tactics and command. When penetrating enemy lines, he would first wait for his fellow humans to follow, then lead his forces to disrupt and fragment the enemy's formation. Adoriel and Mu Hongying, two women from the Hall of Flames in Yellow, stood upon his massive shoulder, relentlessly loosing arrows to support their allies. Xiahou Wu's colossal form had transformed into a moving arrow tower. The Great Marquis fought valiantly on the battlefield, while Ergo engaged in guerrilla tactics in the jungle. These two contrasting battlefields and styles reflected the distinct personalities of the two brothers, one bright and bold, the other stealthy and cunning. What was the fiery goddess pair Bower of the Hall of Flames doing? At the Danding Sect, the clouds floated mysteriously. The winter winds howled fiercely, the mountains clad in a blanket of snow, an icy chill enveloping the air. Gazing into the distance, one could see clouds swirling around, the peaks appearing and disappearing like a scene from a fairyland, with wisps of clouds drifting at the mountainside, creating an exquisite spectacle. In the ancient and enigmatic canyons, where streams cascade and majestic peaks rise, lies a paradisiacal realm that beckons one to return. This enchanting land, where nature's harmonious beauty entwines with the blood-stained battlegrounds, presents a dichotomy of worlds. Towering green peaks shrouded in ethereal mist and spirit fog host magnificent pavilions and grand halls, resembling a domain of deities. This is a verdant stone plaza nestled among the mountains, where thousands gather, many adorned in the robes of alchemists from the Danding Sect. The sect comprises several prominent factions: alchemists, herbalists, poison masters, and the martial hall, each with its distinct expertise. Alchemists are, of course, masters of potion making, while herbalists specialize in healing practices. The poison masters delve into the arts of toxins and curses, and the martial hall serves as the training ground for the sect's combat prowess. Despite the Danding Sect's renown for alchemy, its formidable strength is undeniable, boasting a powerful army. Furthermore, it stands as the wealthiest among the three sects, dominating the sales of elixirs across the outer realms and the continent. Amidst the throng, Bower awaits her assessment among the alchemists. Meanwhile, on another plaza, the martial hall's evaluation unfolds into a grand spectacle of battle. 7 women, wielding crescent blades with precision, traverse the illusory battlefield, wreaking havoc upon their foes. Aduya leads her team in the martial hall's trials. With a swift motion, a blade cleaves through the air, severing the head of a warrior at the first level of the Xiaoyao realm, blood splattering in the wake of the strike. Though these beings are mere phantoms within the illusion, their presence feels strikingly real. The surrounding din of warfare echoes as thousands of disciples engage in combat with these phantasmal entities. Those felled are stripped of their will, signaling their elimination from the trials. Ultimately, the number of phantoms vanquished doubles, yet only half of the combatants remain standing on the battlefield. With a resounding rumble, the radiant formations illuminate, causing the illusory battleground to dissipate. Before them stands a robust man clad in a black robe, exuding an aura of formidable power. Combat is concluded, he states coldly. Those vanquished in the illusion depart. A portion of the participants, heads bowed in shame, retreats, while the remaining half persists in their presence. A contingent of disciples from the martial hall descends to collect the temporary identity tokens issued to them, tallying their achievements. Each phantom warrior slain earns varying accolades based on the combatant's cultivation and strength. The martial hall's assessments are comparatively simpler than those of the other two sects. The first stage evaluates innate talent and aptitude. Those with exceptional potential, even if they falter in the second stage, are often retained, while those with lesser capabilities may still be preserved if they excel in subsequent trials. Master, all achievements have been tallied, reports a disciple respectfully. Moments later, he presents a jade slip detailing the accomplishments of the top 100 participants. The martial hall's leader accepts it, his consciousness probing the contents, revealing an expression of astonishment. Among the records, 7 individuals have achieved the remarkable feat of slaying 100 opponents, with one individual boasting an astonishing count of 1,000. Who is Aduya? Inquires the martial hall's leader. First place Aduya, the disciple responds, with a record of 172 slayings. Amidst the crowd, a woman of extraordinary beauty, her features imbued with an exotic charm, emerged. With a proud nose and long, delicate eyelashes, her facial contours possessed remarkable depth. Adorned at her waist was a crescent-shaped blade, crafted with the finesse of demonic artistry. What a stunning beauty! Many male disciples gazed at her in awe. Deoya was indeed enchanting. Akin to a snow lotus atop an icy peak, elegant yet aloof. To everyone's surprise, she was a woman. The lord of the martial hall, upon seeing Aduya, displayed a hint of astonishment as he appraised her. He then announced, Su Liqing, Wenduona, Langyu, Muyu, Zhangqinger, Wangya, stepped forward. To his astonishment, all the names belonged to women. After speaking these names, he expressed his surprise. They were the top 7 performers. Indeed, the 6 who followed were all women, each possessing fair skin and striking beauty, equipped with curved blades, exuding an air of grace and valor. Goodness, so many beautiful junior sisters. It's a feast for the eyes. One of the male disciples exclaimed. Hee, this will be interesting. That one named Deoya, I am determined to pursue her. Pursue her? Brother, did you not witness her swordsmanship? She dispatched a phantom warrior with a single stroke. Her strength is formidable. This flower has thorns. A throng of male disciples conversed animatedly, their eyes gleaming as they beheld the procession of 7 beauties, all of whom were women. The lord of the martial hall was taken aback, his expression darkening. He suddenly bellowed at the assembly of men, You disgraceful lot! The feminine prowess overshadows your own. How dare you let the accomplishments of these 7 maidens surpass yours? Do you still have the audacity to show your faces? The male disciples stood stunned by the rebuke, lowering their heads, unable to meet the Lord's gaze. Look, the highest accolades of this cohort belong to 7 beauties. How stunning they are! Another exclaimed. Hee, we can expect some playful teasing from our junior sisters now. A group of senior disciples observed from a distance, their attention riveted upon the 7 maidens. These 7 celestial women were sisters of the Yanhuang Hall. The Danding sect engaged in fewer battles, and these 7 had come to accompany Bauer. Originally, Xiang Chun had intended to arrange for all 18 floral gems of the Yanhuang Hall to be present here, considering the relative safety of the Danding sect due to its lesser conflict. Nevertheless, some women had volunteered to join their partners on the battlefield, such as Qingsheng and Zhongdan. Chapter 1043. The 7 Fairies, my lord. I contest this. Why should we be compared in this manner? Is it so strange for women to claim the top spot? Aduya could not restrain her voice. The lord of the martial hall turned his gaze toward Aduya, offering a faint smile. My dear girl, it is not that I underestimate you. Rather, I hold you in high esteem. Yet, consider the world. When has there been an era where women carved their own dominion? Beside her, the Yanhuang woman Su Liqing interjected, My lord, your perspective on us is tinted. Men may conquer the world, but women are equally capable. She surveyed the surrounding men and declared, Among these men, few within the Lingxiao realm could rival our sisterhood. How infuriating, girl, your words are quite provoking. Another retorted, Do not presume that your beauty grants you the right to speak so boldly. The male disciples reacted with displeasure to her remarks. Oh, come now, who knows? In the bedroom, we might indeed find ourselves outmatched. One chuckled. Ha, precisely. A youthful man with light yellow hair jested, provoking laughter from those around him. Suddenly, a figure shot towards him with astonishing speed, none other than a doja. The yellow-haired youth's expression changed dramatically, and he instinctively recoiled to create distance. Yet, a doja was swifter. With a powerful kick, she struck his face with incredible force. The impact reverberated as he screamed, sent flying several meters, his teeth shattered. Such speed. The onlookers gasped in shock at the scene. Vulgar words deserve punishment, a doja stated. Regaining her stance. You insolent fool, do you wish for death? Don't think I 1T strike a woman. The yellow-haired youth spat blood, remnants of his teeth, and soon erupted in fury, unleashing the power of his 7th realm of true essence. In the next moment, a doja advanced once more, delivering a punch that radiated astonishing strength. The yellow-haired youth roared, retaliating with a punch of his own, his force transforming into a furious dragon that surged toward a doja. The clash of their fists created a thunderous sound as their powers collided. However, a doja's punch resonated with the roar of a dragon, her long neck adorned with markings of the celestial wolf. With a crack, the yellow-haired youth screamed in agony as his punch faltered, receiving a counterstrike that shattered his arm. He was sent flying several meters, gravely injured and unconscious. Such overwhelming power. The crowd was abuzz, their expressions turning serious. This girl possessed extraordinary strength. The lord of the martial hall was astonished, recognizing the formidable physical prowess within a doja's strike. To think a character like you would provoke me to draw my blade. It's fortunate my elder brother is absent. Otherwise, for your foul words, I would have silenced your tongue, a doja declared, standing tall and disdainful. The notion of gentleness was foreign to the women of the Yanhuang Hall. Should that man continue to belittle us, let him face my wrath, she proclaimed, casting a glance at the other male disciples. Sister, how fierce! Among them were some combative women, instantly captivated by a doja's assertiveness. How dare I be overshadowed by a woman? I will fight you, one declared. Me too. 7 or 8 male disciples sprang forth from the crowd. Humph. Do you wish to gang up? Su Liqing and 6 other women stepped forward, aligning with the doja. Let us show these foul men a lesson today. Su Liqing smirked, her essence surging as the 7 sisters charged into battle. Come, little sister, teach me in bed. Haha, watch this. With a thunderous impact, the speaker's expression shifted drastically, only to be sent flying by a punch. Cries of anguish echoed as the men who charged were swiftly dispatched. These 7 women were incredibly powerful. The situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. The senior disciples gazed at the scene with mild astonishment. Junior sister, allow me to spar with you. A seasoned disciple chuckled as he stepped forward from the crowd. With a swift motion, he unleashed his martial prowess, transforming into 3 indistinguishable figures that charged towards a doja, each wielding a sword aimed at her. The 3 forms were indistinguishable. This girl is in for a tough time. This is the celestial level sword technique, the shadow split sword. Hey, junior brotherly, do take care not to harm the beauty, the elder disciples could not help but tease. For most of the experienced disciples in the martial hall had cultivated celestial level martial arts, some even transcending to the level of immortals, far surpassing the newly assessed disciples in strength. Buzz. However, a doja's eyes sparkled with the brilliance of the full moon as she drew her blade, its light as swift as moonlight descending to the earth, slicing through the leftmost figure without the slightest hesitation. Swoosh. As swords clashed, blood sprayed forth. The provoking elder disciple's expression shifted dramatically as he stared in disbelief at the gash opened across his chest, blood gushing forth. How did you discern my true form? His face turned pale as he staggered backward. Such rapid swordsmanship. She managed to intercept and evade junior brother Li's sword and struck my true form. The elder disciples were also left in a state of astonishment. With a flourish, a doja sheathed her crescent blade and stated indifferently, your so-called movements are merely flaws in my eyes. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge me? I welcome all who dare to enter the Lingxiao realm. I shall. One by one, the elder disciples, undeterred by their previous experience, engaged in combat on the square. A doja single-handedly defeated 18 elder disciples. After she severely injured a 9th-level elder disciple, none dared to step forward again. A doja's blade was swift. How swift, you ask? Swifter than Xiang Chen's. While Xiang Chen's sword style emphasized dominance and a series of rapid strikes, a doja's technique could be encapsulated in a single word: speed. In 2 words, cunning. The speed of the celestial wolf, coupled with her agile and deceptive attacks, was masterfully integrated into her swordplay. Even without her celestial wolf bloodline, a doja's swift blade could allow her to transcend boundaries and triumph over the strong with her apparent weakness. All of them diligently practiced, and it was clear that their efforts could not be overshadowed by mere lineage. I shall take these girls under my wing. Just then, a figure materialized behind the head of the martial hall. It was a middle-aged woman clad in a blue martial attire, her hair cascading down to her waist. Her eyes were sharp, reminiscent of a hawk soaring in the sky. Elder Sister Yao. The head of the martial hall bowed in respect to her. I never expected to encounter such promising female talents all at once. The middle-aged woman stood with her hands clasped behind her back, her gaze filled with admiration for a doja and the others. These young ladies truly possess remarkable potential to have caught your attention. The head of the martial hall chuckled. For this middle-aged woman held a prestigious status and seemingly illustrious origins. Chapter 1044. Bower's domain. Will you ever repay me the money? I have pleaded before the Buddha for thousands of years. If you do not repay me, I shall take you to court, hoping to seek justice. Will you or will you not repay me? In the square, a petite girl, no taller than 1.60 meters, adorned in a pink Lolita dress, flesh-colored stockings, and crimson boots, with her hair styled in 2 playful ponytails, gently hummed a melody taught to her by Xiang Chun. Meanwhile, on the elevated platform in the square, A middle-aged man clad in a white alchemist robe was expounding a lengthy list of regulations. The alchemical assessment was primarily divided into several segments: herb identification, fire control, pill refining, and evaluation. The alchemist stood with arms crossed, gazing down with an air of aloofness upon the throng of over 10,000 people gathered below. All were aspiring alchemists, each of whom was no less than a third-tier spirit alchemist. The Danding Sect, revered as the pinnacle of alchemical arts among the human race, was considered a sacred ground by countless alchemists. Furthermore, the sect boasted the largest number of pharmacists and poison masters in the world. "Who is singing?" he inquired, having caught the faint sound of melody wafting from below. With a swift glance, all eyes turned towards Li Bao'er. Taken aback, she raised her hand and replied, "Grandpa, it's me singing. Is there something wrong?" The alchemist, momentarily softened by her adorable demeanor, restrained his ire and admonished, "Can't you see I'm speaking? No singing. Pay attention." "Oh, understood." Li Bao'er pouted playfully and fell silent. The examination consisted of 3 segments, each worth 10 points, with a passing grade set at 6. Those who scored below 18 points would be eliminated. The alchemist continued, "In the herb identification segment, you will each receive a different herb. Your task is to record its year and efficacy. In the fire control segment, we will provide you with an ice sphere containing a temperature-sensing artifact. You must use your true fire to refine the sphere, ensuring that the temperature sense does not exceed 10 degrees above the melting point of the ice sphere, which is initially at 0 degrees. Thus, if the sense temperature exceeds 10 degrees above 0, it will be deemed disqualified. Lastly, in the pill refinement segment, you will be given a brand new formula for a 4th-tier spirit pill. The one who produces the highest quality pill will be deemed excellent. The top performer in this final segment may offset any prior poor scores to join the sect." As the middle-aged alchemist elaborated on the regulations, murmurs of astonishment rippled through the crowd. "Now, we shall begin distributing the herbs." With a wave of his hand, a throng of disciples from the Danding sect descended to distribute herbs onto small tables set before the participants. Each individual received 10 varieties of herbs, all of which were spirit herbs, mostly dried, but some preserved fresh. The opulence of the Danding sect was evident even in this simple act. "How dull." Li Bao'er yawned, sitting cross-legged beside her small table, her arms sprawled languidly across it, exuding an air of listlessness. "I wonder what those 2 foolish ones, Da Ho and Bai Mao, are up to. The Danding sect is not entertaining at all. It's far more enjoyable to be with my sister Qing Cheng." She mused aloud. "Duoya, why are you all still not ready? I'm so bored." With a sigh, she unfastened a gourd of spirit wine from her waist, took a couple of sips, and continued to languish in her boredom. The medicinal herbs swiftly arrived at her table. "Hey, future little junior sister. Would you like me to lend you a hand?" teased the disciple delivering the herbs, unable to resist commenting on Bao'er's beauty and charm. "Am I blind or lacking hands? Do I need a fool like you to help me?" Bao'er retorted with annoyance. The disciple was taken aback, and then selected 10 of the most difficult herbs to identify for Bao'er, his expression sour as he moved on to the next station. Beside him lay a blank sheet of paper, intended for noting the herbs' properties, their age, his name, and then wrapping the herbs. Bao'er glanced at the herbs disdainfully, stating, "Rehmannia, aged 831 years, 2 months, and 28 days, a worthless spiritual herb, bitter in taste, slightly cold, with minor toxicity, associated with the liver meridian. Its primary function is to clear heat and detoxify, suitable for concocting detoxification pills and essence-quenching pills. 4th grade sedum, aged 723 years, 25 days. It clears heat, detoxifies, invigorates blood, treating skin rashes and hemoptysis, useful for crafting healing pills for internal injuries." She examined the herbs further, noting not just their age but their very essence. With a flick of her fingers, she sat up, seized a nearby brush, and quickly scribbled her answers. Once completed, she wrapped the herbs into a bundle and tossed them aside, returning to her playful pursuits. On her table, a collection of intricate wooden puppets crafted by the Yanhuang people animatedly moved. In one hand, the puppet wielded a replica of Xiahou Wu, and in the other, a likeness of Xiangchun. Infused with true essence, the wooden figures sprang to life, with Xiahou Wu delivering a series of blows to Xiangchun, shattering his components. Soon, all the wooden figures from Yanhuang Hall joined in a chaotic brawl. The entire process of identifying the herbs took merely 30 breaths, most of which was spent writing. Meanwhile, Others were drenched in sweat, painstakingly analyzing the properties and ages of the herbs, requiring at least half an hour. After 30 minutes, the disciples of the Danding sect returned to collect the answer sheets and herb bundles. In the next phase, another individual presented an ice sphere, within which was a thermometer-like magical apparatus displaying a temperature precisely at 0. The challenge required them to use true fire to melt the ice sphere without allowing the temperature to rise more than 10 degrees, testing their control over fire. With a flick of her fingertips, 3 types of true fire spiraled forth from Bauer, morphing into aqueous flames that melted the ice sphere, ultimately stabilizing the thermometer's reading at 1 degree. 1 degree, an exceptional score. The labeled thermometer was then collected. Above them, on the main examination platform, 10 examiners meticulously compared the candidates' submissions against the herb tables to assess their performance in the identification segment. Suddenly, one examiner gazed at a particular answer sheet with astonishment. He immediately cross-referenced the herbs listed. Rehmannia, 831 years, 2 months, 28 days. 4th grade sedum, 723 years, 20 days. This is impossible. The ages of these 10 herbs are exactly as stated, down to the very day. The examiner was astounded, staring at the paper signed by the namely Bauer, adorned with a playful doodle of a face sticking out its tongue. He hadn't anticipated encountering a candidate with such profound foundational knowledge. The examiner poised his pen and inscribed the score he would award. This score left many speechless. Chapter 1045, The Challenge of Bao Bao. After the assessments of the 2 segments, everyone eagerly awaited the results. Shortly thereafter, the chief examiner proclaimed in a booming voice, "The scores for the 2 segments have been revealed. Let us first announce the top 3. In 3rd place, Xia Donghai, with a total of 18 points, 9 points in the first assessment and 9 in the second. What a pity, just 1 point short," exclaimed a slightly plump young man, who stood up, clasped his fists towards those around him, and bowed to the chief examiner. In 2nd place, Shang Shitian, with a total of 19 points, 9 in the first assessment and 10 in the second. A handsome young man dressed in black rose proudly, garnering admiring glances from those around him. Could it be that 19 points is only 2nd place? Surely, there must be someone who achieved full marks in both assessments. How impressive, murmured the crowd. And now, in 1st place, Li Baobao, with a perfect score of 30 points, 20 in the first assessment and 10 in the second. The announcement of the top score instantly ignited a commotion throughout the venue. 30 points. Wasn't the maximum score for 2 subjects 20 points? 30 points. Surely. This must be a joke. Hee. Bao Bao is indeed a fairy. Among the crowd, a charming little girl stood up, her dimples showing as she smiled. There must be some hidden agenda. How could anyone achieve 30 points? Could this girl be related to the examiner? Perhaps a favored mistress? The crowd buzzed with disbelief and suspicion. Silence. The chief examiner commanded sternly. The crowd quieted down, and he continued. I know many of you are skeptical about how this candidate could achieve full marks in both subjects and receive additional points. Allow me to clarify. This candidate, Bao Bao, not only accurately identified the year of the spiritual herb, but also specified the exact number of days to maturity, with impeccable precision. Who among you possesses such foundational skills? I would gladly award you an extra 10 points as well. Accurate to the exact number of days. How is that even possible? What kind of experience and insight must one possess? The surrounding candidates gaped in astonishment at this beloved girl. A group of naysayers found it hard to acknowledge another's excellence. Such basic skills, humph. Bao Bao raised her small face, huffing lightly. Bao Bao, don't show off, sit down. 2nd place, Shang Shitian, retorted defiantly. I don't believe you possess such extensive experience and insight. Look at the spiritual herb in my hand. How many days has it been? He produced a dried spiritual herb, adorned with golden, star-shaped fruit. If I'm correct, could you give me this 8th grade Tianjin star? Bao Bao's eyes brightened with mischief. She recalled that the 8th grade Tianjin star was the finest ingredient for stewing meat in the mortal realm. All right, only if you can guess correctly. Shang Shitian scoffed, still skeptical. This Tianjin star has matured for 1,352 years and 31 days. Without even touching the herb, Bao Bao spoke confidently. And the moment her words left her lips, Shang Shitian's expression changed dramatically. How could this be? His face revealed disbelief, as it was evident that Bao Bao had indeed spoken the truth. The expressions of those around him revealed their astonishment at Bauer's accurate statement. It was simply extraordinary. Hee. Hand it over. If you don't, I'll make you regret it. Bauer approached and deftly snatched the golden octagonal from Shang Shitian's hands. The white-haired figure had mentioned that this stewed meat was quite delectable, and Bauer mused to herself that she would certainly have him prepare a pot for her next time. She quietly gathered this valuable herb into her possession. The top 3 candidates, regardless of their performance in the 3rd round of alchemy, would be directly admitted to the alchemy hall of the Danding sect. As for the others, their results would be posted on the nearby bulletin board. Those who failed to meet the passing mark would be eliminated if their alchemical assessment scores were below excellent. The alchemical examination would commence after a fragrant hour. As the chief examiner spoke, results were posted on the bulletin board, prompting the crowd to extend their spiritual senses to view the scores. The participants began to adjust their states of mind in preparation for the upcoming assessment. Damn it, that girlie. I will challenge you in the next round. At that moment, Shang Shitian approached, his fingers playing with the fiery puppet battle against Li Bauer. I have no interest in you, so please do not bother me. My name is Li Bauer, not Li something. You may call me Sister Bauer or Aunt Bauer, but not Aunt, as I do not have a nephew your age. Bauer continued to amuse herself with the puppets. Shang Shitian's expression darkened as he strode over and stomped on a group of puppets. With a crack, Xiang Chun was crushed beneath his foot. Are you seeking death? Bauer's demeanor instantly turned frigid as she glared icily at Shang Shitian. Are you truly, as your name suggests, wishing to ascend to the heavens? Compensate me for my puppet. This is a customized version issued by the Mo family. Accept my challenge, and if you win, I shall gift you a set of the finest puppets, the luxurious version of the Shura. Shang Shitian replied coldly. Hailing from a prestigious alchemical family, he had always been a prodigy, having never been bested in alchemy. Very well, I shall compete with you. However, if you lose, not only must you compensate me with the top-tier puppet, but you must also serve as my little brother, fetching tea and water, and address me as Sister Bauer whenever you see me. Bauer stipulated her conditions. Fine, but if you lose, you must be my alchemical apprentice. Shang Shitian countered. Agreed. Everyone heard that. No backing out. If you do, I shall make you regret it. The two established their wager, drawing a crowd eager to witness the spectacle. Soon, an hour had passed. This time, the Danding sect provided the alchemical materials, formulas, and techniques for a newly researched 4th-grade spirit pill, a recipe none had encountered before. Thus, everyone needed to familiarize themselves and learn. The assessment would last a full day, spanning 12 hours. However, the materials were limited to 3 sets. Failing thrice would result in disqualification. Most candidates were 5th-grade spirit alchemists, and while a 4th-grade pill was intended for those at the pinnacle of the Soul Moon realm, mastering its creation would not be overly difficult. The challenge lay in the fact that this was a new pill unfamiliar to all, making failure a likely outcome. A group of individuals commenced their practice of alchemy, familiarizing themselves with various formulas. Some had already retrieved their alchemical furnaces, warming them in advance. Meanwhile, Bauer was engaged in applying resin glue to mend the shattered figurines of her mechanisms, having merely observed the alchemical formulas, techniques, and ingredients with her spiritual awareness and keen eyesight. An hour later, the esteemed alchemists, Xiang Shitian and Xia Donghai, began their first attempts at concocting elixirs. Bauer, in contrast, remained seated in her designated spot, perusing a picture book titled The King of Mountain Bandits, occasionally bursting into a series of melodious giggles. Chapter 1046. What a spectacle. Boom. Not far away, Xia Donghai's alchemical furnace suddenly erupted, scattering alchemical runes into fragments. A cloud of dark medicinal vapors engulfed him, transforming him into a comically stout figure. The first batch of materials had been wasted. Indeed, success was not easily attained. Xia Donghai let out a bitter laugh, exhaling a plume of black smoke. Bang! Bang! The sounds of exploding furnaces echoed around them like popcorn popping. As plumes of black smoke ascended in the examination hall, many had failed in their initial attempts. This was a common occurrence. Failing on the first attempt at alchemy was hardly surprising. Bang! At that moment, however, Xiang Shitian clapped his hands on the alchemical furnace, and a beam of spiritual light soared forth, landing in his palm. In his hand lay a thumb-sized elixir of pale gold, adorned with swirling patterns of alchemical inscriptions. Success! An intermediate-grade essence refining pill. How remarkable! He had managed to successfully concoct an elixir on his first attempt. Indeed, he was the most talented young alchemist from the Shang family in nearly a millennium. The crowd erupted in astonishment, casting envious glances in his direction. With a slight smirk, Xiang Shitian glanced at Bauer, who was still reclining and engrossed in her picture book, and silently scoffed. Ultimately, it is the alchemist who produces elixirs that reigns supreme. This girl, brimming with arrogance, is destined to fail. He resumed his work on the second batch of materials, striving to produce a top-tier elixir. As time passed, while others diligently toiled at their alchemical endeavors, many wore expressions of despair, having already ruined 2 batches of materials. Numerous gazes turned toward Bauer, who was surprisingly dozing in her chair, emitting gentle snores. This girl certainly possessed a remarkably laid-back attitude. With the assurance of her sect's protection, she appeared unperturbed. Yet, was she not competing against Xiang Shitian? What if she lost? Should she lose, she would become Xiang Shitian's alchemical assistant. And given his status as a direct descendant of the Shang family, serving him would be akin to clinging to a powerful ally. Perhaps she secretly hoped for this outcome. Bauer's carefree demeanor sparked considerable debate among the onlookers. As the night passed, dawn broke, and by the time of the morning's 4th hour, 9 o'clock, only half an hour remained. Many stared despondently at the dark, unappealing concoctions in their hands, sighing and shaking their heads in disappointment. Xia Donghai was truly impressive. He had produced a high-quality elixir. A crowd gathered around the stout young man, admiring the golden elixir in his grasp with envious eyes. At that moment, a sharp exclamation pierced the air. A beam of golden light shot forth from another's alchemical cauldron, landing in the young man's palm. The elixir radiated a purple-golden brilliance. Signaling its completion, the aroma of the elixir wafted through the air. An exceptional elixir. How could this be? Xiang Shitian had actually succeeded in creating a masterpiece. Oh, such is the disparity, sigh? As the elixir from Xiang Shitian emerged, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Indeed, this lad is a remarkable prodigy. The finest the Shang family has seen in a millennium. The chief examiner glanced at a colleague beside him, who chuckled in acknowledgement, clearly pleased. This child from the West Heaven is destined to become a Dan Emperor, a master of crafting celestial elixirs. When he was born, the skies of the West were ablaze with radiant light, heralding his extraordinary potential for alchemy. The chief examiner did not contest this claim, surveying the scene. Almost everyone had completed their concoctions. Many had produced inferior, intermediate, or, at best, a handful of superior elixirs, while Xiang Shitian alone achieved the pinnacle. Numerous others had failed entirely, wasting 3 sets of materials without success. He also noticed Bauer, still slumbering, and sighed softly, his favorable impression of her diminishing rapidly. Master, it is time to awaken. A spirit servant within Bauer's realm spoke up. This spirit was not a human ghost but the soul of an adorable panda. What hour is it? Bauer groggily opened her eyes, wiping drool from the corner of her mouth. It is the hour of the snake. With only half an hour remaining until the assessment concludes, the spirit servant replied. Thank goodness, Bauer yawned, stretching her limbs and easing her stiffness. You are bound to lose. Little girl, Xiang Shitian taunted as he approached, surrounded by admirers like stars orbiting a radiant moon. Indeed, my brother Tian has already crafted a supreme elixir. You are certain to lose. Why not obediently serve as our brother Tian's elixir attendant? Brother Tian, this girl is quite charming, surely. You wouldn't confine her role to merely being an elixir attendant? Her wrist still bears the mark of purity. She could warm the bed as well. Although Bauer and the Grand Marquis were already romantically linked and had shared living quarters, their relationship had not yet progressed to that level. The Grand Marquis was certainly not like Wang Xiaoji or Xiang Ergu. Due to the nature of their cultivation practices, maintaining their initial purity would yield greater benefits. Such a wild notion, but I find it amusing. Brother Tian, it is worth considering, laughed Xiang Shitian's followers, their cold chuckles echoing. If Xiahou Wu were present, he would undoubtedly be enraged. A supreme elixir, do you dare to challenge it? Xiang Shitian revealed another dazzling elixir, resplendent in its brilliance. Bauer glanced at it dismissively. Just as she was about to speak, the chief examiner interjected, Time is running short. I see that you have all completed your concoctions. Please submit your elixirs for evaluation. Wait a moment, my grandfather is not yet finished. Bauer hastily raised her hand. The crowd turned to her, while Xiang Shitian's followers scoffed. There is less than half an hour left. Do you truly believe you have time? With arms crossed, Xiang Shitian wore an air of arrogance. Acknowledge your defeat, he sneered. Prepare yourselves to witness what true skill looks like. Open your eyes wide and observe closely. Bauer yawned again, her delicate hand spreading open. Buzz! A radiant light emanated from her palm, and a seven-colored divine cauldron materialized within her grasp. The seven-colored sacred cauldron. A sacred grade artifact, innate in nature. The cauldron of spirits. Many gazed in awe at this divine spirit, their eyes brimming with envy. The furnace-type divine spirit serves as the finest auxiliary for alchemy. What rank is this? Such formidable spirit. My own spirit furnace trembles in response. Shang Shitian was astonished. He too possessed a furnace spirit, one of the celestial grade. Before him, Bayer's resplendent seven-colored divine spirit furnace hovered gracefully. With a decisive step, a swirl of radiant patterns emanated forth. Suddenly, beneath the spirit furnace, the three flavors of true fire ignited. She pointed her finger, and three medicinal ingredients soared into the spirit furnace. Whereupon her hands began to transform as she executed the alchemical incantations. Waves of alchemical runes of light surged into the spirit furnace. How audacious! To attempt to refine three ingredients simultaneously, is she not afraid of ruining them all? The onlookers were astonished, and as the crowd swelled, even the examiners were drawn in. Such mastery! This young girl must have never practiced this alchemical technique before, one examiner exclaimed in disbelief. Another examiner shook his head firmly. She could not have practiced this before. This is a newly released formula, and she has even mastered the three flavors of true fire. Her family must be extraordinary. Bayer had grasped the alchemical teachings from the celestial scriptures, and she could be considered a disciple of the eighth brother. A student of the pig. Knowing eighth brother's character, he would surely be overjoyed to have such a beautiful girl as his apprentice. Success! In just the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Bayer called out lightly, and the spirit furnace vanished. In its place, three pills radiating with purple gold brilliance materialized. In an instant, a potent fragrance of the pills spread in all directions. Within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, 3 supreme-grade pills were completed. At that moment, all the examinees and examiners were rendered speechless. Chapter 1047. The standard dropped. Surrounding individuals stared in disbelief, their eyes wide as saucers. Fixated on the 3 exquisite pills that Li Bayer had concocted within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Several examiners exchanged incredulous glances, their faces aglow with astonishment. Soon after, joy erupted among them. Splendid. A triple triumph in all 3 subjects. It has been years since our alchemy sect has produced such a prodigy. Unbelievable, to achieve such results so swiftly. This spirit furnace must surely be of celestial grade. May the heavens bless our alchemy sect. Young lady, no, Bayer, become my disciple. I am willing to impart all of my alchemical knowledge to you. Old man, your skills should be buried with you. Child, come and be my apprentice. I am a 9th grade spirit alchemist. Within 10 years, I will help you attain my level of achievement. Several examiners, also elders of the alchemy sect, immediately surrounded Li Bayer, imploring her to accept them as her masters, their eyes gleaming with desire. How could this be possible? This is inconceivable. She must have had prior exposure. Otherwise, how could she achieve such speed? Shang Shitian wore an expression of disbelief. The people behind him were equally stunned. Truly remarkable. I thought myself a genius and believed I had worked hard. Yet this encounter is profoundly disheartening. Even Xia Donghai appeared utterly shocked. Alas, everyone, please do not look at me like that. It makes me quite uncomfortable. Bayer felt exceedingly uneasy under the ravenous gazes of the old men, akin to wolves eyeing their prey. Young girl, please consider my proposal carefully. The chief examiner could not restrain his desire to take her as his disciple. Enough, Mo. You already have 3 apprentices, yet you still fight over them? I have none. My dear girl, judging by your accent, you must be from the same hometown as us. If you take me as your master, I assure you I will nurture you with utmost dedication. In 5 years, you shall graduate, and in 10, you will become a Dan Emperor, an elderly man, sharing the same dialect as Bauer and speaking with a strong Sichuan accent, eagerly pushed past the examiners. In 5 years you graduate, and in 10 years you become a Dan Emperor? Old song, your words lack credibility. With your incessant talk of flying swords, boasting is not done in such a manner. My dear girl, I see you possess extraordinary talent and an ethereal beauty destined for the path of immortality. Come, take me as your master, and I shall teach you the 8 trigrams alchemy. You will become a Dan Emperor in 10 years and ascend in a century. You will ascend indeed. Old Jiang, with your neck buried nearly halfway in the ground. How do you expect to ascend? My dear girl, ignore their empty boasts. Take me as your master, and becoming a Dan Emperor and transcending will be a certainty. As for the timeline, it depends on your own efforts. A cacophony of elderly men vying for her attention erupted, their spittle flying in all directions. The other disciples exchanged glances, a bitter taste lingering in the air. This exemplified the disparity in treatment between geniuses and ordinary individuals. Dear elders, please cease your clamor. My face is drenched in your saliva. Bauer quickly shielded herself with her true essence to ward off the elderly men's spittle. Enough. What sort of decorum is this? There are other candidates present. Do you wish to make a spectacle of yourselves? At this moment, a commanding voice resonated through the crowd. Sect Master! Sect Master! Instantly, the crowd parted to make way for a man clad in a purple-gold alchemist's robe, exuding an air of authority. His hair was slightly grayed, giving him the appearance of a man in his 50s or 60s. Yet he stood tall, over 3 meters in height, with a strikingly handsome visage that commanded respect. His every step radiated an overwhelming presence. It was evident that the concepts of handsomeness and charm are not constrained by age. Surrounding disciples and candidates revered him as a deity. He was the sect master of the Danding sect, Dan Shinzi, the Dan Emperor among humanity, capable of crafting immortal elixirs. Is he truly the Dan Emperor of our race? I have finally laid eyes on the divine figure I have long admired. Many candidates gazed at the sect master, tears of excitement streaming down their faces. How strikingly handsome, Bauer remarked, somewhat astonished. During the recent examination, she had observed everything closely. The sect master approached with an imposing demeanor, and the examiners stepped back, bowing their heads slightly. You are the examiners and esteemed elders of the sect, each a pinnacle 9th-grade spirit alchemist, with some being celestial alchemists. Yet here you are, bickering over a single disciple. What sort of decorum is this? Where is the dignity of the Danding sect? The sect master questioned, his commanding presence palpable. The examiners bowed their heads in shame, murmuring, "We feel ashamed." Humph. The sect master let out a cold snort, his gaze fierce, and his powerful aura compelled those around him to lower their heads. Only Bauer dared to meet his gaze boldly. Old master, you are the sect master. Though you may be aged, you are still remarkably handsome. You must not speak disrespectfully to the sect master. The atmosphere shifted, and the surrounding crowd's expressions changed, casting worried glances at Bauer for her boldness. However, who would have thought that the formidable countenance of the master of the Danding sect would suddenly dissipate, as he bent down with a benevolent smile. Gazing at the diminutive pair, "Child, become my disciple." The examiners and onlookers were taken aback. "Master, where has your dignity gone? What happened to your earlier grandeur?" "Oh, absolutely. You are the master and the emperor of alchemy. Your skills must be unparalleled here. It would be an honor for me to have you as my teacher." Pear replied cheerfully. Having been raised by her grandfather, she felt a certain fondness for elderly men. Ha ha ha, indeed. In this era of humanity, I cannot claim to be the strongest, yet in the realm of alchemy, I dare say I rank second. None would dare to claim the first position. The master of the Danding sect laughed heartily, his calloused hand affectionately ruffling Pear's hair. "How impressive! I shall strive to surpass you, master." Pear continued to beam, entirely unfazed by the reverence others held for the esteemed emperor of alchemy. "Very well. As long as you train in alchemy with me, you shall become the best in the world," the master asserted, squatting down to meet Pear's gaze, his demeanor gentle and devoid of the authority he exhibited with others. He inquired with a warm smile, "From whom have you learned your alchemical skills? Which family do you hail from?" "I come from the Pear family of the alchemy clan in the desolate continent, and I learned my alchemical skills from my grandfather and a white-haired friend," she replied. "And your parents?" "My parents passed away in an alchemical accident when I was little. They were killed in an explosion. Alas, poor child. As fate would have it, I have no granddaughter. How about you become my granddaughter?" "Well, I shall give it some thought," Pear said, contemplating seriously. The surrounding candidates were left aghast. "Consider? What is there to consider? Quickly agree," they urged. "Sister, this is the Emperor of Alchemy, one of the most powerful figures in the realm. Being his granddaughter would be more prestigious than being a princess of the Daxia. And you are still hesitating? Comparing people can be infuriating." The onlookers were in a state of disbelief, exclaiming and gasping in astonishment. The master of the Danding sect was momentarily taken aback. Yet his expression remained kind as he crouched down, radiating warmth. there exists an inexplicable magnetic connection between individuals. For instance, some people evoke an unexplainable discomfort without any prior enmity, while others elicit an immediate fondness upon first sight. Much like the master of the Danding sect, who felt an instant affinity for Pear, as if he were beholding his own descendant. Could this old man possibly have a penchant for youthful charm? The Emperor of Alchemy could not possibly be so lewd. What captivated Pear was her innate talent. His thoughts encompassed the entire sect, revealing Pear's extraordinary gifts, including her alchemical essence. Her free-spirited nature resonated closely with the Tao. She laughed when she was pleased and scolded when she was not. Her essence, bearing the divine spirit of the alchemical cauldron, seemed to overshadow even that of the Emperor. This indicated that Pear's innate talent surpassed his own. After a brief contemplation, she declared, "I have given it serious thought. Very well, I do quite like you, master." "Ha ha, good girl. Come, sit upon my shoulder." The Emperor of Alchemy chuckled heartily. Patting his shoulder, Li Baoer lightly tapped her foot, leaping gracefully to perch upon the broad shoulder of the imposing Dan Huang. The Dan Huang straightened with a smile and inquired, "What gift do you desire for our meeting? Celestial arts, mystical techniques, or perhaps elixirs and treasures? Grandfather can provide you with anything. Celestial arts, mystical techniques, elixirs, and treasures. Is it really necessary to be so overwhelming, Sect Master?" The surrounding candidates and disciples gazed on with envy. "Well, I haven't decided yet. Can I discuss it with Danny later?" "Of course, any time is fine. From now on, Danding Sect will feel like home to you. Congratulations, Sect Master, on acquiring such a fine disciple." The elders and examiners around sighed, only able to clasp their fists and salute. Indeed, who would have thought such a promising talent would be personally sought after by the Sect Master? It was clear that the Sect Master would also serve as her mentor in the future. Dan E is truly wonderful. Oh, by the way, I have something else to address. Li Baoer suddenly recalled something and leaped down from Dan Huang's shoulder. "Hey, where do you think you're running off to, Shang Shitian?" Li Baoer called out, hands firmly on her hips. In the crowd, Shang Shitian had been preparing to sneak away. Upon hearing her voice, he awkwardly halted in his tracks. "I wasn't running. I just suddenly felt a stomach ache and needed to use the restroom," Shang Shitian replied with a serious face. "You're lying. You clearly want to escape. If your stomach hurts, I'll feed you 2 6-flavor Emperor pills. Have you forgotten our wager? Hurry over and call me Sister Baoer." At her words, Shang Shitian's mouth twitched. Now Li Baoer's status was undeniably superior to his, and he could not afford to offend her. "Sister Baoer." Shang Shitian gritted his teeth, begrudgingly complying. "Humph, that's more like it. Little brother Shitian, aren't you going to come and serve tea to your big sister?" Li Baoer proclaimed, her face alight with triumph. "But there's no tea here," Shang Shitian said, humiliated. "Well, if you don't know, go boil some. I want by Luo Chan, and add a bit of sugar." "Yes," Shang Shitian muttered through clenched teeth, hastily searching for the tea set to brew tea. "Sister Baoer, I want to be part of your crew." At that moment, Xia Donghai approached with a cheeky grin. "Sister Baoer, take us as your little brothers." Consequently, other candidates quickly gathered around, pleading to be accepted as her subordinates, with many hailing from affluent backgrounds. In an instant, Baoer had become the leader among this group. While Xiang Chun had to endure scolding from Zhuge Yuan for merely gathering a little brother, Baoer found herself in a position where others clamored to join her. Perhaps he was merely a false protagonist. Those around him were thriving even more than he was. One cannot help but admire his strategy of diversifying his connections. Perhaps he would no longer need to instigate rebellion. Years later, the 3 sects may well have been entirely overshadowed by his own followers. What he dreaded most was the day they would meet again, his brothers casually remarking, "Brother Chun, are you still planning to fight for the world? If not, I might just become the sect master myself." As his brothers and sisters began to flourish, one could only look back at Xiang Chun, still being pursued by insects. "Erguzi, this is unbearable. You've become useless." In the ancient forest, a swarm of massive hornets buzzed ominously, resembling supersonic fighter jets as they chased after Xiang Chun and his companions. "Oh, I've been stung." Wang Xiaojiji cried out in agony as a hornet pierced his rear with its needle-like stinger. His backside swelled instantly, gushing forth a stream of blood. Subsequently, a multitude of sword-poisoned wasps approached. Alas, why do these abominable creatures relentlessly pursue us? Oh, the boundless celestial majesty. I too have been stung, you wretched wasps. Cease your relentless fixation upon my posterior. Zhuge Yuan also cried out, clutching his behind. Open the valley gate, he commanded. Boom. A surge of golden lightning erupted from his rear, obliterating one of the sword-poison wasps in a spectacular explosion. Goodness, even a flatulence incites such fervor. While others open gates of life and death, Zhuge merely opens the valley gate. Upon witnessing this, the boundless celestial majesty exclaimed in admiration, "By heavens! These vile creatures must have sensed the Yin energy within us, seeking to siphon it away." Xiang Chun, fleeing in the lead, glanced back to behold an overwhelming swarm. If enveloped by them, even the antidote would prove futile against such an accumulation of poison, leading to certain demise. With so many, one would be riddled with stings. Brother Chun, did you not promise that following you would ensure a bright future? Zhuge Yuan, akin to a jet, propelled himself forward with a thunderous burst, gaining ground. While others released mere flatulence, he unleashed thunderous roars. "I suspect you are siphoning my fortune, leaving me with naught but misfortune," Xiang Chun retorted, exasperated. Oh, your unpredictability is unbearable. Following you is a torment. Starving for 3 days, struck by lightning, and now stung again. Zhuge Yuan howled, evidently stung once more. A sword-poison wasp. Its stinger aimed directly at Qingqing, sought to inflict its venom upon her. However, with her celestial eye unfolding, she unleashed a force that disrupted the very fabric of space. The wasp's trajectory was abruptly altered, now aiming for Xiang Chun. "Oh!" Xiang Chun screamed, feeling a sharp sting on his left side. The pain was excruciating. "Qingqing, is this how you choose to betray me? You've nearly murdered your own husband. Forgive me, brother Xiang, I cannot yet control the direction well. But what is the harm in a little sting? You are robust, after all. Can you not endure? Have you changed, brother Xiang? Alas, I have misplaced my trust." Indeed. It was vexing. Why did your reasoning resonate so profoundly that I found myself speechless? No, I must exact revenge upon these vile creatures. Xiang Chun turned, his head morphing into that of a wolf, and unleashed a wave of lunar light. Boom. The wasp that had stung him was struck and exploded into fragments. Following this, his head transformed into that of a bird, its beak sharp. A ferocious blaze of golden crow fire surged forth, engulfing dozens of sword-poison wasps, incinerating them as they plummeted to the ground. "Good heavens, Brother Chun, what are you? A wolf and a bird all at once?" Zhuge Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. "By heavens! I have only ever been the one to torment others. How is it that I am now the target of their stings? Am I so easily stung?" Xiang Chun scoffed at the sight of the scorched wasps. Yet, despite vanquishing this wave, countless more remained, ergo still chose to flee. Oh! A cacophony of anguished cries resonated, alternating between sorrow and unwelcome amusement, evoking a complex array of emotions. Fortunately, this starry realm lacks an internet connection. Otherwise, the sword-poison bees would undoubtedly be live-streaming their peak moments, calling upon future magnates to join in, and urging passers-by to hit that follow button and shower them with likes. In the ancient jungle, who boasts the greatest wildness, the sword-poison bees swarm over the Sirius. Suddenly, a vast river emerged in the probing gaze of their spiritual perception, appearing several dozen miles ahead. There's a river ahead. Everyone, flee quickly. Jump into the river. The sword-poison bees fear water. Xiang Ergu exclaimed with joy, his wings vibrating behind him, propelling his speed further. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The group immediately surged forward, soon arriving above the river's surface. Plop, plop. One after another, they plunged into the water like dumplings. However, amidst the cacophony of splashes, all 28 of Xiang Chun and his companions dove into the frigid river. The water was icy to the bone, and the river stretched wide, spanning over 10 kilometers. A massive swarm of sword-poison bees hovered above the water, observing the submerged group without descending to pursue them, held back by their innate fear of water. Beneath the river's surface, more than 10 meters deep, Xiang Chun and his companions enveloped themselves in a protective aura, resembling bubbles in which they gazed upward, relieved that the swarm did not follow. "Those wretched insects have finally given up the chase. Oh dear, my tender backside," Wang Xiaoji remarked, wincing as he touched his swollen rear. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that everyone had received several stings, their bodies swollen considerably. Xiang Chun had been stung twice, while only Qingqing managed to escape unscathed. Thankfully, the antidote consumed earlier mitigated the sword-poison bee's venom, which was as agonizing as their sword chi, capable of tearing through meridians. Xiang Chun felt immense pain, having been stung on both his backside and back. The bruise on his head persisted, as if it had also been stung. Is there no moment of peace in this wretched place? He lamented. I hope we don't encounter any more unfortunate surprises in this water. Zhuge Yuan groaned, clutching his back. However, just as he uttered those words, a roar erupted from the depths of the river. Zhuge Yuan's face turned pale, and his brothers shot him glances filled with murderous intent. Zhuge, you're not allowed to speak anymore, Wang Ying exclaimed in exasperation. Zhuge Yuan quickly covered his mouth, gazing at the ominous shapes converging in the water, feeling utterly speechless. Zhuge, you and your foul mouth have truly become a beacon for trouble. Next time, speak only kind words, Xiang Qin scolded. Zhuge Yuan, feeling guilty, covered his mouth, oblivious to the accent that had slipped out from his travels across the 9 realms. What on earth? I can't understand, he muttered, offering a humble apology. Surrounding them, formidable creatures began to emerge, not fish, but massive beings, over 10 meters long, with skin resembling iron armor and shaped like giant shrimp, equipped with enormous pincers and eyes like lanterns. Their numbers exceeded 100. Brother Qin, what on earth are these? Wang Xiaoji asked, his voice laced with apprehension. In the realm of ancient monstrous creatures, a peculiar giant shrimp, devoid of venom and fit for consumption, has emerged to supplement nourishment. Xiang Qin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Brothers, prepare for battle. Form the formation. Noticing that the strange shrimp was still assessing the situation and had not yet launched an attack, Xiang Chun and his companions swiftly arranged themselves into formation. The 7 kills stood at the forefront, while the breaking army awaited its turn. The Dusu advanced with precision. The Southern Dipper moved in synchrony, and the flames gathered. The 7 kills' red flame armor radiated light as 20 of Xiang Chen's comrades joined him in forming the 7 kills formation. The breaking army formation was established, merging into a singular entity. Subsequently, the breaking army formation was reconstituted. The starry killing intent of the breaking army coalesced into a colossal blue blade, the breaking army blade. Upon its emergence, the blade instantaneously absorbed the surrounding river's power, its might surging tremendously. The breaking army star, belonging to the water attribute, manifested a massive blade over 10 meters long, emanating a terrifying aura of slaughter. The surrounding strange shrimps converged, their bulbous eyes fixed upon Xiang Chun and his allies. Foolish creatures, I advise you not to act rashly, otherwise you shall become a delectable dish of sautéed shrimp. Xiang Chun and his companions cautiously retreated from the swarm of shrimp. Suddenly, the swarm emitted a piercing shriek, as if receiving a signal, and charged towards Xiang Chun and his comrades, brandishing their enormous pincers. Seek death. Breaking army, slash. Xiang Chun bellowed, positioning himself as the heart of the formation, and swung his arms for a decisive strike. Boom. The breaking army blade thundered forth, cleaving through the river, severing the flow. A beam of blue light tore through the water, violently striking a heavily armored strange shrimp. Bang! The creature was struck, its exoskeleton shattering, its massive form cleaved in twain. Bang! 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 With a single strike, several strange shrimps of comparable might to celestial kings were bisected. Blood stained the water as Xiang Chun and his comrades carved a path through the swarm. The shrimp horde was forcibly torn asunder, creating a breach. The slain shrimp were not wasted, as the brothers quickly utilized storage rings to collect them for later consumption. Ha! You wretched pests have come to deliver yourselves as provisions. I shall fell you. They took turns wielding the breaking army blade, with Wang Xiaoji controlling it to devastating effect, striking left and right, reveling in the carnage. What a formation! It harnesses the power of the stars. How remarkable! What kind of formation is this? Zhuge Yuan exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with fascination as he observed the array. His extensive knowledge of formations and talismans was evident. Hee. This is the breaking army formation from our Tianlang clan's killing wolf battle array. Impressive, right? Let me strike again, Wang Xiaoji boasted as he swung the blade. Infinite celestial venerable, this formation is extraordinary. It can draw upon the power of an entire celestial realm. And there's an even more formidable formation, the gluttonous wolf battle array. Slaying immortals is no myth, and the ultimate killing wolf formation can annihilate deities. As Wang Xiaoji's vital energy began to wane, he promptly passed control to his fellow brothers, including Li Huan. The entire shrimp swarm was relentlessly assaulted by the breaking army blade, which cut through dozens of them with unrelenting force. Yet, at that moment, a tremendous explosion resonated as the river's surface erupted, and a colossal figure plunged downwards. The river's waters erupted violently, and the fierce, death-defying strange shrimp, besieging Xiang Chun and his companions, seemed to perceive a formidable foe, scattering in all directions in a panic. With a resounding snap, one of the strange shrimp was ensnared by a colossal claw resembling a massive scythe, effortlessly piercing its shell, which was normally resistant to attacks from ordinary kings. Subsequently, this shrimp, measuring over 10 meters, was drawn toward a gaping maw, 10 meters wide, filled with menacing teeth and sharp mandibles. Crunch, crunch. The strange shrimp was crushed and devoured. The immense figure, a centipede over 100 meters long, possessed more than 100 formidable abdominal claws, each razor-sharp blade extending over 100 meters. These lethal appendages functioned like highly efficient harvesting machines, impaling hundreds of strange shrimp, all of which were drawn towards the gaping mouth. The strange shrimp surrounding Xiang Chun and his companions fled in terror, leaving the area desolate. "Great Lord of infinite heavens!" exclaimed Zhuge Yuan and Xiang Chun, their faces paling and their scalps tingling. Before them lay a terrifying purple centipede, its abdomen bristling with fearsome, sharp appendages. Its vast maw could effortlessly swallow an elephant, lined with sharp fangs. It possessed 60 pairs of razor-sharp legs and jaws that could retract to over 200 meters, complemented by a pair of scarlet eyes, larger than those of a bull, radiating a murderous glint. The air was thick with a palpable, murderous aura. This creature was of the 9th tier of kings. "Oh no, we have truly encountered a formidable adversary. We are in grave danger." Chun, what on earth is that? Can it be consumed?" Wang Xiaojie stammered, his throat tightening not out of hunger, but sheer anxiety. "The holy armored centipede. Goodness! An ancient fearsome insect. How could such a creature exist here? It could devour us whole. Run." Xiang Chun let out a fierce roar, transforming into a celestial wolf, his wings flapping as he shot away like a silver streak into the depths of the water. Meanwhile, his comrades had already vanished in a flash. Watching his fleeing companions, Xiaojie exclaimed in frustration, "Wait for me. We promised to face death together. How could you be so disloyal?" With a strange cry, Xiaojie transformed into a celestial wolf, hastily following suit. "Wait for me," he called out, but the holy armored centipede lunged forward, its jaws snapping 100 meters in pursuit. "Fool! Hurry!" A sinister vine erupted from behind Xiang Chun, yanking Wang and the celestial wolf aside just in time to evade the strike. With a thunderous roar, the holy armored centipede charged at the pack of wolves, moving with a speed that barely surpassed theirs. It sensed that consuming these wolves would bring it great fortune. The rivers roiled beneath the onslaught, the massive purple centipede pursuing a pack of celestial wolves, creating towering waves upon the surface. Yellow Spring Forbidden Classic. Invoke the chilling essence of the Yellow Spring. Xiang Chun, the moon-devouring wolf, roared, turning and unleashing a torrent. Boom! Within his core, 9 sources of Yellow Spring erupted. 9 surges of chilling Yellow Spring energy burst forth from his maw, sweeping backward with tremendous force. Crack! Crack! The Yellow Spring's chill instantly froze vast expanses of ice. Roar! The other brothers, too, unleashed their Yellow Spring powers, sending forth waves of chilling energy cascading behind them. Ice Phoenix, encase the world in ice. Xia Qingqing unleashed a formidable Holy Spirit power, and a phantom of an ice phoenix materialized behind her. With a swift thrust of her sword, a torrent of astonishing coldness erupted, enveloping the surroundings alongside the chilling essence of the underworld. The river behind her instantaneously froze, as the icy power expanded over several kilometers. In that fleeting moment, the river domain was sealed in ice. The speed of the holy armored centipede diminished, as it sensed an overwhelming chill. The surrounding water solidified into frost. Its colossal form became ensnared within this vast expanse of underworld ice, rendered immobile. Seeing this, the moon-swallowing wolf exhaled in relief. Transforming back into his human form, Xiang Chun. "It's frozen." Haha. The onlookers rejoiced, giving Xiang Chun a thumbs up, acknowledging his quick adaptability. This creature, if consumed, could lead to a significant breakthrough in our cultivation, Wang Xiaojie mused, still fixated on the prospect of a meal. Such a feat is not easily achieved. This creature is enveloped in an armor of bone that possesses extraordinary defensive capabilities. Even Tian Bao might struggle to breach it. In the realm of the heavenly kings, it is nearly invincible, Xiang Chen remarked. He assessed that if this creature were to confront him directly, their combined strength would be insufficient to prevail. Suddenly, chaotic spatial fluctuations erupted around them, and the fabric of space began to tear. The areas of the river that remained unfrozen quaked violently, waves surging over 10 meters high. With a resounding crack, the ground trembled as if a great earthquake had struck. Meanwhile, the frozen river domain also began to develop fissures. Xiang Chen's spirit, the foolish fish, sensed the tumultuous spatial disturbance. What is happening? An earthquake? Why did it occur suddenly? This ice is about to crack. The crowd gazed in astonishment at the tumultuous waters surrounding them. This is not an earthquake. The laws of space here have become unstable. We must flee, or we will be swept away by the chaotic currents. Xiang Chen shouted, transforming into a beam of light to escape. His companions quickly followed suit. The river roared with fury, yet it was too late. Within a radius of several dozen miles, the waters coalesced into a terrifying vortex, resembling a colossal water tornado. Cries of despair erupted from Xiang Chen and his companions as they were drawn into the whirlpool, akin to being flushed down a toilet. This is disastrous. Why does it feel as though the very heavens conspire against us since your arrival? Zhuge Yuan lamented, feeling dizzy as he spun within the vortex. It's evident that your presence has brought misfortune, Xiang Chen. You've brought a harbinger of calamity into our midst. Spatial traversal, activate. Xiang Chen summoned the spatial power within his spirit, hoping to transport his comrades collectively. Yet, there was no response. The spatial energy he unleashed was immediately disrupted by the surrounding chaotic currents. Damn it, this turbulence is stronger than mine. Foolish fish, even you have your unreliable moments. Xiang Chen's expression darkened as the foolish fish spirit remained unresponsive, and he continued to spiral helplessly into the vortex. The way of heaven is indifferent, treating all beings as mere refuse. It seems as though the universe has pressed down a button to flush a toilet, drawing a multitude into its depths. Akin to being swept away by a torrent. Somewhere far off, beyond countless kilometers, a voice calls, Sister Ing, take a moment to rest. After slaying so many crocodile men today, you must be weary. Allow me to stand guard. This is a camp where 300 to 400 individuals have temporarily taken refuge. At the periphery, a man arrives to replace a woman on watch. This woman, tall at nearly 178 centimeters, possesses striking features and a stern demeanor. Her well-defined facial structure is accentuated by slightly thicker willow leaf eyebrows, lending her an air of martial prowess. Clad in form-fitting crimson battle attire, with hair cascading to her waist and a modest chest, she wields a sharp, one-zhonglong dragon-tongue spear, with a short blade secured at her waist. She is none other than the foremost prodigy of the gun-intent sect, Yuing. Be cautious, she advises, nodding as her palm radiates light. And the dragon-tongue spear is absorbed into her being. Entering the camp, she settles upon a smooth, large stone, resting her arms upon it and closing her eyes. Surrounding her are fellow practitioners of the gun-intent sect. With over 3,000 members, half have perished in the void of space. Upon seeking refuge here, they have fragmented into smaller squads amidst their flight. After enduring numerous battles today, Yu Ying is indeed fatigued. She soon drifts into slumber, seeking to rejuvenate her spirit. Suddenly, a distortion in the spatial fabric occurs above her, followed by a figure plummeting downwards. A silhouette descends directly upon her. Thud! The figure lands squarely on Yu Ying. Startled, she awakens instantly, her almond-shaped eyes widening as she gazes upon a remarkably handsome young man, sporting a conspicuous bump atop his head. He, too, stares at her in astonishment. In an instant, her countenance flushes with anger. The man's hand rests upon her chest, audaciously squeezing. Oh, you are surprisingly the young man. Xiang Chen is taken aback by the flatness of her chest. Chapter 1051. The playful duel with Yu Ying, looking at the man sprawled atop her, whose audacity knows no bounds, is suddenly overtaken by a surge of murderous intent. Sister, we were engaged in a battle with a giant centipede when I suffered an unfortunate spatial mishap, landing here. You must believe me, I did not intend to offend. Xiang Chen remained sprawled over her, maintaining a serious demeanor, his hand not retreating, unable to resist giving another squeeze. Indeed, it was purely accidental. no offense intended. Sister Ying, what troubles you? The surrounding disciples of the gun-intent sect turned to witness the astonishing scene before them, a young man with a prominent bump on his head lying intimately atop their elder sister. What in the world? The onlookers are left dumbfounded. Lecherous scoundrel, unprincipled wretch. Yu Ying erupts in fury, raising her knee to deliver a powerful thrust. Xiang Chun cries out in agony, feeling a chill between his legs. He is propelled skyward by her forceful strike. I shall end you. Yu Ying propelled herself into the air, unleashing a formidable surge of true energy with a single, powerful punch aimed directly at Xiang Chun. You scoundrel! Is this a place for your antics? Xiang Chun, in agony, bent over and shouted defiantly as he soared into the sky. Boom! At that moment, Yu Ying's ferocious fist bore down upon him like a raging tempest. Suddenly, wings sprouted from Xiang Chun's back, creating a swift distance to evade the impending blow. He landed at a distant encampment, while Yu Ying continued her relentless assault. Enough already. After kicking me, what more do you want? I didn't mean to land on you. Blame it on the heavens. I am the victim here. Xiang Chun retorted as he evaded her. You vile wretch. I shall end you. Yu Ying roared, her face flushed with fury, as she concentrated her strength into her fist. With a technique that transformed her punch into a lethal projectile, she unleashed a strike that surged with vigor, its intensity rivaling that of a piercing bullet. The essence of the gun fully merging with her fist. The speed of her attack surpassed Xiang Chun's ability to evade. Do not presume I fear you. Dragon Elephant Fist. Xiang Chun bellowed, awakening his spirit and unleashing the moonlit aura. Harnessing the power of the ghostly deity, he erupted with strength akin to that of a sovereign. Launching a counterattack with the ferocity of a dragon and elephant combined. Dragon Elephant shatters the heavens. The might of the Dragon Elephant Fist was bold and unyielding, a stark contrast to Yu Ying's razor-sharp strikes. Boom! The two fists collided, yet Yu Ying's punch pierced through Xiang Chun's defense like a needle through a balloon, shattering the very essence of the Dragon Elephant Fist. Boom! The force of her strike struck Xiang Chun, fracturing a rib with a resounding crack. Xiang Chun was sent flying several dozen meters, blood spewing from his mouth. Good heavens, what incredible power! He exclaimed, astonished. This Yu Ying, at the minor celestial level, displayed strength surpassing many at the 5th tier of kings. Die! Without further ado, Yu Ying charged forward, her fists moving with the swiftness of galloping steeds. Half-wolf transformation. Xiang Chun roared, instantly morphing into a hybrid of man and beast, his head retaining human features while his body transformed, sprouting fur and claws. Embodying the essence of a half-demon, he retreated, creating distance. Boom! Yu Ying's punch struck a massive tree, 30 meters in diameter, leaving a gaping hole that penetrated through its core. I am enraged. Xiang Chun tore into the air, unleashing a flurry of celestial wolf blades that howled towards Yu Ying. The razor-sharp projectiles sliced through the air, but Yu Ying, agile and nimble, skillfully evaded the onslaught. Subsequently, 8 beams of fist energy converged to obliterate Xiang Chun. Thunder. He transformed into a streak of lightning, dodging, while a Dragon K demon blade materialized in his grasp. Boom. The Dragon K demon blade emitted a tremendous surge of electric energy. This blade possessed a remarkable ability. It could absorb any energy from demonic cores, releasing it in kind. Heavenly thunder shatters the skies. Xiang Chun roared as he swung the blade. In that instant, thunder rolled across the sky, morphing into a golden torrent of lightning that enveloped the incoming fist strikes. Who is this audacious fellow? How dare he disrespect Sister Ying? He is doomed. A disciple of the gun-intent sect gazed at the two combatants engaged in a fierce battle amidst the woods. It was indeed the first time he had witnessed someone daring enough to leap onto the back of the leader. This fellow was in for a misfortune. The youth seemed somewhat familiar. He had previously clashed with members of the Blade's sovereign house aboard the main vessel, exchanging heated words. The other individual recognized Xiang Chun. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous might of the Thunderblade cleaved through the air, shattering waves of fist energy. At that moment, Yu Ying's elegant brows arched, and her beautiful eyes sparkled with brilliance. In her grasp, a dragon-tongue battle spear materialized. With the spear in hand, her aura intensified dramatically, exuding an ominous energy several times more potent than before. She thrust the spear, causing the surrounding atmosphere to chill, revealing blossoms of icy plum energy. As the cold plum blossoms opened, an ice-white spear force surged forth, whistling through the void, its speed eclipsing that of the fists. Boom! The thunderous blade light was pierced, creating a gaping hole as the spear's radiance surged across the vast expanse. Xiang Chun raised his blade to form a shield, bracing for the impact. The force of the thrust sent him staggering backward. 8 plum blossoms in full bloom. Yu Ying exclaimed, unleashing another devastating strike, with 8 lethal thrusts. These 8 beams of spear light, moving at an extraordinary pace, descended upon him. In her previous mastery stage, she had used this technique to eliminate 8 opponents of higher rank. Swish, swish, swish. As the 8 spears approached, Xiang Chen's expression shifted slightly. Damn it. Ordinary tactics were no match for this flat-chested lass. Space shifted. With a distortion, Xiang Chun vanished in an instant, reappearing 1,000 meters away, evading the 8 thrusts. How is this possible? Yu Ying was taken aback, astonished that someone could evade the speed of her 8 strikes, especially a peer. Could it be the art of shifting positions from the top 10 martial techniques of the Great Xia? Swish. In the next moment, Xiang Chun executed a short-distance spatial shift, almost instantaneously appearing behind Yu Ying. Then, with a swift motion, he delivered a merciless slap. Crack! The slap landed heavily on Yu Ying. Startled, she immediately retaliated with an elbow strike, yet Xiang Chen's figure vanished once more. The sting of pain coursing through her body ignited a sense of humiliation within her. You shameless little thief! I will kill you, skin you alive, strip your bones, and feast upon your flesh. Yu Ying seethed in rage, unleashing a surge of terrifying spiritual power, as circles of runic light radiated from her being. Heh, I won't indulge you any longer. I must seek out my brothers and sisters. Xiang Chun laughed heartily, filled with crude remarks, preparing to flee. Unable to confront the woman head-on with his incomplete transformation and lethal moves, he could only rely on his spiritual prowess to evade her. Chapter 1052, Terrifying Defense. Shameless little thief, despicable scoundrel. Yu Ying's chest heaved, her exquisite features contorting with rage, turning increasingly ferocious. Just as she was about to pursue, a deafening roar erupted from the forest. Boom! Suddenly, a colossal entity descended from the void, crashing into the ancient woods. A massive ancient tree was shattered in an instant. It was a gigantic block of ice, akin to a meteor plummeting from the heavens. As the ice fractured, a centipede over 100 meters long, emanating purple toxic fumes, emerged from within. This scene astounded all those present at the Gun and Tent Sect. What a colossal centipede! What on earth is this creature? How did it suddenly appear here? 300 to 400 disciples of the Gun and Tent Sect stared in shock at the enormous insect. The holy armored centipede. Damn, how did it end up here? Xiang Chun's expression changed dramatically as he gazed at the holy armored centipede. It felt as though his fortune had abruptly shifted, sealing his fate in misfortune. Stop fighting. You fools. What are you staring at? Run, I shall take my leave first. Xiang Chun bellowed, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. The massive holy armored centipede stretched its somewhat rigid body and let out a deafening roar. Yu Ying, equally shocked, shouted, "Disciples of the Gun and Tent Sect, retreat with me. Flee." The disciples snapped back to reality and immediately turned to escape. They could sense the malevolent aura radiating from the terrifying creature. They had no hope of withstanding it. To the holy armored centipede, these tiny human beings appeared no larger than ants. In its immense eyes, the energy and blood vitality emanating from them were quite substantial. It began to move. With a thunderous rumble, 60 legs slithered at speeds akin to a purple lightning bolt, shaking the earth and snapping trees in its path. It barreled through the jungle like a rampaging armored train. In this battlefield, which still could not accommodate the ancient realm of stars, it was indeed a top-tier predator. One of the most formidable creatures here. With a swift motion, a pair of razor-sharp mandibles lunged forward, and 2 disciples of the Gun and Tent Sect felt a chill slide down their spines. With a sickening thrust, the sharp appendages pierced their bodies, entering from the back and exiting through the chest. Their protective true essence offered no resistance. The 2 master-level disciples screamed in agony as they were drawn into the centipede's 10-meter-wide maw. With a sickening crunch, they were instantly reduced to mere flesh, their innards bursting forth from the gaps between the centipede's teeth, a sight most horrific. The holy armored centipede was alarmingly swift, trailing behind the fleeing group at a measured pace, its mandibles relentlessly striking, piercing through one protective barrier after another, swallowing each person as if consuming popcorn. The vast jungle collapsed around them as a throng of terrified individuals fled, with many succumbing to the creature's onslaught and being dragged into its gaping maw. Ingjia, save me. No. One by one, disciples of the gun-intent sect were devoured by the monstrous centipede. In less than a dozen breaths, 30 or so had already met their demise. Before this apex predator, even those powerful cultivators endowed with the strength to shatter mountains appeared woefully feeble. They had become the weak in nature's ruthless food chain. You filthy insect. Upon witnessing her fellow disciples slaughtered, Yuing's eyes filled with crimson veins. Gritting her teeth, she pivoted and redirected her weapon, unleashing a powerful surge of true essence from her foremost position as she propelled herself back into the fray. Blossom of 8 petals, attack. Ying, filled with rage, unleashed a gunshot, manifesting 8 dazzling beams of gunfire that brutally struck the sacred armored centipede. The sound of metal clashing echoed as sparks erupted upon impact, yet the creature remained unscathed, the 8 penetrating shots leaving no marks upon its formidable head. Nonetheless, the immense force of the attack caused the sacred armored centipede to momentarily falter in its speed. How can it be so resilient? Yu Ying's expression shifted. Her weapon, an 8th-tier spiritual gun, was nearly on par with a top-tier spiritual artifact. Boom. The sacred armored centipede retaliated with a swift strike of its claw, its speed astonishing. The speed of an attack does not equate to the speed of one's movement. A mortal's punch may reach a velocity of 60 kilometers per hour, but one could never run that distance in an hour. Typically, an attack's speed surpasses the speed of movement. While body techniques allow one to temporarily exceed their attack speed or evade incoming strikes, Ying braced herself, deflecting the blow. Clang. The razor-sharp claw struck her gun, the tremendous impact numbing her arms, nearly breaking them. She was violently propelled backward. The sacred armored centipede pressed its assault. Recognizing that this woman possessed more energy than a dozen of its previous victims combined. Swish. The claw came down, and the already staggered Ying found herself unable to withstand the onslaught. Sistering, a short-haired youth from the gun-intent sect roared as he charged forward, unleashing his own formidable power. He swung a massive battle spear to intercept the attack. However, the claw tore through his weapon, instantly shattering his arms as he was unable to counter the overwhelming force. Gush! The claw pierced through his body, slaying him in an instant before the creature consumed him whole. The strength of the sacred armored centipede was such that even the pack of wolf-like celestial wolves led by Xiang Chun dared not confront it. Yu Ying's anguished cry pierced the air as she steadied herself, transforming into a beam of light that surged forward, aiming a fierce thrust at the creature's eye. This strike, fueled by both her own strength and the momentum of the weapon, reached the pinnacle of her abilities, surpassing her limits. A surge of power erupted from her gun. In her fury and sorrow, the union of person and weapon transcended the heavens. Speed and power surged exponentially. Thrust. The strike pierced through the claw's defense, penetrating the sacred armored centipede's relatively vulnerable eye. Green ichor splattered as her shot drove half an inch deep into the massive orb. The creature howled in agony, spewing forth a cloud of purple venom. Bam! The force of the backlash sent Ying flying, blood spewing from her mouth as the toxic mist corroded her body. The sacred armored centipede roared in pain, consumed by rage at having its eye injured by a human. Though it could heal, the agony fueled its fury. It lunged toward the now reeling Ying, intent on crushing her as retribution. Meanwhile, the fleeing disciples of the gun-intent sect turned to witness this despairing and furious scene. Sistering, just as the creature's massive jaws were about to descend, its jagged teeth poised to obliterate her, the very fabric of space suddenly warped. A figure with a protruding bump on its head suddenly appeared, embracing Ying before instantaneously relocating a kilometer away. This blow missed its mark. By heaven, I slap you once and then save your life. Fair is fair, my flat-chested sister. We are even now.